Chapter 5552 Piling Up Disadvantages, Interesting Choice. I gave you a good look at my mech design yesterday. It should have been clear to you that my Nalarit is a hyper mech that is entirely centered around the application of earth energy. The much older mech designer elaborated his thoughts. It has become well known that there are strong complementary and oppositional relationships between the most common E-energy elements. Fire energy inflicts less damage on defenses that are reinforced with earth energy. This is because fire can actually feed earth. Surely a mech designer that is familiar with extraordinary sources of power should understand this basic fact. Master Kreshnik essentially referred to how the Fey Fiannas were inflicting much less damage against their opponents than the other way around. The Luminaire crystal rifles along with the Luminaire crystal cannon Fey had all been equipped with fire beam attack phase crystals that shot fire-empowered laser beams. Although Vase had managed to develop much better attack phase crystals that could inflict much more serious damage, the most basic fire beam attack phase crystals were cheap, efficient, easy to mass produce. That made them particularly suitable for a mass production model like the standard edition of the Fey Fianna. Despite launching fiery hot laser beams at the distant mountain-shaped fortification, the energy weapons harnessed by the Fey Fianna hardly produced any waste heat. Their energy cells also did not get drained at an alarmingly fast rate. They could easily keep up the firepower for quite a while. At first, these fire beams were making brisk progress. Even though Master Kreshnik had made the unusual decision to equip his Nalarit Mark I with Earth-attributed energy shields, their capacities were small because it was impossible to equip the rifleman mechs with larger generators. Even so, the Earth energy reinforcement along with the favorable environment toughened up the rifleman mechs' energy shields so much that they neutralized a significant portion of the thermal damage. The small capacity energy shields of the Nalarit Mark I's managed to last significantly longer as a result. However, it was hard to turn a molehill into a mountain by relying on a lot of Earth energy. Eventually, the energy shields broke, allowing the Fey Fiannas to channel their collective firepower at the actual fortification. The repeated fire beam attacks were starting to make real progress. They began to melt and vaporize the hard and thick alloys, especially at certain sections that were easy to target due to the fact that the fortification was completely stationary. The Fey Fiannas did not manage to do all of this with impunity. Their water energy shields were taking a considerable beating during all of this time. The painful aspect about orienting all of their defenses around the water element was that they shared a common weakness against earth energy-based attacks. Vase had to refrain himself from wincing each time he saw one of the water-based energy shields of his mech or Fey getting destabilized at an alarming rate. The high rate of fire along with the elemental advantage of the Nalarit Mark I was a nightmare to the Fey Fiannas. The only saving grace was that the relatively good maneuverability of the drone mechs enabled them to evade a part of the incoming attacks. This helped to ease the strain on the energy shields at the cost of expending a lot of energy in order to power their intensive energy maneuvers. The Fey Fiannas did not let their energy shields burst, which induced the greatest strain on their generators. What they did instead was to alternate their energy defenses. Whenever an energy shield Fey was nearing its limit, it retreated and allowed another Fey or mech to put a new energy shield forward. This was a relatively simple but effective rotation that enabled the energy shield generators that no longer came under strain to recharge and return to their optimal states with the least amount of complications. If the opposing side deployed melee mechs or tried to attack the Fey Fiannas from angles, then it became a lot harder to grant the nearly depleted units enough rest to restore their conditions. However, because the Nalarit Mark I's all huddled together inside their makeshift fortification, it became very clear that every attack they launched only followed a single trajectory. The Fey Fiannas merely had to concentrate their defenses in a single direction to block all of the attacks coming their way. It hardly helped. The Nalarit Mark I did not rely on positioning to gain an advantage on the battlefield. They were hard hitters that preferred to hide inside their little castles. Their Gauss rifles continued to fire round after round with no abating. The elemental disadvantage of the Fey Fianna became increasingly clearer as a result. Despite the fact that the drone mechs and Fey were able to rotate their energy shields, each of them were getting drained at a much faster rate that they could replenish in so little time. This was especially problematic when the Nelorots tried their best to focus their fire on one of the Fey Fiannas. Their goal from the beginning was to eliminate one of the three drone mechs as soon as possible. In the meantime, the barrage of fire laser beams was making moderate progress in burning through the earth-reinforced external armor plating. The main reason why the repeated energy attacks appeared to be fairly effective against the fortification was because the latter was made out of affordable and disposable alloys. However, their thickness granted them a considerable buffer, making it harder to bun holes right through the other side. As the surface of the fortification became more and more hot due to the repeated attacks, the xianxias suddenly encountered a familiar obstacle in the form of earth energy shields. The Nelorots had already restored the conditions of all of the energy shield generators that had only been depleted a relatively short time ago. The unexpectedly quick reappearance of these energy shields significantly interrupted the momentum of the xianxias. Attacks meant to drill through the holes made into the fortification instead struck the energy shields that stubbornly prevented the incoming fire from damaging anything material. The earth energy shields did more than that. They offered enough protection to allow the Nelarit Mark I to make an even more surprising move. Ports opened on their torsos. Nozzles extended from the ports and began to spray a thick solution into all of the cavities on the hot exterior of the fortification. Once the thick slurry entered these cavities, the alloys rapidly cooled down while the gaps in the defenses started to get filled. Though it was clear that this quick fix could never restore the defenses to their full conditions, the emergency measure could buy valuable time for the defensive riflemen mechs. The modest earth energy shields did not last very long. They reached their limits soon after, enabling the luminaire crystal weapons of the xianxias to strike the fortifications once more. Each of their fire beams deliberately struck the sections that had been filled with the hardened solutions. Just as expected, they broke faster than proper armor, but they still did a decent job at preventing the xianxias from threatening more important components. What a great design solution. Vase couldn't help but comment. I can see how this sort of routine is tailor-made for countering alien starfighters. Those alien craft love to swing around and perform intensive attack runs before flying away to prepare for their next ones. By relying on a combination of fast regenerating energy shields and field repairs, your defensive rifleman mechs can continually restore their damage buffers, making it impossible for alien starfighters to inflict serious damage unless they go all out in overwhelming the defenses of your fortified mechs. Master Kreshnik couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your appreciation. We have truly worked hard to develop, acquire and perfect the technologies that we have chosen to make use of. The armor repair solution alone was difficult to research. It had to be economical enough to be used by second raters, but it also had to be effective enough to resist attacks without immediately crumbling apart. Armor systems and repair systems are not my strengths, but they synergize too well with my proprietary energy shield systems. There were clear differences between the energy shields of the xianxia and the Nelarit Mark I. The former was based on a more traditional pattern. It had become quite common to resort to the water element to reinforce energy shields. Not only did they possess fantastic synergy with transphasic energy shield generators, but they also performed well against energy weapons, which were widely used by both human and alien combatants. However, the energy shields of the xianxia were slow to restore their integrities once they resisted a lot of attacks. This was the common shortcoming of many energy shield systems available to mechs. The Nelarit Mark I did not suffer from this problem. Though their energy shields were not able to resist as much damage before they reached their limits, it became clear that they could bounce back at a remarkably fast rate under any circumstances. As the ranged slugging match continued, it became more and more clear that the xianxias would eventually lose all of their energy shields. In contrast, the Nelarit Mark I's could always rely on their energy shields getting back online after a certain delay. This granted the defensive rifleman mech a notable advantage in the later stages of a match. Their earth energy shields would keep bouncing back on a repeated basis, thereby effectively increasing their ability to withstand damage by a far greater extent than their appearances suggested. The best way to overcome these fast regenerating energy shields was to launch an overwhelming assault. Burst weapons or melee weapons were ideal at chipping away at these weak but constantly renewing energy shields. Unfortunately, the xianxias did not enter the arena with such a loadout. They were all equipped for attribution battles. Their luminaire crystal weapons were not known for their exceptionally high attack power. They were clearly configured for endurance battles. This was why Master Kreshnik still found it perplexing that Vase had chosen to field his xianxia like this. This was the completely wrong loadout to deploy in this particular matchup. If I was in your shoes, I would have equipped your xianxias with the heaviest axes that they can lift with their slender arms. Each xianxia should be accompanied by 3 Gauss cannon Fei and just 1 energy shield Fei. The older man spoke to Vase who was floating by his side. Rush them forward. Go for maximum and overwhelming impact. Your mechs may stand a better chance of winning this challenge match if they attempt to break through the layered defenses of my Nelorots as quickly as possible. Doing this will give my rifleman mechs less time to take advantage of the fast regenerating properties of their energy shields. Vase knew that quite well, yet he declined to adopt this logical approach. Instead, he put himself at a greater disadvantage and stupidly tried to make his Fei Fianas outlast the defensive rifleman mechs that were clearly optimized for this mode of combat. Hehehehe. Vase chuckled and smirked. What can I say? I like to live dangerously. There is taking risks and there is launching yourself into a star. I truly cannot think of any rationale that will give your drone mechs a clear advantage in this matchup. Not with this configuration that you have chosen. Are you deliberately attempting to lose this challenge? No, Vase firmly replied. I am very serious about winning this match. I can promise you that I have no intentions of disrespecting your challenge. I am committed to proving the superiority of my Fei Fiana, but that is precisely why I am forcing my machines to fight under these adverse circumstances. I want to show the public that my work can overcome the inherent disadvantages of this situation and secure a decisive victory in the end. Chapter 5553 Showing their age. So these are the living mechs of the new generation. How much do you know about the new Fei Fiana? Not as much as you think. I mainly involve myself in swordsman mech designs. I have little motivation and reason to push myself into other mech design projects, even if they are assigned a sword or a knife as a backup weapon. Ves's latest pet project is clearly oriented to mid-ranged combat. The battle has clearly taken the wrong turn. The Fei Fiana is primarily designed to avoid close confrontations. I see. Venerable Joshua responded as he enjoyed the warmth of Katiz's hard and athletic body. Are you interested in designing a melee variant of the Fei Fiana? It might be fun to make a mech that indirectly controls 4 extra swords that can swing in any direction and in different places at once. It might be difficult to make the sword Fei strike hard enough, but I am confident that your swordmaster expertise can solve this problem. Ketiz shoved her elbow against her silly husband's side with more than a little force. Mech design doesn't work like that. We can't magic every difficult problem away. My gifts as a swordmaster can only do so much. As the married couple enjoyed a rare day off, they settled into the couch as they watched the projected feed that dominated half of their stateroom aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Meanwhile, a pair of cute and growing kids went off to play with each other. Currently, big brother Kirian was trying to teach basic swordplay to his adorable little sister. You need to swing your sword this way. This way, little Myra asked as she swung her fuzzy sword-shaped toy in a wobbling manner. You're doing better, but you should control your grip. Don't hold the hilt too tight, but don't loosen your fingers too much either. Do you get it, sis? I'm bored. I want to play with my dolls. Dolls are boring. Don't you want to become a cool swordmaster like mommy? No. Myra shook her head. You're stupid. No, you're stupid. Nah, you're stupid. As the children started to feud against each other, their father reached out and gently drained their frustrations with his soothing force of will. Settle down. No one here is stupid. Kirian, if Myra wants to play with her dolls, just let her. She is not old enough to begin her swordsmanship training. Give her time. Once he was done with admonishing his children, he resumed his observations of the product reveal that had already produced a lot of excitement. The Patriarch unveiled all kinds of new and improved features with the introduction of the Fei Fiana. 4th generation Luminaire crystal technology. 5th generation living mechs. Multi-spirit living mechs. All of that sounds amazing. How soon will those improvements roll out in the expeditionary fleet? You are in for a long wait. Ketiz replied in a flat tone. It takes time to update all of our existing mech models. Many of our lead designers have left to undergo ED-net training. I would like to help, but I only design melee mechs. Vase is the only mech designer in our clan that can implement his improved solutions, and his schedule is always full. That caused Joshua to frown. He should hire more mech designers if that is the case. He used to be a lot more relaxed and approachable in the old days. Now, he is not in the same location as us anymore. The clan has grown, and so has our patriarch. His burden of responsibility has become much greater than before. I predict that it will take at least a year before he even thinks about updating your Everchanger. There is a chance it may even take longer before he gets around to improving your living mech. Venerable Joshua dramatically threw his hands up. That's too long. Not just me, but the rest of the old gang have heard little about any anticipated updates to their old expert mechs. Our machines aren't weak, but ever since our resonance strength started to grow like a rocket, many of us feel like our own battle partners are starting to fall behind. We can do much more if we have room to express our expanded power. We at least want our expert mechs to keep up with the times and take advantage of all of the new hyper-tech. Though Ketty's pretty much knew what her husband was talking about, it was best not to mention the experimental general cultivation elixirs out loud. Half of the people in the expeditionary fleet knew that the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan benefited from an amazing opportunity. The general cultivation elixirs could be hidden, but their effects were far too obvious. Every working resonance meter could easily detect the discrete jump in resonance strength right after the expert pilots recovered from their latest elixir ingestion. Joshua happened to be the expert pilot that derived the most benefits from the general cultivation elixirs. Whereas the other expert pilots only managed to grow their resonance strengths by 2 to 3 lavares, Joshua never failed to boost his own resonance strength by 4 lavares. That was not all, he recovered considerably faster than anyone else. Though the traumas induced by the illusions created by the elixirs could push any expert pilot to their limits, Joshua possessed qualities that enabled him to bounce back with greater ease. This has caused his schedule to go out of sync compared to the other Larkinson expert pilots. Whereas Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and Commander Casella Ingvar had to wait at least 3 months before they could safely ingest another elixir, Joshua was able to restore his condition back to his peak in less than 2.5 months. It might even be possible to push the interval down to just 2 months, but not even the Mechers dared to endanger Joshua's health to such a degree. They were much more interested in keeping track of his progress over a longer period of time. In any case, Joshua's growth over the recent months had been nothing less than record-breaking. Starting from around 24 lavares, Joshua swallowed 3 elixirs, which combined with his regular progress caused his resonance strength to measure at 38.8 lavares on average last he checked. This meant that Joshua went from a fresh mid-tier expert pilot to almost reaching the threshold of a high-tier expert pilot. He did not know of any other expert pilot in the past that managed to race through the ranks in such record time. There were far more expert pilots who stagnated and eventually never managed to push their resonance strength past 40 lavares due to many different factors. Not even the chosen human could match Joshua's growth rate at this stage. Of course, that did not mean that Joshua became conceited enough to think he was superior to a god pilot. He had mixed feelings about the general cultivation elixirs. They were certainly effective, but they made it too easy. If not for the fact that the expeditionary fleet still remained active in the border regions of human-occupied space, Joshua would have started to feel that he did not deserve to receive his rapid boost in strength. In any case, it was due to this extreme occurrence that Joshua yearned to pilot a more powerful version of the Everchanger even more. Though the mech had received minor upgrades every now and then, the core technical features and attributes of the machine remained the same. Ketty's did not entirely agree with this assessment. Technically speaking, the Everchanger is already a hyper-mech. The same goes for all of the other older Larkinson mechs. We did not know it back then, but when Vase incorporated unending alloy into your machines, he turned them into prime mechs, which nowadays is regarded as a variation of a hyper-mech. You should feel grateful, Joshua. You are far ahead when it comes to harnessing E-energy. Your combat effectiveness has skyrocketed ever since we entered the Age of Dawn. Your mech has almost fully kept up with the times. The only changes that are truly necessary is to bring your armor system and a number of other systems in line with the standards set by the Red Association. Joshua pressed his fingers against his forehead. I know that my Everchanger is special and has grown a lot during the Age of Dawn, but it still feels back that my battle partner is still working with tech that is a decade old. Many other expert pilots like those from the Cross clan and the Bujay family meanwhile get to show off their completely updated expert mechs in front of us. I don't even have to look outside of our clan. Have you seen what the new Blood Star Mark II and the Lionheart can do? Those expert mechs are on another level than the rest of our machines. The Blood Star Mark II and the Lionheart are indeed technological marvels, for different reasons. The female mech designer admitted. Both of them are designed as high-tier expert mechs from the start. They are also quasi-first-class mechs that push the limit of what their power reactors can support in their mech frames. I would not say your Everchanger has fallen too far behind compared to them. Your expert hero mech is armed with the Scarlet Ember and has access to the Grey Lotus as well. Those are nice weapons, but they don't really fit my expert mech. The Plasma Sword is an energy hog, and the Grey Lotus hardly makes a difference when I don't know where all of the important alien officers and leaders are located inside their huge warships. Venerable Joshua did not want to wait much longer. He was on track to become a high-tier expert very soon. This was where all of his accumulation so far would begin to produce qualitative changes that significantly boosted his combat effectiveness. If his prodigiously fast growth rate persisted after this crucial turning point, then it would only take a little over a year for him to become an ace pilot candidate. By then, his demand for a proper high-tier expert mech version of the Everchanger became most acute. Not being able to pilot a properly upgraded Everchanger by that time would be as painful as trying to fight a sparring match against Keddies while armed with a skinny little knife. His wife picked up his growing need. She placed her calloused hand over his palm. I will let Vase and his wife know. I think Gloriana will be especially eager to test her new cranial implant by working on multiple expert mechs. Joshua smiled and relaxed. He gestured at the projected live broadcast. If you do manage to get in touch with Vase, can you ask if he can add a few of these spurs to my machine? My intuition tells me that I can do a lot with them. There should be enough room on my Everchanger, right? Vase and Gloriana will have to redesign the rear sections of your Everchanger depending on the size of the new spurs. Are you sure you want to add this extra complication to your expert mech? I am sure. Joshua spoke with greater firmness in his tone. I don't need too many spurs, but the possibility of having a pair of them by my side makes me excited. Just imagine what it would be like to pilot an expert mech version of the new xianxia. Maybe I can produce amazing decoys, or maybe I can produce a really big energy shield that can cover an entire starship. Keep dreaming. Every mech pilot of the Larkinson clan dreamt of piloting more modern and powerful mechs. The xianxia model had already begun to roll out in the expeditionary fleet, but that only satisfied a small group of Larkinson mech pilots. The rest still yearned for updates of their established mechs. As the battles against the native aliens continued to intensify, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the ferocious Piranha and many other mech models were all starting to show their age. Chapter 5554 Contest of Endurance. It became increasingly clearer to all of the viewers that the xianxias were not doing well. They started out the fight outnumbered. The Nalarit Mark I was cheaper than the xianxia, so the opposing side was allowed to field an additional mech to equalize the odds. Though the xianxias still had more guns at their disposals due to the fact that each of the drone mechs were tied with two Luminaire crystal cannon the fire beams they continually launched towards the mountain-shaped fortification on the other side of the mech arena still stood strong. Sure, a lot of scorch marks and uneven surfaces had appeared, but none of them managed to go too deep. It was not as if the xianxias were unable to breach the external armor plating, but every time they did so, the Nelorots always deployed their fast-regenerating energy shields before patching up the holes with a special repair solution. The continuous cycle of breakdowns and repairs caused the fortification to look increasingly ragged. Yet it was clearly serving its purpose as the defensive riflemen mechs huddled inside remained just as pristine as before. The mountain persevered. In contrast, the xianxias were beginning to reach the limits of how much damage their energy shields could withstand. The water-attributed energy shields of their defensive had withstood a lot of abuse. Just like the of yesterday, each of the subordinate spirits had developed their own intrinsic understanding of the water element. By contextualizing their comprehension in the form of artistic conceptions, they not only improved the defensive performance of their energy shields, but also conjured impressive illusions of mythical creatures or compelling natural phenomena. Still, all of the whirlpools and dragons could not negate the constant stream of kinetic damage launched by the Gauss rifles of the Nalarit Mark Is. The challenge match so far made it abundantly clear that mechs that were saturated with the earth element enjoyed a considerable advantage against mechs that predominantly leaned to the water element for defense. Due to reasons that few people understood, earth beat water if everything else was equal. The xianxias did not enjoy a defensive advantage that was overwhelming enough to overcome this fundamental weakness. Though the mech's clever design and use of rotations to give mechs and the chance to recharge their energy shields, their restoration rates paled in comparison to the energy shields equipped by their adversaries. The differences between energy shield generators equipped by the two mech models attracted a lot of attention. The rifleman mech's energy shields are getting back up to full strength way too quickly. Is this the tech that first raters get to play with? It's amazing that P&T can equip such a useful energy shield into such an affordable mech. The Nalarit is only affordable in a relative sense, brother. I would not call a mech with a list price of 2.2 MTA credits cheap. It is just because it looks cheap in comparison to the xianxia and all of the other mechs that are subjected to inflated prices. I don't know why the Nellarat's energy shields can recharge so quickly, but if P&T has managed to make it so cheap, then we will paying the price for that sooner or later. Probably sooner. Cheap mech parts tend to break down faster than you think when they are subject to so much abuse. Those fast-charging energy shields can block a lot of damage in prolonged fights, but they're utterly useless when fighting against alien warships. A stronger energy shield like the ones equipped by the xianxia might not be able to block all of the damage of smaller warship guns, but they can buy you enough time to eject, whether manually or automatically. I would not bet my life that the much weaker energy shields can neutralize the damage of an initial barrage from a gun battery. They will crumble like paper and allow the overpowering attacks to destroy the mechs as well as the pilots. My troops could have suffered much fewer losses with this energy shield model. It is ideal for defensive warfare. I wouldn't rely on them for assaults. Mechs have to expose themselves to enemy fire much longer, and there are no handy terrain features in space where they can take the time to quickly recharge their energy shields. Many people among the audience were not that easily fooled by amazing new tech. They possessed a wealth of experience and understanding that enabled them to figure out the various shortcomings of the fast-charging energy shields of the Nellarat Mark I. Nonetheless, the entire challenge match seemed to showcase the Nellarat Mark I's dominance since it had begun. The xianxia, which was supposed to be the star of the week, had been reduced to a foil when it faced off against its first challenger. If the other challenge matches started off in the same way, then the xianxia line would definitely stumble, as a lot of people would begin to doubt its combat effectiveness in the field. The xianxia had to win this match. The Nellarat Mark I certainly had its strong points, but the defensive rifleman mech's combat approach was so disgusting in the mech arena that it attracted relatively little support from the audience. The Nellarat is supposedly designed to counter alien starfighters, but they were never really a threat to our forces to begin with. I actually wish that the aliens expand the amount of starfighters they deploy into battle. The more small craft they bring, the fewer ships they have left that are mounted with lots of gun batteries. I would still choose to pilot the xianxia over the Nellarat if the latter wins. Being able to build your own little metal castle in the field is nice and all, but a single attack from the main guns of a warship can wipe it all out in an instant. Mobility is king in today's battlefield. It is better to avoid a warship attack than to resist it head-on. How stupid can Master Kreshnik be for sticking to an outdated approach? Despite these complaints, the fact that the Nellarat Mark I was making progress was undeniable. The clearest sign yet of this was the fact that their repeated Gauss cannon attacks had finally begun to break through the final water-attributed energy shields and begun to attack the modular armor of the xianxias. Clang, 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 clang. After minutes of firing their weapons, the mech pilots of the Nellarat Mark I's managed to gain a better read of their opponents. Their hit rate improved slightly as they managed to predict the evasive patterns of the xianxias that were in their sights. With 8 Gauss cannons at their disposal, the defensive rifleman mechs possessed enough firearms to box in their priority target and force the latter to suffer at least 2 attacks per salvo. All of this damage quickly took a toll on the armor of the xianxia. Their modular armor plating suffered repeated impacts that created dents and destroyed important circuitry. As the compromised plates started to fall to the arena floor, more modular armor plates moved into place to cover any weak points. Fortunately, the fact that the Nellarat Mark I's declined to move meant the xianxias did not have to take attacks from other angles into account. This made it a lot simpler for the xianxia to use up all of the modular armor plating one by one. If not for the fact that the Earth Gauss rounds pounded the water-attributed modular armor plating with even greater ferocity, it would have looked like the drone mechs would have been able to last quite a while. Fortunately for the Larkinsons, the xianxia's continuous fire laser beam attacks finally managed to yield results. The fortress had been shot at so many times that most people lost count. Though the Nellarat Mark I's continuously deployed their energy shields so that they could quickly fill up the gap with a strange solution, there was only so much of it that they could carry in their mech frames. Once the Larkinson mech pilots found out that the opposing side could no longer patch up the holes in their makeshift fortification, the xianxias fired all of their luminaire crystal weapons with greater enthusiasm than before. Slowly but steadily, the continuous fire energy beam attacks melted and vaporized both solid armor plating, earth hypermaterials and hardened repair substances. The rifleman mechs are taking real damage this time. The effect of the fire energy beams against the armor of the Nellarats still weren't good. The latter's armor system did not possess any modular features, but the armor plating was thicker and much more resistant against damage on an overall basis. Together with the defensive reinforcement bestowed by the higher concentration of earth energy in the immediate location, the Nalarit Mark Is showed that they could still withstand a lot of attacks without relying on the protection offered by their makeshift fortification. The visible damage suffered by the Fei Fianas looked much worse in comparison. Modular armor plating continued to fall from the exterior of the Fei used to shield the drone mechs from damage. The energy shield Fei bravely put themselves in harm's way despite the fact that their energy shield generators needed a long time to recharge. They served no other useful purpose at this time, so they could only use their naked bodies to endure the risks on behalf of their main bodies. They did so in an admirable fashion. It helped that the attacks of the Nelorots were not too powerful. The strong earth element amplification made every kinetic attack hit harder, but that was of limited use when the caliber of the Gauss rifles was not that big to begin with. The highly responsive adaptive modular armor system designed by Beatrice Hendricks cleverly adapted to the current circumstances and already pulled out spare modular armor plating and kept them ready so that they could quickly swoop in and cover a gap in defenses as soon as it appeared. The challenge match entered into an odd new equilibrium at this time. The Fei Fianas were continuing to endure all of the incoming kinetic attacks by expending the modular armor plating at a relatively fast rate. The Nalarit Mark Is were huddling inside their half-broken fortification while relying on a combination of their fairly tough armor systems along with the occasional relief provided by their fast-charging energy shields. It looked as if this match had truly devolved in a contest of endurance. Since neither side had any overwhelmingly powerful attack methods at their disposal, they simply resorted to trading attacks back and forth while relying on their relatively high defenses to remain in the fight. "Is this your secret master plan, Professor?" Master Kreshnik commented in a bemused tone. "Are you trying to show off the defensive capacity of your Fei Fiana when they have expended their energy shields? It is a decent idea. Your drone mechs can last for a notable amount of time so long as the match remains static. However, who says that the mechs must remain on the opposite sides of the arena?" Just after he spoke, the situation in the large arena field abruptly changed. After many minutes of fighting out an artillery barrage at opposing ends, one side seemingly got tired by this game. The Nalarit Mark Is abruptly burst from their burned and melted mountain fortification and soared in the air like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons. Their fast-charging energy shields resisted numerous salvos of fire energy beam attacks as the exposed rifleman mechs boldly flew forward to close in on the Fei Fianas. Not only were the Nelorots attempting to close the distance against the opposing drone mechs, they were also starting to split up so they could approach their enemies from multiple angles. This was bad for the Fei Fianas as the mechs expended so many modular armor plating that it became much easier for the opposing rifleman mechs to target their exposed weak points. Chapter 5555 Outburst of Aggression. The fight just became a lot more dynamic now that the Nalarit Mark Is unexpectedly shifted its strategy. The defensive riflemen mechs huddled inside their makeshift fortification for a long time. They showed great willingness to let their deployable armor construct absorb a lot of enemy fire on their behalf. It was not until the temporary fortification withstood so many fire energy beam attacks that it had essentially crumbled apart that the Nalarit Mark Is shifted gears. They did so in a dramatic fashion. Despite being categorized as defensive riflemen mechs, the Nelorots were quite fast and light when they weren't weighed down by so much excess armor. Of course, the defensive rifleman mechs still flew a tad bit slower than traditional rifleman mechs. The Nelorots were not only weighed down by armor, but also had to carry many other components such as energy shield generators, energy cells to keep the former running and a lot of spare ammunition. At this time, the Nelorots expended a lot of ammunition, so much so that they had actually chosen to put down their second rifles. Flying forward with only a single Gauss rifle in their arms might slow down their firing rate, but made their shots more precise and controllable when they maneuvered in the air. It also helped to make their remaining ammunition reserves last longer. The mech pilots hired by P&T had to pay a lot of attention to how many times they could still fire their rifles. They needed to finish off their opponents before they fired their last rounds, or else they would lose the match by default. In the previous demonstrations, your Fei Fiana demonstrated their defensive capabilities by resisting attacks from one direction. Master Olaus Kreshnik said to Vase as both mech designers observed the unfolding battle. This has cast your mechs in a favorable light, but also obscured the fact that mechs equipped with modular armor systems are generally vulnerable when attacked from multiple angles. Even if you can borrow the modular armor plates that are carried by all of the Fei, they can only last so long. Vase did not look particularly concerned when he saw that his Fei-Fianas were about to get flanked and assailed from multiple directions. He silently watched the Nalarit Mark I's show their most handsome sides as they flew in the air and sped towards the other side of the oval-shaped arena with a lot of momentum. It was at this time that more people started to believe that the Nalarots had managed to gain the upper hand in this challenge match. The Fei-Fianas are going to lose. The only reason why the new LMC mechs are at a disadvantage is because they are really bad at fighting mechs that are strong in the earth element. Is this everything the Fei-Fiana can do in a fight against other mechs? This is seriously disappointing. Even if we aren't able to fight as many mechs as we used to, I would never entrust my life to a machine that cannot even win a match against another mech. The pressure exerted by the Nalarots rose sharply as they assaulted one of the three Fei-Fianas. Just like before, the defensive rifleman mechs primarily launched their kinetic attacks against one of their foes. The Fei-Fiana received so many attacks that multiple Fei had to utilize their own metal bodies to block the incoming damage. This made it much harder for the Fei-Fianas and their Fei to return the favor. The fire laser beams launched by the Luminaire crystal weapons missed their shots much more frequently than before. It was much harder to hit a moving target than a stationary one, especially if the former came closer. Not only that, but the increased stress and the vibrations produced by the heavy kinetic impact spoiled the aim of the main body and the offensive Fei. In contrast, the fire energy beam attacks did not seem to bother the Nalarots at all. The attacks emitted a lot of brightness and heated up the surface of the defensive rifleman mechs, but unless the repeated laser beam strikes managed to hit the same sections, it was hard to inflict any critical damage. The range between the two mech teams shrunk quickly. Once the Nalarots began to get fairly close, they rose in the air while also slowing down to prevent themselves from crashing into the shielded boundaries that separated the arena grounds from the audience who were seated further away. It did not help that the Fei-Fianas stuck fairly close to the large energy shield barriers. Their positioning meant that the Nalarots had to fly even closer while watching their velocities carefully in fear of overshooting and colliding against large energy barriers that had been known to break many crashing mechs in the past. Yet it was during this crucial time interval where the Nalarit Mark I's helplessly slowed down so that they could start to circle around that the Fei-Fianas unveiled their own gambit. Previously, the Fei-Fianas had been content to fly and maneuver in the same space while fighting like traditional drone mechs. The Fei-Fianas fought in a similar fashion to rifleman mechs, but with more weapon systems at their disposal. Having entered the fight with a Luminaire crystal rifle as well as two Luminaire crystal Fei made it seem as if the drone mechs had geared up for a ranged firefight. Even if the drone mechs possessed light melee combat capabilities, everyone in the mech arena unconsciously regarded them as pure ranged mechs. They ideally preferred to attack their opponents from afar, as the backup knives assigned to them did not look threatening enough when wielded by largely ranged, combat-oriented mechs. It was because of all of these assumptions that the Nalarots had moved a lot closer to the Fei-Fianas. Now, this crucial decision provoked a targeted response from the Fei-Fianas. Though the drone mechs were not yet in a hurry to make their moves, their relatively faster and lighter Fei moved first. No matter whether they were Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fei or Energy Shield Fei whose generators were still in recovery, each of these Fei completely stopped what they were doing and started to fly towards the closest Nalarit mech. The mech pilot of the latter machine grew shocked, so much so that his mech no longer dared to fire its Gauss rifle. The Nalarit quickly turned around and tried to distance itself from the 12 Fei that seemed to radiate bloodlust and fury. Yet how could a defensive rifleman mech possibly outpace the much smaller and lighter Fei at such a close range? What compounded the Nalarat's problem was that it had been moving closer when the Fei radically altered their behavior. This made it impossible for the poor mech to outrun the living spurs. A few seconds later, the Fei almost managed to catch up to the fleeing Nalarit. None of the other defensive rifleman mechs could offer any support as their attacks would more than likely cause friendly fire. A brief interruption occurred when the Nalarat's fast-charging energy shield had just come online in the nick of time. Yet the chasing offensive Fei easily took care of that by firing their forward-facing Luminaire crystal cannons at the target in front of their muzzles enough times for the weak energy shield to shatter for the umpteenth time. This left the stricken defensive rifleman mech completely vulnerable to all of the Fei. The smaller combat machines physically mobbed the Nalarit from every available direction. Soon, all 12 Fei pressed the Nalarit from every side, which not only caused it to become immobilized, but also forced the machine to descend to the arena floor. The defensive rifleman mech tried its best to dislodge all of the Fei and resist their combined pushes, but the Nalarit simply did not have the thrust power or leverage to free itself from its predicament. Once the Nalarit touched the surface, it was practically pressed flat onto the arena floor with no way to utilize its limbs. Let alone using its Gauss rifle, the mech could not even move its limbs to punch or tear the Fae away. Although the mech in crisis received a bit of support from the other 3 Nalarit mechs in the field, the modular armor plating successfully blocked most of these attacks, though not perfectly, as a few Gauss rounds still managed to get through. Regardless, the Fae could still withstand a light beating, so they continued to fire their thrusters at maximum power so that they could give no chance for the Nalarit to escape. The only problem at this time was that the Fae were unable to inflict meaningful damage to the trapped machine. The Luminaire crystal cannon Fae were unable to push against the Nalarit with their cannon barrels pressing against the mech. That would break or deform the weapon. The offensive Fae could only imitate their defensive brothers and use the flat sides of their bodies to keep the Nalarit immobile. Fortunately, the Fae Fianna had more tricks up its sleeve. Even as the remaining Nelarots opted to open fire at the Fae Fiannas that had suddenly become a lot more exposed due to sending out their Fae, the drone mechs made a simultaneous move. Fix bayonets, what? The Fae Fiannas calmly withstood the Gauss attacks that tried to wear down their modular armor systems and pulled out their backup knives. They then proceeded to slot the handles of their knives into a holder that unfolded below the barrels of their Luminaire crystal rifles. The Fae Fiannas suddenly looked a lot more deadlier than before. The knives themselves might not seem threatening, but everyone knew that the Fae Fiannas had become much more troublesome to fight against now that they were wielding bayoneted rifles. 2 of the Fae Fiannas blindly charged at the remaining Nelarots in order to spook them and prevent them from firing their Gauss rifles without interruption. The 3rd Fae Fianna flew straight towards the immobilized Nalarit. With all of the Fae still restraining the opposing machine, the Fae Fianna found it trivially easy to charge and thrust its bayonet between the gaps of Fae and into the exposed rear of the Nalarit. The descending charge attack was so powerful that it deformed the fairly light and thin Luminaire crystal weapon, but the mech pilot did not care as the trapped Nalarit had instantly shut down due to the fatal attack. 1 down. The 12 Fae abandoned the defeated enemy mech and promptly approached the next Nalarit. The enemy mech pilots had wised up after they saw what happened to their colleagues' mechs. The Nelarots did not dare to tangle with the Fae Fiannas anymore and quickly sought to fly to the other side in an attempt to distance themselves from the Fae. However, the Fae were not slow at all. The head start of the Nelarots meant little, especially when the limited fighting space inside Foca Arena made it impossible for the defensive rifleman mechs to keep accelerating in the same direction. The Fae pulled off the same tactic as before. As long as these devious machines managed to catch up to an enemy machine, they would all plunge to the ground and leave their prey completely vulnerable to the bayonet attacks of one of the Fae Fiannas. In fact, the other 2 Fae Fiannas did not remain idle. They ran interference and prevented the remaining free Nelarots from targeting any weak points. They even charged forward and attempted to spear the Nelarots with their bayonets whenever they had an opportunity. The complete outburst of aggression exhibited by the Fae Fiannas took everyone by surprise. No one expected for the Fae Fiannas to counter the Nelarots by using the Fae as physical trapping machines. If the Fae Fiannas fought against proper melee mechs, then the Fae would never have been able to get away with this ridiculous stunt, but that was not the case this time. Chapter 5556 Fulfilling outcome. Almost everyone reacted with shock at this explosive outcome. Many people still hadn't gotten caught up by the fact that the Fae Fianna managed to gain the upper hand in the final stage of the battle. In a situation where the drone mechs suffered clear elemental disadvantages and was unable to inflict enough burst damage to overcome the fast-charging energy shields for long, a lot of people assumed that the Fae Fianna would suffer a slow and ignoble defeat. What happened was pretty much the opposite to their expectations. Whether the decision made by the mech pilots of the Nalarit Mark I had been a mistake or not, from the moment the defensive rifleman mechs crossed the length of the massive arena, they had made themselves vulnerable to a surprise Fae rush. Yes, a Fae rush. No one expected the Fae to have the power to physically overpower and push down other mechs. Such a tactic had never taken place before, at least to the spectators who managed to witness this unique and remarkable occurrence. The spurs of other drone mechs were normally a lot smaller than the Fae, and lacked the thrust power to perform this kind of feat. This did not apply to the Fae, which were not only larger than almost every other spur, but possessed a relatively high thrust-to-weight ratio. After all, the Fae needed to accelerate fast enough to perform agile maneuvers and keep up with frequent changes on the battlefield. A single Fae did not have the strength to overpower a mech, but what about 12 Fae? It didn't matter if these Fae were never designed to entrap mechs with their physical forms. As long as they worked together in unison, they could physically overpower any mech so long as they were not too strong. It just so happened that the Nalarit Mark Is were neither physically powerful nor possessed a lot of thrust power. The local gravity of Bordel 3 also became a hindrance to the defensive rifleman mech. While the Nalarit Mark I was designed to carry around a lot of excess armor, its mobility clearly took a massive hit when carrying such a great burden. This was also an important reason why the 4 Nalarit Mark Is built their temporary fortification right away. None of the machines wanted to straighten their flight systems just to deploy their external armor plates at another location. In any case, as soon as the first Nalarit Mark I succumbed to this surprise tactic, the match had already been decided. The remaining 3 Nelarots did not pose enough of a threat to take down the 3 Fae Fiannas quickly, even if the latter had sent away their Faes. The adaptive modular armor systems of the drone mechs had done their jobs admirably. The mechs may have been losing modular armor plates left and right, but so long as there was a decent supply of them, they could last long enough to protect the absolutely vital weak points. The results became abundantly clear. The Fae Fiannas completely abandoned their previous combat approach and turned into berserkers that fearlessly charged the defensive rifleman mechs that had little to no ability to defend themselves at close range. Even though the Nalarit Mark I possessed many good qualities, the realities of second-class mech design meant that Master Kreshnik was unable to make them competent in melee combat with the design budget that he had set. The audience cheered at the courage shown by the Fae Fiannas. They became amazed at how the Fae were able to suppress the Nelarots one by one. When the Fae Fiannas finally struck down the final Nalarit without losing a single mech or Fae, even the most critical observer could not deny that the latest product of the LMC had won a clear and decisive victory. An unconventional win, but one that did not violate the terms of the challenge match. Master Olaus Kreshniks failed to control his expression for a few seconds. He looked as if he could not accept that his Nelarots had actually lost in such an absurd fashion. He could accept that his Nelarots would lose by getting outgunned by all of the Fae. He could not accept that his proud rifleman mechs lost by getting pressed onto the ground by a swarm of Fae. Vase looked completely different from his older rival. The grin on his face made it look as if he had just witnessed a well-laid plan coming together. Master Kreshnik finally turned to Vase with a look that made it clear that he found it hard to accept this unexpected reality. He never expected that his mechs would make fools of themselves when he issued his challenge. If he knew that the Fae Fiannas could fight like scoundrels, he would have tried to market his incomplete mech design in a more traditional fashion. The older man eventually made a wry smile and stretched out his hand. Good fight. Your mechs have performed admirably. Your Fae Fiannas deserve this victory. Vase smiled back as he accepted the gesture and shook hands with the master mech designer. Thank you, Master. Your mechs are quite impressive as well. Their ability to fight a battle of attrition is exceptional. I wish I had access to the tech that you have managed to stuff inside the Nelarots. The ability to fill up gaps in the armor and rely on energy shields that keep returning to full capacity is useful in many situations. Master Kreshnik's mood lightened a bit after Vase praised his characteristic energy shields. If you wish to make use of my fast regeneration energy shields in your future mech designs, you are welcome to call me. We can always come to an arrangement. Perhaps I will take you up on your offer. Not likely. Fast regeneration energy shields were primarily useful in battles between small craft and so on. The predominant trend at the moment was battles between human mechs and alien warships. Many people would much prefer to gain a more powerful defensive barrier that might only be relevant once per fight. As the referees officially confirmed that the Fae Fianna had won the challenge match in a fair and legitimate fashion, Vase felt relieved. No matter how the remaining challenge matches unfolded, Vase could at least point to a single victory to prove that his Fae Fianna line was not weak. Did you plan this tactic in advance? Master Kreshnik asked as couldn't hold in his curiosity. It is one of multiple contingency plans. Vase responded, there are multiple ways for the battle to unfold. If your Nelarots chose to stay in place, my Fae Fiannas probably would have moved closer on their own initiative. There's no way that my mechs should allow your Nelarots to keep buffering a lot of damage with the help of their fast regenerating energy shields. Master Kreshnik shrugged. My Nelarots relied so much on their energy shields that they expended a large amount of energy in the process. It is not out of the realm of possibility for my mechs to run out of energy first. I know, but I don't know how many energy cells you have put inside your defensive rifleman mech, and I am not familiar with their individual qualities either. My Fei-Fianas could not afford to bet on the uncertain possibility that they could actually win a battle of attrition against mechs that already excel on this front. It is just better to bite the bullet and charge forward in order to take advantage of their superior combat performance at close range. And use all of those Fei to physically bully my Nelorots. Vase chuckled at that. How could my mech pilots possibly resist? None of my Fei-Fianas are eager to chase after fleeing rifleman mechs. Even if your Nelorots are not as fast, the difference in mobility is not too great, which means that your products can stay out of knife-stabbing range for quite a while. That will give your other rifleman mechs a lot of time to take potshots at my mechs. Anyone listening to his explanation would think that using a lot of Fei to mob the Nelorots was the most logical course of action to take. The Fei were faster, more maneuverable and just powerful enough to press down the defensive rifleman mechs if they all worked together. Even though Master Kreshnik was able to follow Ves's logic, he still felt this entire situation had turned into a farce. I think your Nelorots have impressed plenty of people. Vase told his challenger. They dominated most of the match. So many potential customers have witnessed their excellence in defensive warfare and attrition warfare that I wouldn't be surprised if they have made inquiries at your mech company. Your work isn't to blame for the loss. If our mechs were fighting against each other in an unrestricted space environment, then your Nelorots would have been able to move much more freely in battle. That eased Kreshnik's frustrations. Vase was right. The limitations of Foka Arena prevented the Nelorots from using their mobility and their advantage in ranged combat to the fullest. Of course, the same could be said for the Fei-Fianas as well. None of that was relevant at the moment. Both sides agreed to hold the challenge match in Foka Arena under normal conditions. It was only natural for them to prep their mechs to fight in a way that best matched the conditions at hand. Whether deliberately or not, the relative passiveness of the Fei-Fianas during most of the fight had given the Nelorots ample time to showcase their strengths. Master Kreshnik and his mech company did not really lose out at all. The mark of defeat might stain the Nelarit Mark I to an extent, but the huge increase in publicity and brand awareness more than made up for this demerit. His powerful mind was already hard at work. He planned to rush his mech design to completion based on the final tests of his prototype mechs. At the same time, Pritchard and Terse should get ready to mass-produce a lot of copies of the finalized version of his proud new mech design. The master mech designer shook hands with Vase one final time. Very good. You are a more interesting mech designer than I thought. I hope I will meet you again in the future. I will leave you to face your remaining challenges. Good luck with them. I hope your Fei-Fiana model will overcome the other works. I do not want to see an outcome where my Nelarit Mark I is the only product that has lost against your work. Hehehehe. You don't need to worry about that. My Fei-Fianas have plenty of fight left in them. They have surprises that they have yet to reveal during the last fight. Oh, your Fei-Fianas were holding back. I do not know whether to feel glad or insulted. Vase shrugged. It's not a big deal. Master Kreshnik finally floated away after a few more minutes of chatting. As Vase waited for his next challenger, he still thought back on the previous match. The fight had been incredibly fulfilling for Vase. He was proud to see his product succeed in a difficult circumstance, and he was even more glad to see that so many viewers genuinely appreciated the Fei-Fiana. His mechs existed to be used in battle. They were not toys or display models. They were not tech demos that solely existed to show off fanciful new technological applications. They existed to fight, and they fulfilled their primary purpose in a beautiful fashion today. The next match is going to be different. Vase wasn't sure what he was thinking when he accepted a challenge from a mech designer who presented a melee mech, but now that he had reached this point, he could do little else but root for his living mechs. Chapter 5557 Master Ginevra Hubert Colmaine. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmaine was a severe-looking woman with middle-length gray hair. She wore a neutral gray suit and coat that hugged her slim build but did not add much color to her appearance. Despite the fact that she was only 180 years old, she carried herself as a mech designer who was a century older. Vase gained the impression that the female master had spent many hours on quiet studying, experimentation and other boring-sounding stuff. Her mech company reflected her focus on design over the other spheres of the mech industry. According to the Galactic Net, the GHC Mech Consulting Bureau did not produce a lot of mechs in-house, but designed a lot of mechs on commission to many different clients. Based in the more distant Greenwich Middle Zone, GHC had managed to carve out a good niche in the competitive mech market. It designed complete mechs if needed, but also did a lot of business by providing consulting services to any mech designer or department that was struggling with a difficult project. There was one particular reason why Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain became such a valued consultant and advisor in the mech industry. She originally came from the galactic center of the Milky Way, even if she only grew up as a relatively unassuming second-class mech designer in one of the numerous marginal buffer states in the prosperous region. She gained access to many benefits that were practically unattainable in the galactic heartland and the galactic rim. She had access to significantly more advanced augmentations. There were even cases where redundant or used stocks of first-class augmentations got dumped in whatever second-rate state could afford these dubious goods. She was able to study at a mech design university that taught a lot more high technologies that were usually present in first-class mech designs. She had access to many relationship networks that enabled her to forge connections with first-raters. She also started her business in a region where average customers had so much more money at their disposal that it wasn't even funny. It did not surprise Vase that second-class mech designers from the Galactic Center found it much easier to promote to first-class mech designers. Anyone who grew up under those circumstances could soar into the heavens. However, Master Ginevra did not enjoy a powerful start. She insisted on starting her own business and experienced slow growth throughout her first century of life. It was only after she became a master mech designer and started over in the Red Ocean that she started to build up momentum. The new frontier was a much more suitable place for her to do business. Not only was the market a lot more fluid, but the rise of new technologies enabled her to leverage her intellectual prowess to the fullest. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain had earned a reputation for understanding phase water technology and hyper-technology quickly. She increased her proficiency in these new and exciting fields so quickly that she purportedly managed to construct her own unique comprehension that better utilized their properties. This was why she became a successful consultant. Many other mech designers with busy schedules simply did not have the time to study phase water technology or hyper-technology to the same extent. It was much better to hire a consultant that could solve specific design problems that were intimately related to the new technologies that introduced a lot of new and unfamiliar paradigms. In any case, it was not just her learning ability that enabled her to stand out in this day and age. Her design philosophy also became a lot more relevant during the last two mech generations. It was rather interesting to Vase that Master Ginevra originally settled on a Class 8 design philosophy that was not too relevant when she started out roughly 150 years in the past. She chose to dedicate her entire career to exploring the field of exotic energy conversion. Exotic energy was not an unknown concept during the age of mechs. Humanity had already developed an extensive degree of familiarity with the basic and fundamental types of energy. Many different human technologies made ingenious use of thermal energy, kinetic energy, gravitic energy, electrical energy, sound energy, radiant energy and mechanical energy. Yet that did not encompass every energy type in existence. The universe was far more amazing than many humans could ever imagine from their limited perspectives. Many different aliens managed to harness the power of more exotic and unusual energy types. One of the more iconic examples in the previous age happened to be wuxia energy. The powerful Alshur race was known to eschew a lot of technology because it was mostly redundant to these powerful beings. This large and potent avian race could fight and travel faster than light by relying on their own bodies alone. They could accomplish so many more feats that they were practically the opposite of a tool-using race. The Alshur were probably the closest equivalent to body cultivators in the modern era of the Milky Way galaxy. Yet it was exactly because the Alshur developed so much pride towards their own abilities that they never escaped its shackles. The Alshur constantly underestimated the power of technology, and that ended up being one of the root causes of their defeat at the hands of humanity. In any case, Vase developed a greater interest in the former resident of the Galactic Center as soon as he found a list of the exotic energy types that she had managed to harness over her long career. One of the entries just so happened to mention wuxia energy, even though the sleuths on the Galactic Net only managed to ascertain that she had implemented in only a couple of experimental mech designs. That was already remarkable in itself. Vase did not really put a high priority on finding a cooperative scientist that could help him make use of wuxia energy in a more systematic manner. However, now that he had coincidentally gotten in touch with a mech designer who happened to work with wuxia energy in the past, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip from his grasp? He made sure to project a polite and friendly demeanor towards Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain. It was as if he regarded her as a friendly acquaintance rather than a rival and an opponent. "Welcome back to Foca Arena, Master Ginevra." Vase greeted the stately-looking woman while extending his hand. I look forward to seeing how your Montabra model shall fare against my xianxia. Your new drone mech model presents an interesting challenge to my new Lancer mech model. The older woman said as she accepted the handshake. I reckon that this challenge match will end much sooner than the last one. Lancer mechs are kind of all-or-nothing machines. Is that what you think? Master Ginevra raised her eyebrow as she directed a challenging look towards the younger mech designer. I have already mentioned to you that my Montabra GHCM Q3 model is capable of purging its armor so that it can acquire the characteristics of a spearman mech. Its ability to engage in high-speed maneuvers should not be underestimated. Vase smiled at her. I am aware of that. My remark is not just based around your Montabras, but also my xianxias. Take a closer look. As the second batch of challenge mechs entered the main arena field, everyone could immediately observe what kind of configuration the standard xianxia had adopted for this match. Each drone mech was accompanied by 3 Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fey and just 1 Energy Shield Fey. That caused Master Ginevra to develop a greater interest in this matchup. That is a bold choice on your part, Professor Larkinson. You have chosen to put much more emphasis on offense. Did you consider the option of replacing the final Energy Shield Fey with another offensive Fey? I did. I almost came close to going all out on an offensive Fey loadout, but I held back due to your Montabra's ability to purge its armor. I thought it was better to add an extra defensive buffer to account for any surprises. Good choice. Why did you choose not to add any further defensive Fey to your drone mechs? Your works might have a chance of blocking the charge attacks of my Lancer mechs with a full loadout of Energy Shield Fey. The limited length of this mech arena prevents my Montabras from building up enough momentum to breach even the heaviest of armor. Vase shook his head. That sounds like a trap to me. I do not dare to assume that your Lancer mechs are entirely subject to those limitations. You do not strike me as a person who has chosen to issue a challenge to me without taking prevailing circumstances into account. It is better not to bet on the possibility that 10 energy shields stacked together can block the charge attacks of 2 Lancer mechs. Master Ginevra looked disappointed when she heard that. This reaction reinforced Vess's suspicion that he had made the right decision. The way I see it, this challenge match will end fairly soon. Either your Montabras will be able to impale my xianxias with their lances, or they will miss and quickly get picked off by all of my offensive Fey. That is an overly simplistic view of this fight. My Montabras are not as simple as they appear. You will see soon enough. Both mech designers waited for the RA inspectors to thoroughly examine and confirm that the mechs conformed to all of the terms of this challenge match. Anticipation started to build up among the audience yet again. No one knew which mech held the advantage in this matchup, but most people started to root for the xianxia once again. It was always pleasant to back a winner. Vase meanwhile tried to explore the other master mech designers' attainments in exotic energy. E-energy is not a completely new phenomena to human civilization, he casually said as he continued to float by her side. It is present in certain parts of the Milky Way. Did you have the privilege to work with E-energy during the previous mech generations? Master Ginevra directed a deep and slightly knowing look at him. I am afraid that I have to disappoint you. I am not a part of an exclusive society that has dabbled with the power of E-energy. I dedicated my studies to more common and accessible forms of exotic energy. In the star cluster where I operated for most of my career, I was able to come into contact with numerous varieties of energies that had long been mastered by alien races. Much to my surprise, most researchers had little interest in them, so I took the opportunity to study them myself. My goal was to integrate them into human technology to the point where people can harness them as easily as other conventional energy types. Have you made much progress in your ambition? Not enough. Ginevra shook her head. There is an overpowering bias in the supremacy of human technology in the galactic center. This is despite the fact that many of our staple technologies were originally based on alien inventions. I have been working against these contradictions for most of my life. It was only when I entered the Red Ocean that I was finally able to earn widespread acceptance for my work. Everyone desires more accessible forms of phase water technology. Recent events have caused people to develop the same desires towards hyper-technology. Moving to the Red Ocean was like a breath of fresh air. She belonged in this dwarf galaxy. She was like a fish to water. Phase water is based around a special form of exotic matter. How does your design philosophy enable you to do stuff with this material? I do not act upon phase water directly, but rather the spatial energy that is intrinsically locked inside the matter. The older woman answered. The line between energy and matter tends to blur when the former is more exotic in nature. The distinction is not as absolute as in other cases. I think I know what you mean. Chapter 5558 Montebre. The inspections revealed no abnormalities or rule violations. The mechers cleared all 4 mechs for action. As the 2 teams split up and positioned themselves at opposite ends of the mech arena, everyone looked forward to witnessing a different kind of fight from before. The second challenge match only involved 2 mechs on each side. Most observers had become a lot more familiar with the xianxia by now. They had watched Vess's presentation the day before and also witnessed the drone mechs winning a tough and exciting match just before. The drone mechs already proved its capacity to fight and win when the odds were against their favor. The standard xianxias might be a bit on the expensive side, but they made up for it by offering a compelling combination between flexibility and hard combat power. Even a single Fei was powerful in itself. It was only a fraction of the size of a mech, but could fully reproduce one of the functions of the latter. Whether it was offense, defense, mobility or utility, the xianxia could excel in any of these areas depending on what sort of Fei accompanied the main body. The only major shortcoming aside from its relatively high upfront price of 3 MTA credits per copy was the lack of Fei models. Vase had not spent much time on designing enough varieties of Fei to satisfy the needs of every potential customer. This was why the LMC launched the Fei Shaper contest a short time ago. The incentives of this little competition should hopefully persuade enough people to earn a living by designing and selling more creative and diverse Fei types. It would have been handy if Vase had more Fei models at his disposal. His xianxias could have won the last match a lot easier if they had access to an offensive Fei that was aligned with the wood element. It didn't matter too much, though. The previous challenge match had proven that elemental disadvantages were not decisive. Mechs had won and lost more battles than anyone could count despite the fact that they should have lost in theory. What people were much more interested in were the 2 Lancer mechs. They looked fairly normal at first glance. Vase had designed his fair share of Lancer mechs, so he possessed a good grasp of this mech type. The oddly named Montebre carried a lot of armor at its front side, which enabled it to resist a lot of damage when it commenced its attack runs. The quantity of armor was not excessive, though. Part of that had to do with the flight system of the mech. The flight system of a normal Lancer mech was mostly designed to maximize their straight-line acceleration parameters. This made Lancer mechs great at speeding up in straight trajectories, yet also caused them to exhibit poor maneuverability, especially at high speeds. In any case, the Montebre's flight system clearly betrayed the fact that it was not a pure Lancer mech, but rather a compromise between a Lancer mech and a Spearman mech. This was not uncommon in the mech industry. Lancer mechs possessed devastating charges but were pretty much useless outside of them. Spearman mechs were good in static battles but lacked the punch to break through enemy lines. A mech armed with long weapons that could perform both roles decently well was an attractive product to many mech forces. So what if the Montebre was not able to outperform a pure Lancer mech at the same design budget? So long as its brawling capabilities were not too poor, its applicability would definitely be a lot higher. While all of these factors seemed obvious enough when Vase studied the appearance of the Montebres, he failed to ascertain its more hidden traits. This was rather annoying. Vase could clearly sense that there was a depth to the Montebres that currently remained dormant beneath its steel-gray exterior. The only signs of exotic energy that he could sense from the Montebres was its strong affinity to the metal element. A considerable reason why the Montebre was more expensive than a typical second-class mech was because Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain chose to impart it with higher grades of metal hyper-materials. While she clearly did not go overboard and made the mech completely unaffordable, she had definitely made a lot of compromises in the design in order to turn the Montebres into a metal-attributed machine. This was a deliberate design choice. It told Vase that metal energy was bound to play a key role in its upcoming performance. Vase actually found it a bit strange that Master Ginevra dared to deploy a metal-aligned mech against the predominantly water-aligned xianxias. Metal fed water, so the Montebre's attacks were bound to weaken when they struck the xianxias. Of course, if the Montebres successfully struck the xianxias with their lances during a charge attack, the sheer kinetic momentum of the impacts alone was enough to overpower any elemental disadvantage. Vase did not have the capital to say that these elemental relationships could decide the outcome of battles. The previous match had already disproven this assumption. Master Ginevra most certainly knew what she was getting into when she issued her challenge yesterday. The more the Montebres looked like they were at a disadvantage, the more Vase suspected that they had access to a powerful trump card that could change the entire equation. The challenge match shall commence in 1 minute. The countdown started. The mech pilots from both sides made their final preparations as they beheld their opponents on the opposite side of the expansive arena. Do you think my Montabras will successfully drive their lances into your Fei-Fianas? Master Ginevra asked. Nah. Vase shook his head. Lancer mechs excel at breaking slow and unwieldy targets. Everyone knows that. My Fei-Fianas aren't as maneuverable as light mechs, but they are pretty mobile compared to other medium mechs. This was a clear and obvious fact, yet Master Ginevra did not seem to treat it as an insurmountable obstacle. Rules are made to be broken. The woman spoke in a sagely voice. This is especially the case in my field of specialty. In all my years of working with exotic energies, I have challenged many facts, broken many rules and rewrote the truths that many humans previously held sacred. I encountered plenty of opposition from more close-minded mech designers due to my controversial research activities. My theories ended up wrong in many of those cases, but that does not diminish my few crucial successes. I am more of a researcher than a mech designer, but whenever I set out to design a mech, my primary goal is to make a statement. Those were strong words. Vase felt more emotion in her than in the previous minutes. Her conviction was strong. Her confidence in her mechs was unusually high. The Fei-Fianas were definitely in trouble this time. 3, 2, 1, start. From the moment the second challenge match commenced, the 4 mechs took action right away. The Fei-Fianas started to move and fly in order to make themselves as difficult to strike as possible. The 2 drone mechs had 6 luminaire crystal cannon Feis at their disposal. These Fei had immediately begun to bombard one of the Montabras with a succession of hot and searing fire laser beams. The Fei-Fianas themselves also pitched in by firing their luminaire crystal rifles. The Montabras were both equipped with metal-attributed energy shields that appeared to be decently strong, but not quite capable of resisting so many incoming attacks for a long time. However, the Lancer mechs did not remain in place. Their flight systems boosted the Montabras forward, allowing the machines to build up speed and momentum as quickly as possible. Foca Arena may be the largest mech arena on Bortle 3, but the Montabras could only boost themselves forward for a relatively short time before they already reached the other end. During this short but intensive period, the Montabras did more than resisting the incoming attacks and trying to build up more and more momentum. If the Lancer mechs could only do this, then they did not have any chance of hitting the fast and agile Fei-Fianas. In fact, a few seconds after the Montabras had commenced their charge, the Fei-Fianas already deployed another countermeasure. All of the luminaire crystal cannon Fei began to release obscuring smoke clouds. The clouds were never meant to last too long, but they blocked enemy sensors long enough to reveal 8 identical-looking Fei-Fianas. The offensive Fei had activated their decoy functions, which caused them to look like actual mechs. Their appearances as well as their emissions were so alike that the sensor systems integrated in the Montabras couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood at this time. Not even the weapon discharges could help them identify the real mechs from all of the decoys. This was because the weapon characteristics of the luminaire crystal cannons suddenly resembled the luminaire crystal rifles to an almost perfect degree. As the designer of both weapon systems, it was easy for Vase to make one of them resemble the other. Luminaire crystal technology happened to be highly scalable, so Vase did not even have to make too many alterations in order to add this functionality to his Fei-Fiana design. I can see you have put a lot of effort into strengthening certain capabilities of your Lancer mech, but I very much doubt that you have equipped your machine with high-quality sensor systems. You are correct, Master Ginevra admitted. Offensive mechs such as the Montabra were usually designed to go after obvious targets. They were not designed for scouting and reconnaissance, so there was little reason for them to waste valuable capacity to obtain better eyes. It was much better to rely on other mechs that specialized in this role. The Montabra model was never designed to fight in isolation. It was meant to become a part of a combined arms force where many different mech models combined their strengths and covered for their weaknesses. The challenge match did not reflect these circumstances, so the Fei-Fiana had an opportunity to make good use of its tricky decoy function. Vase had no doubt that the Montabras would be able to distinguish the real Fei-Fianas from all of the false decoys in time. So long as their sensor systems continued to gather a lot of data, small flaws and inconsistencies would eventually betray the actual states of the mechs and the disguised Fei. However, there was no time for the Montabras to play the long game. At this moment, 8 luminaire crystal weapons continually pummeled the Lancer mechs, making it clear that the 2 melee mechs were on a time limit. Vase glanced at Master Ginevra and found that the woman did not look concerned for her mechs at all. Did her Montabra model possess a handy function that could successfully guide its lance to the correct target? Watch, Professor Larkinson. A dramatic change suddenly occurred. The two Montabras began to absorb a lot of metal energy from the environment. Two energy vortices appeared closely together as the Lancer mechs became saturated with the power of metal. Yet that did not last for long. Mysterious processes came online that somehow absorbed all of this metal energy and proceeded to convert it into electrical E-energy. No, not just that. The Montabra model not only had the capacity to convert metal E-energy into electrical E-energy, but also produced a lot of conventional electrical energy as well. This was a massive surprise. The ability to produce electrical energy from E-energy alone was enough to revolutionize a lot of existing human technologies. However, this was not the extent of the changes. All of that electrical power meant nothing if it wasn't put to good use. Different streams of lightning bolts sparked from the two Lancer mechs and instantly closed the distance before striking all of the xianxias and at once. Through this brief electrical contact, the Montabras instantly locked onto the only real mechs among all of the false decoys. The deception had failed. Chapter 5559 Unbreakable Connections. Everything happened at a fast pace. The Montabras were in the process of charging from one end to the other end of Foca Arena. During this short but crucial interval, the two Lancer mechs had to find a way to successfully drive their lances through the frames of the two opposing drone mechs. The Montabras already solved one problem by using their electrical bolts to accurately distinguish the real mechs from the surrounding illusions. There was nothing wrong with the visual illusions and the false emissions projected by the offensive Fae. They had successfully fooled the relatively modest sensor systems of the Montabras, but they failed to take more physical detection methods into account. Illusions were ultimately false and intangible in the end. There was no way for the Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fae to produce the correct kind of response when they were inexplicably zapped by electric bolts. However, locking onto the real mechs was not enough for the Lancer mechs. If the Montabras wanted to drive their lances into the xianxias, they needed to be able to catch up to the relatively fast and agile drone mechs. Ironically enough, the limitations of the mech arena actually made it a little easier for the Montabras. They weren't able to build up a lot of momentum, so the mechs could change their course a lot easier in a situation where their speed was quite modest for their mech type. Yet that was not enough to secure a high success rate. This was why the supercharged Montabras resorted to another solution, one that directly took advantage of all of the electrical energies produced through mysterious processes. Two streams of lightning instantly formed between two pairs of mechs. Each Lancer mech channeled much of its electrical energies to its target on the other side. The mech pilots of the xianxias reacted with surprise at this unexpected move, but found that the electrical streams were much less threatening than they appeared. The constant flow of electricity continually tried to lock onto the metal frames of the main bodies, but became blocked by the water energy shields. Yet that was not the purpose of this highly unusual phenomenon. Once the electrical streams had been formed, the Montabras became attracted by the xianxias. Literally. The effect was not that obvious when there was still a lot of distance between the two sides, but as the Montabras rapidly closed in, the purpose of these odd electrical streams became more and more evident. Somehow, two pairs of mechs became affected by electromagnetic forces that physically tried to pull them together. Similar to how an electromagnet was able to attract ferromagnetic metals, the Montabras had essentially turned into powerful directional magnets that channeled all of their excess power into pulling in their chosen targets. So long as the electrical streams tied the opposing mechs together, there was no way to block this inexplicable effect. The Montabras had to exert a huge amount of effort to maintain this exceptional state. Electrical sparks continually blasted off its exterior as the machine continually converted a huge amount of metal energy as well as its own energy reserves to sustain this powerful phenomenon. A lot of heat radiated from the Montabras. It became clear that their exertions were so heavy that they were already beginning to strain their heat sinks. Vase could even tell that all of the forces and energies acting on the Montabras were taking a horrible toll onto their internals. He did not think it was possible for these Lancer mechs to pull off this dramatic move a second time. The mechs already started to release the awful kind of smoke that could only be produced when components started to short-circuit. Yet all of the self-inflicted damage appeared to be worth it as the electromagnetic pull became stronger and stronger as the Lancer mechs came closer to the elusive drone mechs. None of the Fae could do anything to stop the impending collision from happening. The energy shields produced by the two defensive Fae might be able to bleed away a bit of energy, but they would probably be nothing more than speed bumps in front of the two powerful Lancer mechs. The continuous barrage of fire laser beams was taking a toll on the defenses of one Lancer mech, but the machine carried more than enough frontal armor to withstand all of the incoming laser attacks before it was able to complete its charge attack. The mech pilots of the xianxias practically despaired as they saw the approaching Lancer mechs magnify in front of their views at an alarming pace. The xianxias did not give up, though. They started to make a lot of lateral movements. The more they moved sideways relative to the incoming Lancer mechs, the greater the chance that they could evade the crucial charge attacks. Yet as the distance continued to drop, the electromagnetic attraction forces rapidly rose in strength. When the two mechs were only a few instants from making full contact with each other, the pull exerted by the mysterious electrical streams had become so strong that it seemed as if the two opposing sides were fated to meet each other. Naturally, the xianxias were not willing to connect with their fated partners at all. None of their attempts to shake off the attraction forces succeeded. During the final moment before collision, the xianxias made a few unusual moves. First, they hung as close to the large energy shields as possible. This would ensure the Lancer mechs would painfully collide against the powerful defensive barrier if their momentum was still too great. Second, all 6 offensive Fey moved further away in an attempt to escape whatever might happen once the Lancer mechs struck their targets. Third, the 2 defensive Fey overloaded their energy shield generators as much as possible. The subordinate spirits that were driving the 2 Fey also did their best to channel their artistic conceptions as much as they could during this crucial interval. A water dragon circled around a whirlpool. Both illusions put themselves in the middle of the electrical streams, causing them to crackle with lots of sparks, but utterly failing to break off the connections. Fourth, the Fey all removed their modular armor plates at once, causing them to expose their vulnerable internals. The modular armor plates rapidly gathered in front of one of the xianxias, forming a thick physical shield over the mech's torso that was made up of a surprising amount of layers. Whether all of this additional armor could make a difference remained questionable, but at least it was better than nothing. Fifth and most importantly, the 2 xianxias made one more move that could possibly decide the outcome of this entire challenge match. They did not separate from each other in an attempt to meet their impending dooms alone. The mech pilots of the drone mechs instead chose to fly in alternating patterns around each other. This caused the electrical streams to come into contact with each other. Once the streams came into contact, they started to glitch out right away. The 2 streams mutually interfered with each other in a way that caused the attraction effect to become a bit fuzzier. Though the electromagnetic attraction forces that pulled the 2 pairs of mechs together did not break, their mutual interference caused the trajectories of the Lancer mechs to wobble a lot more than they should. Unfortunately, this was not enough to prevent the Lancer mechs from homing in on the xianxias as if they were guided missiles. The interference would only cause the lances to strike at the target mechs a bit off-center at most. Everyone became gripped by suspense as the ultimate collisions were about to take place. At the final possible moment, the xianxias made one more move before the lances threatened to pierce through their torsos. The 2 mechs met with each other and physically utilized their legs to kick at each other's frames while at the same time trying to boost into opposite sides. This last, desperate measure caused both mechs to make abrupt lateral movements that slightly helped to spoil the aim of the incoming Lancer mechs, but only to a small extent. Boom, boom. A rapid succession of loud crashing and collision noises ensued as both Montabras succeeded in driving their spears through the xianxias. Shortly after the Lancer mechs managed to land their brutal strikes, their momentum continued to propel them to the large shield barriers that prevented the match from threatening the lives of all of the spectators that were seated beyond. The powerful energy shields flared as the 2 Lancer mechs practically crunched their frontal armor upon collision. Such crashes could disable many mechs, but the Montabras were made to withstand powerful forces. The 2 Lancer mechs instantly purged their frontal armor plating, causing them to drop a lot of warped and deformed pieces of metal that only served to weigh the machines down at this point. The Montabras had transformed into spearman mechs at this point. Their dented and steaming frames did not appear to be in good shape. Neither melee mechs came away unscathed. The self-inflicted damage combined with the strong collisions had definitely caused their conditions to deteriorate. Normally, that shouldn't really matter so long as the opposing mechs had been taken out of the fight. The Montabras would immediately be able to secure victory as long as they demonstrated at least a little bit of combat effectiveness. The newly converted spearman mechs did not hold people's attention for long. Everyone wanted to know what had happened to the xianxias. As the dust started to settle, 2 very different drone mechs came into view. One of them was in much better shape than the other. The Fei Fianna that had received the additional protection of all of the modular armor plating of 8 Fei managed to survive this battle, if only barely. A large chunk out of its side had been torn away from the lance that still managed to pass through this section. The drone mech in question experienced a lot of acute failures. Many of its systems malfunctioned, and a lot of emergency measures took place in order to contain and control the damage. The poor Fei Fianna's flight system sputtered as its damaged components were unable to produce enough thrust power to keep the heavily damaged machine aloft. The mech made a haphazard controlled descent in order to reduce its burden. The other Fei Fianna did not fare as well as its sibling. Without the protection of additional modular armor plating, the Montebre that charged into its direction struck with its lance with considerably greater force and direction. The cockpit of the Fei Fianna instantly received the protection of Foca Arena's powerful remote shield generators. This measure successfully protected the life of the Larkinson mech pilot, but did nothing to prevent the rest of the torso from shattering apart. The top half of the mech became separated from the lower half. Both halves fell onto the arena ground in the midst of another shower of small metallic debris. The four, naked, Fei that used to be connected to the destroyed drone mech seemed to lose direction and entered into standby mode. The second challenge match had taken a turn that few people could have imagined. The two Montebres successfully managed to complete their charge attacks. They undoubtedly paid a heavy price to secure this outcome, but the melee mechs still remained in fighting shape, if a bit reluctantly. In contrast, the sole remaining Fei Fianna left in the fight was barely hanging on. The inability to fly severely restricted its mobility. The remaining damage to its torso also damaged many of its other systems, causing it to look as if it was a mechanical zombie that was on its last legs. Well, Vase belatedly spoke up after he witnessed this dramatic result. Your Montebres have certainly broken the rule that Lancer mechs cannot strike agile targets. This is quite a surprise. Chapter 5560 The temp mechanism. The Montebre GHCM Q3 clearly wasn't ready for primetime. The mech appeared to be well designed and polished from the outside, but now that it had completed an incredibly intensive charge attack, it had exposed a lot of flaws and shortcomings. Whatever electromagnetic wizardry enabled it to form an unbreakable lock onto a target mech, the extreme measure clearly hadn't been designed for a mech of this caliber. The fried components, the obvious reduction in fluency, the shaking limbs and many other indicators showed that the two Montebres had paid a heavy price to deliver their most powerful killing blows at their targets. It worked, more or less. Though one of the Fei Fiannas managed to blunt the force of the incoming lance by making use of the sum total of all of the modular armor plating attached to all of the Fei, the powerful electromagnetic pull had been at its strongest when the distance between the two mechs had shrunk. This enabled the Montebre in question to muster up enough force to deliver a crippling blow to the Fei Fianna. Now, the main body in question was barely holding on to its remaining functions. The torso was a critical element to any mech. So many energy cells and other important components had been ripped away from the machine. Many of the adjacent components became affected by all of the damage as well. The Fei Fianna's degree of compartmentalization was not high due to its slim build, and its redundancy was not that impressive either. The fact that it could remain standing after missing an entire chunk out of its side was already a technical accomplishment. Unfortunately, few people paid attention to the Fei Fianna at this moment. They had witnessed this mech model plenty of times now, so the novelty had started to wear off already. The Montebres had become the latest highlight of the moment. Even in their damaged and diminished state, the spear-wielding machines still looked amazingly handsome and deadly. Electrical sparks continued to crackle off their dented mech frames. The loss of all of their prior excess armor caused the machines to look a lot less bloated and a lot more proportionate. Combined with the strong electrical energies that continued to surge from the insides of the machines, the metallic machines gave the illusion that they were godly warriors that had been bestowed with the gift of lightning. Amazing. These Lancer mechs can run down any agile mech with their electromagnetic power. These Montebres have subverted one of the fundamental adages of Lancer mechs. Who is Master Hubert Colmaine? How come I have never heard of her? Is she a famous mech designer over at the Greenwich Middle Zone? In contrast to the people who didn't know any better and became affected by the dashing sight of the lightning-blessed mechs, the mech designers among the viewers did not unilaterally praise the Montebres. The mechs had certainly demonstrated great strength, but it did not pull off their amazing charge attacks without suffering great damage in return. The real reason why the Montebres are Able to purge their heavy frontal armor is not because they need to gain a lot of mobility to improve their brawling capabilities. The mechs have no choice but to shed all of their excess mass because they cannot adequately fight anymore after they have overexerted themselves. Without this essential function, it is doubtful whether the Montabras could pull off a second charge attack. It became clear that the melee mech model in its current state was not meant to go on sale right away. No one looked forward to buying and using a mech that fried itself to a semi-crippled state after pulling off just a single big move. The logistical burden imposed by such a powerful and inefficient mech was more trouble than it was worth in most practical cases. It was only in specific situations such as an important match that such an investment could be justified. Vase directed a pointed glance towards Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain. He had the feeling that his Fey Fianna had become the foil this time. The Montabra model attracted so much admiration and interest that hardly anyone was thinking about how amazing it was that one of the two drone mechs had managed to escape certain death. Many other mechs would have never been able to get away if they were put in the same position a moment ago. How come no one appreciated that the Fey Fianna was surprisingly hardy and difficult to take down for a machine of its kind? As you can see, the turbo-electromagnetic pairing mechanism is not yet complete. Master Ginevra calmly explained to Vase. The E-energy to electrical energy conversion process is too rough and inefficient. The short-circuiting that took place is an inevitable consequence of trying to produce more electrical power than a standard mech of this construction can handle. It would have been much better to implement this mechanism in an expert mech or a first-class multi-purpose mech. Their materials and components are able to endure much greater loads. Maybe you should dial down the power level. Vase made an obvious suggestion. I have tried that before, but the results were not satisfactory. My newly developed temp mechanism can achieve the greatest effect when it cannot be shaken off by the target machine. I have found that lower power settings not only reduces the activation range by a large extent, but also enables the opposing mech to break the lock. For better or worse, the temp mechanism can only be produced at an unsustainable level to the Montabra design. I see. The mechs in the field had begun to make their next moves. As the Montabras shook off the consequences of their brutal charge attacks and started to descend towards their final remaining target, the surviving Fey Fianna in the field took action as well. The machine took control of all 6 offensive Fey regardless of whether they were occupied by a subordinate spirit. The Fey did not have to be inhabited by an actual living spirit in order to be used. Every Fey Fianna possessed the capacity to commandeer orphan Fey by relying on more conventional spur control mechanisms. The mech pilot just had to take more direct control over the Fey that did not contain any living spirit. This was not a significant challenge to a trained drone mech pilot that had already piloted a more traditional drone mech like the Sparrow Storm in the past. Once the Fey Fianna took charge of all of the offensive Fey, the armor-less machines immediately opened fire with their luminaire crystal cannons. A salvo of 6 fire energy beams struck the Montabra that had incurred the greatest damage. This just happened to be the mech that the Fey Fiannas targeted with their ranged attacks in an earlier sequence. The Montabra in question already lost its energy shield. This enabled the fiery energy beams to rake across the diminished armor plating of the newly converted Spearman mech without any obstacles. Getting hit by a single energy beam was hardly threatening to a typical mech. Even a light skirmisher could shrug off a typical beam attack, especially when the attack was unable to concentrate all of its power onto a single point. However, getting attacked by 6 fire laser beams at the same time was another story. If the targeted Montabra had still been equipped with their full armor loadout, then it would have been able to endure a lot of salvos before anything serious happened. Yet now was exactly the time where the Spearman mech was at its most vulnerable. The Fey were relentless. They did not remain static, but obeyed the direction of a furious Larkinson mech pilot and began to circle around the Spearman mech's rear. Compared to its remaining frontal armor, the rear of the Montabra was considerably thinner and less protected. The luminaire crystal cannon Fey did not attack the Montabra blindly, but purposefully tried to target its flight system, which not only happened to be particularly vulnerable, but had already incurred a considerable amount of internal damage due to the harm caused by the temp mechanism. How come the Fey Fianna is able to control 6 Fey all of a sudden? Wasn't its limit supposed to be 4 Fey? The Sparrow Storms can control up to 64 spurs. What the Fey Fianna is doing is hardly a challenge. 2 of the Fey aren't as accurate and responsive as the rest. It is clear that there are shortcomings to controlling more Fey than the recommended limit. Regardless of how the 2 additional offensive Fey missed their shots more often than the other 4 Fey, the continuous attacks from 6 Fey already caused the targeted Montabra a lot of grief. Without the benefit of an energy shield, the Montabra had no means to block the incoming shots from melting and vaporizing the crucial components that were responsible for granting flight capabilities to the Spearman Mech. At a certain point, the rapid buildup of damage ultimately triggered a small explosion that completely disabled an important subsystem of the Spearman Mech. The machine descended at a much faster rate than before because of the sudden loss of lift capacity. Crunch. Though the machine did not outright crash onto the ground, its damaged legs groaned and cracked in a few places as it clearly made a rough landing. The offensive Fey did not relent in their attacks. They were like sharks who smelled blood. Now that the Montabra had lost much of its mobility, it practically turned into a sitting duck. The fire laser beam attacks continued to heat up the mech. None of the electrical energies sparking from the Montabra offered any protection against the barrage of energy beams. The mech's mobility had become so compromised at this time that it was completely unable to evade the attacks. Eventually, the fire laser beams managed to burn past the weak points at the rear and inflict enough crippling damage to the poor machine's internals that the Montabra ultimately shut down. What a quick takedown! The Montabra was already half dead after it had completed its charge. The Fey only needed to finish the job. Though the 6 offensive Fey had done a great job at saving a bit of face for the Fey Fianna, by the time they redirected their attacks to the other Montabra, it appeared that they were already too late. The other Montabra was in a much better condition. Its energy shield remained at half strength due to internal damage, but that was more than enough to withstand the firepower of the Fey Fianna's Luminaire crystal rifle. The additional firepower of the 6 offensive Fey caused the energy shield to wear down much faster, particularly as the fire element possessed a strong advantage against metal-based defenses. Yet the Spearman Mech easily managed to weather the storm long enough to land in front of the sole remaining Fey Fianna. Even as its weakened energy shield finally lost cohesion, the Spearman Mech did not take notice of the fire beams raking its rear armor as it began to thrust its spear at the semi-crippled Fey Fianna. The drone mech was in no shape to run or fly away. The only way for it to survive was to fend off the Spearman Mech at close range. The Fey Fianna had shakingly attached its bayonet to the front of its rifle. As the first spear thrust threatened to poke through the gaping hole on the Fey Fianna's side, the drone mech hastily attempted to deflect the attack. Crackle. When the spear made contact with the bayoneted rifle, the Montabra's remaining electrical charge suddenly spilled over to the Fey Fianna. This caused the latter mech to endure unexpected shocks that induced multiple glitches and breakdowns of its damaged and vulnerable internals. The Fey Fianna briefly lost the ability to move. Though the mech's emergency measures worked hard to restore its functionality, the Montabra took full advantage of the opening and made a sharp thrust that poked straight into the exposed internals of the drone mech. Boom boom boom. Numerous secondary explosions erupted from the Fey Fianna's interior. The mech finally couldn't take it any longer and completely collapsed as it was unable to recover from all of the excessive damage. The arena's defensive measures made sure to protect the life of the Larkinson mech pilot, but they did nothing to save the Fey Fianna itself from ruination. The Fey Fiannas have lost the second challenge match. Chapter 5561 Untapped Potential. It took a moment for the audience to realize what had happened. The Fey Fianna lost against the Montabra. This almost broke their cognition. After all, the Fey Fianna had continually produced one success after another. The drone mechs exhibited so much strength and versatility that they looked as if they could defeat any adversary. For them to lose against a pair of Lancer mechs was perplexing. The Montabras are so cool. The audience clapped and cheered in order to express their appreciation for the winner of the second challenge match. Even though the Montabras exhibited major flaws and shortcomings, they didn't seem to matter as the mechs managed to defeat the Fey Fiannas for the first time. The sole mech that still remained operational looked like it was close to collapsing. The damaged machine was in a deplorable state, and the uncontrolled discharges of electricity obviously did not do its longevity any favors. Nonetheless, the Lightning Warrior looked incredibly dashing to many mech pilots. This kind of all-or-nothing Lancer mech satisfied one of the most primal needs of humans. As an army of bots and other facilities started to clear the arena ground of any wrecks and debris, Vase had eventually come around to the fact that his works had failed for the first time since their reveal. The Fey Fiannas had lost the halo of invincibility that graced them before. Vase was sure that this defeat would have considerable implications to the popularity and sales pattern of his mech model. Fortunately, the Fey Fiannas managed to leave a good impression during this match. Vase had no doubt that they could have won this match so long as the other Fei Fianna managed to surface the charge attack as well. The additional machine could have bought more time for the Fei to finish off both enemy mechs. Alas, it was not to be. The Montabras had won the second challenge match fair and square. Once the RA supervisors officially recorded this result, Vase let out a deep breath. He did not like to lose, but he could accept this outcome. Fei Fiannas did not lose in an ugly fashion. They showed a portion of their strength and clearly would have been able to resolve the threat posed by Lancer mechs of another make. Many people recognized that the Fei Fiannas did not lose because they were too weak, but because the Montabras were too strong and perverted. Vase couldn't help but develop a greater interest in the tech that made it so special. The temp mechanism is a fantastic piece of work. He complimented her work. What stage of development has it reached? It is clearly not a finished product, but how soon will we start to see it on the battlefield? The implementation is still too rough. The power is satisfactory, but the practicality is not close to reaching the requirements that I have set. I estimate that it will take at least a year before I can reduce the load on the mech and make it safe enough for specialized use cases. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain candidly replied, I need to experiment with different alloys and hypers to better control and contain the uncontrolled electrical discharges. The only materials that are able to do so are prohibitively expensive. Seeing that Master Ginevra was willing to explain her work, Vase did not let this opportunity go to waste. I see. What sort of purpose do you have in mind for the turbo-electromagnetic pairing mechanism? Mech-on-mech combat has entered into a decline, so the demand for such a powerful function is not great at the moment. Master Ginevra crossed her arms. Master Olaus Kreshnikho came before is not wrong in his assumptions. The native aliens are in the process of developing more extensive countermeasures against human mechs. Our enemies are increasingly coming to the realization that it is detrimental for mechs to be able to fly around the battlefield without any hindrance. Not only are the aliens beginning to equip their warships with larger quantities of small-caliber rapid-fire gun batteries, but they are in the process of developing increasingly more effective starfighters and phase fighters. Clearly, both of these master mech designers had access to a high-level intelligence channel that informed them of this trend. That meant that Vase had to take it seriously as well. Vase understood why Master Ginevra went through the trouble of developing such a strange electromagnetic attraction mechanism. Are mechs like the Montabra designed to prevent alien phase fighters from using their superior mobility to prevent interception? That is partially the goal. Master Ginevra confirmed. The Montabra is a tech demo. The temp mechanism doesn't have to be paired with a Lancer mech per se. It can be fitted to a Space Knight as well. I am still considering whether to complete the development of the Montabra or shelve the design in order to revise the temp mechanism. The concept that I have envisioned at an earlier stage has proven to be too fragile to endure the excessive load. That sounded wasteful to Vase. He could not really bear the fact that the Fei Fianna lost to a mech that was not even a serious product. It became clear that Master Ginevra did not issue her challenge because she wanted to market an upcoming product like Master Kreshnik had done. Her motivations went much deeper than that. Though Vase was not able to guess all of her goals, he believed that she mainly wanted to increase her profile, attract more publicity to her mech consulting bureau in her work and attract potential collaborators who could assist in her research efforts. That last part was especially important. Master mech designers increasingly had to work with other peers in order to fulfill more ambitious goals. A mech designer who previously held a lower profile like Master Ginevra needed to show her strength in a more public setting in order to get taken more seriously by her peers. Vase was sure that numerous master mech designers became so attracted by her temp mechanism that they were planning to make contact with her in the coming days and weeks. He knew this because he was entertaining the same idea. Compared to all of the other mech designers who were sitting far away, Vase happened to be floating next to the female master in question. The Montabra has great potential. Vase honestly conveyed his interest and appreciation for the model that had defeated his Fei Fianna. Sure, it is still rough around the edges, but I believe that it can become an incredibly effective combatant, not just against small craft, but also against starships. His words aroused Master Ginevra's interest. Please elaborate, Professor. Vase waved his hand and projected an image of the Redlands. Lancer mechs are not useless against starships. One of our exclusive mech designs makes use of transphasic blast lances to inflict heavy damage against powerful transphasic energy shields. He waved his hand again, which caused the projection to show an image of the Stormblade Samurai. We have worked with offensive electricity-based tech as well. The Stormblade Samurai designed by one of our mech designers makes use of a much tamer and less destructive form of electrical charge to destabilize energy shields at a faster rate. What are you working towards, Professor? While we are not familiar with your experimental tech, we have worked on mech designs that share a number of commonalities with your Montebre design. We have even fielded the mechs of our making in battle, allowing us to prove a lot of theories and gather a lot of useful data. What I am trying to say is that we can work together to turn the Montebre into a competitive Lancer mech that can serve an incredibly useful function on the battlefields of the present age. It became abundantly clear that Vase wanted to get involved in the continued development of the Montebre. Though Master Ginevra already anticipated that other mech designers wanted to work with her, she did not expect that Vase himself would express such an intention. The Montebre defeated the Fey Fianna in a high-profile challenge match. A more petty mech designer would have developed a lot of resentment towards the Montebre and its mech designer for causing the Fey Fianna to fall off its pedestal. Vase was different. He saw so much untapped potential in the unfinished Montebre design that he couldn't help but try and see if he could get a piece of the action. When Master Ginevra discerned that Vase was being utterly serious about participating in the development of the Montebre, she had to know more. I did not anticipate that you would develop such an interest in the Montebre. You state that it has a large amount of untapped potential, which means that you believe that you have the ability to apply major improvements to my work. Can you explain how you would elevate the Montebre design? Vase smiled. He had been waiting for this answer. When the Montebre converged a lot of metal E-energy into electric E-energy, the mech actually squandered most of the power of the latter. Much of the reason why your Lancer mech is shocking its own internals to such an extent is due to the uncontrolled amplification of all of that excess electric E-energy. It is obvious that your design is unable to tame this exotic energy. That is correct, the older woman confirmed. As I have explained before, the design budget is limiting my ability to develop an effective solution. I require the services of an expert in materials science to develop new alloys that can better control the violent electric discharges while also remaining reasonably affordable. It may not be possible to develop a material that satisfies both requirements, so the future of the Montebre design is still in question. Even though it sounded as if Master Ginevra did not really value her Lancer mech design all that much, how could a serious mech designer discard her work so easily? No authentic mech designer would feel happy about throwing away a mech design that had consumed months of earnest design work. Vase claimed to offer a way for the master mech designer to save her mech design. Even if she was skeptical about his proposal, she owed it to the Montebre to consider it properly. What are your solutions? The short answer is E-technology. Vase immediately replied, if you haven't noticed already, this happens to be one of my strengths. Have you witnessed how my Fey Fiannas are able to harness the power of E-energy radiation? They aren't able to absorb as much raw E-energy as their own work, but because they are alive, they can utilize the E-energy much more effectively. In other words, E-technology allows my living mechs to go beyond the limitations set by hyper-technology. How does that benefit the Montebre design? Master Ginevra critically asked. Your descriptions are too abstract. Be more concrete. Sure. The greatest advantage of what I have just told you is that all of these extra capabilities do not require the use of expensive materials or even more expensive components. Most forms of E-technology are intangible, so they do not increase the production cost of a mech at all. I bet you that I can make the Montebre a lot safer and less self-destructive if you give me an opportunity to integrate my own design philosophy in your work. This caused the older woman to pause for a time. She would never believe these claims if they came from any other senior mech designer, but Vase happened to be a Tier 3 galactic citizen. He had made it much further than herself. Master Ginevra had only managed to reach Tier 7 after working for a much longer period of time. This is not the time and place to discuss business. She eventually said, you should complete your remaining challenge matches. Once your schedule is clear, we can meet again and discuss the possibility of further collaboration. Is that acceptable to you, Professor Larkinson? That sounds great. I will make sure to prepare a more detailed proposal for our next meeting. I truly believe that I can transform the Montebre into a true lighting warrior. Chapter 5562 Oculus Zemo Vase was not sure whether he could persuade Master Ginevra to collaborate with him and convert the Montebre into a powerful living mech. He could not hide his clear desire towards temp mechanism and all of the other tech related to Master Ginevra's incredibly useful specialization. Exotic energy conversion was too useful to a mech designer like Vase. Ever since mech designers started to play around with hyper mechs, many of them faced the same limitation that limited the power of their works. They were unable to absorb enough E-energy from the environment. The medium energy environment of the Red Ocean restricted the potential of hyper-technology and E-technology. Compared to the much more saturated environment of Messier 87, the circumstances in the new frontier were highly unfavorable. This meant that mechs could never harness the power of heaven to the same extent as equivalent machines in the much larger supermassive galaxy. If Vase wanted to break past the limitations set by the environment, then he had to get his hands on tech that could convert other forms of power into E-energy. Vase recognized that Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain just happened to be one of the mech designers who could break this limitation. If she had developed tech that could convert electrical energy to E-energy, that meant that any hyper-mech could receive a powerful performance boost that could make a crucial difference in battle. The Montabro was the best example of that. Its powerful temp mechanism could not have become so powerful or gained such a useful function if the mech was not able to produce an absurd amount of energy. He believed that there was clear and obvious synergy between his work and that of Master Ginevra. The older Master Mech designer had the capacity to produce large amounts of E-energy, while Vase was confident that he could channel all of that power into effective results. However, nothing was certain. Vase could only wait until he could discuss the Montabra and its powerful technologies at a later time. Once Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain exited the arena, the third challenge match commenced after a brief delay. Master Ace Redmond issued a challenge on behalf of Fusion Arms, a middling mech company that was headquartered in the Megare Middle Zone. The man definitely possessed a good understanding of living mechs as he was based in a zone where the Hexers occupied a significant chunk of territory. The older man pushed forth a striker mech called the Oakless Zemo to earn fame and steal a bit of the hype accrued by the Feifiana. His motivations were much simpler than the ones of his predecessor. When Vase shook hands with Master Redmond, he did not gain a particularly good impression of the older fellow. Master Olaus Kreshnik was a powerful Rubarthan mech designer who came down to the middle zones in order to make a new start and successfully take over Pritchard and Terse. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain sought to increase her profile and find collaborations who could help her complete her difficult research projects. As for the third challenger, Master Redmond simply wanted to save on marketing costs by leeching off the fame of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Though the mech designer was a bit boring, his striker mech possessed a few interesting traits. The Oakless Zemo looked like a typical striker mech at first. It was covered with fairly thick armor and did not excel at mobility. This was normally a huge disadvantage in a duel against a more agile ranged mech. One of the common characteristics of striker mechs was that their weapons possessed limited range. When they were armed with flamethrowers, then their attack range was hardly better than melee mechs. Their ability to attack distant targets improved remarkably when they were armed with shotguns that were configured for longer ranges, but they could never get close to a rifleman mech in terms of range and precision. There were also more exotic weapon types that striker mechs could make use of to fulfill their area denial roles, but most of them defaulted to using flamethrowers and shotguns. The Oakless Zemo happened to be one of the few exceptions that eschewed these obvious weapon systems. Instead of using a shotgun that would likely not be able to pose a significant threat against the Feifiana in this challenge match, the striker mech instead armed itself with 2 rotary cannons. Yes, multi-barreled machine guns. The striker mech had to carry a sizable backpack module in order to carry all of the ammunition needed to feed the twin monsters. Master Ace Redmond designed the Oakless Zemo with abnormally thick and sturdy arms. They were able to hold and brace the rotary cannons in a stable enough manner to control their recoil. Even so, the caliber of the rotary cannons were a bit too large for a mech of this size. The power of the 2 rotary cannons was undeniable. Any mech would not feel good if it was attacked by twin streams of lots of kinetic rounds. However, that shouldn't be enough to defeat the Feifiana. The unusual striker mech definitely possessed another secret that was responsible for giving it the edge it needed to win the third challenge match. Vase already had a strong suspicion of what that secret may be. Hyper-technology had the ability to transform the capabilities of any existing tech. Can you tell me what the intent is behind the Oakless Zemo? Vase asked. I initially designed the mech as a point defense platform for vulnerable starships. Master Ace Redmond replied. Unlike proper warships, most human starships are not allowed to mount any weapon systems, including point defense guns. The Oakless Zemo is designed as a relatively expedient solution to this problem. It can not only intercept missiles, but also small craft. Vase nodded in understanding. I see. What sort of advantage does it possess that will persuade potential customers to opt for your product over the competition? You will bear witness to it soon enough, Professor. My Oculus Zemo may not be as complex as the previous challenge mechs, but it is solidly designed and built to complete its mission. Their mechs had entered the main arena by this time. Unlike the previous challenge matches, this one turned into a duel. Only a single xianxia and a single Oculus Zemo squared off against each other. This caused the scale of the impending fight to become a lot smaller. Less mechs translated into less complications. Vase could not say for sure which side benefited more from having less mechs in the field. He could easily come up with arguments that could favor one mech or the other. This time, the xianxia that had been selected to fight against the striker mech possessed a loadout that consisted of 2 luminaire crystal cannon Fei and energy shield Fei. The balanced loadout granted the xianxia with decent defenses but not that much of a punch. The danger in using this loadout was that it might not be able to resist the continuous attacks of the 2 rotary cannons long enough for its offensive Fei to breach the defenses of the Oculus Zemo. However, Vase was pretty confident in his work. The luminaire crystal cannon Fei had proven their competence several times. They could always break down the defenses of a target as long as they were allowed to fire their weapons long enough. The key was how the xianxia intended to approach this tricky fight and how quickly the Fei could crumble the defenses of the Oculus Zemo. The countdown started. After a minute had passed, the 2 mechs immediately exploded into action. The Oculus Zemo did not do anything fancy. It simply braced itself onto the arena floor and began to open fire right away. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The firing rate of the rotary cannons was so high that the 2 weapons produced loud whines that seemed to overpower every other noise in the arena. Bright tracer rounds allowed the observers to clearly track their blazingly fast trajectories as they crossed the length of the arena and struck the xianxia's energy shield. The energy shield shook and flared immediately as it came under heavy strain. There was no way that it could last too long under all of this concentrated fire. The 2 energy shield Fei soon flew closer in order to relieve the main body and resist a part of the attacks. Just like in the first match, it became clear that the Larkinson mech pilot intended to rotate the energy shields in order to give them time to recharge when they weren't subjected to heavy pressure. While the energy shields were able to resist the damage of a single small round fairly well, the insanely high firing rates of the 2 rotary cannons more than compensated for this shortcoming. The result was that the xianxia would not be able to shelter behind its energy shields for long. It had to go on the attack. The main body's luminaire crystal rifle and the 2 luminaire crystal cannon Fei had already begun to do so. Familiar fire laser beams streaked across the distance and struck the energy shield of the striker mech. As a fairly large and hefty mech, the Oculus Zemo was equipped with a rather strong energy shield. The fire-attributed attacks had a reduced effect on the striker mech as the machine was mostly integrated with Earth hypermetals. The strong Earth element not only enabled the Oculus Zemo to add additional force and impact to its rapid-fire ballistic attacks, but also strengthened its defenses against fire and most energy-based attacks. However, the concentration of Earth-attributed E-energy around the Oculus Zemo was not as high as the Nalarit Mark I during the first challenge match. The Oculus Zemo did not carry around a lot of spare armor plating that had been augmented with a lot of Earth hyper materials. As such, the striker mech was unable to reduce the damage of the incoming attacks by a large extent. The constant fire energy beams steadily wore away the Earth energy shield. Unfortunately, the situation did not look too optimistic for the xianxia. It clearly had a lot more staying power, but what mattered the most was that the Oculus Zemo had more than enough firepower to shred the drone mech and its Fei in a relatively short amount of time. If the xianxia wanted to win, it had to take the initiative. It was not enough to perform evasive maneuvers in order to make it more difficult for the Oculus Zemo to keep training its weapons onto the drone mech. The mech was designed to intercept missiles and fast-moving small craft. It was able to consistently land its shots with the help of the rapid-fire nature of its rotary cannons. This was the main reason why the Oculus Zemo was equipped with this weapon system as opposed to a more traditional Gauss weapon. The xianxia could only try to close the distance and make use of superior maneuvering to complicate the aim of the Oculus Zemo. This presented quite an interesting change. During the previous challenge matches, it had been the opposing mechs that charged towards the xianxia. The fact that the xianxia had to make a proactive move meant that the mech was most definitely in hot water. As the main body advanced, its Fei continued to stick close. The mech pilot had thought about splitting up its Fei into 2 groups and command them to advance separately, but that would just turn them into easy targets against the deadly firepower of the Oculus Zemo. It was much better to keep them all close and rely on the shared defenses of the energy shields as much as possible. Those energy shields aren't going to last long. The Fei Fianna had only managed to make it past the halfway point, but the 3 energy shields at its disposal were already on the verge of breaking. Though the Oculus Zemo had to fire its rotary cannons so quickly that their barrels already started to heat up, it was worth it so long as the striker mech could quickly shred a few Fei apart. Chapter 5563 The Resurgence of Physical Projectile Weapons. The Oculus Zemo was an unusual second-class mech. Back when Vase was still a humble third-class mech designer, he regularly came in touch with ballistic weapons. In a society where laser beam weapons and many more advanced weapon technologies became available, the demand for the most basic ballistic weapons had never faded. This was because more advanced weapon systems usually imposed greater requirements. These could range from needing to master more advanced knowledge, the use of higher grades of materials, and the necessity of having access to a much stronger power source. It was human nature to chase after the most expensive and powerful toys, but not everyone had the opportunity or the capital to handle them. In a cosmos where scarcity was a universal phenomenon, the ordinary masses could only dream of piloting the most advanced mechs or wielding the most destructive weapons. Ballistic weapons as well as certain types of artillery weapons were extremely common in battles between small and unsophisticated forces. Even the weakest and most destitute alien races had little choice but to resort to more primitive weapon systems to defend their homes. Based on firing lots of simple chemically propelled bullets or shells, ballistic weapons had many compelling advances. They were cheap, low-tech, did not expend a lot of energy on use, easy to mass produce, and actually quite versatile. However, their disadvantages were also clear. They were heavy, cumbersome, took up a lot of capacity, and needed to reserve even more space for ammunition. When it came to mechs and starships, space always came at a premium. All of the space occupied by the propellant needed to launch bullets at distant targets was so wasteful that this was the primary reason why most ballistic weapons fell out of favor in second-class and third-class combat. Ballistic weapons also had another major shortcoming. Compared to Gauss weapons that relied on generating a lot of electromagnetic force to propel solid alloy rounds with much greater power, most conventional ballistic weapons were unable to generate high enough muzzle velocities to guarantee accurate fire in space combat. Energy beam weapons were much superior in this regard. This was why the Oculus Zemo seemed like an oddball to many of the people viewing the third challenge match. Ballistic weapons were not the only kind of armaments that could produce rapid-fire damage output. Specialized laser cannons and hybrid energy pulse cannons could be used for intercepting missiles just as well. The latter two weapon systems were also a lot more accurate at longer ranges. The reason why the Oculus Zemo was classified as a striker mech rather than a special subtype of rifleman mech was because its rotary cannons were too inaccurate at longer ranges. In space combat, where the distances between enemies could easily range from tens to hundreds of kilometers, the muzzle velocities of most ballistic weapons were so slow that it was impossible for them to hit anything aside from large stationary objects such as space stations. The Oculus Zemo's effective range was too limited. Yet so long as people could look beyond this shortcoming, the Oculus Zemo possessed certain advantages that made it a lot more compelling than normal. Its twin rotary cannons not only fired quickly, but also struck with great force. Every bullet was impregnated with a small quantity of cheap, low-grade Earth hyper material. This was the kind of material that could easily be dug out of a random planet or asteroid after a casual search. Though the properties of this hyper material was nothing special, a solid hyper round was always able to carry a lot of E-energy than an insubstantial energy beam. Solid projectiles were also able to contain E-energy in a more concentrated and directed fashion, enabling them to produce more powerful and sophisticated effects. During the Facewater generation, the general consensus of the mech industry was that energy weapons possessed a decisive advantage. The existence and the effects of phase water was powerful, but the exotic itself was too scarce to be squandered on consumable goods such as projectiles. Firing a transphasic rotary cannon that was fed by actual transphasic bullets was no different from throwing away a huge fortune. Though energy weapons could not produce such a powerful transphasic effect, they were much more sustainable as they did not throw out any actual phase water. The hyper generation suddenly reversed this trend. Phase water still remained as scarce and prohibitively expensive as ever, but the same was not the case for all of the new hyper materials that emerged. Higher grades of hyper materials were still relatively scarce due to how troublesome it was to produce them, but lower grades of hyper-materials had become incredibly common nowadays. That made the latter incredibly suitable to be used for consumable products such as ammunition. Master A's Redmond practically designed the Oculus Zemo since the start of the hyper generation by relying on this exact premise. Ballistic weapons are making a comeback in second-class combat, the master mech designer boldly stated to Vase as the match continued to unfold. Do you hear all of that noise? People will begin to encounter it much more often. There are far more low-grade hyper materials in the red ocean than we can ever use up. We can integrate all kinds of them into our projectiles to improve the physical damage output of our mechs. Energy weapons simply cannot compare. The hyper generation was like a dream come true for Master Redmond. He happened to specialize in the development of rapid-fire weapons, but such weapons never really gained enough traction in the past. In the previous age, mech-on-mech combat often centered around penetrating armor. It was much easier for single heavy attacks to punch through layers of armor than a stream of smaller projectiles. While this reality hadn't changed, the introduction of hyper-technology could transform every existing tech. Master Redmond gained a lot more confidence in his specialization due to the natural synergies between hyper-technology and physical weapon systems. This became evident by how the xianxia was struggling to maintain its energy shields in the face of the Oculus Zemo's excessive firepower. The rotary cannons continually spat out earth hyper bullets that stressed out the water energy shields of the main body as well as the two defensive Fey at an alarming rate. The xianxia hadn't even managed to reach the other side of the mech arena, but already it was on the verge of relying on its adaptive modular armor system to withstand the storm of bullets. The fact that a weapon system that people previously regarded as weak and primitive could deplete the energy shields of the xianxia and its accompanying Fey so quickly caused many observers to change their minds about ballistic weapons. Have ballistic weapons become so good all of a sudden? I wonder how much a magazine costs. If it is not too expensive, then it is more than worth it to pay this much money to wear down the defenses of our enemies at a faster pace. I do not know of any energy weapon at the same price range that can produce results as quickly. Where can I buy the Oculus Zemo? A mech this good is a great deterrent against mechs and alien starfighters so long as they enter its effective range. More and more people became impressed by the enhanced impact damage of the earth bullets. If weapons such as the rotary cannons continued to perform well in other situations, then it was conceivable that much of the mech industry might choose to exchange their energy weapons for physical weapons. Vase did not entirely embrace the hype. As the leading developer of luminaire crystal weapons, he had long developed a preference for energy weapons. He did not want to see his products losing value just because they were equipped with luminaire crystal weapons. I don't agree with your premise, Master Redmond. Vase asserted his own position. Your ballistic weapons are strong, but there are many ways to leverage E-energy. Physical projectile weapons currently enjoy a head start because it is much simpler to enhance their firepower with hyper-materials. Energy weapons are momentarily behind because it is clear that we need to develop a more sophisticated solution, but I have no doubt that the latter will catch up in time. It is good for you to feel confident, but the development of hyper-ballistic weapons is not stagnating at all. The older mech designer gently admonished Vase. I am in contact with numerous like-minded mech designers such as myself. Each of us recognizes that we have a golden opportunity. Only by setting aside our rivalries, sharing our research and collaborating together can we change outdated biases and preferences of the customer base. That was a considerable undertaking. Vase became impressed by Master Redmond for the first time. The man was truly passionate about the superiority of hyper-ballistic weapons. It was a pity that Vase did not quite agree with the other mech designer. Vase did not like ballistic weapons because they imposed too many burdens on a fleet-based mech force. The ammunition needed to supply thousands of ballistic rifleman mechs was astronomical. All of that would inevitably occupy a large amount of cargo space aboard starships. Producing them in larger numbers was also troublesome. Even with a fully fledged factory ship such as the Spirit of Bentheim, the Larkinson would still be unable to produce the right bullets if it was lacking in many types of raw materials. Vase much preferred to work with energy weapons because many of them only needed to be equipped with energy cells to keep them fed. This imposed a significantly lower logistical burden to forces such as the Larkinson Army. Expended energy cells could easily be recharged through any means in many different circumstances, so they were much more suitable for longer missions and deep expeditions. It was a pity that all of the logistical advantages that Vase valued so much did not translate into greater combat power. This was why the Fei Fianna looked like it was becoming increasingly more suppressed by the Oculus Zemo. Bang 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 bang. Once the last water energy shield succumbed from the twin barrages of the rotary cannons, the earth bullets started to hammer the exteriors of the two depleted energy shield Fei at a blazingly fast rate. Already, dozens of modular armor plating rapidly deformed at the same time. Each modular armor plate was not that thick and tough to begin with. Though they were able to bounce individual earth bullets with relative ease, once they started to get pummeled by 100 projectiles or ore, it became impossible for them to retain their integrity. Clink 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 clink. Broken plate after broken plate continually separated from the Fei Fianna and fell onto the arena ground in a distressing fashion. More and more modular armor plates emerged from less critical or exposed sections of the main body and its Fei, but the replacements wore down so quickly from all of the physical attacks that a new batch of replacement plates had to come in and take their place. In contrast to powerful rotary cannons, the three luminaire crystal weapons of the Fei Fianna only managed to break the striker mech's earth energy shield after expending a lot of effort. Even then, the armor of the Oculus Zemo was so good that they easily resisted dozens of fire energy beam strikes while only incurring shallow damage to its thick frontal armor. It was unreasonable to expect that the Fei Fianna could breach the defenses of such a mech by relying on its luminaire crystal weapons. However, the Larkinson mech pilot decided to shift his target from the torso of the enemy mech to its rotary cannons. Several salvos of precise fire laser beams struck the twin weapon systems of the Oculus Zemo. The resilience of the rotary cannon was quite high. Master Redmond was not stupid and made sure to construct the big and powerful weapons out of sturdier and more damage-resistant materials. As such, the laser beams only inflicted minor exterior damage up to this point. This is not enough. Chapter 5564 Rapid Fire. The match between the Fei Fianna and the Oculus Zemo could be seen as a struggle between two different weapon philosophies. The Oculus Zemo clearly sought to lead a resurgence in the use of ballistic weapons in the Hyper generation. The Striker mech did so in the most visually stimulating fashion possible by continually firing twin streams of impactful earth bullets from its rotary cannons. There was no way that the machine could sustain this excessive rate of fire, but it did not have to. So long as it was able to take down a single opponent, its mission would be complete. This was why the Striker mech did everything possible to demolish its opponent as quickly as possible. It did not hesitate to rotate its heavy guns faster in order to spit out its bullets at a faster rate. The rotary cannons would almost certainly have to be scrapped or undergo a complete rebuild after this match, but who cared? The benefits from winning this match was far greater than destroying a few measly weapons. Under the heavy firepower of the Oculus Zemo, the Fei Fianna did not fare well at all. The constant bombardment of earth bullets impacted dozens of armor plates so quickly that the adaptive modular armor plating system became overwhelmed by how many of them needed to be replaced. The excessively high firing rate of the twin rotary cannons also caused numerous bullets to squeeze into the weak points that briefly became exposed when the replacement armor plating failed to arrive in time. This caused the energy shield Fei to malfunction. Its flight began to falter while its energy shield generator completely lost the ability to restore its charge. Numerous other systems began to falter in quick succession as the initial failures caused the mech to become much more vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Under the withering fire of two ruthless rotary cannons, the energy shield Fei became so overwhelmed that it began to falter and drop from the air just a few seconds after it had suffered internal damage. This was the most frightening aspect about rapid-fire weapons. Their lethality against softer and weaker internal components was unparalleled. So long as they could bypass all of the protective layers of a target, they could quickly wreak havoc inside. The premature collapse of one of the energy shield Fei caused the second one to withstand a huge amount of stress. The only saving grace was that the remaining modular armor plating of the downed Fei could still be leveraged to increase the damage buffer of the remaining elements, but only to a small extent. As the distance between the two mechs continued to decrease, the accuracy and the hit rates of the rotary cannons improved by a significant extent. This not only caused the Fei that was trying to block as many bullets as possible to deplete its defenses faster, but also caused it to suffer more internal damage as the adaptive modular armor system simply couldn't keep up with the accelerated accumulation of damage. Boom! An internal explosion caused the energy shield Fei to lose power and drop to the arena ground as well. Many people's hearts became chilled. The energy shield Fei might not be as tough as an actual mech, but their defenses were quite formidable for their size. The use of a water energy shield and modular armor plating could keep them alive for a long time so long as the enemy did not employ any overwhelming attacks. Unfortunately, it just so happened that the Fei Fianna matched up against one of its worst nightmares. Kinetic weapons were fantastic at delivering burst damage, and it was clear that the extreme firepower of the Oculus Zemo most definitely had the capability to overwhelm the defenses of the Fei Fianna. This reflected a crucial difference in fighting tempo. The Fei Fianna's configuration was clearly suited to slower and more drawn-out battles. It might not be the best at battles of attrition, but it was no slouch in them either. The Oculus Zemo on the other hand relied much more on performing extremely well in the brief moments that counted. Since its initial purpose was to serve as a point defense unit for starships, it had to be able to spit out as many damaging rounds as possible in order to successfully intercept rapid missiles and shells in great numbers. Such firepower happened to work just as well on all kinds of spurs, including the Fei, which were even larger and easier to hit due to their greater scale. The downing of 2 energy shield Fei was bad news to the Fei Fianna. It only had a pair of luminaire crystal cannon Fei left, and their internals were even more fragile as they were never designed to serve as damage sponges. It would hurt the Fei Fianna a lot if it lost its 2 offensive Fei, but it was still better to sacrifice them than to lose the main body. More modular armor plating came loose from the latest wreck and desperately sought to block as many bullets as possible. At this moment, the main purpose of the Fei and all of the modular armor plates was to buy time for the main body to close the distance to the Oculus Zemo. So long as the drone mech itself was able to get close enough to its adversary, the situation would completely change. The opponent knew this as well, so the Oculus Zemo went all out in order to shred the remaining Fei and finally the drone mech itself before they could ever get close enough. This is getting exciting. How many rounds has the Oculus Zemo fired at this time? 10,000, 100,000, I bet it is over 1,000,000. What? How can anyone afford such a consumption? An entire mech company of these machines could bankrupt an entire mercenary outfit. I don't think the rounds are as expensive as you think. They look powerful, but it is mainly because of the hyper-tech stuff. Mechs that can do this kind of damage have become much cheaper in the latest mech generation. The Fei Fianna entered into an exceptionally dangerous state. Once it had lost its remaining 2 Fei, it would have no choice but to withstand the firepower of the Oculus Zemo by itself. Its lack of hard defenses meant that it would likely be unable to last much longer than its Fei, especially now that the range had shrunk to such an extent. Yet all of the attacks launched by the luminaire crystal weapons were not in vain. Even though the Oculus Zemo was so well armored that it could resist a lot of energy attacks without suffering any critical damage, the Fei Fianna had purposefully concentrated all of its energy attacks onto one of the rotary cannons of its adversary. The spinning barrels already started to glow red-hot after firing so many bullets, but the fire laser beams striking its tough and armored exterior caused the weapon chassis to heat up even further. Even though Master Redmond had designed the rotary cannons to withstand a lot of stresses, they weren't being used in a proper manner this time. The excessively high firing rate had already caused them to push their limits. Now that one of the cannons received a lot of excess thermal energy from an outside source, the weapon suddenly made an awful noise. Crack! The rotary cannon jammed. This was not supposed to happen. The abrupt loss of firepower disrupted the rhythm of the Oculus Zemo. Even though the mech possessed the means to unjam and restore the operation of its weapons to an extent, all of that took precious time. This was time that the Oculus Zemo lacked. The pressure exerted by the striker mech was no longer as overwhelming as before. The adaptive modular armor system of the Fei Fianna no longer became as harried as before, as the modular armor plates of the remaining 2 Fei did not collapse as quickly as before. This made all of the difference, as the entire armor system was much more able to rotate the armor plating without exposing any flaws or weak points. Of course, that still did not remove the threat posed by the striker mech. Too many modular armor plates had already been pounded into scrap by all of the earlier barrages. The Fei Fianna needed to finish this match quickly before it lost all of its remaining usable protection. Fortunately, the Fei Fianna had crossed the entire length of the arena. Now that it had come close enough, the harried drone mech intended to take revenge on the striker mech. Fix bayonet. The Fei Fianna no longer fired its luminaire crystal rifle, but instead took the time to attach a bayonet to its barrel. The 2 luminaire crystal Fei continued to concentrate their fire onto the remaining rotary cannon, though it looked like it might take a few moments to induce a malfunction on this weapon as well. As the Fei Fianna began to initiate a controlled charge against the Oculus Zemo, everyone wondered whether the striker mech would have any means to fend off this close assault. Striker mechs were generally at their most dangerous when they fought at close range. The Ekless Zemo did not disappoint in this regard. While one of its arms continued to fire its remaining rotary cannon, the other arm had dropped the malfunctioned weapon and drew out a heavy mace that was saturated with earth energy. Anyone who looked at it could easily imagine that the xianxia would get crushed upon impact. However, the xianxia remained undeterred. It showed no intention to avoid contact and continued to charge forth while its two offensive Fei continued to bombard the remaining rotary cannon with fire laser beam attacks. Yet just as the xianxia was about to drive its bayonet through the Ekless Zemo, it utilized its high maneuverability to change course at the last second and cause the striker mech's mace attack to miss. As the xianxia flew to the other side of the Ekless Zemo, it quickly spun around and began to fire its luminaire crystal rifle at the rear of the striker mech. Its luminaire crystal cannon Fei had broken off from the main body and began to fire at the striker mech while circling around it like annoying flies. None of the energy beam attacks managed to break past the Ekless Zemo's formidable armor as of yet, but the striker mech was under a huge amount of pressure at the moment. It was at this moment that the striker mech's lack of mobility became a fatal hindrance. The Ekless Zemo was too slow and cumbersome to catch up to the swift and agile Fei and drone mech. Its mace became completely useless if the enemy did not take the initiative to fight up close. The remaining rotary cannon may pose a huge threat to the xianxia, but the problem was that the Ekless Zemo was unable to track any of the three fast-moving threats with its muzzle. This was especially the case when the xianxia and its two Fei were circling around the striker mech. The changes in firing angles were so great that the rotary cannon behaved in a similar fashion to the main gun battery of a battleship. The weapon was so big and heavy that it was not able to track fast-moving targets around its position. Of the thousands of bullets that the rotary cannon fired during this frustrating interval, only a few dozen managed to hit the Fei. This was far from enough to take them down. In the end, the mech pilot of the Ekless Zemo helplessly admitted defeat when the constant energy beam attacks finally caused its remaining primary weapon to malfunction as well. The xianxia has won the third challenge match. The LMC's latest product line had restored some of its reputation. Chapter 5565 Master Exilic Quan. The third challenge match was certainly a close shave. If not for the fact that the Ekless Zemo was an atypical striker mech that turned out to be really bad at fending off threats at close range, the xianxia might not have been able to secure its second victory of the day. Good match. Vase smiled as he exuded evident relief from the favorable outcome of this match. If the rotary cannons of your mech did not jam so quickly, perhaps my xianxia might not have succeeded in securing this victory. There is no need to belittle your work, Professor Larkinson. Your xianxia model deserves all of the praise that it has received over the last 2 days. It is an honor for you to grant my Ekless Zemo a chance to test its fighting ability against your work. Master A's Redmond did not sound upset about the loss of his work at all. Though he did not manage to burnish his new mech model with a win against a powerful mech, its performance during most of the fight was good enough to impress many people. No one thought that the Ekless Zemo was weak for using primitive and outdated ballistic weapon systems anymore. Though the rotary cannons exhibited numerous obvious shortcomings, they were exceptionally powerful at intercepting lots of ordnance and small craft at a certain range. There were numerous cases where such a striker mech could play a useful role. The mech also had another advantage. Despite being armed with 2 large firearms, the Ekless Zemo was relatively easy to pilot. Mech pilots with lower aptitudes should easily be able to make themselves useful after they had gotten used to the striker mech. One Ekless Zemo might not present a significant threat, but what about a dozen of them? What about 100 of them? The suppression they could exert was not small. Vase had certainly learned a few more lessons from this match. He became awfully disappointed at the xianxia's poor showing against the Ekless Zemo. His work was unable to last long against the firepower of a pair of low-tech hyper-weapons. If this was the case, then enemies who wanted to make targeted measures against the xianxia would just have to bring a lot more rapid-fire weapons in order to torment his mechs. Vase already started to think about how he could plug the weaknesses revealed in this challenge match. He was rather grateful for Master Redmond's challenge. If the man had not taken the initiative to send out his Ekless Zemo, then Vase wouldn't have learned about this major shortcoming so soon. The most expedient way to solve this problem was to design a new defensive Fei. It had to be made out of thicker and more durable armor plating in order to efficiently block and deflect all of the incoming small caliber projectiles. The armor system didn't even have to be modular. So long as the defensive Fey was able to block rapid-fire attacks effectively enough, Vase did not have any other demands. If the Fey Fianna that fought this challenge match had access to this specialized defensive Fey, then it would have never reached such a distressing state. Vase chatted a bit more with Master Redmond. Unlike his previous contact with Master Ginevra Hubert Colmaine, Vase had no interest in seeking greater collaboration with Master Redmond. The man's design philosophy was too mediocre and his works did not really match Vase's tastes. Though Vase did not look down on physical projectile weapons at all, he would much rather equip his mechs with energy weapons and more specifically luminaire crystal weapons. The Eclipse Zemo did not hold any attraction to him either. There were bunker mechs that could do the same job and more. The Striker mech did not actually reveal any groundbreaking tech that attracted his notice like the temp mechanism of the Montebre model. Fortunately, Master Redmond did not really have any deeper intentions towards Vase either. The man simply wanted to earn a wave of publicity for his latest commercial product. He had definitely achieved his goal given how many people were watching the challenge matches. The older man soon bid farewell to Vase. "It is an honor to meet with you and challenge one of your works." Master Redmond spoke. "The fact that a senior mech designer can already defeat masters such as myself is a testament to your remarkable design ability. I will not insult your competence by giving you well-meaning advice. You are capable enough to find your own way around mech design. I look forward to seeing how you will transform the mech industry once you realize your design philosophy. It is bound to be special considering how many amazing traits are associated with your living mechs." With that, the third challenger of the day departed from the arena. The fourth and last challenger arrived 10 minutes later. This was the final and possibly the most anticipated match of the day. Unlike the previous matches, this time another variant of the Fey Fianna was scheduled to make an appearance. The Elite Edition of the Fey Fianna looked as if it existed on another level compared to all of the mechs that came before. The quasi-first-class transphasic hyper mech contained so much advanced tech and valuable materials that it could probably crush 10 standard Fey Fiannas without any significant damage. So long as it was piloted by a professional drone mech pilot that could keep up with the Elite Edition's strong parameters, the powerful transphasic mech might even be able to win a match against a proper first-class mech. Of course, the Fey Fianna barely had the qualifications to win against a bottom-tier first-class mech, but that was already amazing enough. The crowd all exhibited a lot more anticipation and excitement than before. They all wanted to see the stronger version of the Fey Fianna demonstrate its comprehensive combat power. The Elite Edition barely showed off its capabilities during the presentation yesterday. People simply did not have a clear idea of how strong it may be. A single fight would definitely give all of these folk a more intuitive and visceral understanding of its combat power. This mech costs at least 2 MTA credits to buy. 100 MTA credits. I can buy an entire mech company with that much cash. The Elite Edition isn't designed for mech pilots like us. It is meant for groups that can easily spend these kinds of sums without pausing to consider their budgets. So expensive. At least it is much cheaper than a genuine first-class mech. The Elite Fey Fianna was like a defective toy from the perspective of the Terrans and the other first-raters. However, it held a completely different meaning to second-raters. Its offensive and defensive properties had received an insane boost. Even its mobility experienced notable improvements that enabled it to reposition itself considerably faster than before. It had become well known that the Elite Edition of the Fey Fianna was almost as good as the Larkinson Edition, though whether this was actually true remained to be seen. Not everyone placed their bets on the Elite Fey Fianna. There were also people who believed that the opponent for this final match had a better chance of winning. This was because the quasi-first-class hero mech was designed by a renowned and well-known mech designer in the mech community. Master Xianxia Quan was a 300-year-old second-class master mech designer that had already built up a strong presence in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. As the founder and chief designer of October Mechs and Heavy Industry, the man sat at the top of a large industrial empire that not only developed a strong foundation in the Red Ocean, but used to be even bigger back in the Milky Way. Even if the Great Severing had caused serious losses to Master Quan, his foundation in the new frontier remained strong enough for him to maintain most of his existing product lines in the transition to the current age. When Vase received a challenge from a representative of this highly reputable figure yesterday, he almost couldn't believe that a mech designer of this stature would condescend to playing this game. Xianxia Quan may be a master mech designer like the ones that came before, but he was considerably older and more accomplished than his lesser peers. Such a figure could easily attract all of the publicity he wanted to draw attention to his latest product releases. There was no reason for him to take advantage of the xianxia's product reveal in order to publicize his latest product. There had to be a deeper motive behind this intriguing challenge. This was why Vase decided to accept it despite the lack of clarification. A respected mech designer and researcher such as Master Quan was worth meeting in person. Soon enough, the old man made an appearance. Different from the previous challengers, the 300-year-old master mech designer adorned himself in a bizarre outfit made out of fluid metallic components. They resembled archimetal, but did not look as refined. It definitely conveyed an exotic vibe that could only be described as alien. It is an honor to meet with you, Master Quan. You are carrying interesting tech. Meow. Even Lucky woke up from his nap in order to take a few sniffs of the exotic tech that the latest challenger was carrying. Master Quan smelled funny to the gem cat. The elderly mech designer took no notice of Lucky. He approached and shook hands with Vase. Thank you. It is a recent gift from afar. I have yet to fully decipher its exotic tech. Please forgive me for asking this, but why did you take the initiative to issue a challenge to my work? I needed to take a look at the mech designer who had dealings with the polymath. Master Quan straightforwardly answered, I have met Her Excellency numerous times before. She is a frightening star designer for her age. I imagine that you are the only person of your generation that has managed to earn her respect. There was no way to hide these words from the RA and many other people who possessed the tech to eavesdrop on this conversation. What Master Quan was alluding to was far too sensitive to be disseminated to the public. While most high-level insiders already learned that the polymath had made massive missteps during the survivalist conference, most people still had no clue about these dirty affairs. They still looked up to her as one of the greatest heroes of their race. Vase awkwardly coughed. I barely know her at all. I only met her a few times, and I don't imagine that I will meet with her again anytime soon. This day should be about my latest product line. I am sure you have witnessed the previous challenge matches. Do you have any feedback on the xianxia that you would like to share? The old master was not in a hurry to respond. The man calmly thought while their mechs had begun to enter the arena grounds. Your drone mechs are technologically superior compared to most of the products on the market for the time being. Whether they can maintain their superiority over the next 4 years is questionable. Do not underestimate the mech industry. There are many research institutions that are in the process of developing much more revolutionary hyper-tech. You have yet to come in touch with any of them because the powerful tech is almost exclusively reserved for high-level private forces and elite military units. All of these innovations will only enter the market once the secrecy of the new hyper-tech can no longer be maintained. Vase nodded in understanding. I am not conceited enough to think I can out-innovate the entire mech industry. I have always guessed that a lot of amazing stuff is in development behind closed doors, but it is nice to receive confirmation. Does the work that you have brought today happen to contain any of this super-secret tech? As a matter of fact, it does. I believe you will be quite surprised by my work. Chapter 5566 Molecular Disintegration Technology. Vase sensed an odd vibe from Master Exilic Quan. From his odd choice of clothing to name-dropping the polymath, it became clear that this old and respected master mech designer came with a different purpose in mind. Master Quan did not share his goal right away. He seemed content to take his time and keep Vase guessing. Suffice to say, Vase found this game to be tiresome. He had many thoughts and ideas in his mind. He did not look forward to adding another complication to his life. It did not look like he could avoid another messy entanglement, though. Master Quan was not the sort of person that Vase could dismiss so easily. Even though the man was only a Tier 5 galactic citizen, the man had many contributions over the centuries. The research he completed might not be instant game changers, but he was part of the backbone that allowed mechs to prosper at a steady and persistent rate since the start of the age of mechs. There were times where Vase felt as if he was a fraud who did not deserve all of the praise and recognition bestowed by others. He knew quite well that he did not entirely develop his design solutions by relying on his own efforts. The mech designer system played an indispensable role in helping him complete feats that were unattainable through other means. The mechers didn't seem to care about all that. The polymath had been able to climb her way to the top of the association in record time by making use of her own fragment of the metal scroll. This reflected the focus on results among the people of the Mech Trade Association and later the Red Association. No matter what sort of means had been used to produce a research result, it held value so long as it was useful. While that made Vase feel less guilty about himself, he always held the thought that he was inherently inferior to mech designers who earned their status through more honest means. Master Quan's research contributions along with his more advanced age made Vase adopt a humble and respectful attitude in front of the man. The old man in question clearly sensed this shift in attitude. Xianxia Quan did not come here to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with a meek and subservient mech designer. He raised his hand in a casual gesture. Come now, Professor Larkinson. There is no need for you to show so much deference to me. Let me give you a lesson. I may be a master, but society divides people by strength and contributions. You have managed to work your way to a much higher position by relying on both. There is more to human civilization than mechs. Once you become accustomed to your new station in life, you will find that simple master mech designers such as myself are not always deserving of greater respect. Though Vase found it hard to treat Master Quan as an ordinary individual, he relaxed a bit after receiving this well-meaning advice. I guess you are right. It is just that it is still customary for a more junior mech designer to show deference to a more senior one. You have contributed to the mech community. For many years, you paved the way for younger generations such as myself to enter a prosperous sector. I am also impressed by your design philosophy. I do not have the pleasure to study or make use of your design applications myself, but I have heard good stories about your work. When Vase looked up Master Quan on the galactic net the day before, he found out that the older man specialized in an unusual and highly exotic weapon system. According to his record, he possessed a Class II design philosophy that was simply labeled as molecular disintegration. This was a scary word. It evoked images of people and objects disintegrating into dust or elemental particles. This was because any device that could induce molecular disintegration had the power to break even the hardest and toughest armor system. What surprised Vase the most was that a design philosophy like molecular disintegration should have been so high-end that it should only be present in first-class mechs. However, the reality was that Master Xianxia Quan remained a second-class mech designer who never sought to implement his work in more sophisticated products. There was one strong reason why the first-raters weren't so eager to adopt his work. Molecular disintegration was derived from alien technology. Though Master Quan had managed to reverse-engineer many weird alien principles, only 80% of molecular disintegration technology could be reproduced through conventional human means. The remaining 20% was still reliant on alien scientific principles and production methods, which not only made it harder to construct and repair this kind of tech, but also prevented too many people from trusting the strange devices. It did not help that molecular disintegration weapons had a reputation for being just as dangerous to their wielders as their targets. Though most accidents happened during the first century of Master Quan's career, the stigma surrounding his exceedingly dangerous tech never faded. The most common molecular disintegration weapons equipped by his mechs were short-range burst weapons that could instantly disintegrate a large chunk of solid matter in a small cone in front. It was perfect for breaching fortifications and drilling through exceedingly hard ground. Any mech that happened to be in range of a molecular disintegrator could collapse in an instant if the exotic weapon was activated at full power. Unfortunately, the cumbersome weapon system came with plenty of downsides. It was relatively large, heavy and inefficient. A molecular disintegrator also happened to be completely ineffective against energy shields. All of these demerits were not enough to hold this tech back. There were always ways to mitigate or circumvent these issues. The real reason why molecular disintegrators never caught on was because the more powerful they became, the greater the chance of a backlash. If a molecular disintegrator was equipped by a first-class mech, then the weapon had a significant chance of exploding or malfunctioning to the point where it disintegrated everything in the vicinity without any distinction. It was only when these weapon systems were being used at lower power settings that the chance of accidents could be minimized. All of this had long put Master Quan into a quandary. The man had remained stuck as a second-class mech designer, unable to solve the fundamental technical problems that caused his signature tech to remain so unreliable. If Master Quan was able to solve this major shortcoming, then he would not only be able to unleash the true power of molecular disintegration technology, but also make a much greater contribution to the mech community. Perhaps this breakthrough might be substantial enough to make him eligible to advance to star designer. However, the greater the dream, the more illusionary it became. Master Quan had struggled to find a breakthrough for many decades, yet he never managed to crack the final secrets to the alien tech that he had dedicated his life to perfecting. The most he was able to do was to derive adjacent research applications that enabled him to make minor contributions at a consistent rate. He was a typical example of how perilous it was for a mech designer to indulge too much in alien technology. A small commotion spread from the millions of people who had been looking forward to witnessing the final and arguably most exciting match. This was because they had a good opportunity to admire the two powerful mechs that were about to duel against each other. The elite edition of the xianxia needed no introduction. The transphasic hyper-drone mech had already made an appearance yesterday. Even though it had only demonstrated a part of its amazing defensive capabilities, its other functions most certainly should not be weak. What most people did not realize was that the elite xianxia that had entered the main arena happened to be piloted by the best drone mech specialist that the Larkinson clan could muster on short notice. The Larkinson mech pilot controlled the individual Fae with much more control and direction than the other mech pilots. Not only that, but the pilot also happened to develop a great affinity with the xianxia. He was able to cooperate with the living spirits and even learn a few useful tricks from them that allowed him to get one step ahead of his peers when it came to utilizing the potential of his powerful mech. However, all of these advantages might not be enough to defeat a quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-mech that was loaded with exotic and advanced technologies. So that is the Dustweaver. The hero mech did not look as gleaming or heroic as most machines of this archetype. It instead conveyed the image of a desert ranger that had spent so much time in harsh and hot terrain that its exterior had faded to a rusty mixture of green and brown. The Dustweaver was packed with sophisticated equipment and modules. Its most ostentatious weapon was its medium-range molecular disintegrator. It was a rather heavy and cumbersome weapon, but nobody who knew about it could deny its lethality, especially when Master Quan had worked hard to improve the effective range of his signature weapon system for a long time. This did not come without a cost. According to the Galactic Net, a molecular disintegrator of this type could only be fired a dozen or so times in succession before all of the excessive strain caused it to break down. However, the effect of each activation was sufficiently devastating enough that it was often worth the price. Aside from that, the Dustweaver also wielded a strange warhammer that contained a lot of obvious technological components. This was Master Exilic Quan's recently developed transphasic oscillator hammer. It was basically a hammer that could shake itself in the fabric of space at a high frequency upon impact. This effect induced a huge amount of strain on transphasic energy shields, causing them to deplete much faster after getting hit by this advanced weapon. The combination of a molecular disintegrator and a transphasic oscillator hammer turned the Dustweaver into a deadly machine at close range. Vase did not think that the elite xianxia had much of a chance of winning the final challenge match if the Dustweaver could catch up to the drone mech. Aside from these external armaments, the Dustweaver also possessed the ability to attack at range with the help of a pair of shoulder-mounted transphasic hyper-positron beam guns. They looked fairly small, compact and easy to detach when necessary. Their damage output probably wasn't high, but they should serve adequately as a means to apply ranged pressure. Without these positron beam weapons, the Dustweaver had no chance of wearing down its adversary at longer ranges. This was not the extent of the Dustweaver's loadout. Vase was sure that it contained numerous advanced modules that possessed a multitude of useful functions. He was also sure that its power reactor must be particularly powerful in order to support so many energy-draining functions. Even so, Vase did not think that the Dustweaver could fight at a high intensity for long. Its frame was too thin to fit too many energy cells. The upcoming match was bound to be short but explosive. Victory or defeat could be decided within the first few minutes. Are you confident in your work? I am, Master Quan replied with clear confidence in his tone. Do not judge the Dustweaver based on my past works. The hyper-generation has given me a range of new options that addresses many of the flaws that used to hinder my mech designs. This is the first public showing of the tech that I have adapted to my mech designs. Vase did not think the older man was boasting because he sensed another unusual factor about the Dustweaver. Chapter 5567 Hidden Depth. The Dustweaver contained so much advanced tech that it was far outside of the scope of a commercial mech model. Vase strongly suspected that it was either a tech demo or an experimental work. Master Quan clearly developed it in order to figure out how he could augment his mechs with hyper-technology. The old master definitely succeeded to a large extent because the Dustweaver exuded a clear sense of threat. Just looking at it made his Jutland organ throb, which meant that it could pose a real threat against his true body. Though Vase was not entirely sure what made the Dustweaver so strong, he could make a guess based on the fact that it integrated a notable quantity of high-grade hyper-materials. Many of the hyper-mechs that Vase had witnessed in the past relied on the classical elements to augment their performance. A clear majority of the hyper-mech models released in the past few months had a clear connection with the 5 elements. This was definitely not a coincidence. Hyper-materials of the 5 elements could be found practically anywhere. They were also major components of E-energy radiation, so hyper-mechs could always attract large amounts of metal, water, fire, earth or wood energy from the environment. Aside from the wood element that was mainly applied to biomechs, the other 4 classical elements had become so ubiquitous among current mechs that a self-sustained ecosystem had formed around their usage. The more mech designers worked with the 5 elements, the more research and know-how they produced over the course of their work. Much of this progress was bound to spread across human society. The Red Association also aggregated a lot of results and helped to disseminate them to the mech industry in order to speed up the collective development of hyper-technology. In the half-year or so since the start of the hyper-generation, many mech designers had already pushed the research and application of the 5 elements to a much higher level than the other E-energy attributes. This encouraged more mech designers to develop hyper-mechs based around the same elements, causing the infrastructure around these products to grow even more. It was a positive feedback loop that showed no signs of slowing down. Vase loosely estimated that at least 70% of all hyper products would be based around at least one of the classical elements. The prevalence of hyper products based on water and so on made hyper mechs based on other E-energy attributes stand out more. They might not be as refined or efficient as ordinary machines, but the more exotic hyper mechs inevitably acquired abilities that significantly transformed their combat approach. Vase had a strong suspicion that he was looking at one of these cases. He discreetly utilized Blinky's senses to determine what sort of E-energy attributes that Master Quan applied to his mech design. He sensed at least 2 relatively familiar attributes. One of them reminded Vase of rot and decay. It was a force that was tied to the universal rule that nothing lasts forever and that everything eventually crumbled into dust. The other attribute felt a lot more threatening to Vase. It was the primal force of destruction, the ability to completely break whatever it struck. This was a powerful combination of attributes. Though Vase had never worked with these attributes himself, he possessed enough expertise to know that it was far more difficult to control E-energy attributes that were inherently more dangerous and abstract. The destruction attribute was especially difficult to handle as it could easily destroy the mech that attempted to use this powerful energy. However, Master Exilic Quan just happened to possess an abundant amount of experience with dangerous and volatile tech. He was probably among the more qualified mech designers to make use of this powerful E-energy attribute. Just as its name suggested, the Dustweaver predominantly leaned towards the decay attribute, and only made minor use of the destruction attribute. As Vase continued to discern the secrets of the Dustweaver, his behavior did not go unnoticed. "How much have you guessed, Professor Larkinson? Are you able to simulate the Dustweaver's combat approach? I think I have a decent idea of the concept behind this hero mech," Vase said with growing confidence. At first glance, the Dustweaver looks as if it is a machine with high peak performance but low endurance. It is designed to go on the offensive and hammer its target with unrelenting aggression. Once it is able to break down the opposing energy shield, it can finish off the exposed mech by firing its molecular disintegrator. No matter how well armored the opposing mech may be, just a few shots should be enough to break down all of the fancy armor and crumble enough internal components. Master Quan nodded as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his metallic coat. "Your logic is sound, but the Dustweaver is not as simple as it appears on the surface. What else can my hero mech do that enables it to overcome enemies in a different manner?" Vase narrowed his eyes as he thought about the elements that were not congruous to his earlier description. He had a hunch that there was a deliberate reason why Master Quan chose to turn the Dustweaver into a hero mech as opposed to a hybrid mech or whatever. Vase thought back on the hero mechs he designed in the past. The Ouroboros and the Everchanger had always been more about the guns and swords in their hands. When Vase studied the Dustweaver from a different angle, he suddenly came up with a premise that matched all of the clues that he had gathered. The Dustweaver doesn't appear to be a hero mech at first because its primary armaments are primarily effective at close range. Vase spoke. The shoulder-mounted positron guns allow it to attack at longer ranges, but they are too small and weak to defeat powerful mechs by themselves. That contradicts the inherent meaning of a hero mech, which is that it should always have an effective means to defeat enemies up close and from afar. Master Quan looked impressed. "Spoken like a true hero mech designer. You are getting close to the truth, but there is still more to the story." "I was getting to that, Master. What is strange about the Dustweaver is that if it wishes to overcome the defenses of its opponents as quickly as possible. It should be saturated with E-energy attributes that align with this approach. Instead of doing so, you have integrated your design with a large proportion of decay-attributed hyper-materials. This only makes sense if your mech is designed to wear down its adversaries over a longer stretch of time. I believe that the positron cannons or maybe even the medium-range molecular disintegrator may have a way to efficiently wear down the defenses of a mech like my elite xianxia from a comfortable distance. This made so much more sense. The medium-range molecular disintegrator was a large tell. Master Quan could have easily equipped a more effective version of his alien-derived weapon system in his mech design if it only needed to be used at close range. Master Quan responded with an amused expression. Impressive. Your understanding of mechs is much deeper than the other senior mech designers that I have met over my long career. To be able to decipher my Dustweaver to this extent is a testament to your love of our craft. As expected of a mech designer that had already produced a multitude of masterwork mechs at an early age. It always felt good to be complimented, but Vase did not think he had figured everything out about the Dustweaver. He still felt that it possessed a bit more depth that added another dimension to the hero mech. However, the match was about to start. The round of inspections took much longer due to the far greater complexity of the mechs, but once the mechers had done their jobs, the Dustweaver and the elite xianxia moved to the opposite ends of the mech arena. As the countdown started, Master Quan approached and made an odd request. I have learned that you are far more physically gifted than you appear on the surface. May I have your permission to touch you? I would like to feel your skin. That was an exceedingly weird request, but Vase did not think it was inappropriate in this situation. A master like Exilic Quan possessed many connections, so it wasn't a surprise that he knew that Vase was a human phase lord. Many people held a lot of curiosity towards phase lords among humans. What were they like? How did all of the space folding keep their true bodies in working condition? All of these questions fascinated many researchers who had developed a strong interest in this powerful native custom. Vase simply answered by pulling up the sleeve of his outfit and offering up his arm. They had already shook hands before, but now that Master Quan traced the length of Ves's arm with his aging fingers, the man drew a lot of conclusions from this impromptu study. The master mech designer did not even pay attention to the challenge match anymore. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, Master Quan suddenly gripped Ves's arm with his clawed hand and actually started to communicate with Vase through a spiritual connection. I would appreciate it if you do not show any obvious reactions to our conversation. I have been waiting to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you for many months. Vase found it difficult to maintain a cool expression. While it was not actually difficult to communicate through spiritual means, it was definitely not a common method during the age of mechs. There had to be a very deliberate reason why Master Quan chose to communicate with Vase through this fashion. Compared to talking with their voice or transmitting signals with their cranial implants, communicating directly through a small and direct spiritual connection was a lot more secure. Given the emphasis on forming a secure communication channel, Vase immediately suspected that Master Quan did not want the mechers or anyone else to listen to what he had to say. Let me reintroduce myself to you, Professor. I am not only a master mech designer, but also a member of the cosmopolitan movement. What? Vase found it incredibly difficult to suppress his shock at this revelation. A part of him immediately wanted to call security so that they could take this human traitor into custody, but he immediately got rid of that foolish plan. There was no way that Master Quan went through all of this effort to meet with him and reveal one of his dirtiest secrets just to offer himself up to the mechers. Vase tried his best to control his emotions, though it was clear that the gem cat resting on his shoulder had become alerted. Meow. Lucky did not shift his gaze away from Master Quan. Explain. Vase hissed through the spiritual connection. I am no friend of the Cosmopolitans, and I do not think your group thinks favorably of me either. The master with a murky background released a mental sigh. The Cosmopolitan movement is not as monolithic as you think. It is similar to the Red Association in that it is split up into multiple cells, each of which have developed their own schools of thought. Centralization is impossible in an umbrella organization like ours, as that could easily allow the mechers and the fleeters to roll every cosmopolitan up at once. And that matters because, let me assure you that I am not a part of the more radical cells that are hostile to you. It may be difficult for you to believe, but there are moderate and reasonable members within our movement. Many of them are indistinguishable from the people who are part of normal society. Vase had heard so many bad stories about the Cosmopolitans that he found it difficult to imagine that these terrorists and extremists could match this description. No one aligned with a forbidden organization like the Cosmopolitan movement unless that person had become crazy. Chapter 5568 Indigo Cell. Nobody in the Mech arena aside from Vase and Master Quan knew that an incredibly dangerous meeting was taking place. On the surface, the two mech designers appeared to talk about their mech designs. Vase showed a lot of interest in the Dustweaver, and Master Quan was more than happy to explain a few surface principles about his work. The true conversation took place on a spiritual level. What Vase just learned was so shocking that he no longer felt that the fourth challenge match was of any consequence. He struggled to accept the fact that he had made peaceful contact with a cosmopolitan. Though his experiences with the members of this infamous alien-loving movement were limited, he had heard plenty of stories of how these crazies handed over lots of information and technological secrets to the native aliens. The cosmopolitans were directly responsible for making the aliens of the Red Ocean a lot stronger and more difficult to defeat. It was difficult to calculate how much human blood the cosmopolitans had on their hands, but it was definitely a huge amount that could grow bigger with each defeat at the hands of the aliens. Perhaps one day the Red Cabal would succeed in taking back the territories occupied by so many human colonists and pioneers. Once that happened, the cosmopolitan movement had made an undeniable contribution in the extermination of red humanity. These thoughts made it a lot more challenging for Vase to maintain his rationality. He came close to spitting the respected master in the face and calling for the Mechers to arrest this hidden traitor. However, as crazy as Master Quan may be, the man was most certainly not a fool. Vase did not think he could gain much if he acted on his impulses. His greatest deficiency at this moment was that he was lacking in information. He didn't know much about the cosmopolitans and had no idea why someone as important as Master Quan took such a massive risk to expose his identity to Vase at this time. It was better to hear him out. One of the advantages of a spiritual connection was that Vase could tell with great confidence whether people were lying. This may be one of the few instances where he could gain real insider information on a secretive human organization that possessed an outsized influence in the Red Ocean. Vase could always decide to hand Master Quan over to the Mechers later. With that sentiment in mind, Vase tried to maintain a false facade while carefully directing a part of his attention to this dangerous discussion. What are the differences between moderate cosmopolitans and radical cosmopolitans? No matter what means you utilize, both of your groups are traitors as far as I am concerned. All of you are so intrinsically opposed to the interests of humanity that I see no reason why I should treat you differently from the scum who openly live in alien space and advise their alien masters. Master Quan did not exhibit any anger or any other elevated reaction at being called a traitor. I do not blame you for believing in the propaganda spread by the powers that be. The Mechers and the Fleeters have done their best to turn our entire movement and ideals into a taboo that people such as yourself cannot disassociate the word treachery from cosmopolitanism. This is a great tragedy and one that complicates many attempts at communication. Vase was not impressed. The poor reception that your people have received is entirely the fault of your mad organization. Do not lay the blame on the general public whose interests are being harmed by your extreme ideals. Let us not go too deep into ideology at this time. Master Quan conveyed with a touch of irritation. It is not my intention to persuade you to accept our ideals and join our movement. Not only is it clear that we will not be able to convert you to our cause, but even if we are able to do so, it is impossible for your change of heart to remain unnoticed by the Mechers that constantly keep you within their sights. Then why did you come and tell me all of this? What is your purpose? I will need to explain to you how we are organized in the current day. Our movement has many cells. Even I do not know how many of them exist in the Red Ocean. Many cells are nearly completely independent and have developed their own rules, traditions, membership criteria and goals. We are only loosely united by the common cause of forming a peaceful and united pan-racial galactic community. Vase mentally scoffed at that. You guys are doing a good job at fostering peace and understanding between different races. I am sure that you cosmopolitans are building up a lot of goodwill among the humans who have lost their families, their friends, their livelihoods and their homes to alien aggression that you have enabled. I do not deny that our approach is imperfect. Each cosmopolitan desires to guide humanity beyond its biased and backwards ethnocentrist ideology. The issue is that our cells are so isolated from each other that we employ many different strategies at the same time. Many of them tend to be violent, making it much more difficult for other cells to achieve their goals through gentler means. This is the nature of the beast. Since your cosmopolitan movement is so poorly run, why should I have anything to do with you guys? Let me complete my explanation, Professor. As I have mentioned earlier, I am a member of a cell that is a part of our moderate faction. The word faction may be misleading here as it is not a formal grouping or designation. Moderate cells can be further divided by their ideological distinctions. Many of us do not entirely agree on the more gentle strategies we must employ in order to bring humans together with aliens. What is important is that we never intend to harm our fellow humans, whether directly or indirectly. What is your stance on the radicals of your movement, then? Are the two of you enemies, or are you simply willing to go your own ways? We are not friends or allies. We try not to make contact with each other at all if we can. Master Quan responded through the spiritual connection. As shameful as it may be, our moderates are not willing to go to war against the radicals. Such a conflict will only cause us to consume each other, causing us to move further away from realizing our ultimate goal. We have decided long ago to work separately. Vase found it ironic that a group that originated from diplomats and alien lovers couldn't even form a harmonious community within its own ranks. How could the cosmopolitans ever hope to unite humans and many different alien races when they couldn't even reconcile their own internal differences? The severe dysfunction that existed within their forbidden organization clearly proved that their ambition was nothing but an impossible fantasy. I already have a rough idea on what the radicals of your movement are doing to advance their cause, not that they are doing a good job at it. Vase conveyed. What I don't understand is what moderates such as yourself are doing. If you people have done anything to promote the idea that humans and aliens should get along, then I have not noticed any of your efforts. I will not betray the trust of my cell and expose our activities. It is not necessary for you to know the specifics, Professor. What I am willing to tell you is that our indigo cell has recently decided to enact the cross-species pantheon plan. The cross-species pantheon plan. We have conducted extensive studies of many alien cultures in the Red Ocean. One of the common traits is that they share a common belief in the divinity of phase whales and phase lords. Every alien society in this dwarf galaxy is so interconnected that worshipping phase leaders as literal gods has become the glue that connections them together. As undesirable as it may sound to resort to a backwards phenomenon to tie all of these races together, we cannot argue about the results. Wars of annihilation between the local alien civilizations have become a rarity because each of them can always find common ground in their religious beliefs. That actually sounded rather interesting. Vase would have liked to discuss this topic if he wasn't talking to an actual cosmopolitan. That sounds nice. How does this relate to your plan? Can you not recognize how we can take advantage of his common belief? A modest amount of cosmopolitans assume that one of the reasons why the aliens are so hostile against us is because we are fighting against their gods. Operation Night Jazz has done incalculable damage against our cause by inflaming the aliens against humanity further after we have slain several of their gods. Good. This is anything but a good development, Professor Larkinson. Master Quan insisted. Red humanity is so outnumbered by the native aliens that it is impossible for us to win the Red War by ourselves. Only by finding common ground with the aliens and making peace with the more receptive among them can we hope to save our race and turn the Red Ocean into a multiracial paradise. It does not help that our god pilots are more prone to be regarded as unholy demons rather than gods that deserve their respect. It is nearly impossible to convince the vast majority of aliens that our god pilots and star designers are equivalent to their phase leaders. Our cross-species pantheon plan has never been able to launch due to this setback. As Vase listened to the cosmopolitan words, he finally started to connect the clues together. He almost widened his eyes as he deduced the true reason why Master Quan approached him in such a risky manner. Are you trying to find a substitute for a god by seeking me out? This is crazy. There is no way in hell I will play any part in your deluded scheme. It is impossible for aliens to cease their opposition to humanity because I just happen to be a god, in their understanding. The aliens are trying to exterminate our race due to many reasons. They want to remove an existential threat to their own civilizations. They want to take revenge for all of the native residents of the Red Ocean that our race has slaughtered. They want to take back all of the territory that we have stolen from them. These are the true reasons why we are at war. No amount of superstition can change this fundamental equation. You underestimate the power of belief. Faith is a powerful force to many alien races. Aside from outliers such as the Puelmers, the vast majority of sentients in this dwarf galaxy are conditioned from birth to develop absolute belief in the divinity of phase lords. They are compelled to display absolute subservience to any phase lord no matter the race. We can exploit this common rule by having you present yourself to different alien groups and convincing them to lay down their hostility against humans. Madness. This was madness. Though Master Quan did not present himself as an absolute nutcase like a radical cosmopolitan, he was just as crazy and delusional as far as Vase was concerned. There was no chance that such a stupid scheme could possibly work. Even if there was a sliver of a chance that it might actually produce the intended results, there was no way that Vase wanted to have any part of this dangerous and subversive scheme. As the intense noises of the match playing out below continued to ring throughout the Mech arena, Ves's mind had turned into a blender as he entertained many different thoughts. There was no way he could remain calm under the circumstances. Chapter 5569 Terminal Cell. Before humans invaded the Red Ocean, the dwarf galaxy enjoyed a long era of peace and stability. The 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean had already carved out their respective territories a long time ago. Waging war on a civilization-wide scale did not make any sense because none of the races could overpower each other quickly enough to prevent others from interfering in the conflict. Every race implicitly or explicitly maintained the status quo for that reason. This produced a relatively internal state of the multiracial galactic community where the only incidents of fighting came in the form of small controlled conflicts and lawless activities. This galactic state happened to match the state of the Milky Way before the Age of Conquest. The 7 apex races maintained a persistent balance of power and mostly remained content to rule over their own separate star empires. Alas, the spread of the scourge known as the human race had ruined both of these idyllic states. The upstart humans did not play by the rules. They refused to bow down to their betters and fought without even considering the option of compromise. Humanity's favorite means of growth was by relying on stealing, cheating, robbing and deceiving anyone who wasn't a part of their own race. In fact, humans were so outrageous that they did not even let off their own people. To the cosmopolitans that admired the old galactic communities of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, they lamented the fact that humans simply could not get along with the other powers of those galaxies. How could all of these ignorant and greedy humans be blind to the magnificence of multiracial cooperation? How could they not yearn for the relative calm and prosperity that so many different alien races managed to produce by respecting each other's strengths and boundaries? One of the central assumptions of the cosmopolitan movement was that the fault did not lie with the aliens. It was the humans that held all of the blame for the death and destruction that their arrival had wrought onto the galaxies. Humanity was afflicted by the curse of original sin. Many cosmopolitans believed that their own race was tainted from the onset. This was why humans never found a way to get along with their peaceful and more civilized alien neighbors. They were no different from barbarians. Instead of appreciating the many benefits and enrichment of becoming an equal member of a true multiracial galactic community, the human race always yearned for more. The human race was not satisfied with rising up in the galactic stage through gentle and peaceful measures. People wanted to attain power quickly, so they gave in to their primal urges and resorted to violence to gain what they needed. This had led to so much horror and brutality that no one could keep track of all of the war crimes anymore. The Milky Way had already become ruined by the scourge of humanity. Many cosmopolitans had dedicated centuries of their lives to repairing the deplorable relationships between humanity and the remaining surviving alien races of the galaxy. Suffice to say, the cosmopolitans made virtually zero progress. As much as they believed in their enlightened cause, not even the most optimistic member of this secret society could maintain their enthusiasm after millennia had passed without any positive developments. At best, the cosmopolitans might be able to prevent the aliens from hating the humans even more, but the efforts of all of their cells were so scattered that it was hard to determine whether they had made any difference. The cosmopolitan movement regards the Red Ocean as our second chance. Master Exilic Quan elaborated on the motivations of his overarching organization. We are not bogged down by millennia of continuous insults, genocides, humiliation and misplaced human superiority. Before the Age of Dawn, we had faith that the transgressions of our flawed and ugly race had not become severe enough to plunge the relationship between humans and the prevailing galactic community of the dwarf galaxy below the point of recovery. Though Vase was still reeling from learning about the shocking plan of the Indigo Cell, he had to admit that the plan of the cosmopolitans did not sound entirely outlandish. Compared to the countless deeds that the human race had committed in the Milky Way, its footprint in the Red Ocean was much lighter. Humans had only conquered a relatively modest slice of the galactic rim of the Red Ocean. Many of the natives of the Red Ocean had never even met a human, let alone suffer any damage from their arrival. Though the Big Two had secretly built up their presence in the Red Ocean for an unknown amount of decades, the human race only truly came into prominence in the last decade. From the perspective of galactic history, that was an exceedingly short time interval. To the phase whales who had lived for hundreds of thousands if not millions of years, a handful of years was just a blink of an eye from their perspective. Even if humanity had made an exceedingly poor first impression upon their arrival to the dwarf galaxy, the cosmopolitans still hoped that they could overcome this damage and move closer to the goal of allowing humans to integrate with an existing multiracial galactic community. Wait, Vase briefly interrupted Master Quan's eager attempt to share his organization's ideals. Did you guys push the native aliens into triggering the Great Severing far in advance? According to common sense, there is no way the Red Cabal would resort to such an extreme measure when humanity had yet to truly ramp up its invasion of the new frontier. Did you and your crazy compatriots somehow cause us all to get cut off from the rest of humanity? Master Quan did not make any attempts to hide his smug and proud feelings at the mention of this dramatic turn of events. You are correct to assume that our movement has played an integral role in enlightening the aliens to the true threat posed by our greater civilization. Alas, our Indigo Cell does not dare to claim any credit for this fantastic initiative. The Terminal Cell is chiefly responsible for executing this particular plan. It is the only cell that has won a measure of trust from the Red Cabal. Its members remain embedded within the core of alien society to this day. It is through their unceasing diplomatic successes that Red humanity has gained a chance to wake up to the truth and acknowledge the falsehood of human supremacy. Crazy. This was crazy. The Indigo Cell already sounded wacky enough, but at least it did not directly engage in any measures that led to the deaths of lots of humans. The Terminal Cell was completely different. Vase did not need any further clues to determine that it was made up of a bunch of radicals. These extreme cosmopolitans wanted to break the unflinching belief in human supremacy so much that they went through extreme measures to put Red humanity in a dire state. They deliberately increased the threat posed by the native aliens by arming them with superior human tech and enacting a plan to isolate Red humanity. All of that had changed the lives of human colonists in the new frontier for the worse. Even though certain people such as Vase benefited enormously from entering a medium-energy environment, there was no doubt that the lives of the vast majority of humans had worsened after this dramatic change. Not only did they lose contact with their family and relatives from the old galaxy, but they had to live in constant fear that the native aliens would pour into human-occupied space and reciprocate the genocides that humanity had wrought onto other races in the past. Under the threat of these dire nightmare scenarios, no human was in the mood to think about how they merely reaped what they sowed. Red humanity faced an existential threat. Trillions of recent arrivals were constantly on the verge of losing their homes, their livelihoods and their families because the Terminal Cell deliberately engineered this crisis situation. When Vase was thinking about all of the harm that these radicals had wrought upon innocent humans, he developed the urge to punch the smug master mech designer in the face. He didn't even want to hold back the prodigious strength of his true body. Even though Master Quan doubtlessly sensed Ves's rising fury towards the cosmopolitans, the older man did not take it seriously at all. Every cosmopolitan had so much hate flung in their direction that they had become immune to criticism and recriminations. No member of their great movement was able to cling to their convictions if they actually paid attention to the ignorant opinions of the unenlightened masses. Everyone who believed in their cause must remain unwavering in the face of hostility from their own race. I can understand why a child who has grown up under the auspices of the Big Two such as yourself finds it difficult to agree with our stances, but you do not have a choice. Master Quan claimed as he continued to convey his words through the spiritual connection. Red humanity is in a much more dire state than at the start of the Age of Dawn. As I have mentioned before, Operation Night Jazz has almost ruined the original intentions of the Terminal Cell by dramatically increasing the hatred that aliens hold towards our race. Many other cells have stepped up their plans in order to mitigate the damage that the Red 2 has caused by slaughtering and humiliating so many alien gods. And I am supposed to play an integral part of your insane scheme, is that right? Vase skeptically responded. You are a much more suitable candidate than you think. You are still young, which means that you are still open to other viewpoints. Your humble origins ensure that you are not completely in lockstep with the Mechers and the Fleeters. Your complicated background and eventful rise has trained your flexibility and adaptability to new and unexpected situations. You also have far more contact with aliens than the average human. Many times, you confronted them in a position of weakness, which made you recognize the futility of human supremacy far in advance. Do you truly think that the Fist of Defiance's Deep Strike plan can help Red humanity grow fast enough to fight the Red Cabal to a standstill? Be honest, Professor Larkinson. What is your judgment? It was difficult for Vase to respond with a lie. Spiritual communication was much more direct and intimate than the alternatives. Just as Vase was able to sense the total conviction and sincerity of Master Quan, the older mech designer should also be sharp enough to do the same. Vase mentally sighed. If I am being completely honest, I think that the Deep Strike plan is a desperation measure that has less than 10% chance of success. It is just that the other plans are worse in my opinion. At least we will be able to remain true to ourselves when we fight the native aliens to the bitter end. The hope is that a change in circumstances in the coming years could dramatically shift the trend of the Red War. The greatest aspiration of this plan is that all of the pressure will lead to the rise of many new god pilots. We can defend our territories so long as we manage to raise enough powerhouses. You are praying for miracles that will not come, at least not in a high enough frequency. Master Quan retorted, you should have voted for the diplomacy plan. You may not like it, but the xenotechnician understands the threat posed by an entire galactic community. Your decision to throw your support behind one of the most impulsive and brutish god pilots has pulled us away from the brink of ultimate salvation. The mention of a certain star designer suddenly caused Vase to dig up an old suspicion. Wait, is the xenotechnician a part of the cosmopolitan movement? I cannot respond to your inquiry. Even if I do supply you with an answer, you will not believe it. You are still too ignorant of the realities of our flawed civilization. If you wish to become enlightened to the ultimate truths, then cooperate with our plan. Chapter 5570 Cogito ergo sum. Nobody knew that Vase and Master Quan secretly engaged in a profound and shocking discussion. They had no idea that the pair of mech designers talked about the dangerous secrets centered around the cosmopolitan movement because the fight taking place in the main arena attracted all of their attention. Compared to the affordable and cost-effective mechs that fought in the previous challenge matches, the two state-of-the-art quasi-first-class mechs existed on another level. The two machines immediately displayed their formidable prowess from the moment the countdown reached 0. The elite Fei Fianna immediately turned into a machine that wielded the power of both fire and water. The space suppressor Fei and the energy shield Fei both stuck close to the mech. The former worked hard to attract as much water energy as possible while the latter immediately activated its transphasic energy shield while also drawing in a lot of water energy. The main body and the two Fei did not work by themselves. The dominant spirit along with the two subordinate spirits had developed a much more extensive familiarity with the water element. The higher grades of water hyper-materials integrated into mech enabled the living spirits to become exposed to the water energy to a much greater degree. This directly contributed to the faster and more comprehensive growth of the living mech as a whole. Though the dominant spirits and the subordinate spirits were all driven by their own independent personalities, they were still a single whole in essence. This meant that what one of them learned, the others learned as well. This provided massive benefits to the elite Fei Fianna. When 3 of its 5 spirits all channeled the power of water in unison, they were able to sync up and coordinate their efforts to produce a significantly stronger effect than what they were able to accomplish by themselves. A glowing blue corona surrounded the exterior of the drone mech as the living machine leveraged the power of its artistic conception. As one of the earliest copies of the elite edition of the Fei Fianna, the drone mech enjoyed a privileged position. It was not only among the stronger mechs of the entire line, but also received personal guidance from its progenitor. Vase had already taken the possibility of challenges into account. He had personally guided the formation of artistic conceptions for each of the elite Fei Fiannas. The one that had entered the field had managed to outperform its peers due to the power of its artistic conception. Unlike other living hyper-mechs that focused their thoughts on whirlpools of water dragons, the mech in question developed a more ambitious artistic conception. Whoa, what is that? Is that a projection? It is more than that. I can feel the power of the oceans through this machine. The living mech tried its best to form the image of Poseidon, one of the ancient gods of the seas and the storms. As one of the ancient human myths to survive to the present day, the name of this deity held such great meaning that it was difficult for a relatively new living mech to develop an accurate impression of this storied figure. This was why the growing energy manifestation that appeared behind the back of the drone mech only revealed the contours as well as a few vague details. The humanoid figure that was surrounded by mist only revealed a fraction of its majesty, but that was already enough to significantly improve the Fei Fianna's control over water energy. Perhaps the boost could not compare to the help that the ocean collar provided to Vase upon use, but the strong meanings associated with Poseidon caused the Fey Fianna to entertain the illusion that it was a spiritual descendant of the mythical god. This was clearly false and absurd, but that did not matter when it came to cultivation. E-energy was spiritually reactive. It actively responded and molded itself to the thoughts and emotions of sentient beings. Vase learned that the stronger and more concentrated the mental activity, the more that E-energy would try to turn fantasy into reality. Under the deliberate guidance of its progenitor, the elite Fey Fianna successfully managed to delude itself into thinking that it had become one of the inheritors of Poseidon, thereby enabling it to display a minute fraction of this ancient figure's strength. In other words, it was a successful case of a self-fulfilling prophecy. As stupid as it sounded, the effects were very real. As the vague and mist-obscured image of the trident-wielding god took hold, the Fey Fianna looked as if it was being possessed by Poseidon himself. The aura of the living hyper-mech evolved as the mech resisted the continuous hyper-positron beam attacks launched by the Dustweaver. The power of decay that sought to erode the water energy shield on a gradual basis found itself stymied by the sacred and inviolable nature of a myth come to life. That was not the extent of Poseidon's power. The resistance granted by the remarkably powerful artistic conception was so all-encompassing that it even negated a small portion of the transphasic characters of the incoming energy attacks. The shoulder-mounted positron beam guns of the Dustweaver continued to expend energy in an effort to wear down the formidable defenses of the elite Fey Fianna. While the constant release of energy rays steadily damaged the integrity of the Fey Fianna's energy shield coverage, the Dustweaver's progress was far too disappointing. Despite being piloted by a hand-picked elite mech pilot, the shoulder-mounted positron beam guns occasionally failed to hit the drone mech that had already begun to leverage its superior mobility by weaving around in the air. It was a testament to the mech pilot and the quality of the Dustweaver that the positron beam guns achieved a hit rate of 65%. The occasional misses were still highly consequential, though. They gave the much more powerful Azure energy shield generators a brief moment to stabilize their conditions and restore a bit more integrity. In fact, the Dustweaver should have been capable of wearing down even stronger defenses if it was able to leverage its decay attribute correctly. Yet because the living hyper-mech enjoyed the protection of a remarkable artistic conception, the accumulation of decay energy that was supposed to degrade the Fey Fianna's defenses over time simply couldn't find any purchase. Real gods did not age and rot away like mortal beings. They were immortal and eternal. Only other gods possessed the power to afflict them with maladies that could shorten their amazing longevity, but the Dustweaver definitely did not possess these qualifications. Compared to a magnificent machine like the elite Fey Fianna, the Dustweaver was a lifeless mortal object. The only living spirituality that drove the quasi-first-class hero mech was its mech pilot, who was also just a mortal. This perceived gap granted the elite Fey Fianna an even greater boost in confidence. Each subsequent positron beam attack that struck the Azure energy shield seemed to deal a fraction less damage than before. This subsequently increased the Fey Fianna's confidence even more, causing its Azure energy shield to become even more effective at blocking incoming attacks. It became clear to everyone that the elite Fey Fianna immediately managed to gain the upper hand in this challenge match. Not only did the elite Fey Fianna produce a much more ostentatious light show, but it was clearly hammering the Dustweaver a lot harder. In contrast to the shoulder-mounted positron beam guns, the transphasic fire hyper-luminaire crystal cannons mounted to the offensive Fey were proper primary armaments. These Fey were not as modest as their standard edition counterparts. The inclusion of higher grades fire hyper materials as well as a dash of phase water completely transformed their lethality. Each fire laser beam that crossed the distance at the speed of light not only inflicted significant damage to the Dustweaver's own Azure energy shield, but also caused the mech in the surrounding air to heat up at a faster rate. The attribute restraint of the Azure energy shield of the Dustweaver did not even play that much of a role. This was because the subordinate spirits of the two offensive Fey had joined forces to produce their own artistic conception. Much of the living mech's focus had to be used to maintain the demanding artistic conception of Poseidon. The Luminaire crystal cannon Fey could only produce a more modest image of a naughty and mischievous fire elf, but that was already sufficient for their purposes. The fire elf not only enabled the two offensive Fey to attract more fire energy and shape it in a more effective manner, but also add a few frustrating characteristics to the fire laser beam attacks. The transphasic properties of the energy beams fluctuated from time to time. They weakened in one moment, but the next ones became stronger for whatever reasons. This randomness not only made it harder for the Dustweaver to configure its defenses properly, but also caused the water element fortifying the energy shield to become less controllable. The fire elf attracted so much fire energy that the two offensive Fae needed to be deployed further away from the main body and the two defensive Fae. If they did not maintain enough distance, then the two opposing elements would interfere with each other. As the seconds passed by, the Dustweaver failed to improve its circumstances. Its elite mech pilot made multiple adjustments, but nothing worked. The fact of the matter was that the Dustweaver was at a clear disadvantage when engaging the elite Fae Fianna in ranged combat. There was no point in maintaining distance as the positron beam attacks did not even do a good job at softening up the Fae Fianna's defenses. Since that was the case, the Dustweaver had no choice but to get closer. The hero mech is finally accelerating forward. It's fast. Look, it is raising one of its arms. The hero mech is about to fire its exotic weapon system. The elite Fae Fianna immediately became more alert when the Dustweaver started to take aim with its medium-range molecular disintegrator. Even though it was far from reaching the most optimal range, the Dustweaver experienced so much pressure that it pulled the trigger anyway. Whoom! A bizarre low-pitch buzzing noise immediately spread throughout Foca Arena. The sound was so weird and disruptive that many people temporarily lost their focus. Once they regained their wits, the audience immediately set their sights on the elite Fae Fianna. Different from all of the previous attacks launched by the Dustweaver, the single activation of the molecular disruptor actually produced a visible result. As the modular armor plating of the Fae and part of the drone mech looking a little thinner, the Dustweaver actually managed to disintegrate the molecules that comprise the exterior of the Fae Fianna. It did so in spite of the fact that the drone mech's Azure energy shield is still active. This is impossible. I am not an expert in molecular disintegration technology, but from what I have read about Master Quan's work, his exotic weapon systems have never demonstrated the capacity to bypass energy shields of any kind. Molecular disintegrators aren't even transphasic because their tech is incompatible with phase water. Many old technologies have completely reinvented themselves since the start of the hyper generation. Isn't the answer obvious? The molecular disintegrator somehow managed to gain this power after being combined with hyper technology. This was a remarkable result. The value of a weapon that could actually bypass the protective measures of a powerful transphasic energy shield was considerable. Even if only a small fraction of the effective attack managed to make it past the Azure energy shield, its future potential was limitless. This was already a result that could one day lead to more effective implementations that could damage and cripple alien starships more directly. Master Quan was on the verge of making a massive contribution to the development of human technology. Chapter 5571 Oscillator Hammer. The effectiveness of the medium-range hyper molecular disruptor astonished many people among the audience. While it was not entirely unheard of for cutting-edge weapon systems to gain the capacity to circumvent the protection of energy shields, they were far from common. These exotic and prototypical weapon systems were usually attached to experimental and restricted first-class multipurpose mechs. The weapons had to be made of incredibly rare and powerful materials, and often had to be sustained by powerful first-class power reactors. Perhaps it may be possible for a small troop of elite first-class mechs to be equipped with these expensive boondoggles, but it was unthinkable to bestow them to any second-class mechs. The Dustweaver completely changed the equation. Even though the mech was a quasi-first-class mech that was unaffordable to most second-class customers, its price had to be within the same range as the elite Fae Fianna. This meant that second-class forces could already gain the ability to bypass energy shields by paying just 2 MTA credits for a mech like the Dustweaver. Just as people started to fantasize about disintegrating the molecules that made up an entire alien warship, a lot of mech designers and other scientists quickly disabused them of their delusional notions. The hyper-molecular disintegrator is not a panacea. Look at how little damage it managed to do against the Fae Fianna. It only managed to scrape away a small amount of surface matter from the mech. The transphasic energy shields of a typical alien warship is much stronger without adding in the factor of hyper-technology. I can guarantee you that the Dustweaver cannot even disintegrate a single molecule of a properly shielded warship. The value in Master Quan's breakthrough lies in its subsequent development. The current version of his hypermolecular disintegrator is still useless against a shielded mech, but maybe other developers can add their own solutions to the weapon system that can amplify its penetration power. If a brilliant mech weapons developer is able to find a way to make the weapon transphasic, then its ability to bypass energy shields will likely skyrocket. Many discussions erupted around the same topics. The elite Fae Fianna that was leveraging the power of the image of Poseidon used to attract their admiration, but the powerful hyper-mech quickly became an afterthought in the face of another astonishing technological breakthrough. When the Dustweaver fired its medium-range hyper-molecular disruptor for a second time, the arena became filled with the same awe-inspiring sound. Whoom! This time, a slightly greater quantity of dust particles fell from the surface armor plating of the Fae and the drone mech. All of these particles used to comprise the outer structure of the elite Fae Fianna, but the effects of the exotic weapon had caused the powerful matter to break down and crumble into dust. Amazing! The weapon is slightly more effective at closer ranges. I wonder how much of the Fae Fianna will break apart once the molecular disintegrator is able to strike the mech without an Azure energy shield in the way. Everyone who was familiar with Master Quan's work knew that molecular disintegrators only truly demonstrated their full power against solid matter. The immediate goal of the Dustweaver was to demolish the annoying Azure energy shields that protected the elite Fae Fianna. Unlike the mechs that fought in the previous matches, the speed of the Dustweaver was much greater. Although the mech endured numerous transphasic fire laser beam attacks that weakened the integrity of its Azure energy shield even further, the machine successfully managed to close the distance and get within melee striking distance. The Dustweaver did not fire its molecular disintegrator. Again, its mech pilot focused instead on striking the mech's transphasic hyper-oscillator hammer onto the enemy machine's Azure energy shield. Brrrrrm. A sharp vibration spread through the air as the oscillator hammer produced a bizarre effect that significantly destabilized the energy shield projected by the defensive Fae. Despite all of the power invested in the transphasic water hyper-energy shield, the oscillator hammer had been expressly designed to counter this powerful form of protection. The power of water energy and the artistic conception of Poseidon helped the elite Fae Fianna buffer the damage to an extent, but that did not stop the exotic hammer from directly shaking the fabric of space upon impact. A single blow from the hammer was dozens of times more damaging to energy shields than a single attack from the Dustweaver's shoulder-mounted positron beam gun. What was important to note was that the oscillator hammer was not excessively large and heavy. It was not designed to bash in armor, so its mass was relatively light compared to other hammers. Much of its structure was devoted to high-tech technological components that was responsible for producing a crucial spatial oscillation effect. All of this meant that the Dustweaver could easily smash its oscillator hammer at the elite Fae Fianna in quick succession. That warhammer is weakening the Fae Fianna's energy shield at an astonishing tempo. If this goes on, then the drone mech will soon become exposed to the molecular disintegrator. Once that happens, the Fae Fianna will lose more than a thin layer of surface molecules. Everyone understood that the odd hero mech was a terror to fight against up close. The oscillator hammer expended a lot of energy in order to produce its exotic effect, but the high-quality power reactor of the Dustweaver continually ensured that the high-tech melee weapon could continue to do its job without interruption. The Dustweaver even silenced its useless shoulder-mounted positron beam guns in order to maximize the operation of its oscillator hammer. The elite Fae Fianna could not afford to let this continue. Seeing that the power of E-energy and the image of Poseidon could not effectively negate the hard power of the Dustweaver's frightening hammer, the drone mech had little choice but to lock weapons against its adversary. The oscillator hammer was a specialized anti-shield weapon. Its effectiveness against solid matter was much weaker. Fix bayonet. The elite Fae Fianna performed a familiar maneuver. It drew out its backup knife and attached it to the front of its transphasic hyper-luminaire crystal weapon. Different from the standard edition, the backup knife of the more expensive variant of the mech line was a bit more special. A fiery glow emanated from the edge of the bayonet blade. It's a plasma torch, no, a plasma blade. That will surely do a lot of damage. It is also putting a large amount of strain on the Fae Fianna's power reactor. The plasma bayonet was not as effective as a proper plasma sword. Its power was considerably weaker, but still remarkably high compared to most cold weapons. The elite Fae Fianna could not maintain this state for long. Not only did the plasma bayonet consume a lot of energy, but it also generated a lot of heat and stress to the luminaire crystal rifle and the mech frame itself. It was worth it as far as the Larkinson mech pilot was concerned. When the drone mech skillfully started to swing its plasma blade against the strained Azure energy shield of the Dustweaver, the hero mech seemed to flinch as the brief moment of contact inflicted a lot of damage. When the elite Fae Fianna thrust its bayonet a second time, the Dustweaver had no choice but to deflect the attack with its oscillator hammer. Whoom! The brief contact produced a much weaker oscillation noise. The high-quality luminaire crystal rifle minutely shook for a few seconds, but other than that the weapon did not appear to have suffered any significant damage. It only exhibited a small amount of instability when the oscillation effect disturbed the phase water integrated into the ranged weapon. Seeing that it would take far too long to shake the luminaire crystal rifle apart, the Dustweaver no longer channeled any power into its oscillator hammer during subsequent collisions. Only when the hammer was able to strike the Fei Fianna's azure energy shield on occasion would the exotic hammer produce its characteristic effect. WOOOOM. Foca Arena continued to produce strange noises as the Dustweaver did its best to drain the energy barriers that kept the elite Fei Fianna safe. However, the drone mech was not taking all of these hits without hitting back in return. The two offensive Fei continued their efforts to drain the Soul Azure energy shield of the Dustweaver with the power of the Fire Elf. The more the Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fei fired their weapons, the more their subordinate spirits embodied the power of their shared artistic conception. The fire laser beams gradually became a little more mysterious and ephemeral. The differences were difficult to spot, but the slow shift signified a lot of promise so long as the Fei had enough time to develop this capability in the future. The two mechs continued to weave and dance around in the air while seeking to deplete each other's energy defenses as quickly as possible. The fourth challenge match turned into a high-stakes endurance contest as neither mech wanted to lose the protection of their powerful energy shields so soon. The Dustweaver possessed a pair of remarkable weapon systems, but its defenses had clearly fallen behind in order to control its mass and cost. Its transphasic hyper-armor system only offered limited protection against the potent attacks of the Fei Fianna. The Fei Fianna and its various Fei were also incredibly vulnerable to the full-powered effect of the molecular disintegrator. If not for the fact that the Fei Fianna had access to two Azure energy shields, it would have become exposed a lot sooner. Throughout the furious exchange of attacks, there was one more factor that significantly affected the progression of this duel. The lone space suppressor Fei had begun to exert its effect onto the Azure energy shield of the Dustweaver. The auxiliary Fei had not showed up in any of the previous matches because there was no point in utilizing it. The space suppressor Fei wouldn't have been able to play any useful role when used against normal energy shields. It was only when the Fei Fianna was locked in a fight against an adversary that was protected by a transphasic defensive system that the space suppressor Fei had a chance to shine. Under the faint but all-encompassing blessing of the image of Poseidon, the space suppressor Fei started to exert a more stabilizing effect on the surrounding space. The Azure energy shields of the Fei Fianna were already specially modulated to shrug off the newly erected space suppression field. The same could not be said for the Azure energy shield of the Dustweaver. Its operation suddenly experienced multiple different hindrances due to the close proximity of the active space suppressor Fei. The effect was incredibly dramatic. The Dustweaver's energy shield suddenly lost much of its transphasic properties. This caused the transphasic fire laser beam attacks as well as the potent plasma bayonet attacks to drain the impaired Azure energy shield much faster. The Dustweaver's weakened defensive layer even started to show signs that it was unable to prevent the attacks from going through and striking the mech frame outright. Bringing a space suppressor Fei in this fight is almost cheating. The Dustweaver isn't equipped with a space suppressor. All of its capacity is already taken up by high-tech components and energy cells. There is no room for any additional modules inside its cramped mech frame. While the Fei Fianna's Azure energy shields were still at around 50% capacity, the Dustweaver was already on the verge of losing its own energy barrier. The hero mech took more risks and attempted to strike its oscillator hammer against the enemy more often, but none of its effort could change the fact that its mech frame would get exposed first. If the Dustweaver started to take real damage, then it was highly unlikely that it would last long enough to be able to fire its molecular disintegrator at the naked mech frame of the elite Fei Fianna. Would the Dustweaver be able to prevent this cascade? Chapter 5572 Future-Proofed Products. The fourth and final challenge match impressed everyone. Their attention rested entirely on the two quasi-first-class mechs that struggled for dominance in the mech arena. Neither machine wanted to give ground in this fight. Their pride, their reputation and the very reason of their existence was on the line at the moment. The elite edition of the Fei Fianna and the Dustweaver both exhibited very different signature technologies as the match progressed. The elite Fei Fianna showcased many familiar qualities, but amped up the power level to the point where it could easily crush multiple copies of its lesser cousins with ease. The huge disparity in performance amazed many people and caused more and more of them to yearn for this amazing machine. Sure, the elite Fei Fianna was not comparable to an expert mech or a first-class mech, but its greatest advantage was that it was much more attainable than either of those machines. An expert mech could only be paired with an expert pilot. So long as anyone had reached this level of strength, there was no reason at all to worry about obtaining a suitable machine. Their employers would be glad to invest in a customized machine so that the demigod in question could properly channel his power. A first-class mech cost way more money than the mechs in the arena. They could easily cost millions of MTA credits and imposed high requirements on the skills and knowledge of the mech pilot. The support crew also needed to be insanely qualified in order to maintain and repair these high-tech machines, and the cost of spare parts and materials was already enough to bankrupt many second-class outfits. The biggest issue to many mech forces was that fielding just a single first-class mech would automatically classify them as first-class organizations. This was not good development for organizations that lacked the strength and foundation to support their new status. The greater the power, the greater the obligations. First-class organizations needed to abide by an entirely different set of rules. They also lost the protection afforded to second-raters and third-raters. In short, it was impossible or impractical for second-class mech pilots to gain control over machines that were way beyond their reach. Their only realistic chance to take charge of mechs that could overpower other standard mechs was to advance to the rank of expert pilot. An innumerable number of pilots chased after apotheosis, but only a small minority of them managed to succeed. Even if the frequency of breakthroughs mysteriously rose over time, it was impossible for everyone to advance to expert pilot. Many mech pilots despaired and gave up on their pursuit of godhood as they grew older. Anyone who reached the age of 50 and higher usually developed their piloting skills to such an extent that they were more than qualified to pilot better mechs. However, the bitter irony was that older mech pilots usually lost the fire and vigor that made it easier for them to break through to the rank of expert candidate. If these pilots failed to exceed their mortal limits by the time they were 50, the statistical probability that they could become expert candidates and expert pilots dwindled to almost zero. Researchers came up with many theories in order to explain why this was the case. Willpower was a key variable. It was simply easier for younger and less jaded mech pilots to exhibit the extreme emotions needed to produce miracles during stressful situations. As such, aside from a handful of outliers, all of these aging pilots had no future in this desirable progression trajectory. There was virtually no chance that any of them could pilot an expert mech for the remainder of their careers. That did not snuff out their desire to pilot stronger mechs, though. As the elite xianxia and the Dustweaver both displayed distinctly different styles of mechs that pressed against the limit of second-class mech combat, many veteran mech pilots began to feel a calling for one of the two machines on display. WOOOOM. The Dustweaver was a marvel of powerful and exotic offensive technologies. Though nobody knew how all of the advanced alien-derived tech worked, that did not stop them from dreaming about what they could do if they piloted such a cool and thematic quasi-first-class mech. Womb. From the transphasic hyper-oscillator hammer to the medium-range hyper-molecular disintegrator, the Dustweaver adopted the form of a hero mech that had turned into a rugged but determined champion. It didn't look as gleaming and heroic as the other models of its archetype, but that was precisely why so many veteran pilots felt drawn to the Dustweaver. Most hero mechs tended to be inspired by the brightly colored machines piloted by the youthful protagonists of popular action dramas. These machines matched the tastes of younger prodigies and descendants of powerful groups that had the luxury to pilot such difficult but dashing machines. The Dustweaver did not align with this trend. Its faded, rusted color scheme along with its strong alignment with the power of decay was like a nightmare to younger mech pilots. Few of them possessed the desire to pilot a machine that already made them feel older just by staring at this hero mech. This was clearly a mech designed for the older pilot demographic. Master Exilic Quan was a centuries-old veteran of his craft, and he knew his customers far too well. I feel sad for the Dustweaver. It probably would have been able to show off its strength much better if it was fighting against another mech. The decay attribute doesn't seem so effective when used to attack mechs that are filled with life. I wonder whether I can buy the oscillator hammer as a standalone weapon. It is absurdly effective at breaking through transphasic energy shields. The molecular disintegrator is also powerful, but it has too many limitations. Where can I order copies of the Dustweaver? I have been searching up and down the galactic net, but there is no sales page for this model. Is the hero mech still in development, or is it only available to restricted clientele? While a small group of older mech pilots started to ask about obtaining the Dustweaver for themselves, a much greater collection of people had set their eyes on the elite xianxia. The quasi-first-class drone mech clearly managed to gain the upper hand in this fight. Its brighter color scheme, the power and versatility of its Fae along with the absurd ability to derive power from the image of Poseidon turned the elite Fae Fianna into a product that looked incomparably strong. Numerous individuals even felt as if the elite Fae Fianna possessed the potential to match the grandeur of an expert mech. The potent luminaire crystal cannon Fae had consistently drained the powerful azure energy shield of the Dustweaver from the beginning of the match. The plasma bayonet was a pleasantly powerful weapon at close range, giving the elite Fae Fianna a much better chance to overpower melee mechs than its standard counterparts. The additional azure energy shield Fae provided an invaluable defensive buffer that practically gave the mech a second life. Meanwhile, the highly effective space suppressor Fae turned out to be a nemesis against any adversary that relied on Fae's water technology for protection. All of these combinations and more firmly cemented the elite edition of the Fae Fianna as one of the most innovative and powerful mechs attainable to second-raters. Many people who previously decided to order a batch of standard Fae Fiannas changed their mind or updated their orders. Although it was a bit more troublesome to purchase the elite Fae Fiannas, this was not a hindrance to anyone with enough power, wealth and status. The elite Fae Fiannas can be used to form a guardian unit for mech regiment. They are powerful enough to blunt enemy advances and versatile enough to troubleshoot tricky problems. They are expensive, but the thousands of MTA credits that we spend on them will save us tens of thousands of MTA credits in future losses. I can think of no stronger or better mech for our specific purposes that we can buy at this time. This is a truly cutting-edge mech model. Orders started to pour in at an increasing rate. The price of quasi-first-class mechs made these people feel pained, but none of them wanted to suffer any accidents while they participated in the Red War. The power of the elite Fae Fianna not only set a new standard of hyper-mechs in the second-class market, but also served as a harbinger of the future. More and more mech models that would get released in the coming months and years were bound to match or exceed the performance of the elite Fae Fianna. The Laskin mechs that so many mech forces still made use of to this day became increasingly less viable on the battlefields of tomorrow. The Fae Fiannas might not maintain their ranking at the top for long, but it was unlikely that they would tumble all the way to the bottom in the next 10 years. Investing in them was never a truly bad idea. The Fae Fiannas were so advanced and performed so well in difficult circumstances that they were much more future-proof than other hyper-mechs. Bye. I would love to purchase more elite Fae Fiannas, but I don't have the drone mech specialists that can properly make use of these powerful machines. Damn, how long is this waiting list? It will take over a year before I can receive my mechs. This is outrageous. A lot of other new hyper-mech models will become available at that time. Why should I pay an enormous premium for mechs that are a year too late? The difference in popularity roughly reflected the disparity in results between the two quasi-first-class mechs. The Dustweaver tried to block and resist the incoming attacks as much as possible. It even had to give up opportunities to slam its oscillator hammer against the enemy's azure energy shield in order to deflect the elite Fae Fianna's plasma bayonet strikes. This was incredibly difficult as the plasma bayonet burned so hot that it could damage the solid structure as well as the vital electronic components of the oscillator hammer. Even if the Dustweaver managed to redirect or evade the plasma bayonet attacks, the machine could do nothing to stop the luminaire crystal Fae from pummeling its faltering azure energy shield. The Dustweaver jerked backwards as its heavily strained and suppressed energy barrier finally collapsed from all of the pressure. Its transphasic armor plating immediately began to take hits, which they managed to endure for the time being. The exposed Dustweaver did not dare to let the plasma bayonet strike its relatively thin armor plating, so it started to look a lot more desperate as it was put on the defensive. The hero mech's flaws became more evident. Not only was its armor system not as good as its weapon systems, but its power reactor clearly did not have the capacity to supply enough energy to all of its demanding functions. Even so, its skilled mech pilot managed to do a remarkable job in maneuvering the mech in the air. The Dustweaver did not show much grace, but it demonstrated enough thrust power to evade the most damaging strikes from the Fae Fianna while making it a lot more difficult for the offensive Fae to land their shots on any of its weak points. Unfortunately, there was no way this could last. The Dustweaver failed to breach the opposing mech's azure energy shields, and so long as this was the case, it was unlikely for the mech to gain the upper hand in this intensive duel. The only question now was whether this was the extent of what the Dustweaver could do. Was the mech hiding a trump card? The observers would soon have their answer. Chapter 5573 Ineffective. While more and more potential customers yearned to purchase one of the two amazing hyper-mechs, none of them spared any time to glance at the designers responsible for realizing them in the first place. This was fairly normal as few if any people had any reason to stare at a bunch of boring mech designers in the middle of an exciting mech duel. Those who did stare at the pair of mech designers did not see anything unusual. They occasionally talked about the work they put into their respective mech designs, which did not exceed people's expectations. Vase had talked shop with the previous 3 challengers that came before. Why would his talk with Master Quan be any different? The only oddity was that the young and old mech designers had moved awfully close to each other. They even lowered their voices to the point where they were whispering to each other. Vase looked like a diligent grandson accompanying an aging grandfather who had entered his twilight years. The only difference was that their discussion was entirely centered around mechs and the technologies that made them powerful. I am incredibly interested in the tech behind the oscillator hammer of yours. How does it work? Are you willing to share a few details, or is this confidential information? It is nothing. Master Quan shrugged. When you reach my age, there is little reason to hoard technology anymore. I can share with you the principles of the oscillator hammer if you wish. However, there are contributors to these experimental weapon systems. You will have to obtain the rights to learn their tech and make use of their proprietary solutions first. If you are not particularly interested in deepening your understanding of their specialized fields, then I suggest you resort to simpler and more practical solutions. As far as I know, one of your mech models makes use of Stormblade technology. The principles of Stormblade technologies are different, but the results are similar. Vase shook his head. I am aware of that, but Stormblade technology is mainly suitable for low-end mechs. The more we try to scale up the tech, the more it begins to show its limitations. Your oscillator hammer is completely different in this regard. It is clearly a form of high technology that has a much higher ceiling than the alternatives that I know of. If I can arm a bunch of melee mechs with oscillator hammers, they can probably shatter any transphasic field, especially if they are equipped with space suppressor modules. Though Vase looked as if he was engaged in a discussion about the fascinating technologies used to make the Dustweaver, a more shocking conversation took place on a spiritual level. The gentle grandson that looked as if he was eager to learn from his elders was actually feeling increasingly more disgusted at the cosmopolitan goals and ideals espoused by this madman. Faith is a powerful force. It has been abused by many demagogues in the past who sought to divide populations and engender hatred. It has also been used to unite different groups of people who otherwise have nothing in common with each other. Our Indigo Cell plans to do the latter, because only religion has a reasonable chance of uniting both humans and aliens together at this point. If we cannot convince our enemies that our race is led by gods that they are willing to recognize, they will always treat us as heretical demons. You must step forward and demonstrate your capabilities as a phase lord in order to disabuse them of this notion. Only when we are able to convince the aliens that we are a people led by gods of our own will we be able to bridge the gap between our races and negotiate a lasting peace. Vase had met many delusional people in his life. Fanatics tended to be the most crazy and illogical individuals of all, and right now the cosmopolitans sounded exactly like the other crazies that he had met in the past. These fools believed so much in their cause that they simply could not entertain any thoughts that contradicted their own beliefs. Not even a 300-year-old master mech designer was exempt from the corrosive effects of embracing an extreme ideology. The master mech designer began to grip Ves's forearm a little tighter. After he explained so much, he wanted to obtain a more concrete answer from the first human phase lord. Forgive me, I got carried away. I have told you enough about our great movement. Far too many enemies have sought to twist our words and tarnish our reputation, so I felt it was necessary to correct your misconceptions about our cause. Now that I have enlightened you to a small part of the greater truth, it is time for you to make your stance clear. Are you willing to cooperate with our cross-species pantheon plan? Vase did not hear anything that convinced him that this insane scheme would work. There was no way he could throw his support behind such a delusional venture, particularly when that meant he would have to collaborate with a bunch of human traitors. Master Quan, Vase responded over the spiritual connection. You have explained the motivations behind your plan, but you have not described anything about the actual process. How can I have any confidence that you will be able to make your words come true when you haven't explained what I am supposed to do? I am willing to help with saving red humanity from extinction, but I do not want to become a hunted rat in the process. Master Quan gave a reassuring smile to Vase. Our Indigo Cell has lurked within human society for centuries without being uprooted by the arrogant mechers and fleeters. We can induct you into our ranks without exposing your true information. It is not unheard of for individual members to become exposed, but we practice strict information control in order to limit the impact of getting caught. Just as cells are isolated from each other, the cosmopolitans who hail from the cell do not necessarily know each other's identities. Even I am not privy to the identities of more than half of my compatriots. That sounded like cells within a cell. These cosmopolitans had been persecuted for such a long time that they had to be extremely good at limiting the damage of information leaks. Even if their paranoid security measures damaging the efficiency of their organization, they considered this to be a better choice than allowing for a single interrogation to uproot an entire cell. It seemed unlikely that Vase would be able to learn the identities of the other members of the Indigo cell. That was a shame, because he could have earned additional MTA credits if he surrendered the names to the Mechers. Vase had no confidence that the Indigo cell would be able to keep his involvement with the Cosmopolitans a secret. His escort force paid way too much attention to him and his actions. He released a mental sigh. What about rewards? If I am willing to parade myself around as a human phase lord so that we can convert a lot of alien believers, I expect remuneration. You do not need to be concerned about that, Professor Larkinson. Our movement has developed close ties with both human and alien organizations. Funding is not a problem, and we can also supply you with larger quantities of phase water that you can use to strengthen your position in our heavily flawed society. It is in our best interest to facilitate your growth. The stronger you become, the more you can facilitate our goals. None of this sounded compelling to Vase. Was he short on resources? No, the expeditionary fleet was able to plunder hundreds of kilograms of phase water on a good run. The release of the Fei Fianna line already transferred millions of MTA credits into his accounts. Perhaps a more typical mech designer might become overtaken by greed when they learned about the support the Cosmopolitans could provide, but they had picked the wrong target this time. I am not convinced, Master. I am really sorry. I have tried my best to understand your perspective, but I am not a cosmopolitan nor do I have any desire to become one. You believe in your own cause, but what does that have to do with me? I applaud your courage for seeking me out and revealing your hidden identity to me, but you have approached the wrong person. I am a mech designer, not a god and not a cosmopolitan. I suggest you look elsewhere if you want to use a human phase lord as a figurehead. The Mechers are working hard to figure out a way to produce more phase lords among their trusted people. I am sure that one of them may be receptive to your ideas. Master Quan's mood dropped when he received an unequivocal rejection from Vase. This was a risky turn of events. Vase had no idea how the older man would react. Would Master Quan go crazy and spout forbidden cosmopolitan slogans? That seemed unlikely. There was no reason for him to go through such extremes. The primary objective of the Indigo Cell was to find a human phase lord and gain his cooperation. There was no proof that other people were able to become phase lords. Vase had become one by accident. His own evolution could not be replicated by others, so there was no guarantee that they could get started in this special form of body cultivation. So long as this was the case, Vase was irreplaceable. The Cosmopolitans did not want anything to happen to him because he may still be their only hope of realizing the cross-species Pantheon plan. After Vase figured that out, he relaxed to an extent. He did not sense that Master Quan held any particular malice at being rejected. He would be happy so long as this day ended without any incidents. Just as Vase thought that the older Master Mech designer would accept this outcome and let go, the hidden traitor began to grip tighter. We were afraid you would reject our truth. I had high hopes for you, Professor Larkinson. Let me be honest with you. We originally did not intend to approach you and request your cooperation for our plan, but a number of my fellow cosmopolitans believed that you should be flexible and open-minded enough to support our goals. It is regrettable that we are wrong on this front. If we cannot gain your cooperation, then we will have to look for a different human phase god. The air between the two mech designers grew tense. Even Lucky started to raise his vigilance towards Master Quan. Meow. Vase narrowed his eyes. I think that you guys were better off if you looked elsewhere from the beginning. I do not want to get involved in your sordid business. I just want to resume my work as an honest mech designer and sell my mechs. If this is the case, then so be it. Master Quan responded as his mentality began to experience a profound shift. If you are not willing to cooperate with our plan, then we shall make our own human phase lord. An abrupt change occurred at this time. A huge burst of malice emerged from Master Quan's mind at this time. Vase became startled by this and started to sense a huge amount of danger. His eyes widened as he suddenly figured out the greater meaning behind the other man's words. The bounty. Vase had overlooked the bounty on his head. According to Red Cabal, anyone who managed to engineer his death would receive as much help as needed to become a greater phase lord. This was a much better choice for the Cosmopolitans, as it would not only allow one of their own to become the god that was essential to the cross-species pantheon plan, but would also allow them to develop a close relationship with the ancient phase whale responsible for mentoring the lucky bastard. Help. Chapter 5574 Irresistible Temptation. No wonder Master Quan was so bad at persuading Vase. The hidden traitor never staked everything on winning over the only known human phase lord from the beginning. As far as the Cosmopolitans were concerned, converting Vase to their cause was just an optional bonus objective. It would definitely be nice if Vase saw the light and joined the Cosmopolitan movement on his own accord, but it had never been an essential component to their plan. The Cosmopolitans did not really suffer a loss if their target failed to cooperate with their initiatives. This was because their original plan called for taking matters into their own hands. Rather than trying to cooperate with a foreign and unreliable element, wouldn't it be nicer if Master Quan or another trustworthy cadre of their movement became a phase lord? The Red Cabal's recently announced bounty program attracted many people, but no one was more enthused about the rewards for claiming the top bounties than the Cosmopolitans. Claiming the head of a Tier 3 galactic citizen granted the killer or any other designated human the opportunity to become a lesser phase lord. Killing a Tier 2 galactic citizen gave the responsible party a direct pathway to becoming a greater phase lord. These rewards were enough to stoke the greed in many people's hearts, but the meaning of these bounties were different to the Cosmopolitans. They had lived much of their lives working to bring humans and aliens together. Yet they never managed to make much progress because it was far too difficult to earn the trust of hostile aliens. No matter what the Cosmopolitans did to prove their goodwill to the aliens, the other humans always ruined it all. The greedy and destructive behavior of most of humanity made it impossible to lower the hostility between the two sides. This was why this opportunity became so important to the Cosmopolitans. As long as they killed any Tier 2 or Tier 3 galactic citizen, they could directly assimilate into alien society and earn the genuine trust and appreciation of their phase whale mentors. The aliens of the Red Ocean had never shown as much open-mindedness to humans in the past. They showed universal revulsion towards the invaders from another galaxy and never put much effort into distinguishing between different human groups. All of that had changed recently as the Red Cabal took the threat of red humanity a lot more seriously. Though the Cosmopolitans hated the Red 2 for pulling off Operation Night Jazz and making it much more difficult to reconcile the two sides, they were also secretly grateful for the emergence of the new bounty program. Every Cosmopolitan wanted to become a bounty hunter after they heard all of the rich rewards. Not only would they have a chance to attain biological immortality by becoming a powerful phase lord, but they would be able to develop a friendship with a powerful phase whale and integrate into the core alien power hierarchy. This was an unprecedented opportunity. The members of the Indigo Cell and the other radicals had never managed to get close enough to the aliens. They were always treated as unwanted guests as best. No matter how many technologies and important human secrets they passed on, the Cosmopolitans never even received any thanks for their vital contributions. This was different. The Cosmopolitans had studied the aliens and their leadership long enough to know that the rewards were all legitimate. The phase whales were truly willing to treat humans with sincerity in order to keep the bounty program effective. It was impossible to stir up human infighting if the Red Cabal was not even willing to honor the promised rewards to the fullest. With that thought and motivation in mind, Master Exilic Quan fully became invested in the plan to enable his fellow Cosmopolitans to earn the trust of his phase whale tutor. It would have been great if he was able to earn this fantastic opportunity, but even he was not delusional enough to know that he could get away from this planet alive. The Mechers had taken many security precautions. All forms of teleportation and warping were jammed. Lots of mechs and other assets constantly patrolled or remained on guard so that they could respond to any incidents. Powerful warships and well-equipped defensive installations blockaded much of the space around the planet. Master Quan did not have the means to escape Bortle 3 with his life intact. Since it was impossible for him to live after he had made his move, he simply accepted his fate without any procrastination and sought to make his sacrifice as worthwhile as possible. The old master mech designer was confident that one of his fellow members of the Indigo Cell would make good use of his final efforts. His eyes grew crazed and focused on his prey with overwhelming conviction and determination. Vase had to die in order for the Cosmopolitans to advance their cause. No other outcome was acceptable. From the moment Vase tried to pull away while calling for help, multiple different events took place at the same time. Meow. Lucky had already been poised to make his move. The gem cat had spent years with Vase, so it was not surprising that the two could understand each other to this extent. Yet before Lucky's energy claws had a chance to shred Master Quan's head, the entire man's body heated up as all of his implants and modified organs started to initiate a lot of complex processes while overheating. All of these augmentations possessed fairly normal functions on the surface. It was only after Master Quan flipped a mental switch that they completely abandoned their original jobs and assumed new ones. Ah! The master mech designer screamed in pain as his entire body started to break down as his insides became unrecognizable. Previously innocent technological augmentations turned into much more dangerous devices after they spontaneously combined and rearranged themselves. This happened so quickly that by the time that Lucky was halfway into killing the old man, the would-be assassin released a powerful electrical shock that not only blasted the gem cat head-on, but also pushed the victim away. Mew-oh! The powerful shock immediately burned Master Quan's chest and inflicted catastrophic damage to his health, but the effect was good. Lucky's archimetal body possessed a high resistance against electrical currents, so the cat did not actually receive any crippling damage. The furious cat shook his shocked body and tried to fly forward again. Yet before he could get close enough, the complex alien metal garment worn by the old man unfolded and started to envelop both Vase and Master Quan. In fact, the metal construct did more than that. Parts of it actually started to fuse with Master Quan's body, producing a horrendous fusion between flesh and machine. The formation of this thin but surprisingly resilient metal curtain isolated Vase from his protectors. By the time the mechers responded to the crisis, they found that it was impossible to teleport Vase away or form a protective energy shield around his body. They weren't able to see through or affect the thin metal cage through multiple means. What is this device? None of our scanners are able to identify either mech designers. Lock down the entire arena and call for reinforcements. The closest first-class multi-purpose mechs had already begun to move. It was unthinkable for them to rescue their principal by opening fire on the strange metal sphere, so they all moved forward at the highest possible speed in order to physically break it open. All of this took time, however. This was a crucial distinction for Master Quan. He never expected to be able to hold back the mechers for long. He just had to delay them for a few crucial moments in order to pull off his dangerous plan. Surrender your life so that a more deserving human can become a phase lord. Never. A huge amount of power erupted from this bizarre metal cage. An abnormally strong and weird space suppression field came online. Vase was familiar with space suppressors, so he immediately felt that this one was considerably different than normal. His body felt a lot heavier. His control over his body had also become a lot worse. Vase did not know what was going on. The sense of danger continued to increase as Master Quan continued to activate one extreme measure after another. Vase needed to be more proactive. If he did not break this situation straight away, the highly prepared Master Mech designer would surely find a way to kill his target. Don't underestimate my strength. When Vase decided that it was no longer important to protect his dignity during a live broadcast, he let go of his restraint and tried to unfold his true body. Phase Lords were known for their physical prowess. Their resilience far exceeded almost any other life form. If Vase wanted to overcome this crisis, it was essential for him to rely on his superior physique. Just as he was about to unfold his true body right away, Vase experienced a wave of pain that ran across his entire form. What? The oppressive field prevented Vase from unfolding his true body. He could feel as if the existing spatial folds had been strengthened to the point where they became solid and permanent fixtures. Though Vase could feel that he could break this temporary state as long as he exerted enough power, he was too weak at this time. Master Quan smirked. We already know your weakness. The bulk of your powerful physique shall remain locked as long as you have lost control over the space that occupies your form. Vase felt a lot more alarmed at this development. Though he was still a lot harder to kill in his current state, he became a lot more afraid of what other measures Master Quan prepared. The man might be insane, but he was also a highly knowledgeable mech designer. Since he had chosen to go through with this radical measure, then he had to have taken Vese's vastly superior physical condition into account. The only question was where Master Quan expected to gain all of the power needed to inflict fatal damage onto a phase lord. Whatever actions the crazy cosmopolitan pulled off so far only isolated Vase for a brief amount of time. The strange metal curtain was overloading its advanced and alien systems so hard that it already started to melt and fry from all of the excess load. Suppressing a phase lord with such a small contraption was far harder than it looked. Vase could already feel that the abnormal space suppression field had begun to weaken. He became confident that he could forcefully unfold his true body just a couple of seconds later. However, Master Quan knew this as well. The dangerous conspirator never intended to give Vase any more time. During the time that Vase and Master Quan became entangled with each other, the situation in the arena had changed drastically. Alarms had begun to ring while many spectators only just started to realize that something had gone terribly wrong. In the middle of Foka Arena, the Dustweaver no longer fought against the elite xianxia. The battered mech abruptly began to overload and transform its systems in record time. The mech pilot of the xianxia grew confused, but suddenly received instructions to restrain the Dustweaver as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the drone mech was not able to respond in time. It only took a few seconds for the Dustweaver to transform into a radically different machine. It no longer looked as charming and proportionate as before. A large amount of parts had molded into the arms and the weapons of the Dustweaver. Just as the arena's security system started to box the aberrant machine inside a cage of strong transphasic energy shields, the mutated Dustweaver abruptly threw out its transformed oscillator hammer. WOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO Dustweaver to lift and aim its radically upsized molecular disintegrator straight into the direction of the metal curtain. Even though there were numerous other energy shields in the way, the machine did not seem to take them seriously. Just before the overloading machine was about to open fire, all of its decay energy abruptly transformed into pure destruction energy. The stability of this energy attribute was so poor that it accelerated the breakdown of the transformed Dustweaver. The mech might not even last more than a second before it malfunctioned and broke down, but it didn't seem to matter because it was able to remain functional enough to pull the trigger. Krhraaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa destructive energy wave from its abnormal molecular disintegrator. The extraordinarily powerful attack passed through all of the transphasic energy shields in the way as if they did not exist and struck the metal curtain in an instant. No. Chapter 5575 Unthinkable. When people attended the challenge matches on the day after the product reveal, they never expected trouble to occur. Why would they? Foca Arena was the largest and most well-equipped mech arena on Bortle 3. It had finished construction only a few months ago and made use of near-modern technologies. Aside from the lack of hyper-technology due to the unreliable nature of the tech and the relative scarcity of high-grade hyper-materials at the time, the enormous facility was more than equipped enough to protect people from various dangers. The Red Association also put a lot of effort into bolstering the security of the venue. Much of the surrounding blocks had been closed off from any form of traffic and intrusion. The millions of people who attended the event on the first or second day had to subject themselves through rigorous and occasionally invasive tests. Over 100 first-class multi-purpose mechs patrolled the entire site and the entire Blue Jay fleet constantly provided support from orbit. Anyone who dared to launch an attack from a distance or tried to storm into Foca Arena from any angle would doubtlessly get crushed by all of the abundant security measures. However, as much as the mechers focused their attention on outside threats such as the launch of a city-killing laser superweapon or the surprise invasion of a powerful phase whale, they paid less attention to threats from within. Vase and Master Exilic Quan had been hovering high in the air besides one of the enormous transphasic energy shields that prevented the fighting within the arena ground from threatening the audience. Both of them held this central and exposed position in order to increase their presence. After all, no mech designer wanted to be forgotten. They had to present themselves in order to make sure that people knew who had designed the machines that had managed to capture their hearts. Neither mech designers should come to any harm. The mechers were not stupid and imposed high control over the entire arena. They carefully monitored everything that took place in every side and corner. Any observer that exhibited suspicious behavior of any kind would immediately receive a visit from a nearby patrol in order to verify that everything was in order. Multiple highly transparent transphasic energy shields discreetly partitioned all of the seating blocks. Most people did not even realize that they had all been locked into their separate group cages, making it so that any explosive weapon or other dangerous measures would not be able to spill over and threaten other areas. While the mechers had not pulled out all of the stops, they were so confident in their security measures that they failed to account for every possible angle on this crucial day. They had made two grievous oversights. First, they never expected that a 300-year-old veteran master mech designer turned out to be an enemy. The old man had gone through the same stringent security checks as everyone else. In fact, the extreme quality and sophistication of his weird and self-developed augmentations even prompted the inspectors to call in additional experts to thoroughly verify that Master Quan did not try to smuggle in a hidden weapon of mass destruction or anything. The fact that the old master mech designer managed to make it through indicated that the mechers mistakenly saw no harm in his implants and genetically modified organs. Of course, even if the mechers detected a few self-defensive measures that could pose a certain threat to people, they did not think that anything was amiss. Such surprises were common among the upper echelon. The most important reason why the Red Association never considered Master Quan to be a threat was because it was unimaginable. The renowned master mech designer had made many contributions over the years. Despite his many setbacks and limitations, he managed to complete enough research and design enough mechs with added value to earn the status of a Tier 5 galactic citizen. This was just a single step before the more critical threshold of Tier 4, where he would be able to talk with raw master mech designers as equals. If that was not enough, Master Quan also happened to be a longtime associate of the mech supremacist faction. The mech supremacists vouch for him. He has contributed to many research projects over the years. Much of the reason why he was able to access and experiment with so much alien and exotic technologies was because he regularly cooperated with numerous friends within the ranks of the association. When masters tended to operate in the mech industry for such a long time, they inevitably became more entangled with the mech designers of the association. Naturally, the mechers never ceased to monitor and inspect Master Quan once in a while. They might not suspect that the old and revered second-rater held any subversive thoughts, but they at least had to make sure that the man had not been replaced by a clone or whatever. Naturally, Master Quan passed all of these tests with flying colors. He even entered the Saint Kingdoms of numerous ace pilots over the years. This was one of the most difficult tests of all, as ace pilots were sensitive to even the slightest hint of malice or ill will. Yet despite the apparent depth of Master Quan's betrayal to the current human order, he never managed to trigger any suspicion. The cosmopolitan movement had managed to stay afloat for multiple millennia. Its members spanned across all of human society and beyond. They managed to accumulate a lot of advanced human and alien technologies, and also became proficient at combining them together to produce all manner of exclusive hybrid inventions. The cosmopolitans dedicated much of their research towards technologies that allowed them to remain hidden and unnoticed. When they combined all of this tech with specially developed mental training programs, every qualified cosmopolitan gained the capability to circumvent all intuition-based detection measures and avoid drawing any excess suspicion onto themselves. While it was possible for low-ranked cosmopolitans to betray their true allegiance due to flaws, an old and high-ranking cadre of the movement such as Master Quan would never show any vulnerabilities. The mechers had erred in assuming that the longtime associate and meritorious contributor was on their side. Not only did they fail to connect the dots concerning Master Quan's actual loyalties, the inspectors also made an erroneous judgment about the Dustweaver. The mech designers responsible for inspecting the Dustweaver prior to the start of the challenge match never suspected any foul play. They thoroughly inspected every nut and bolt of the machine. None of the components contained anything that looked incongruous or exceeded the limits of a quasi-first-class hero mech. The only complication worth noting was that the inspectors did not fully understand all of the principles of the alien-derived tech used to make the molecular disintegrator. Master Exilic Quan always claimed that he had never been able to fully reverse engineer the alien tech that formed the central basis of his design philosophy. Around 20% of the alien components remained indecipherable. If even the most knowledgeable and authoritative specialist in this alien tech did not understand all of these weird parts, then how could the inspectors and the remote first-class mech designers acting as consultants know any better? All of these mechers had made a massive error in hindsight. When the Dustweaver's weird and exotic mech parts shifted and reorganized themselves in a completely different configuration, the inspectors all made the horrible realization that they had missed the fact that the hero mech was actually an exotic killing machine. Numerous mech designers could not imagine how Master Quan was able to design an exquisite mech that not only functioned like a powerful quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-hero mech, but could also transform into a single-use superweapon. The entire mech has transformed into an upscaled hyper-molecular disintegrator. Nothing was left of the original design. The Dustweaver had completely lost its identity as a mech in order to increase the power and other parameters of its supercharged molecular disintegrator as much as possible. The bizarre contraption was unstable and already started to collapse as soon as it had taken shape. The reckless energies coursing through its system along with the extreme settings used to amplify the attack power of the transformed weapon meant that the Dustweaver was just a single step away from total collapse. It didn't matter so long as it did its job. Master Exilic Quan had cleverly designed his explosive assassination tool to expend as much energy that it could possibly muster and release all of that excessive power through a single discharge of the molecular disintegrator. The crackling noise that pierced into the ears of every spectator was a testament to the destructive output of this single-use superweapon. The conventional form of the Dustweaver had already touched upon the limits of a first-class mech. Transforming it into an alternate form and employing many special solutions to channel all of its power in a single overwhelming attack essentially enabled the Dustweaver to reach the performance of a true first-class mech for just a single instant. What was important to note was that the lethality of the Dustweaver did not reach the level of a marginal first-class mech, but actually managed to rival the firepower of a medium or even high-tier machine. No, Professor. The combined use of all of the alien, exotic and cosmopolitan exclusive technologies resulted in an attack that broke everyone's cognition of what was possible. The additional injection of lots of pure destruction energy transformed the nature of the molecular disintegrator discharge into an extraordinary attack wave that passed through all of the transphasic energy shields in the way as if they were nothing but air. How is that possible? Why do these traitors keep this tech for themselves? We could have armed many of our forces with shield-penetrating weapons if Master Quan took the initiative to share his proprietary tech. No one could explain the exotic and indigenous technological principles that enabled the Dustweaver to launch such an insanely destructive attack. Only the most hardcore nerds spared any attention towards the Dustweaver's amazing tech at this time. The unstable contraption had already exploded and fallen apart after launching its final attack. The nearby elite Faithiana did not have the time to do anything to prevent the Dustweaver from completing its suicide mission. As alarms continued to ring throughout the entire arena, everyone's attention rested on the two mech designers who previously got along as if they were friends. Is he dead? A conventional molecular disintegrator is already powerful enough to collapse 10 to 20% of the mass of a typical second-class mech. The one that just opened fire was at least an order of magnitude bigger and more powerful. There is no way that any human could survive a direct hit, especially when not a single energy shield had managed to do anything to stop and weaken the attack. The first object to disintegrate and crumble into tiny particles was the strange metal curtain that isolated the target. The metal sphere that was made out of Master Quan's transformed coat completely failed to withstand the destructive energies. The second object to collapse was Master Quan's horrifying-looking body that had completely transformed and merged with his former coat. A gleeful and fanatic smile adorned his face even as his skin and flesh had slowly begun to collapse. The man seemed to possess the ability to resist the powerful molecular disintegration effect. But it only kept his body cells together long enough for him to see the results of his masterful plot. His expression suddenly froze when he saw what had become of the senior mech designer with a massive bounty on his head. Instead of seeing the total disintegration of the first human phase lord, he saw that Professor Vase Larkinson had remained completely unharmed. He and his gem cat shouldn't have been able to defend against the extremely destructive effect of the most powerful molecular disintegrator to exist. Despair ran through Master Quan's volatile mind as he quickly saw the reason why Vase and Lucky managed to survive the assassination attempt unscathed. The energy manifestation of a giant flaming cat had wrapped her form around the two in the final moment before the destructive energies had arrived. MEW. Chapter 5576 Lost Control. It took a long moment for people to realize what had happened. The entire mech arena turned from a hive of activity into a silent chamber. Everything froze from the moment the results of the bold and inventive assassination attempt became clear. Millions of people sitting in the many seats of the mech arena became astonished as they beheld the arrival of an iconic existence. Many more people who were watching the live broadcast in their homes or workplaces needed a few seconds more to realize what had happened. That is the cat of a god pilot. Emma, I can recognize her anywhere. No human dares to steal her image. The only person who openly makes use of her is the destroyer of worlds. Did she travel to the Bortle system? There was a reason why the entire mech arena looked as if it was frozen in time. The alarms that blared in everyone's ears just a moment ago had completely fallen silent. The voices of all of the people who had previously expressed their shock at the rapid turn of events had all disappeared as every single individual had lost control over their bodies. Even the security officers and all of the powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs moving to rescue their principal had lost total control over themselves. Nothing was allowed to move under the powerful and oppressive will that appeared from nowhere. All of the people that had fallen under the control of a powerful god kingdom could do nothing else aside from breathing and thinking. Every other action was prohibited by the overbearing will of a legendary god pilot. Under these extraordinary circumstances, 3 notable individuals received special treatment. Meow. Lucky felt an incredible degree of intimacy towards Emma. In the face of the highly destructive attack launched by the transformed single-use hypermolecular disintegrator, the companion spirit of the destroyer of worlds easily neutralized the destructive attack without expending any significant effort. An attack that was theoretically powerful enough to disintegrate the molecules of a lesser phase lord posed no threat against one of the living incarnations of the power of destruction. Of all of the powerhouses operating in the Red Ocean, no one embodied the concept of destruction better than the destroyer of worlds. She was a master of destruction and ruination. Her Ragnarok had broken more planets than any other god pilot in their lifetimes. The alien lives that perished at her hand could not be counted. In the face of such supreme power, the inventive Dustweaver was like a toy. Meow. The care provided by Emma went beyond negating the attack. The supremely powerful companion spirit instantly got rid of all of the remnant energies and forces that debilitated Lucky's operation and enabled his archimetal body to initiate its restoration process without any hindrance. Emma, Vase whispered. As the primary object of protection, Vase immediately felt as if he was completely safe and secure. Emma might look ferocious most of the time, but she was more than just an engine of destruction. As an extension of a god pilot, Emma managed to destroy the exotic space suppression effect that interfered with Ves's body and cognition. In fact, Emma did more than that. Vase expressly recalled that when the treacherous cosmopolitan had systematically restricted his true body and hindered the operation of his personal energy shield generator and emergency teleporter, he had been thinking about entering the system space. No matter what, he hadn't run out of options. It only took a small moment of thought to activate the current iteration of the Mech Designer system. Even if he did not want to expose anything related to the system, he could have tried to borrow the power of one of his design spirits. It might be difficult for him to draw on their power on short notice, but it might have been possible for him to loosen the restrictions or reduce the damage of the incoming super attack that he had sensed from a distance. The weaker design spirits probably wouldn't be able to help him out, but there were numerous entities that had transitioned into true gods. There was no way the superior mother would stand by and allow her son to die. Gaia might also lend a hand to keep him alive. If time was too short, then Vase had even been willing to squeeze his Jutland organ and release as much Warclaw energy as possible. Vase had never done anything like it before. He could not predict what would happen other than the fact that the results would inevitably be explosive. That did not sound so bad when he was trapped inside a bizarre metal sphere. Breaking the metal curtain from within sounded like a much better option than just letting Master Quan have his way with Vase. Yet before he could make up his mind and resort to one of these extreme measures, his mind blanked out for a short but crucial moment of time. He only managed to realize what had happened when he noticed that Vulcan and Veronica still experienced the passage of time while he and Blinky temporarily lost total awareness. It was as if Vase and his companion spirit temporarily entered into stasis. Vase felt extremely uncomfortable about losing total control over himself. As he felt the oppressive god kingdom impose near absolute control over him along with the rest of the mech arena, he felt more vulnerable than he had in years. It was profoundly disturbing for him to realize that the destroyer of worlds completely had him at her mercy. She could do nearly anything to him without giving him any chance to resist. Vase used to believe that he had amassed a lot of strength. The system, his design spirits, the unending regalia, the ocean collar, his phase lord cultivation and even the Warclaw energy coursing through his true body all granted him the means to defy ordinary threats. However, Vase discovered that when he fell into the palms of an all-powerful god pilot, none of these means made any difference. Their hard power was simply too insufficient inside a god kingdom where the transcendent will of a powerful god-like entity reigned supreme. At this moment, neither Vase, Blinky, Master Quan, the Mechers or anyone else retained any agency. The only individual that held all of the power was the destroyer of worlds. How could Her Holiness be here? Master Quan's eyes shook with pure panic as his charred and half-broken throat barely managed to squeeze out a rasping voice. From the moment Master Quan fell into the sphere of control of a god pilot, his body no longer belonged to him anymore. Even though Master Mech designers were much more powerful and capable of resisting these kinds of intrusions, the difference in strength was simply too much at this time. Not only did the God Kingdom deprive Master Quan of control over himself, it even halted the collapse of his body. The God Kingdom effortlessly destroyed the molecular disintegration effect and took other measures to stabilize Master Quan's unusual physical state. The extraordinary domain field of a god pilot had deprived Master Quan the right to take his own life. Utter despair and desolation filled his unhinged mind when the intelligent Master Mech designer figured out what that meant. This is a catastrophe. If everything went according to plan, then Master Quan would have died and crumbled into dust particles. He would leave nothing behind for the Mechers to salvage. Without any intact implants or an intact brain, it should have been impossible for the Mechers to extract all of the hidden secrets and memories related to the Indigo Cell and the Cosmopolitan movement. The problem was that this did not happen. "Kill me," he gurgled from his deformed and misshapen mouth. "End my suffering." There was no way the Destroyer of Worlds would ever oblige to his request. The exposure and capture of a high-ranked cosmopolitan and traitor was an exceedingly rare and valuable accomplishment. Time after time, the cosmopolitans had embedded themselves into the core power structure of major human organizations. They continually spread their rot from within and deceived many earnest humans into embracing their virulent ideology. Even if cosmopolitans got caught from time to time, the captives usually knew far too little due to their lack of seniority. The cosmopolitans were one of the masters of information control. They understood the importance of secrecy better than any other organization. This may be the first time where a high-ranked cosmopolitan not only exposed himself by engaging in a risky action, but also managed to get caught alive. The intelligence value from such a captive was astronomical. When the giant figure of Emma stared directly at Master Quan's warped and frozen body, she grinned. A few more seconds passed before many people steadily regained control over their bodies. The God Kingdom still remained active, but it no longer pressed down onto people as if they had been completely subjugated. "She's here." No one noticed the arrival of the Ragnarok. The large and bulky god Mech had appeared in the exact center of the Mech arena. It occupied an open position that no one was able to ignore. "Your Holiness." Now that millions of people were able to move again, they immediately bowed their heads and lowered themselves to their knees whenever possible. Few if any of these spectators were Rubarthans, but that was not relevant. Every human felt compelled to show their utter respect and obeisance towards one of the 8 supreme protectors of their fragile civilization. This was the respect that every human owed to their god pilots. No one became more affected by the appearance of the Ragnarok than Vase. The god Mech was not in combat mode, so it did not look so threatening at the moment. Nonetheless, it was one of the physical forms of the divine Irene Mox, so this was the first time that Vase directly met with one of his past mastery experience hosts. Though Vase had already managed to enter into an accord with General Axelar Strian, this reunion was much more stressful to him because the power difference was much greater this time. He had been able to play to Axelar's overwhelming desire to trigger his ultimate apotheosis and become the latest god pilot to grace the human race. The same approach would not work this time. The Destroyer of Worlds had already realized her greatest desire. She had become more powerful than nearly every other human alive and had reached the top of human society. How could Vase ever hold any leverage towards this overpowering being? The Destroyer of Worlds could completely disregard the wishes of the Red Association and squash his true body into mulch if she desired. "Mew," Emma uttered in a more reassuring manner. Ves's expression darkened. He definitely sensed that Irene was able to pick up on his fears and distress. It was impossible for him to keep his thoughts hidden when he was completely in her grasp. The only consolidation was that he only sensed goodwill from Emma and the Destroyer of Worlds. Vase was just being paranoid. In any case, the crisis had passed. Nothing could possibly threaten his life now that an actual god Mech had made an appearance. The god kingdom of the Destroyer of Worlds was too large and powerful. It not only encompassed Foka Arena, but also spread its reach across the rest of the capital city of Bordel 3. Fortunately, the Destroyer of Worlds restrained her search in order to minimize disruptions. It wouldn't cause mechs to crash or people to botch their work assignments. The god pilot could extend her god kingdom even further if she wished, but that was too excessive. It was enough for the Destroyer of Worlds to detect any accomplices or other would-be assassins lurking in the vicinity. After Divine Irene Mox quietly transmitted a list of suspicious individuals to the Mechers, her god Mech no longer remained in view. The Ragnarok is gone. Vase, Lucky and Master Quan had disappeared from sight as well. Chapter 5577 Power Difference. The challenge matches had come to an abrupt end. A day after Professor Vase Larkinson revealed his latest and most ostentatious commercial products, few people could have imagined that anyone would actually dare to assassinate such a rising star. The identity of the assassin shocked the public even more. Nobody could remain calm when they learned about this disturbing incident. How can an honored master mech designer go so far astray? When did he become a cosmopolitan? It would be outrageous if he always turned out to be a traitor from the beginning. How many more sleeper agents have proliferated throughout our society? I never realized that Master Quan held cosmopolitan sympathies in the past. I collaborated with him on so many projects that I was convinced that he was a sincere mech designer. He has managed to fool all of us. If he did not expose his treachery today, he would have been able to do more damage while he operated in our society unchecked. Not everyone paid attention to the Faye Fianna's high-profile product reveal, but that had changed from the moment the news had spread. Even the snobbish first-raters had been forced to pay attention to this incident. The importance of Vase and the unthinkable betrayal of a 300-year-old master mech designer were already enough to attract their attention, but it was the identity of the savior that truly made them care about what had happened. The Destroyer of Worlds has reappeared. Every god pilot has already returned from the core regions of the Red Ocean. I know for a fact that the Fist of Defiance has shown up in Bridgehead 1. Why did such a powerful Rubarthan god pilot decide to visit an insignificant second-class port system of all places? There are many more vital strategic locations that urgently require her protection. The spacelock cannot cover the front lines of the Rubarthan Pact by himself. Why did she make a detour to the Red Ocean Union? Isn't the answer to those questions obvious? She definitely took a special trip to see Professor Larkinson. I heard a rumor that the quirky professor has developed a deep friendship with the Rubarthan god pilot. How? The two should have nothing in common with each other. They belong to two completely different worlds. I don't know either, but if I had to make a guess, it is probably their shared love for cats that has brought them together. The Larkinsons are crazy for cats, and the Destroyer of Worlds also has a soft spot for felines. Maybe they intend to start an association for cat lovers. Rumors continued to circulate throughout Red humanity. God pilots were eminent heroes that few people ever had the pleasure to meet in person. The people who attended the challenge matches on that fateful day felt extremely lucky to be able to experience a fraction of the power of the Destroyer of Worlds. This was an honor that they would cherish for the rest of their lives. Yet none of this could come close to receiving the personal care and attention of such a powerful figure. More and more people wondered why the Destroyer of Worlds sought the Tier 3 galactic citizen out and what exactly brought them together. Only a few people knew where Vase and the god pilot had disappeared to. Inside a secret stronghold that was buried underneath the surface of the Bortle 3, Vase sat down on a plain metal chair while inspecting Lucky's damaged condition. Meow. The gem cat had suffered a lot of damage after getting struck by Master Quan's inexplicable lightning strike. While the properties of this attack were not comparable to Tribulation Lightning, it still managed to exceed the defensive parameters of a gem cat that had upgraded his body many times. Vase never imagined that such a surprise attack would be able to inflict significant damage to Lucky's archimetal construction. After all, Architect happened to be particularly strong at controlling electric energy. Are you fine? Will you be able to recover your systems, or do you need any manual repairs? Meow meow. Ah, so you just need a lot of extra food. Got it. I'll ask the Mechers if they can fix up a bowl of high-grade exotics. Before he could make his request, two new beings had abruptly appeared in the middle of the empty metal chamber. Meow. Mew. Both Vase and Lucky shrank as they came into close proximity with the most powerful transcendence in the Red Ocean. No one who had witnessed the assaults on the so-called tide stations could ever think that the god pilots were weak. The broadcasts at the time had done a good job at conveying a fraction of the immense power that the god pilots had at their disposal. Yet those remote recordings could never match the sheer power that made up the ruinous willpower that formed the basis of a god pilot. The Destroyer of Worlds far exceeded the likes of the Mace of Retaliation or General Axelar Strian. No ace pilot could ever pose a serious threat against a genuine god pilot that had managed to survive the ultimate test. Vase found it difficult to maintain his composure in the face of so much pressure. His spirituality actually started to suffer damage as the close proximity to the destroyer of worlds' harmful willpower became intolerable. He had a hunch that the god pilot could crumble the minds, bodies and spiritualities of every human on Bortle 3 if she wished. It wasn't even necessary for her to open fire with the fearsome main cannon of the Ragnarok. Her god kingdom alone was enough to destroy the lives of anyone who wasn't strong enough to resist her overbearing willpower. Suddenly, the pressure receded. Though the destroyer of worlds still retained an undeniably strong presence, Vase no longer had the illusion that he was just a few steps away from bathing in the heart of a nuclear explosion. Mew. Emma leisurely flew forward and stopped in front of Lucky. Though the legendary manifestation of Irene Mox's power had shrunk her size by an enormous extent, she still remained as large as a tiger. The Herald of Destruction was much scarier than a typical big cat. Lucky's damaged body shook as he completely felt that he was outclassed this time. Meow. Mew mew mew. Emma disregarded Lucky's fright and flew forward until she managed to pull the hapless gem cat in her grasp. The most powerful companion spirit that was currently in existence behaved no different from a tiger mom giving her cub a bath. Her flaming hot tongue began to lick Lucky's metallic body without any care. Meow, meow, meow. It was a pity that Vase completely ignored Lucky's distress. From the moment he locked eyes with one of his past mastery experience hosts, he felt as if he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. There was no compelling reason why he should feel guilty in her presence. He had done her a massive favor over 2 centuries and indirectly gave her the conditions to advance all the way to her eminent rank. Still, Vase felt more and more uneasy as he continued to face those bright and burning orbs that were currently casting judgment at him. The huge gap in power made him feel utterly helpless and at the destroyer of worlds' mercy. Calm yourself, boy, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have not forgotten about all you have done for me and humanity as a whole. The voice of a god pilot in close proximity was much stronger and more all-encompassing than that of any peak ace pilot. Even though Vase had been prepared for this, his mind still blanked out for a time when that overpowering voice filled up his entire mind. Divine Irene Mox looked familiar to Vase. God pilots were beings who were predominantly made up of pure willpower, so their human forms were mostly constructs that they could completely mold according to their own desires. The female god pilot purposely retained an appearance that resembled how she looked when she first gained her companion spirit. It evoked a lot of nostalgia from Vase. The only major difference was that the Destroyer of Worlds wore a specially designed outfit that consisted of an elaborate Rubarthan military uniform, complete with medals and other symbols. An extravagantly long and flowing red cape that bore her personal emblem flowed from her back. He could stare at Divine Irene all day. Vase shook his head in order to keep himself sharp. He could not afford to collapse to his knees and worship the Destroyer of Worlds as a god like all of those other weak-willed individuals. So, you have finally come, he lamely said. The god pilot smiled back at Vase. It has been over 2 centuries since we last came so close to each other again. The god pilot spoke as she did a better job at controlling her presence this time. Is that all you can say? You didn't exactly schedule a meeting in advance. How am I supposed to know that you would come straight to me after you have returned from alien space? Don't you have more important things to do over at the Rubarthan Pact? The Destroyer of Worlds scoffed in a very human fashion. This reunion is more important. The Rubarthan Pact will not collapse in the short term. Camden is enough to deter the most powerful alien forces from launching an offensive. Unlike the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact just happened to benefit from the protection of 2 god pilots. This put the latter first-rate colonial superstate in a much more secure position. Even though the presence of 2 god pilots also caused the political divide in the Rubarthan Pact to worsen, this was a trivial price to pay in order to obtain greater protection. The god pilot stepped closer. You are familiar, but also different. You have experienced many changes since you first visited 2 centuries ago. How long has it been since you have crossed the chasm of time? There was no way that Vase could lie when he was in the heart of Irene's god kingdom. Vase shrugged. Around a year. I have grown a lot since that time. The Red Ocean has gone through enormous change in the last year. Irene affirmed. Now that he had essentially confirmed that the Rubarthan god pilot did not come in order to take revenge or anything, Vase started to relax. It was impossible for him to truly let down his guard in the presence of an absurdly strong powerhouse, but he figured that he was safe for the time being. Since the Destroyer of Worlds wished to hold a conversation with Vase, he might as well relax and go with the flow. Can I ask you a question? Speak. You clearly did not arrive at Foka Arena at the final minute. You had to have arrived in advance, right? The god pilot wordlessly nodded. This was an easy guess to make. You arrived on Bortle 3 early but deliberately hid your presence. Vase explained his thoughts. Almost no one knew you were present. That enabled you to be in the exact right position to intervene when Master Quan revealed his true intentions. Was this all a trap? Yes, Irene confirmed without any hesitation or obfuscation. We knew that there was a high likelihood that people with malicious intentions would act against you. It could be a phase whale. It could be a hidden alien infiltration force. It could even be an opportunistic human traitor. I hid in order to draw out these threats. The results exceeded my expectations. While that sounded nice, Vase felt anything but good at the moment. His expression darkened when he realized the greater plot behind this incident. You used me as bait. You cast me out in an attempt to entice enemies such as Master Quan into action. It worked. You were never under threat, Larkinson. No one can lay a hair on you while you are under my protection. This is absolute. Vase was not as confident as Irene about this. God pilots might be the most powerful true gods that he knew of, but no one was infallible. A lot of stuff could have gone wrong earlier. Vase never wanted to put his life in the hands of others like this again. Chapter 5578 True Friends. After exchanging a few words with one of the most powerful warrior gods in the Red Ocean, Vase calmed down from his initial state of fear and apprehension. He had never come so close to a god pilot before. Vase was no stranger to true gods. He breathed life into Gaia and the Superior Mother. Veronica talked with Cynthia Larkinson on a regular basis. He met and talked with two incredibly knowledgeable star designers fairly recently. Hardly anyone outside attendants and direct subordinates had so much frequent contact with post-divinity entities. The vast majority of people never even resided in the same star system as one of these eminent figures, let alone catch their personal attention. Vase had truly managed to climb from obscurity and established several cooperative relationships with the top powerhouses of both galaxies. Yet for all of these accomplishments, Vase never deluded himself into thinking he had become any of their equals. He learned more than enough about true gods to realize that there was a huge world of difference between pre-divinity and post-divinity entities. The former could always get squashed by the latter. Even the weak and deficient Gaia was able to leverage her transcendent qualities into building up a rapidly expanding power base among the cults that worshipped old Earth. None of these figures were easy to deal with. They all had their own goals, and their expansive power and influence granted them a much greater chance at accomplishing their objectives than others. That made them far scarier than other people. Even peak ace pilots and highly accomplished master mech designers had to bow their heads due to the restraint imposed by society. God pilots were different because their personal power had become so exceedingly high that they could break any opposition with violence or just the threat of it. They were so imposing that people would already take the initiative to surrender to them just because they were so awesome. Vase was already experiencing this up close. His high spiritual sensitivity had become a burden rather than a boon at this time. He possessed a much more comprehensive understanding of the difference between himself and divine Irene Mox. The gap was so immense that a part of him already felt it was futile for him to catch up with such an impossible powerhouse. The Destroyer of Worlds was not just a god pilot. She was a god pilot with a companion spirit. This not only granted her additional powers or capabilities, but essentially gave her another life. A god pilot and a god mech combination could basically be treated as a merger between two true gods. Adding a companion spirit on top of that turned the Destroyer of Worlds into a fusion between three true gods. If Vase 1's suspicions were correct, then the Destroyer of Worlds was probably the most powerful god pilot among her peers in the Red Ocean. The only god pilot that might be able to challenge her dominance was the First Flame. The man was 600 years old and had been piloting mechs long before they had begun to define an entire age. Though his biography did not mention anything of the sort, Vase was convinced that Divine Herald Genoa had to be a former member of the Five Scrolls Compact. Given his elemental proclivities, he had to have been in touch with the Fire Scroll once upon a time. His extreme age and his extraordinary background gave him the capital to rank at the top of the power ranking. Perhaps the Destroyer of Worlds did not live long enough to accumulate her power over time, but the existence of her companion spirit had doubtlessly increased her future potential by a huge extent. How could Vase possibly maintain his composure in the presence of such a top figure? It was only because Irene presented herself in a similar fashion to how she used to be back when she was just a humble second-class expert pilot that Vase was able to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with her in a more normal fashion. Even though only a year had passed since Vase completed his last mastery experience, so much had happened to him during this period that his memories of his latest time jaunt had faded to the back of his mind. It took a considerable amount of effort for him to dredge up the memories of his interactions with Irene Mox. "You have come a long way," he said with a complex tone in his voice. "You've traded your iron hedgehog for the Ragnarok, which you have turned into your second body. How does that work, exactly? Is your machine made of the same solid matter as it had originally been built, or did you convert it into energy, thereby turning you into a complete energy-based life form?" An amused smile appeared on her face. Irene's mood was easy to sense given that her god kingdom clearly broadcasted all of her emotions in the open. "So this is who you truly are. It is much more interesting to know the person behind the disembodied voice. Let me make you feel more comfortable." The entire chamber changed into a completely different setting all of a sudden. Vase only felt the god kingdom flare in power before it physically generated an observation compartment that was situated aboard a Rubarthan starship. The air, the deck, the bulkheads along with the lounge-like interior looked and felt completely authentic. However, Vase still understood that this entire setting was false. For one, the view through the transparent window displayed a top-down perspective of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. This was an impossible sight, as a starship would have to travel tens of thousands of light-years away in order to produce such a magnificent vista. The plain metal chair where Vase rested before had transformed into a soft and luxurious cushioned contraption. It even started to massage his back in an attempt to relieve the tension in his body. Unfortunately, his Phase Lord physique rendered this practically useless. He shut down the setting and waited for the Destroyer of Worlds to settle down in her own seat that had appeared next to the expansive window. The god pilot did not speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up. Instead, her burning orbs continued to stare at Vase as if she had encountered an interesting toy. Meow, mew. In the meantime, the two cats had settled down to an extent. Lucky objected to being treated as a kitten, but Emma was too big and strong for him to resist. The gem cat had eventually decided to give up and allow the supremely powerful companion spirit to give him a bath. Emma was not doing this for nothing. Somehow, her licks not only soothed the damaged cat's pain, but also sped up his repairs to an extent. When Vase noticed this effect, he grew even more intrigued about Emma's properties. "Your Holiness, call me Irene, the Destroyer of Worlds. No titles, no honorifics. I tire of formality. I am not as stiff and obsessed with status and etiquette as the Spacelock. I have too few people who I regard as my true friends. I do not want you to abide by the social structure that separates us from each other. Do not be afraid, I know you have secrets. I will not insist that you share them with me. However you manage to travel back in time and intervene with my life, your answers are of no consequence." She truly sounded sincere about wanting to form an equal relationship with Vase. He could feel the yearning and sincerity in her overpowering aura. God pilots disdained lies. As the most honorable warriors in existence, their words always reflected their deepest and most honest desires. That reassured Vase a lot. He became so taken by her offer of friendship that he made an impulsive decision. "I do not mind explaining to you how I am able to travel back in time," Vase said. "Since this environment is completely under your control, I don't have to be afraid that others might eavesdrop on our conversation. I can tell you outright that my power is derived from a fragment of the metal scroll." "I suspected as much." Irene did not sound surprised. "Your relationship with the polymath is unusual. The new Rubarth Empire's secret archives have recorded a large amount of information about the 5 scrolls compact and the powers ascribed to the metal scroll. I do not know how accurate the records are, but there are many gaps that have made it difficult for anyone to gain a clearer understanding of what went on during those times. It is troubling to confirm that your relic enables you to travel back in time. It makes me wonder who else has made use of the same power." That immediately made Vase feel uncomfortable. The timeline of human civilization clearly wasn't as simple and one-directional as he thought. The metal scroll was able to bring him to the past and enable him to make real changes that would permanently induce changes that affected the present time. The miraculous rise of the Destroyer of Worlds and his meeting with the powerful god pilot was a direct consequence of his last attempt to meddle with the past. Who else traveled back in time to enact changes, and how often did this happen? Had any time travelers attempted to intervene with Ves's life directly or indirectly? None of these questions offered him any reassurance. Calm yourself, Vase. No one will threaten you while you are under my protection. I will not allow anyone to torment a friend of mine. Let us leave the matter of time travel for another time. It is clear that you are unable to supply any meaningful answers on this subject. You are a user, not a mastermind. The topic clearly concerned the destroyer of worlds a lot. It was not difficult to imagine why. She was right that Vase could not offer any useful answers, though. It made him feel useless. An awkward silence ensued. Vase had been caught off balance ever since the destroyer of worlds first appeared. He had yet to regain his composure and constantly found himself flat-footed. This was not good. A meeting with a god pilot was a rare opportunity to get in touch with a top powerhouse. Vase would never forgive himself if he squandered his chance to form a genuine friendship with the destroyer of worlds. He struggled to think about what they could talk about. They were people who belonged to completely different generations. To Vase, he last spoke to her only a little over a year ago. Much may have happened, but if he were to meet with Irene again, he should have expected her to appear as an up-and-coming expert pilot. Seeing her appear so soon yet also wielding the strength of God Pilot was jarring to say the least. Irene did not see a problem with this meeting, though. You made me, Vase. I owe my life, my strength as a God Pilot and the companionship of Emma to you. Without your intervention, our race would not have gained a God Pilot. Nobody around me has truly understood how many years I have spent while thinking about you and why you appeared that day. Everyone always believed that I am solely responsible for developing my talents and breaking so many limits. I always wanted to correct them, but they simply did not believe me. I will not deny the truth now that I have reunited with you again. That sounds like a major burden. It must have weighed heavily on your shoulders all of these years. The God Pilot responded with a genuine smile. Lamb happy today. I have finally met the only person in the Red Ocean who knows where I truly came from. You are my creator. As far as I am concerned, I am your greatest work. None of your mech designs have contributed to our civilization as much as setting me up for ultimate success. My friendship is only the least of what you deserve for everything that you have done. Chapter 5579. No distinction. Referring to the destroyer of worlds as Irene rather than her cumbersome and intimidating title did much to dispel the awkwardness in the air. The illusionary observation compartment provided a soothing and calming environment. Though Vase could still feel the power of Irene's god kingdom, her control over her power was pretty good. He figured that this compartment was probably one of her favorite places to relax and decompress. You must be really busy all of the time. Everyone must be clamoring for your help and protection. I am sure you are capable of fulfilling your duties, but it must be tiring for you to work and fight all of the time without spending time on other activities. Is it difficult for you to cling to your humanity? This was a rather invasive question, but Irene had done much to convince him that he could treat her as an equal. Even though both of them knew that it was impossible for Vase to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with her on the same level, he had improved considerably compared to how he was before. Irene continued to sit beside the window and stared out into the distant view of the red ocean from above. The galaxy appeared small and unthreatening from this distance. Its red nebulas and its many twinkling stars made it look picturesque. It was only when people actually resided among these stars that they experienced the many dangers of living in this divided and contentious dwarf galaxy. I am not able to give you a straightforward answer. Irene replied in a softer and more controlled tone than before. No one aside from my fellow god pilots understands what we have become. On one hand, we are more human than ever, far surpassing those star designers that have turned their knowledge into the core of their existences. I cannot share too much about this, but I consider myself to be more human than ever. My willpower is human from its root. That hasn't changed after I have strengthened and amplified it to an enormous extent. Out of all the humans that have reached this stage, I believe that god pilots have become the most ideal form of human. That meant that Irene considered star designers and the true gods of the Five Scrolls Compact to be a lot more inhuman. This was a valuable insight. Irene might not be as smart as the star designers, but she possessed her own profound perspectives on various subjects. Her understanding and views could shed a lot of light on topics that Vase had always wondered about. What about your god Mech? Is it alive, and does it consider itself to be a human? Irene smirked and glanced in his direction. I knew you couldn't resist. It is not surprising for you to wonder about this considering the kind of mechs that you have designed. The answer is complex and touches upon one of the core secrets of God pilots. All I can say is that every God mech initially starts as a collaborative work between 5 top mech designers who are usually star designers. Each of them are brilliant in their own right, but when all of them join forces to create a single machine that surpasses all of their individual efforts, a miracle may be born. The Ragnarok was a powerful machine beyond comparison. Its ranged offensive power was unmatched among all God mechs. None of the other 2 known God mechs possessed the capability to unleash so much planet-wide destruction after launching just a single fully powered shot. So every God mech has developed an independent life because that is part of the characteristics of a grand work. Vase guessed. You can understand it as such. It varies from mech or mech. I have seen many ace mechs that have possessed a stronger spark of life, but never really amounted to anything more because their ace pilots are unable to make the jump. Each machine of this level will become shaped by the willpower of their pilots. If any of them consciously wants to strengthen the life of their mechs, then they can do so. It is just that few ever held this desire. Living mechs did not really exist as a separate concept before you came along. Vase nodded in understanding. The only notable pilot that matched this description was General Axelar Strian, and he was clearly an outlier. You haven't answered my question. When you merged with your God mech, did the 2 of you fuse into a single composite entity, or maintained your separate personalities while occupying the same body? Irene shook her head. Of all of the questions an eager mech designer could ask of her, Vase fixated on this topic the most. What is the 4th step of the mech-body merger process? Total union. The mech and mech pilot have already reached an advanced stage of fusion at this point. The mech pilot only needs to shed the remaining vestiges of his mortality, whatever that actually means, in order to fuse the remaining parts of himself with his machine. The 4th phase is called total union for good reasons. Everything must become one. Body, mind, spirit and will must all be formed into a single pool that signifies the existence of a God pilot who is also a God mech. Do you understand now, Vase? Her answer caused Vase to frown. She was undoubtedly right about this step, but it sounded very disconcerting to him. It was not the ideal outcome that he imagined when he became serious about living mechs. I understand. If I am getting this right, the line that separates you from the Ragnarok has disappeared entirely. It is not possible anymore to distinguish where the pilot ends and the mech begins. It is meaningless to make this distinction as the pilot is also the mech and vice versa. Correct. Irene nodded in satisfaction. If you think about it, you are not just addressing myself as a God pilot, but also the Ragnarok as a God mech. I am both a human and a machine at the same time. I have become so much more than the sum of those 2 parts. I truly cannot describe to you how much different I have become because only my fellow God pilots are able to experience this special state of life. What life the Ragnarok used to possess has become a part of me. Neither of us consider this to be bad. The Ragnarok did not lose its personality, and I have not lost my humanity. Both of them continue to live on inside my very being. It is just that my personality as a human is stronger, so that has remained the most noticeable to the outside cosmos. This had major implications for the future of his living mechs. For example, if General Axelar Strian was able to fulfill his greatest ambition and trigger his ultimate advancement, he would completely absorb the Ouroboros and everything that made it alive. While the fusion granted the resulting amalgamation between the 2 a titanic power boost, both of them had lost the ability to maintain their own separate existences. Separation was both unthinkable and impossible. In this regard, a living mech had to be willing to make a sacrifice and allow itself to permanently lose the ability to live a separate existence from its mech pilot. This was a heavy price for certain living mechs as well as mech pilots. Vase was not unfamiliar with these permanent bonds. The Karman system actually shared a few common traits with the mech-body merger process, but the permanent bond fell short of fusing the 2 parties together. The answers provided by Irene gave Vase a more specific direction for improvement. For example, he could purposefully develop upgrades to the Karman system that sought to merge the personalities of the mech and mech pilots a lot sooner. This would allow a living mech to experience what it was like to be a human. It would also enable the mech pilot to gain a much more comprehensive understanding of his mech. Of course, now was not the time to delve too deeply in these kinds of ideas. Do you think that living mechs will bestow any advantages to ace pilots looking to advance to the next rank? I cannot say. Irene shrugged her shoulders in a very human fashion. I have never piloted one of your living mechs, so I do not exactly know what will happen if they fuse with their pilots and turn into god mechs. Wait, Vase suddenly paused. Is it possible for you to pilot other mechs as a god pilot? Can you pilot other god mechs? What an incredibly banal question. God pilots were already paired with the ultimate mechs that had been designed and built with their characteristics in mind. There were no other mechs that can serve them better than their own god mechs. Irene directed a slightly more intensive stare at Vase. The power of her irritation was so strong that Vase experienced a painful sting to his spirituality. Enough with these silly questions. I may have told you to treat me as a friend, but my patience is not limitless. Irene rebuked Vase. Let us talk about matters of substance. I originally wanted to wait until you had settled your nerves, but now I think it is better to direct your attention to more important purposes. Vase agreed with her sentiment. He was not one for small talk at the moment. Too much had happened for him to return to a state of calm. The failed assassination attempt made it impossible for him to relax for the being. Let's talk about what happened earlier. I understand now that the Red Association used my product reveal to lay a trap. Were you involved in it from the beginning, or did you just agree to help when you arrived and noticed what the Mechers were doing? Irene smiled. The latter. The Mechers originally stationed one of their ace pilots at Foca Arena, but I can do a much better job at protecting you from danger. I hope you understand why we did not inform you of our plan. The surprise must be total in order to attract enemies who are highly cautious and observant. I see. May I ask what has happened to Master Exilic Quan now that he has fallen into the hands of the Mechers? I care little for what the Mechers will do with him. I can imagine that they will utilize all of the tech and more special measures to steal all of the confidential information related to the cosmopolitan movement. I can tell you that a captive as high-ranked as him is a massive prize to the association. The Mechers harbor so much hatred against the cosmopolitans because they are so slippery. If they are able to use Master Quan to collapse an entire cell, then that will earn me a few more useful favors. Vase picked up a certain subtext behind her words. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. This was a useless gesture as there was no way the Mechers could possibly eavesdrop a conversation involving a god pilot. Forgive me for asking me this, but, are the Terrans and Rubarthans as opposed to the Cosmopolitans as the Mechers and the Fleeters? The female god pilot directed a distinctly subtle look at Vase. That is a good question. It is also a dangerous one. You are not ready to get involved in matters of this level. No matter what sort of accomplishments you have made, you are only a senior mech designer for the time being. You need to grow up more. What I can say to you is that my personal stance is that the Cosmopolitans are better off dead. They have become so greedy for your bounty that they will persistently threaten your life in the years to come. This is an intolerable affront. If not for the fact that the Cosmopolitans are so difficult to track down, I would have set out and crushed each and every one of them with my Ragnarok after they dared to claim your life. No one is allowed to threaten my friend. Chapter 5580 Divergent Paths. Vase did not feel so good at the moment. Though Irene had not given him a clear answer, he was smart enough to read between the lines. He essentially received confirmation that the Terrans and the Rubarthans definitely provided support to the cosmopolitan movement. They may have cooperated with each other in secret as well. It made a lot of sense. The current hegemons of humanity was the Mechers and the Fleeters. Since the age of Mechs, the Big Two stripped the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire of much of their military power and sovereignty. How could the first-rate superstates possibly bear the indignity of being reduced to this point? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With this universal adage in mind, the first-rate superstates and the cosmopolitan movement had many reasons to cooperate with each other. None of them were strong enough to threaten the dominance of the Big Two in isolation, but together they might be able to make a more substantial difference. Perhaps the covert support of the Terrans and the Rubarthans was one of the principal reasons why the cosmopolitan movement had never been eradicated during the Age of Mechs. The cosmopolitans remained so strong and numerous that they indirectly triggered the Great Severing. Vase wondered what the Terran and Rubarthan leaders thought about that outcome. Did they agree with this initiative, or did the cosmopolitans take them all by surprise, and not in a good way? He turned his attention to the god pilot again. He picked up another clue that attracted his interest. His strategy in dealing with her might change substantially depending on her answer. What is your relationship with the Rubarthans, exactly? He asked. From what I have read from your biography, you were originally born as a citizen of the Quillam Principality. The Rubarthans eventually assimilated you into their ranks when you demonstrated your strength and talent. They must have given you a lot of help for you to agree to become their guardian. How is your relationship with the Rubarthans these days? The powerful woman let out a sigh. Among the guardians of the new Rubarth Empire, I can be considered as one of the less committed ones. I am not a native of the first-rate superstate. While it has successfully earned my loyalty, I am not a die-hard supporter like the Spacelock. I originally wasn't supposed to be here. I originally ventured to the Red Ocean because I wanted to seek you out. I do not mind that I am trapped on this side of the Greater Beander Gate. I am much more needed here than back in the Milky Way. Do you accept instructions from the Rubarthan Pact, or are you the one that is issuing the orders these days? I had a contract with the new Rubarthan Empire. Irene responded, I would fight for the Rubarthans in exchange for gaining access to the services of the star designers and other rewards. It's not important nowadays as I can get what I want from other places, but I am still grateful to the Rubarthans for supporting me for so long. I particularly have a great amount of respect towards the Star Emperor. He is a visionary and a great leader. It is regrettable that he was born at the wrong time. Vase constantly had to remind himself that Irene was a top figure of human civilization. It shouldn't be surprising that she was on friendly terms with the sovereign of the new Rubarth Empire. Times have changed, though, he said. We are cut off from the old galaxy. Not even the Star Emperor can cross the divide between the galaxies. Now that the Rubarthan Pact must stand on its own, what is your relationship to the people under your protection? An open look of contempt appeared on her face. I care little for the politicking that has erupted after the Great Severing. The Rubarthans have the potential to be great when they are led by the Star Emperor. They can also become terrible when this leadership has become absent. There is nobody among the people who are currently jockeying for power in the Rubarthan Pact that has earned my recognition. This is one of the Star Emperor's greatest flaws. None of his sons and daughters have ever come close to matching his qualities. Vase was sure that a lot of Rubarthans would become devastated if they heard Irene's true opinion towards them. She did not exhibit any restraint at all in front of the man she considered to be her friend. Don't you have a good relationship with the Inferno Spear Prince? He is currently one of the strongest contestants in the struggle for power within the pact. Irene crossed her arms and snorted in a contemptuous manner. Is that what you think? The Inferno Spear Prince is a decent Rubarthan. He is willing to work hard to transform himself and has not slackened off at all despite all of the temptations in his life. However, that does not change the reality that he is a pampered prince who has never experienced the true struggle of a mech pilot who was put in a much more helpless situation. His high birth is holding him back from embarking on the road of no return. If he had the conviction to stare death in the face, then he wouldn't have remained stuck at this junction. Wow, that sounded really harsh. Not everyone is cut out to become a god pilot. Vase carefully remarked. Perhaps Prince Antonius may never become the best mech pilot, but what do you think about putting him in charge of the Rubarthan Pact? Short of putting a god pilot such as yourself in charge, it is much more fitting to appoint an ace pilot as the highest leader. I cannot say whether you are wrong, but this is a matter that the Rubarthans must decide among themselves. Frankly, I can think of a dozen people that can do a better job. The original ideal the new Rubarth Empire was based upon was meritocracy. Even a foreign import such as myself could climb up the ranks and attain the highest position. Years of handing over more power and responsibilities to the princes has eroded that principle. Too many Rubarthans blindly accept the premise that they no longer have the right to be in charge of anything important enough. That caused Vase to raise his eyebrow. You sound like you want to do away with giving special treatment to the Rubarthan princes. What I want and what will happen are rarely identical, Vase. You should know that as well. I may hold a great amount of sway over the Rubarthan Pact, but the Spacelock's voice is even greater among his people. Besides, the Rubarthans have become so dependent on the Rubarthan imperial household that they cannot adapt to a state where they are absent. I am not enthusiastic about Antonio, but I think that he is the best out of a range of bad choices. I have agreed to demonstrate my support to him when he needs it. I do not dislike the Smokestack Prince per se, but I have even less confidence in his ability to protect the lives of ordinary Rubarthans. He agreed with that sentiment as well. Vase fell silent as he thought about Irene's changing relationship with the Rubarthans. He even began to sense an incredibly profitable opening. It sounds like you are not as attached to the Rubarthans as before. You are more concerned with protecting humanity as a whole than the Rubarthan people and state in particular. Does that accurately summarize your current stance? The destroyer of worlds grimaced. His words confronted her with thoughts and feelings that she did not really like. If I remained in the old galaxy, then I would have been more enthused about guarding the new Rubarth Empire and its many citizens. Here in the new frontier, I feel less connected to the Rubarthans. This is no fault of their own. I would have thought about severing my commitments to the Rubarthan Pact if there are multiple god pilots that can cover for my departure. Vess's eyes grew hotter as he realized how alienated to her current employer Irene had become. His reaction did not go unnoticed. The god pilot pinned Vase with a more intense and forceful stare. Do not even think about it. As much as I am drawn to all of the cats, I will not join the Larkinson clan. Your people deserve a chance to grow up in their own right. I can do more to help red humanity survive if I continue to maintain my relationship with the Rubarthans. You should be able to lead them if you wanted to. Vase pointed out the obvious. We are not only living in the age of mechs, but also an era that is being defined by the Fist of Defiance. The strongest warlords deserve to be in charge. Even if you are not a native Rubarthan, I am sure that all of those people do not mind. You do not seem to care too much about the Rubarthan princes, so why should you respect their right to inherit the throne when the very concept of a hereditary absolute monarchy is already in conflict with the latest rules? Irene firmly shook her head. You think too simply. A god pilot should not be a ruler. The duties and responsibilities of a head of state will only slow me down. The main goal of every god pilot is to pursue greater strength and successfully navigate the way ahead. It may be possible for certain god pilots to advance their strength by leading the masses, but that is not the case for me. I think that only the army of one is suited for this, but he can already play with his battle bots. The mention of what god pilots did after they had broken through to their current rank caused Vase to become a lot more attentive. He had always wondered what god pilots actually did after they had overcome the largest hurdles in their lives. How do god pilots actually progress, if I may ask? You may. It is relevant to the topic that I intend to discuss with you. The Destroyer of Worlds casually said. The ugly truth is that god pilots have no clear way ahead. The progenitors of mechs who originally conceived of the existence of god pilots never bothered to think past this point. Even if they wanted to, they are not qualified to devise a path that leads to the rank beyond my current one. Every god pilot must figure out their way forward on their own. I have spoken to many of my peers about this, and each of them share the same struggle. This was bad news as the enemies of red humanity had lots of powerhouses in their ranks. The native alien of the Red Ocean still had scores of ancient phase whales, while the mysterious aliens of Messier 87 were bound to be more dangerous. The greater the progress of red humanity's god pilots, the greater their ability to defend the red humanity against all of these powerful enemies. Are all of you working separately, or are you taking the initiative to pool your efforts together and figure out a common solution? It is not possible for us to cooperate on this matter. Irene shook her head. God pilots are different from lower-ranking mech pilots. From the moment we have completely merged with our god mechs, we have become unique existences that bear no equal. I may share many traits in common with other god pilots, but our differences are just as large. No single method or approach can satisfy all of our needs. We have already separated from each other. Our only choice is to continue to go down these roads and hope they do not lead to dead ends. That sounded extremely precarious to Vase. There was a massive difference between the existing mech pilot trajectory that had existed for centuries and the complete absence of guidance that came afterwards. I see. If I may ask, how did you decide to develop your power after you have broken through to your current rank? Vase grew incredibly curious on what the Destroyer of Worlds had devised to attain greater power in her post-divinity stage. Chapter 5581. Separated by time. The atmosphere in the illusionary starship compartment started to become a little more serious. Even Lucky and Emma no longer made as many noises as before. The larger and much more powerful spiritual cat pressed onto Lucky and kept him in her grasp as if the gem cat was just a kitten. Meow. Mew. Vase continued to gaze at the human manifestation of the Destroyer of Worlds in a speculative and evaluating gaze. This was the first time he had come face to face with a god pilot. One of his purposes as a mech designer was to help the users of his products reach the same height one day. The more he understood how god pilots worked, the better he could design his products to facilitate their ascension to the ultimate rank. Yet, the rank of god pilot was clearly not the limit of this profession. Even if the road ahead was shrouded in fog, the Destroyer of Worlds and all of her peers did not want to rest on their laurels. Vase could not imagine what the next rank could possibly look like. Even though Divine Irene Mox had suppressed her incredibly powerful presence to a level where she could comfortably speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with others, the destructive potential of her willpower was so great that she could easily wipe out the entire capital city of Bordel 3 in an instant so long as she released her restraint. It was far too difficult for Vase to assume that Irene still retained large parts of her humanity. So much of her had morphed into extraordinary power that he suspected that she was largely simulating her own emotions. Of course, he kept his ideas to himself. He had no right to judge a god pilot. He did not even understand them all that much. Whatever he and Blinky were able to glimpse was only a fraction of Irene's true majesty. He hadn't even seen any sign of the Ragnarok. Right now, the conversation between Vase and his latest mastery experience host had taken a momentous turn. "Do you see the red ocean over there?" Irene asked as she pointed at the distant view of the dwarf galaxy through the illusionary window. "This is our home now. Red humanity has no way of going home again. The nearest galaxies are Messier 87 and a collection of other dwarf galaxies that have bathed in the supermassive galaxy's light for eons. We are surrounded by enemies who have acclimated to exotic radiation over a much greater period of time. We are incomparably weak compared to all of our new neighbors." Vase grimaced. Everyone smart enough could figure this out as well. Most people tried not to think too hard on this as it would only lead to despair. Rather than think about how red humanity was hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned, it was better to focus on more immediate concerns that they still had the ability to change. If people wanted to solve all of these crises and ensure their own survival over the long run, they had little choice but to take this step by step. Naturally, the more powerful leaders had to undertake more responsibilities. This meant that much of the future of their entire civilization rested on the shoulders of the destroyer of worlds. It was not a comforting thought. Even though god pilots should never be prone to doubt, Irene clearly conveyed the impression that she was not certain about her own future direction. Too much had changed in just a single year. Irene sighed yet again. "To you, our first encounter with each other must have happened just before the end of the age of mechs. Despite all of the events that happened since then, your memories of that instance should still be fairly recent." Vase nodded. "This reunion feels kind of odd to me. Not that much time has passed between then and now, but while I have aged for a year, you have experienced more than 200 years of life. Our generational gap has magnified so much that you could easily pass off as my great-great-great-grandmother. You must have waited for a long time before meeting me again." "More than you know," Irene said while her burning eyes conveyed a complex emotion. "I have examined my memories of that time over and over again. I already deduced that you were fairly young at the time. As the years passed, I always held the expectation that I would meet you again. I had no proof to back up this assumption, but my intuition constantly validated my hunch. The urge to meet with you again has driven me forward so many times. How long do I need to wait to see the man who has given me a new life and a stronger pathway to power?" As decades and centuries passed by without even a hint of your existence, I began to fear that it may take centuries or even longer to hear your voice again. Vase sensed a strong conviction in her tone. "Wait, is this the source of your motivation?" Vase asked in a perplexed tone. "You worked so hard to undertake so many risks and break past your limits just to live long enough to see me again. There is more to it than that, but I admit that the desire to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with you again has given me the urgency to keep working harder." Irene responded. "The more time had passed, the less I wanted to present myself to you as a pilot who hardly accomplished anything with the opportunities that you have granted me. I tested and exceeded my limits because I would rather die as a woman who has put up a good fight than turn into a zombie who barely did anything meaningful throughout all of those years. This is my pride as a soldier." Vase looked incredibly impressed at her. Many mech pilots spoke high-minded ideals, but few of them were able to follow through to the very end. The Destroyer of Worlds was one of the few exceptional mech pilots who stayed true to her word, and she clearly got rewarded for her superhuman efforts. Her incredible success and achievements caused Vase to feel inferior in comparison. He couldn't help but shake his head. "It sounds like you have been doing extremely well over the centuries. You have surpassed me and became one of the ultimate powerhouses of the human race. There was no need to look up to me to begin with, because I am not a centuries-old fossil that has accumulated just as much power as you. I am just a senior mech designer who is less than half a century old. I do not see what sort of value I can provide to you at this point. We are so far apart from each other that it isn't even funny." Irene smiled at Vase. Do not belittle yourself, Vase. I admit that you are not who I expected you to be, but that does not deprive me of the joy of meeting your actual self. Time has pulled us apart, but it does not have the power to change my gratitude to you. No matter whether you are an all-powerful star designer or a simple novice mech designer, it is undeniable that your actions have benefited my life and the lives of many others for the better. Besides, you are mistaken in your words. You do have the power to help me in my present condition. How, exactly? I really don't see why you have so many high expectations for me. I never met a god pilot in person before you, and I still don't understand the principles that make you so absurdly strong. I have even less of an idea on what comes next. The god pilot gazed at him for a few seconds before she accepted his answer. I see, your vision is more limited, but that is okay. I have heard from certain sources that you have access to an ancient and profound inheritance. More than that, you should be in personal contact with a powerful practitioner in those ancient mysteries. You should have a way to consult with her directly. Please call her over so I can borrow her expertise. I have a very strong hunch that you should be able to oblige my request. How did she know that? Vase was pretty sure that the Rubarthans hadn't figured all of this out. The only possible source that she could have gained this information from was the Mechers. There was no point hiding or denying the truth. It seemed that this secret had spread so much at this point that it was practically public knowledge among the top leaders of Red humanity. It's true. Vase helplessly let out a tired breath. I have long benefited from the guidance and the teachings of my mother. I don't know whether you understand her past and present identities. Even I haven't really figured it all out. What I do know is that she has become a true god and that she is extremely knowledgeable in matters regarding cultivation. I don't think she possesses a thorough understanding of god pilots, though. Her knowledge base is outdated. Irene did not mind this fact. There is a great deal of wisdom to be learned from the ancients. That does not mean that we should blindly follow old traditions and methods, but we can avoid a great deal of detours and dead ends if we learn from the lessons of the past. This is exactly what I seek at the moment. So this was one of the main reasons why Irene was so eager to meet with Vase in the flesh. She saw hope of figuring out her subsequent advancements so long as she was able to consult with Cynthia Larkinson. It made a lot of sense even if Vase felt as if he was being reduced to a tool. Though he knew that Irene still respected him a lot, he still became disappointed that he was unable to meet her needs by himself. If he wanted to live up to his designation as her friend, then he needed to hurry up and become a star designer in order to close the gap between each other. All right, if you want me to call my mother, you will have to open up a gap in your god kingdom. The only way I can contact her is through summoning the superior mother, who happens to be her incarnation. It is impossible to make this happen when your crushing willpower will shred her apart as long as she comes close. Can you selectively allow her entry into this chamber? This was not an easy request. Even though god pilots possessed much greater control and mastery over their own powers, their inherent strength was also vastly greater. The two properties inherently worked against each other, thereby preventing god pilots from exerting too much fine control. God pilots were never meant to be subtle to begin with. The progenitors of mechs devised them to act as the strongest and most effective counters against true gods and the chi cultivator variety in particular. This meant that a pure energy-based life form such as the superior mother would have to enter the gates of hell just to be able to interact with the likes of the destroyer of worlds. You need to tamper down your power a lot more. Vase advised with clear concern in his expression. Just your voice is strong enough to wipe out her energy manifestation. We need to figure out a way to lower your threat and increase your restraint before a meeting can be arranged. The superior mother won't show up otherwise because of all of the risks. God pilots were never meant to mix with other true gods. The only ones that could truly get along with these absolute warriors were star designers. This may take some time. Chapter 5582 Major Cultivation Ranks. It took over half an hour for the destroyer of worlds to reign in her overflowing willpower to a degree that was acceptable. Her presence had become a lot less overbearing, but that did not mean she had lost any of her strength. Irene's current state gave Vase the illusion that she had turned herself into a giant bomb. She has compressed nearly all of her destructive potential in a tight shell. Once she detonated her warhead, Vase had no doubt that the explosion would be powerful enough to wipe him out without exception. He even had the faint idea that her destructive power had gained such powerful transcendent characteristics that she may even be able to kill his incarnations. This was an incredibly scary prospect, and one that frightened him to his wits. Even though it sounded too outlandish to be true, Vase did not dare to doubt the warning issued by his intuition. No god pilot should ever be underestimated. Their highly developed willpower possessed the capability to rewrite reality and turn impossibilities into mundane everyday occurrences. Vase was incredibly lucky that his first encounter with a god pilot was with a friendly one. The destroyer of worlds clearly harbored a lot of goodwill towards him. There was little chance that she would employ her formidable power against him, especially now that she needed help. However, it was best if Vase avoided any further contact with god pilots. No matter whether they were friendly, neutral or hostile, each of them had the potential to render him and his incarnations at their mercy. "I am ready," a female but clearly synthetic voice sounded in the illusionary starship chamber. "You should be able to invite your mother over. Make sure to proceed slowly so that I can prevent my power from lashing out against her approach." Vase snapped out of his thoughts and briefly scanned his surroundings. Irene's god kingdom had become a lot more subdued. It even conveyed a sense of opening, as if the god pilot had made the difficult decision to open the gates of her impregnable castle. She easily managed to solve the communication problem as well. As a god pilot, her voice was embedded with her willpower, thereby turning it into a weapon unto itself. Using an artificial tool such as a simple synthetic voice generator was enough to separate most of her willpower from her words, especially if the fabricated voice profile diverged from her own native voice. There was still a powerful undercurrent behind her words, but at least they did not hammer Ves's mind as much as before. After confirming that everything was in order, Vase tried to induce the superior mother to manifest in this secure chamber. It was not easy. Even though Veronica had warned Cynthia in advance, the incarnation of his mother had to enter the belly of one of the most threatening predators to existences such as herself. Slowly but surely, a fainter and highly subdued energy manifestation of a robed Hexer deity appeared next to Vase. The translucent image flickered many times as the interference of Irene's god kingdom made it much more challenging to maintain a stable connection. Meow. Lucky greeted the latest arrival. Soon, the superior mother that undoubtedly served as an extension of the Lady of the Night had completed her strenuous descent. The matronly woman did not exactly look pleased to meet with the infamous destroyer of worlds. "I would not have come here if my son was absent." The superior mother spoke in a dignified tone that made it clear she did not intend to submit to the god pilot. "Are you truly a friend to him as you have claimed?" Irene stood up and faced the superior mother with utmost seriousness. "I do. He has saved my life and led me down this path. I would not be here if not for his intervention. I can tell you that I am always willing to repay the heavy favors that he has bestowed to me. As long as he has not done anything outrageous enough that violates my bottom line, he can always come to me and count on my protection against any enemy, no matter whether they are humans or aliens. I believe I can safeguard his life much better than you in this dwarf galaxy." Vase widened his eyes. He already figured out that the destroyer of worlds would reciprocate the help that she received, but this was a massive benefit that just happened to resolve many of his concerns. If he was able to shelter under the god pilot, Vase did not have to fear any assassination attempts by powerful parties looking to claim his bounty and turn into a powerful greater phase lord. If the outcome of the Red War ever resulted in a total human defeat, then the vast majority of people would not be able to escape the relentless massacres of the vengeful native aliens. The only red humans that had the highest chance of surviving this galaxy-wide manhunt were the god pilots that had managed to survive the war. Even if red humans had been reduced to interstellar rats at this time, Vase wouldn't care so much about that as long as he could rely on the destroyer of worlds to guarantee his continued survival. In fact, Vase did not have to wait until one of these scenarios came true in order to take advantage of her protection. He could already use her promise as a deterrence against any other would-be assassins and enemies that sought to succeed where Master Quan had failed. Dozens of seconds passed as neither woman spoke any further. Vase did not sense any exchange of words, but the destroyer of worlds and the superior mother somehow came to an accord given the subtle changes in expression. The tension in the air noticeably eased as the two powerful women acted as if they were friendly neighbors. Their quick resolution shouldn't be too surprising. The two true gods might originally have reasons to be hostile against each other, but all of this history had been rendered meaningless in the Age of Dawn. The more pressing were the aliens rather than fellow humans. The Rubarthan god pilot and the former member of the Five Scrolls Compact had every reason to set aside old complications and join forces to deal with common threats. Cynthia also believed in Irene's willingness to protect Vase when necessary. That alone was enough to temper any hostility. One, understand your situation. The energy manifestation of the superior mother assumed a more confident and assertive posture. It is impressive for a mech pilot to reach the third major rank of cultivation. The progenitors of mechs have managed to produce a brilliant blueprint that has led to the rise of numerous god pilots whose combat power is unmatched by any other true god in the modern era. Yet even they do not have a clue of how god pilots should proceed, as they are ultimately in the third rank themselves. Creating a brand new promotion path that can lead straight to the fourth major rank is not within their realm of competence, as they do not even understand what it means. That did not surprise the destroyer of worlds. She even grew a little more reassured when Cynthia made it clear that she possessed a certain degree of understanding in these high-level secrets. Vase also possessed a bit of understanding of the major cultivation ranks. There were so many different cultivation methods and cultivation approaches that they could lead to many diverse divisions in cultivation stages. That made comparing them to each other difficult, as the second stage of one cultivation method could easily overpower the seventh stage of another cultivation method. However, his mother had already taught him a way to normalize these stages according to their common characteristics. The 0th major cultivation rank corresponded to mortals or initiates. They encompassed a wide variety of weaklings such as ordinary people, apprentice mech designers and expert candidates. The first major cultivation rank was where people truly got started. Once they surpassed the extraordinary threshold, they became foundation builders who possessed a measure of transcendent power. They could range from journeyman mech designers, expert pilots and swordmasters. The second major cultivation rank could be regarded as domain shapers. Any cultivator that reached this height had developed an actual domain that granted them a great deal of control over a concept, rule or artistic conception. The domain shapers that Vase was familiar with were master mech designers, ace pilots and sword saints. The third major cultivation rank was the biggest threshold for almost every cultivator. This was the rank that corresponded to true gods. Not only did people attain godhood in various forms, but also became qualified to access a deeper and more profound level of reality such as faith energy. They encompassed god pilots, star designers and the mythical sword gods. But also many other strange and powerful transcendents. What took Vase aback was that Irene and his mother not only talked about the third major rank in a casual manner, but also addressed the fourth major rank that he had not even heard about before. It was understandable that his mother never mentioned it to him. Vase was just a senior mech designer at the moment, which classified him as a measly advanced first-rank cultivator. He was still 2 major ranks away from needing to think about promoting to the 4th major rank. Even though Vase knew that he was not even close to qualified to join this discussion, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. He wanted to learn more about all of this exciting stuff. Can you tell me about the 4th major cultivation rank? Please tell me what you know. Maybe I can help. Though neither woman believed in that last statement, Irene did not see much harm in satisfying his curiosity. Cynthia might hold a different opinion on this topic, but she did not possess the ability to restrain a powerful god pilot. I do not have access to a lot of formal knowledge surrounding the 4th rank. Irene explained. The 5 Scrolls Compact have always tried their best to hoard the secrets that can enable true gods to develop themselves further. Many of the old families that have managed to preserve their ancient legacies can only ever reach the 3rd major rank at most. The only references of the 4th rank that the Rubarthans are able to find are passing but highly fearful mentions in diaries, records and so on. I believe the Red Association most certainly has access to more detailed documentation, but I cannot access them unless I agree to concessions that are unacceptable. That sounded typical of the Mechers. They already had 5 god pilots under their banner, and relied on them to restrain the other 3 god pilots. The Red Association would not be able to maintain its position of dominance over the first-rate colonial superstates if their god pilots started to fall behind in cultivation. Fortunately, Cynthia knew more about this mythical 4th rank. True gods are cultivators who have attained godhood or acquired god-like powers that are based on their domains. What comes next is difficult to describe, as different records from different eras each espouse drastically different interpretations on how to define the 4th rank. One of the most common conditions that should be met is to develop your domain much further. To what extent? Irene asked. One description claims that a true god must attain total supremacy over a domain in the entire universe in the present time. Every other true god who has developed similar domains must either be killed or subjugated. This is relatively easier to accomplish if your domain is based on an obscure or specific concept, but if you are hoping to gain dominion over a primal force such as destruction, then you will be locked in an endless struggle. Only those who have defeated all of their challengers have the capital to ascend to the fourth major cultivation rank. God King. Exactly. Chapter 5583 Struggles in Cultivation. Ves's mind was almost blown. He already expected the fourth major cultivation rank to be qualitatively better and stronger than the previous rank in every way, but his mother's description easily exceeded his imagination. The keyword that defined this exceedingly powerful rank was dominion. It was not enough for true gods to master their own domains. They had to develop their respective strengths while actively competing against other like-minded transcendents. Unless they killed or subjugated any rivals and enemies that sought to advance along a similar trajectory, these true gods would never be able to expand their power and longevity beyond a certain limit. From what little descriptions Vase had gained from the two women, the gap between true gods and god kings was so immense that the latter could easily kill the former with just a single metaphorical slap. Of course, Vase did not rule out the possibility that this was an exaggerated claim. If god kings were so powerful, then why hadn't they already conquered the entire cosmos? They had to possess limits. Vase should not get overwhelmed by their intimidating titles and mistake them as actual gods or whatever. The fourth major cultivation rank was just a lot more powerful than the preceding one. That was it. There was no need for him to ascribe any other special meaning to this classification. Vase managed to calm down a bit after he had sorted out his chaotic thoughts. Have the god pilots of the Red Association devised their own blueprints to the fourth major cultivation rank? They certainly have more clues than your friend over here. The superior mother said in a deceptively mild tone. Just look at the first flame. Being able to incarnate into a phoenix signifies that he has made significant attainments in his unique practice method. It remains to be seen whether his approach will lead to the best outcome. Transforming into a phoenix will cause the Mech and Mech pilot to lose definition and disappear. The first flame most definitely knows what he may lose in the process, but he believes that it is worth it so long as humanity gains the protection of a god king, even if it is weaker and more deficient. Irene explained with clear respect and admiration in her synthetic voice. The limitless potential of a god pilot will not help our civilization if it takes hundreds or thousands of years for one to evolve into a god king pilot. Was that what god pilots called the fourth major rank of their progression trajectory? It sounded a bit lame to Vase, but he was not the one in charge of this matter. From what he could gather from their talk, neither of them possessed a good impression of a phoenix. Such a mythical creature most certainly possessed a lot of power depending on how the first flame interpreted it. Yet it was also a beast that largely relied on its natural gifts rather than any difficult methods to grow into its power. The most critical question was whether the first flame would lose his god kingdom and his god Mech in the process of transforming into a phoenix. If this was the case, then the man undeniably paid a huge price to reach the fourth major cultivation rank. Vase gained a lot more respect towards the first flame for this reason. The man was more willing to sacrifice his future potential in order to better protect the people that relied on his protection. Can I ask another question? Vase interrupted yet again. Earlier, you described how true gods must defeat all of the competitors that are trying to attain absolute dominion over their own concepts or rules. How can they possibly beat each other when they are spread across the entire cosmos? We are talking about a sphere that is as large as 2 billion light-years. I find it inconceivable that any cultivator or civilization has the ability to traverse so much distance within a reasonable timeframe. The superior mother crossed her arms. What I have described is an oversimplification. Distance is meaningless in this competition. True gods must struggle against each other in a different layer of reality. I see. Doesn't this mean that older true gods that already enjoy a head start have already claimed all of the good stuff? Yes, but not entirely, my son. The greater concepts and laws are largely occupied by ancient god kings that live to this day, but there are still numerous ones that are still available. The difficulty of claiming them is so difficult that none of the true gods that have emerged in the past has conquered them. There is still a possibility that younger true gods with stronger foundations can succeed where their predecessors have failed. That sounded rather dubious to Vase. If these ultra-powerful concepts and rules remained untouched for so long, then there had to be more behind their unattainable conditions. Does that mean that true gods virtually have no chance to become god kings based on powerful concepts? I would like to know the answer to this as well. Irene spoke up with her synthesized voice. I need to know whether my current approach leads to a dead end. The superior mother did not dare to gaze too deeply in the direction of Irene, but she still managed to pick up enough clues by simply entering a powerful god kingdom. I can already tell you with certainty that there is already a god king who holds dominion over the greater concept of destruction. Your current attempts are currently too weak to be of concern, but that will change the longer you persist. Once you come close enough, you will not only provoke this god king, but also present yourself as an offering. Your entire accumulation will turn into the god king's sustenance. Cynthia's revelation devastated Irene. The surrounding god kingdom briefly grew unstable before the powerhouse managed to rein in her emotions. I feared as much, Irene said in a remarkably controlled fashion. I always sensed an undercurrent of danger, but it was too faint for me to take seriously. Now I know that I was merely too weak to attract the notice of this existing god king. Once I fattened myself up, I would have unknowingly turned myself into a meal. Vess's blood almost froze when he heard these possibilities. Cultivation turned out to be a lot crueler at this stage. Even the most peaceful true gods might not be able to escape danger due to the prevalence of competition. Reaching the 4th major cultivation rank is not as dangerous as you think. Cynthia spoke. The greater concepts are taboo, but there are an endless amount of lesser and more specific concepts that are not contested at all. As long as you become a god king based on a non-universal concept such as red humanity or living mechs, I doubt that you will encounter a single challenger. That provided a lot of relief to Vase. Even if it would take centuries before he should ever consider this problem, he felt a lot more reassured that his way forward was not as impassable as he initially thought. Irene was not as content with this alternative. Just as there are differences in strength between true gods, there are also differences in strength between god kings. If I settle for becoming a lesser god king, I will always be inferior to a greater god king. That is not necessarily the case. The superior mother smirked. Your understanding of the 4th major cultivation rank is too simple. In my understanding, it should be possible for you to become a lesser god king of explosive shells. From there, you should continue to leverage your superior foundation and cultivation approach to develop your strength further. Once you are ready, you can issue a challenge against the current greater god king of destruction. The latter may be older and much more familiar with the power of destruction than you, but such an ancient practitioner must certainly be a chi cultivator or similar in origin. That caused Irene to look a lot more hopeful than before. If Cynthia was right about this, then she had just described a relatively simple and realistic strategy for Irene to become one of the most powerful god kings in the universe. Of course, just saying all of this was easy. Making it happen was countless times harder. The destroyer of worlds needed to work much harder than she did before and squeeze her potential to the limit and beyond to successfully promote to the 4th major rank. Then, she needed to spend a lot of time to develop her strength further in order to catch up with an ancient powerhouse. This was too much to the likes of Vase. His greatest concern at his moment was reaching the 2nd major rank. Stuff like this was so far away from him that he thought about retreating. Still, Vase couldn't resist the curse of knowledge. Even if he knew that learning about all of this would change his cognition forever, he simply had to know what came next. Can a lesser concept truly triumph over a greater concept? In the scenario that you have just described, it is unlikely that my growth can ever catch up to an ancient god king. That is why it is important for you to retain and leverage the vastly superior foundation of a god pilot and a god mech. Cynthia responded. You are made to defeat chi cultivators. Your cultivation profession has perfectly maximized the potential of both willpower and artifacts. This is your greatest advantage and can serve as the basis to your continued ascension. The cultivation hierarchy is not static. True gods who have practiced newer and more developed cultivation methods are constantly challenging their predecessors. Only the strongest and fittest deserve to survive. It was clear that Cynthia thought very highly of god pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds. Perhaps they did have the capital to challenge the existing god kings, though it would take a lot of time before they could get to this point. Irene clearly understood this as well. She set this matter aside and raised a more immediate subject. You have my gratitude for clearing my doubts and informing me of certain dangers. Can you advise me on how I should proceed as a god pilot? The kingdom of mechs and the Red Kingdom can no longer guide my growth any longer. I do not have access to a viable blueprint that allows me to advance to the hypothetical rank of God King Pilot. I would like to request your input. This was a heavy request, and almost no human alive possessed the qualifications to fulfill it. Neither the Rubarthans nor even the Mechers knew for sure how God pilots should proceed. Yet somehow his mother was different. Vase found it difficult to imagine that she possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation of true gods, but evidently she was much more knowledgeable than he thought. I cannot give you any guarantees that will work, but I can give you suggestions. Cynthia spoke after a short pause. Every approach that you can choose from will entail sacrifice. You must make your choices carefully. For example, if you choose to absorb faith, your strength will grow by leaps and bounds, but you will no longer be able to exert as much control over your evolution. If you wish to preserve the relevance of your god Mech, then you must cooperate with a star designer and constantly upgrade it to keep up with your own progress in order to maintain a balance. If that is not possible, then you should work towards phasing out your god Mech or changing its fundamental nature. Irene frowned when she heard all of that. Greater strength entailed greater sacrifices. If she wanted to become the most powerful human god king in the future, then she would have to endure many more struggles. No matter what, she would never compromise on a vital matter. I will never give up on my god Mech. My existence as a pilot is sacrosanct. Then you cannot proceed alone. You must work together with Star Designer. Cynthia seriously said, that has always been the case from the start. Chapter 5584 The difference a companion spirit can make. Vase watched and listened with great interest as the Superior Mother and the Destroyer of Worlds spoke about how to become a so-called God King. His perspective and understanding of what true gods needed to do in order to march towards the fourth major cultivation rank broadened with each passing minute. Neither of the two older women held back any details from Vase as far as he was aware of. They openly explored Irene's cultivation and mentioned details that exposed her weak points and made her more vulnerable in battle if they leaked out in public. Yet despite all of these concerns, the Rubarthan god pilot extended her full trust to Vase and his mother. It did not matter if they did not belong to the same camp. The Destroyer of Worlds regarded the Larkinsons as her friends and believed in their goodwill. Vase felt honored by her willingness to extend so much trust to him and his mother. He doubted that anyone else in her life had received comparable treatment. God pilots were not immune to criticism. They had become so powerful that each of their actions conveyed a lot of political significance. The big players carefully tracked each of their moves and constantly saw fault in any decision that did not fall in line with their core duties of fighting the enemies of the human race. The Mechers must be incredibly concerned about why the Destroyer of Worlds eagerly wanted to meet with Vase. It was unfortunate for them that Irene's God Kingdom could easily defeat all of their attempts at eavesdropping on the conversation. It must frustrate them a lot to have no clues why such a powerful god pilot spontaneously met with a senior mech designer. You have chosen wisely, the Superior Mother said as her elegant translucent body floated around the illusionary starship chamber. The essence of a god pilot is already made clear by its label. The foundation of your strength is based around combining godhood with mech piloting. Deviating from this fundamental pattern by reducing the importance of your god will simplify your progression to the fourth major cultivation rank, but it will damage your foundation forever. I do not look down on those that have decided to transition into a different kind of god for expedient reasons, but it would be an enormous waste if you followed suit. Irene wordlessly nodded. The First Flame and maybe other god pilots had already shown a willingness to put less emphasis on their god mechs going forward. Whether it was because they truly sought to change into a different sort of divine entity or simply wanted to accelerate their progression at all cost, nobody could tell. However, their valiant sacrifices relieved a lot of pressure for other god pilots such as Irene, who still possessed the desire to keep her god mech relevant going forward. While it does not look like it at the moment, I am also the Ragnarok, a god mech that excels in heavy artillery. The powerful god pilot said with the help of her synthetic voice generator. At the same time, I am Irene Mox, a god pilot who has developed a strong domain based on the power of destruction. Finally, I am also Emma, a companion spirit that has become an E-energy true god in her own right. These are the three components that make up my core existence. I will not accept anything that will cause one or two of them to fall behind. All three must advance in unison in order to maintain my absolute strength relative to other true gods. Most god pilots only comprised of two equal components. Irene was a clear outlier among the two or so other known god pilots. Vase wondered increasingly whether his decision to grant her a companion spirit had played a key role in her successful advancement to the third major cultivation rank. He turned his head and carefully studied Emma, though he did not dare to open up all of his spiritual senses for fear of getting blinded and injured by a god pilot's overwhelming power. he carefully studied the powerful spiritual entity that had taken the guise of a living explosion that just happened to match the contours of a feline. Though Vess's examination was anything but thorough, he did not sense any potent willpower in her form. He knew that Irene was able to infuse Emma with a lot of willpower in order to amplify the explosive potential of her attacks, but when the companion spirit was at rest, she came across as a pure true god-level spiritual entity. Vase switched his gaze between Irene and Emma multiple times. He immediately speculated that the relationship between the two had turned into the inverse of the relationship between Kedis and Sharpie. Irene was the willpower cultivator in her pairing, while Sharpie was the one that carried Ketiz's extraordinary willpower. It was fascinating that both of them had opted for different approaches. Neither of them had that much of a choice as their initial professions already defined the roles of their companion spirits. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought as he wondered about the implications of these contrasting approaches. "What is it, Vase?" the superior mother asked when she noticed his odd behavior. "I have a question, Irene. When you went through the mech-body merger process, did the existence of Emma increase your chances of making it through the end?" The destroyer of worlds remained silent for a few seconds before she nodded. "I hope to discuss the utility of your companion spirits in a separate conversation, but now that you have raised this topic, you deserve to know the answer. At the time, I did not know what I was getting into at the time. None of my Rubarthan peers could give me any reliable guidance on this matter. I had to initiate the mech-body merger process without knowing how my companion spirit affected the process." Both Vase and the superior mother listened with great interest at her retelling. Operation Union is the easiest to achieve as long as a peak ace pilot has already been paired with the same mech for many years. I only received the Ragnarok 4 years ago. The original plan called for waiting at least a decade before starting the process, but I chose to start early because I was impatient and because I had a feeling that waiting longer would not make that much of a difference. Were you right? Maybe. I believe so. I did stumble with forming an Operation Union with my Ragnarok at first, but when I used Emma as an extra bridge, I managed to complete the first phase smoothly. Vess's eyes lit up. So your companion spirit did play an integral part in your advancement process. According to your own experiences, you think that other god pilot candidates should be able to start the mech-body merger process a lot sooner because their companion spirits can make up for the lack of accumulation over time, is that correct? Irene nodded. We are always short on time. I know of peak ace pilots who do not have much confidence in their chances of surviving. They sought to increase their success rate by piloting the same mech over a span of 20, 50 or over 2 years. While that does help with breaking down barriers, the excessive weight will cause them to lose their courage, which is a much greater loss in my opinion. I personally believe it is better if they start the mech-body merger process too soon rather than too late. In such situations, a companion spirit can provide crucial help in completing the first phase. This already made companion spirits worth it for ambitious mech pilots. Unlike mech designers, it was always better if mech pilots advanced as young as possible. Their profession was inherently based on combat, so being younger and more hot-blooded was strongly correlated with faster progression. When I initiated the second phase, I found that the existence of Emma has made this process more complicated for me. Compared to the experiences shared by other god pilots, my attempt to establish domain field union became more difficult because I had to work with 3 different components of myself rather than 2. I was lucky that Emma's domain was nearly identical to my own. If she developed in a different direction, then it would have become much harder to merge her domain with the rest. That caused Vase to lose a bit of excitement. He had no idea how difficult it was for mech pilots to complete the second phase, but it should not be a trivial step. Companion spirits did not have to match the properties of their principals. They were free to develop other domains in order to increase their versatility and usefulness in different situations. However, if divergent development caused mech pilots to experience much greater difficulties during the second phase of the mech-body merger process, then Vase and the Red Association had to warn every mech pilot with a companion spirit to be careful about choosing this development strategy. After that, Emma made no difference during the third phase. Irene continued to explain. Corporeal union is a process where the pilot physically merges with the mech. It is a very mysterious process that can never be understood by others. When I completed the third phase, I turned into an unstable fusion that is made up of both energy and matter. That was when I initiated the final countdown. If I did not commence the fourth phase in a timely manner, I would have collapsed and died. That was an important detail that Vase had not learned before. What about the fourth and final phase? Irene's expression grew wistful as she recalled the difficulties she experienced during that time. I cannot say too much about it. Total union is the deadliest phase of all. To explain it in simple terms, I must throw away the vestiges of my mortality so that I can purify my willpower to the point where it can sustain my consciousness in my life. Only then can it perfectly combine with the powerful frame of my god Mech. The part that is the most dangerous is when I am making the transition. I had to kill many parts of myself that are core to my life and existence. The more I throw these parts away, the more damage my soul sustains. Once it has reached its breaking point, I will essentially die unless my purified willpower can substitute for all of the parts that I have discarded. This is a difficult process because it is impossible for this to happen in normal cases. My willpower has to be strong and decisive enough to defy the rules of reality and essentially form a complete soul out of itself. If it was any slower, then it would have been too late for me to make it out alive. Vase looked amazed as the god pilot provided a first-hand description of the fourth and most mysterious phase. He already learned or figured out the gist of what took place during this phase, but hearing the details made him more amazed at the few god pilots who succeeded. All god pilots are living miracles. The superior mother aptly said. They are an impossibility. They cannot exist if the rules governing reality are absolute. Yet because they have cultivated their willpower to an extreme height, they have gained the power to reshape themselves into a stronger and more perfect existence, all without the need to borrow outside help. That does not mean that additional help is unwanted. Vase spoke. The success rate of the mech-body merger process is so abysmally low precisely because the fourth phase is so insanely difficult. Did the existence of Emma help in any fashion? You can say that I owe my life to her, Irene said as she gazed affectionately at her other self. I have never told anyone about this because I previously thought my companion spirit was unique. When I tore apart my own soul and started to lose consciousness, Emma still remained fully cognizant. The fourth phase may be called total union, but it actually has little to do with my companion spirit. The only parts about her that got hurt was her connection to my soul. Aside from that, she remained fully conscious and able to act on her own accord. She prodded my willpower to take action sooner, and she also made sure that other necessary procedures took place. This was a massive revelation. If other companion spirits could play the same role as Emma at the time, then that meant that many other peak ace pilots had a much better chance of surviving the infamous fourth phase. Once they overcame this final hurdle, there was nothing stopping them from successfully advancing to the rank of god pilot. Chapter 5585. Too impossible. Emma finally decided to leave Lucky alone and flew towards Vase so that she could rest on his lap. The companion spirit was exceedingly powerful, and her destruction domain did not make it any less comfortable to remain in close contact. However, Vase couldn't help but like her company. Emma was so playful and affectionate. Her personality did not match that of a hardened and driven high-ranking mech pilot at all. Was there a special reason for that, or had the companion spirit always retained her liveliness? Irene, when you started the process of forming total union, did Emma absorb the pieces that you discarded? The god pilot nodded. She did, but not all of them. One of the purposes of establishing total union is to remove human weaknesses that will largely hold me back once I attain my current rank. Emma has only captured a small amount of pieces that are harmless enough. Vase suspected that this had made a massive difference in making her more human and personable compared to other god pilots. Ace pilots were pretty bad. He could not imagine how much more difficult it was to get along with god pilots when they had thrown away large parts of their humanity. You mentioned earlier that you also severed the bond between yourself and Emma during the fourth phase. The two of you are still tied together from what I can see. Did you reform this connection after your successful breakthrough? I did, Irene answered as she smiled at the lion-sized companion spirit that was resting on Vess's lap. I did not think about this decision. It felt natural to me. I can tell you that I did not have to do this. I could have chosen to let Emma loose and live her own life. That was not what I wanted, so I chose to take her back without question. That sounded as if a god pilot could choose to turn a companion spirit into an internal or external incarnation. Both types of incarnations had their pros and cons, just like how Blinky and Vulcan fulfilled completely different purposes for Vase. However, it was most advantageous for god pilots to retain their close connections to their companion spirits. The latter would be able to cooperate and synergize well with the former in battle. Letting companion spirits go their own separate ways would weaken the god pilots. However, The separation also allowed these liberated energy-based true gods to develop as more rounded and versatile post-divinity chi cultivators. This was useful if the god pilots thought they could make a better contribution to humanity by offering true god-level services that were not directly related to combat. However, there was no question that red humanity needed greater combat power. Retaining close connections to companion spirits was clearly the superior choice in the current circumstances. Vase lightly stroked Emma's back while he thought about how all of this crucial information would affect his future plans. As long as the current generation of expert pilots grow up, they can successfully advance to the third major rank at significantly greater quantities than before. He speculated, together with the advantages of E-energy radiation, the future of red humanity will become much more secure. I wouldn't celebrate so soon if I were you, Vase. We don't have enough time. Even with all of the new possibilities and conveniences brought by exotic radiation, mech pilots must still undergo a large amount of tempering and introspection in order to become worthy to become a god. In the old galaxy, this will take at least a century. In the new frontier, the younger generations of mech pilots may be able to complete this lengthy process in half of the time so long as they engage in frequent combat against the aliens, but both Vase and the superior mother looked increasingly more concerned. How much time do we have, exactly? Vase asked while he started to hug Emma. The Destroyer of Worlds adopted a troubled expression as she looked at the window that gave her a view of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. The answer to your question is confidential. Only Tier 1 galactic citizens have been briefed of all of the clues that we have gathered since now. I do not believe it is necessary to give you a more comprehensive answer. I think you are smart enough to infer parts of the truth by analyzing my words and behavior. Though Vase grew disappointed that she declined to give him a straight answer, her response was already a giant tell in itself. His mind had constantly been spinning ever since they started to talk. So far, Vase knew that the Destroyer of Worlds and every other Tier 1 galactic citizen mainly held a lot of concerns towards Messier 87. It was too big, too powerful and far too populated with powerful life forms. Ever since Irene and Cynthia started to talk with each other, the former's primary concern was to receive guidance on how to become a powerful god king as quickly as possible. This meant that the Destroyer of Worlds along with every other god pilot was under great pressure to increase their strength to confront a threat that might arrive within the next half-century. That was a remarkably short time frame. It was long enough to allow many expert pilots to mature into powerful ace pilots, especially if they had access to general cultivation elixirs, but it was still far too soon for them to think about advancing to the rank of god pilot. This was a highly unfavorable circumstance as it was already too late to bestow companion spirits to all of the current ace pilots in the present day. Many powerful and talented ace pilots such as Saintess Ulrich of Raken evolved so much and became so strong that their spiritualities had become incredibly tough and resistant to changes and external influences. Perhaps Vase and Blinky might be able to conduct spiritual operations on them if they reached the second major cultivation rank, but this was not a certainty. It would take precious time for him to advance to Master Mech Designer anyway, so a lot of ace pilots that reached their peak in the coming few decades would have to overcome the enormous divide without the life-saving benefits provided by companion spirits. All of this meant that the quantity of god pilots was unlikely to increase quickly in the short and medium term. If the unnamed but extremely powerful threat from Messier 87 reached the Red Ocean during this period, then it would be up to the 8 existing god pilots to shoulder the heaviest burden of repelling the strongest of alien invaders. This was an impossible task if the leading alien powerhouse happened to be a god king or was subordinate to one back in Messier 87. Though Vase was not entirely certain about these guesses, they made the most sense. All that mattered was that Irene urgently needed to gain the strength of a god king in order to repel the powerful alien enemies that would eventually pose an existential threat to red humanity. A heavy weight pressed onto Vase, and it wasn't entirely the fault of Emma. The leadership of red humanity refrained from issuing any public announcements regarding this looming threat for good reasons. People would just panic and make all kinds of irrational decisions for no good reasons. As his blood started to pump faster through his body, Vase became prone to the same effects. The curse of knowledge had struck again. Though he was glad that he became a little more aware of what was truly going on, he also felt more driven than ever to work hard to better prepare red humanity for the calamity that might break the new frontier. This issue concerned Cynthia Larkinson as well. The lives of her son and her grandchildren were at stake. If the Destroyer of Worlds and other human god pilots failed in their duties, then it was unlikely for any humans in the dwarf galaxy to survive either. Cynthia understood the terror of being at the mercy of a higher-ranked cultivator very well. She had no hope that any tyrannical powerful invaders from Messier 87 would be merciful towards the indigenous population of the Red Ocean. This meant that it was in her best interest to grant the greatest possible assistance to Irene. I have been contemplating your conundrum for some time now, Irene. What you are asking for is impossible. On the one hand, you want to advance to the 4th rank in an exceedingly short time frame. As far as I know, true gods ordinarily have to grow and accumulate their power for thousands if not millions of years. Only in the most favorable circumstances where there is an abundant availability of high-level energy and material resources can a true god speed up her progress to an extreme. Irene already guessed that this was the case, but she had no choice in the matter. Every god pilot and star designer that I have spoken to would prefer it if we buy more time, but this is not possible. A god pilot must reach the 4th major rank. Not only that, but I or one of my colleagues must become greater god king in order to be fully secure. Impossible. The superior mother shook her head. I know you god pilots have a habit of turning the impossible into reality, but this is different. You must not only overcome the laws of reality this time, you must defeat a powerful and intelligent god king who wields vastly more powerful forces than you. I advise you not to aim too high and instead settle for reaching the 4th major rank as a god pilot. I believe that the advantages of a god pilot, especially one with a powerful companion spirit, may be just enough to force a stalemate. You do not have to win. As long as you can deter or slow down the threat that you are fearful of, then you can buy precious time for other god pilots to enter the 4th major rank. Vase agreed with his mother. He had little understanding of what god kings were all about, but he did not think that the destroyer of worlds had any chance of overthrowing the existing authority that governed over the universal concept of destruction anytime soon. Even Irene had to bow her head to reality most of the time. Very well, she responded in a resigned tone. We shall take this step by step. Speed is the greatest priority, but I must retain all of the advantages of a god pilot when I reach the 4th rank. Do you believe that this is possible, Cynthia? The superior mother still looked awfully troubled. The odds are stacked against you. It is impossible for you to grow this quickly by adhering to orthodox cultivation approaches. You will have to make use of shortcuts, but each will come at a price. What we will have to do is to select the right combination of shortcuts that will impose a heavy but not unbearable burden to you. It will be difficult and you may deviate from the correct trajectory if you follow such a plan. However, if you are willing to bear the risks, then it may just be possible for you to become a god king within the next half-century. Irene smiled after she heard that. This is the answer that I seek. Vase was not so sure about this, though. His experiences with his mother taught him that her proposed cultivation methods were never that simple. They were always filled with traps and unexpected complications. How can you possibly compress thousands of years of intensive cultivation in just 50 years or less? He asked in a puzzled tone. The superior mother grinned back at him. The answer is simple. Instead of letting Irene work hard to grow her strength step by step, we can devise a method that allows her to absorb the strength of her victims. As long as she slays enough alien beings, she can rely on the accumulation of quantity to force a qualitative transformation. What? Chapter 5586 Exploiting Faith. Regular cultivation was slow. In most cases, the most correct and reliable methods of gaining strength and longevity was to remain patient and build up a strong foundation over time. The problem was that it was too damn slow. One of the flaws of Phase Lord cultivation was that it regularly took the aliens thousands if not hundreds of thousands of years to grow their phase water concentration over time. Entire civilizations rose and fell in such timeframes, so much so that a Phase Lord may end up becoming the only surviving member of his race by the time he got anywhere. Mech pilots and mech designers advanced remarkably faster than that, but they still became accustomed to measuring their progress over decades and centuries. The higher their ranks, the more time it took to reach the next one. For god pilots, Vase would not be surprised if it took at least half a millennium for them to come close to advancing to the hypothetical rank of god king pilot. However, there were faster ways to reach a higher cultivation rank. Why bother doing any honest work when it was faster to just take the resources that a god pilot needed from other life forms? This was the central premise to Cynthia's argument. The secret ingredient is crime. She spoke in a self-assured manner. The strong prey on the weak. This is a universal concept that forms the basis of many relationships between species. Predation may not be fair, but it is a highly profitable option that is reserved to those who possess the strength to take advantage of it. Irene, if I had your combat power, I would have already started to make proactive use of it to fuel my advancement. Each day you spend without attacking your enemies is an enormous waste from my perspective. The more you kill, the faster you can progress. Vase wanted to palm his face when he heard that. While his mother was technically correct, how could she not recognize all of the ethical and moral problems surrounding her outrageous arguments? Divine Irene Mox was not a murderous brute. She was a centuries-old strong-willed soldier that had fought in multiple upright military branches. The values of restraint, obedience, discipline and control had all been hammered into her psyche until they became a core part of her identity. Telling her to ignore all of her restraints and let loose contradicted the rules that she had always set for herself. I am not a butcher. Irene responded in a prickly tone. My reputation and my deeds may paint me as a god pilot with an excessively large kill count, but every action is meticulously planned and approved in advance. It is true that I have destroyed entire populated planets, but they were only necessary to prevent conflicts from escalating any further. The destruction of an entire planet is usually shocking enough to deter hostile parties from engaging in any further attacks. What you are suggesting will do the opposite. The more alien planets I destroy, the more hatred and hostility my actions will breed among the native aliens. The superior mother remained unfazed. I never told you that this shortcut is without risk. The demands you have set are too difficult to fulfill through other means. Only by harvesting the aliens as if they are wheat can you accumulate the necessary resources quickly enough to reach the 4th rank within half a century. There is no reason for you to object to this approach. The vast majority of sentient beings in this dwarf galaxy are aliens. You will not have to turn your weapons against your fellow humans. It is a matter of principle, Cynthia. I fear what I will turn into if I continue to engage in mass slaughter. After every operation that ends with the destruction of a planet, I am usually obliged to suspend my duties so that I can reflect on my actions and restore my mental equilibrium. I am not a sympathizer of aliens, but I have a strong suspicion that if I start to kill them en masse, I will move closer to becoming a monster that has become addicted to slaughter. Irene sounded incredibly serious about this, but Cynthia looked as if she thought that the god pilot was being melodramatic. Vase knew that this was a legitimate concern. He couldn't help but think back on what little he learned about the mistress of the oceans, the ancient user of the original ocean collar. That woman was one of the most evil cultivators that he had learned about. The woman continually terrorized entire planets and wantonly triggered mass floods that completely wiped out all of the indigenous lives that resided on the landmasses. Though the destroyer of worlds shared no resemblance to the mistress of the oceans, what if that could change? Cynthia did not necessarily see that as a bad transition. Your integrity is not as important as your mission. The superior mother plainly retorted. You must gain a large amount of strength in a minuscule timeframe. There are not many ways to do so. You should understand quite well that mundane efforts and resources are no longer enough to meet your demands. You must absorb the power of faith to progress further as a true god. It is not for nothing that the word, God, is strongly associated with the 3rd major rank. Only by discarding your mortal rules and sensibilities will you be able to come into your power as a god pilot. Irene's expression turned frustrated. I have been cautiously furthering my growth by absorbing the faith produced by the humans of the Red Ocean as well as many humans who still look up to me in the Milky Way. However, it is not enough. Cynthia finished for the god pilot. The humans of the Red Ocean are not numerous enough to produce the quantities of faith that you need. While they are all collectively growing stronger due to exotic radiation, this cannot make up for all of the difference. The humans of the Milky Way are much more numerous, but they still retain 90 different god pilots, of which multiple still watch over the new Rubarth Empire to this day. People can only produce so much faith in a day. The more gods they worship, the more their tribute becomes diluted. I can imagine that many of your former fans have already started to forget about you and shift their attention to more accessible god pilots. The Destroyer of Worlds did not need to offer a reply to confirm that all of these arguments were true. Cynthia understood the rules of faith all too well, especially given that she was a true god herself. There are other ways for god pilots to fuel their growth. Abstinence from faith will make them purer and less tainted. It is also slow, which does not meet your essential requirements. Cynthia said with a disapproving voice. It is the privilege and right for true gods to harness the power of faith. It is the reward that they are owed for undertaking greater responsibilities. The real question that you should ask is how you want to gather the faith that you need to accelerate your growth. There are 4 distinct strategies that you can pursue. Explain. You should already be familiar with them. 2 of the approaches are relatively benign. You can pursue quantity by actively organizing a church and directing it to spread your faith in as many zones as possible. If you are daring enough, you may even let your church convert believers among the alien population. This is the only solution that I can think of that can help you succeed in this approach, though your church must sweep across much of the dwarf galaxy in order to reach the minimum scale required. Too slow. I also object to accepting the worship of aliens. They are our enemies. Faith is faith. Whether it is produced by your enemies is immaterial. However, if you do not want to accept the worship of aliens, then you can attempt to impress a smaller quantity of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. Each of them are far stronger than the mortal masses. The faith they can produce is of such higher quality that they can substitute for the worship of millions if not billions of ordinary mortals. However, the only way for this approach to be effective is to convert enough ace pilots and master mech designers into deep believers. This is an uphill battle as cultivators of the second major rank are hopeful of becoming gods themselves. This was not an acceptable option for Irene either. She shook her head yet again. Forcing faith onto all of these mech pilots and mech designers will backfire. Too many of them will resist. Even if it works, they will lose much of the drive that pushes them to advancing to the 3rd major rank. I refuse to deny them the greater futures that they deserve in order to further my own growth. If your concerns about future threats are justified, then all of the god pilots and other true gods of our civilization will not be able to make a difference. Only you can resolve the greatest individual threat. That does not change my stance. Each of these talents are the heroes of tomorrow. They must be granted every opportunity to grow and develop without interference. Very well. Cynthia grew tired of Irene's obstinance. That leaves us with the remaining 2 strategies, which are based around 2 different forms of predation. Similar to the last 2, you can put an emphasis on quantity or quality. Killing enemy sentients can actually produce a large amount of faith energy at once. It is never as great as the faith energy that they can produce over their lifetimes, but if you are short on time, this is an expedient measure to get the most value out of them in an instant. As long as you employ special means and cultivation techniques, you can harvest the faith produced from despair and other negative emotions and process it so that it becomes harmless enough for you to absorb. Vase grew shocked when he learned of this kind of operation. You can do that, mother. How can you possibly harvest the faith of enemy victims? Shouldn't they be praying to their own native gods? Your understanding of faith and gods is too narrow, my son. A god is a god. When an enemy god comes to your planet and is in the process of blowing it up while you are still trapped on the surface, what will you do? Praying to the god that is on the cusp of shattering an entire globe is a frequent occurrence, especially if the destroyer in question puts on a show. The more time you grant to the aliens, the more time they have to pray to you for mercy. Of course, when you finally launch your destructive attack, those aliens will become so emotionally unstable that they will produce the greatest burst of faith energy during their final moments. Irene looked disgusted when she listened to this approach. It was so reprehensible that she was beginning to suspect that it had been a mistake to request a meeting with Cynthia. What is the last strategy? Instead of committing genocide on a galactic scale, you can opt to hunt down exceptionally powerful enemies and harvest as much faith and other useful resources from them as possible. I think this is a particularly effective means of gathering the high-quality materials that you need to upgrade your god mech. However, I do not recommend you pursue this particular approach. Why not? This strategy sounds much more agreeable to me. Challenging enemy phase whales and phase lords is much more honorable than employing my powers to kill alien civilians en masse. That may be the case, but the god pilot known as the Huntsman has already settled on a variation of this strategy as far as I am aware of. Cynthia retorted, there are only a limited number of strong prey available in a small dwarf galaxy, and many of them are hiding from what I have heard. There may be enough alien domain shapers and true gods satisfy the appetite of the Huntsman, but if you begin to compete against him for the same prey, then neither of you will be able to hunt enough prey to reach the threshold of becoming a god king. She was right. The Huntsman already designated the Red Ocean as his own, exclusive, hunting ground. There was only enough high-level prey to meet the needs of the Huntsman. He was also the best suited to absorb the energies from his successful hunts. The intervention of other god pilots would only cause his entire master plan to fail. There was no way that the Destroyer of Worlds wanted this to happen. Chapter 5587 History repeats. Vase recalled everything he witnessed during his recent visit to Okan V. The entire planet turned into a hunting preserve. Large groups of hunters had set up shop and regularly hunted the mutated beasts that constantly popped up across the untamed planet. None of that sounded particularly noteworthy, but what surprised Vase the most was that the people who took up this lifestyle had started to cultivate according to the instructions of the Hunter's Code. Back then, Vase quickly figured out that the huntsmen deliberately reformed the Hunters Association and encouraged the spread of mysterious rituals in order to profit from all of the successful hunts. It was only now that Vase filled in the remaining pieces of the puzzle and understood the huntsman's entire layout. Just as Vase suspected, the huntsmen definitely engaged in a form of predatory or carnivorous cultivation. By setting up all of these hunting preserves and stimulating the development of a large and prosperous extraordinary hunting community, every professional hunter would constantly transfer a variety of energies, including maybe faith energy, through sacrificial rituals. The huntsman did not even have to do anything to sustain this cycle aside from rewarding the hardworking hunters with minuscule injections of his own strength. The god pilot and his support staff came up with a meticulous plan and executed it perfectly. With the help of the extensive background of the Red Association, the huntsman was already far ahead of the Destroyer of Worlds. It wasn't Irene's fault. The fact of the matter was that a former offshoot of the Five Scrolls Compact had access to much more complete high-level cultivation knowledge than a relatively young and shallow first-rate superstate. Even though the new Rubarth Empire once represented the dominant attitude of the human race, it was clearly lacking when it came to respecting and preserving old traditions. Vase did not ask why the Mechers declined to give the Destroyer of Worlds the same level of support they provided to the Huntsman. He also did not ask why the Destroyer of Worlds took the initiative to ask the Mechers for assistance. What was the point of asking questions when he already knew the answers? Vase just became a little more disappointed in the Red Association. In an age where Red humanity confronted multiple existential threats, the Mechers still refused to do what was best for the greatest whole and instead sought to advance their own interests. What if the Huntsman and the other four god pilots who led the Red Association failed to resist the looming calamities? Leaving out the Destroyer of Worlds seemed like a mistake. She was by far the most destructive god pilot among them. She possessed the best chance at harming whatever god king level adversary that was on the way. However, the decisions of the Mechers was not entirely illogical. If Vase looked at the Red Ocean from a resource-oriented perspective, then it was clear that this small dwarf galaxy could support the growth of only a handful of god pilots. The more true gods vied for the same pool of resources, the more their overall progress slowed down. The current population of humans in the new frontier was highly deficient. The short time that the Greater Beander Gate opened up for business was clearly not enough to fill up all of the available living spaces in just a relatively small corner of the dwarf galaxy. Vase widened his eyes in realization. So that was why the polymath was so insistent on producing a lot of batch humans. Her ploy to explosively increase the population of humans by producing them en masse out of biofactories may be a desperate attempt to increase the production of faith energy. That certainly explained why the Mechers embraced this initiative even as they rebuked the polymath's ambitious takeover attempt. Every major policy decision appeared to be related to the power of faith in one way or another. Vase began to comprehend so many more high-level layouts now that he was able to understand the greater context that drove the decision-making at the top. At this time, Irene looked visibly upset and conflicted at the options presented by the wiser and more knowledgeable true god. You do not have a choice. The superior mother spoke with a voice that became more ethereal as she spoke with divine authority. The Red Ocean is too small for you. Do you know why the phase whales take so many years to increase their phase water concentration to 100%? It is because their home galaxy cannot sustain a higher growth rate without losing equilibrium. This is also one of the reasons why the phase whales are characterized by low fecundity. Since the aliens are suffering from resource scarcity, Red humanity is faring even worse. Every gentle and sustainable means of cultivation is ultimately limited. That was bad news to the Destroyer of Worlds. Her morals and conviction caused her to resist Cynthia's suggestion. The god pilot grimaced. I do not think you are wrong, Cynthia, but there has to be a better solution than harvesting the faith of unwilling alien victims. Earlier, you alluded to the possibility of increasing the faith that can be harvested from a fixed population of people. Humans are weak, but possess limitless potential. If you can create a church and spread your faith among the masses, you may be able to derive more faith from them. However, the population of the Rubarthan Pact is not sufficient enough. You will need to increase their devotion and fanaticism to a drastic height in order to gain the most out of them, but that may still not be enough to meet your needs. What if we institute policies to explosively increase the birth rate? What if we invest large amounts of resources into the birth of artificial humans? Not enough. Cynthia shook her head. You are vastly underestimating the scale needed to reach the 4th rank. A small pond cannot breed a large fish. The cost of becoming a god king is too great. This is why I suggest you change your target and harvest the faith of aliens instead. Unlike humans who have only arrived in this dwarf galaxy for a short amount of time, all of the sentient aliens in the Red Ocean have evolved and proliferated for eons. So much of it is available for plunder. It is true that the side effects of doing so will be severe, but we can devise targeted solutions to mitigate the repercussions. Irene still looked conflicted. Even Emma started to grow more restless as the god pilot struggled to resolve this dilemma. Vase sympathized with the god pilot. Despite the massive kill count on her name, she was not actually a murderer at heart. She always saw herself as a professional and disciplined soldier. She could always justify each act of killing no matter the scale. She was just following orders in all of those cases. At most, the people who issued orders to her claimed most of the responsibility for her occasionally excessive deeds. This was different. This sort of killing was much more selfish and damaging. Unbridled killing would definitely escalate the Red War and enrage the native aliens to the point where neither side could stop fighting unless they completely annihilated the other party. Yet, did the Destroyer of Worlds have any other choice? What else was she supposed to do? Cynthia had clearly told her that every other alternative was worse. Please listen to my mother, Irene. Vase spoke up as he continued to stroke Emma's back. As she has mentioned before, the demands you have issued are so difficult to meet that you will have to make compromises that you are not comfortable with. From my perspective, your greatest mission is to protect and guarantee the continued survival of red humanity. Your continued refusal to accept the solution offered to you suggests that you believe that your honor and integrity are more important than the lives of every red human who depends on you. Are you truly willing to stand by your principles in the face of human extinction? Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis. I truly wish you can develop your strength in a more benign and healthy fashion. Vase continued in a gentler tone. However, we do not live in an ideal environment. We are constantly beset by scarcity and shortages. Our position is similar to humanity back during the Age of Stars. We are so outgunned and outnumbered by our alien adversaries that our chances of defeating them back then was virtually zero. Do you know what our race did when we faced those impossible odds? The early starfaring history of humanity in the Milky Way was ingrained in the hearts and minds of every modern human. We flipped the board, the Destroyer of Worlds knowingly answered. We stopped playing by the unfair and restrictive rules of the aliens and started to take what we needed by force, deception, subversion, betrayal and more. Humans conducted many shameful acts that have gone unrecorded because they were unwilling to pass their stories on to their descendants. Vase stared directly at Irene's current form. Honor is a luxury. Winning is a necessity. If the former has turned into an obstacle to the latter, then you must distinguish your priorities. Everyone you care about will die if you make the wrong choices. Even though he was just a cultivator of the first major rank, his words somehow had a profound effect on a god pilot. God pilots always had a reputation for being decisive and harboring no doubts, but it appeared that the reality was a lot more nuanced than the descriptions. Vase was not too surprised. The Destroyer of Worlds retained more of her humanity than her peers. Her internal struggle also centered around a contradiction between her goals and her principles. Not even the most decisive true god would be able to resolve such a difficult conflict so easily. This was where Vase came in. He possessed an outsider's perspective to this problem. He believed he possessed a much more rational and objective understanding of the matter at hand. The legendary deeds and actions of Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl and his growing band of human supremacists are often characterized as evil, dishonorable and despicable. Yet when people like us study this part of our early history, we often celebrate and admire the humans who sparked off the magnificent age of conquest. Do you know why? It is because the end justifies the means. Those heroes of old fulfilled their greatest mission. They saved the human race from extinction, enslavement or total assimilation. We not only retained our freedom and our right to determine our own destiny, but also dominated the galaxy. How could latecomers such as us possibly blame or recriminate the early human supremacists for getting their hands dirty? The superior mother backed up her son. History is cyclical. It has a tendency to repeat. It would do you well to study the wisdom of our predecessors. Back then, they rejected the hypocritical values of the cosmopolitan movement and decided that the aliens did not deserve to be treated as equals. When the future of humanity is at stake, respect and care towards the enemy has become a luxury that you can dispense with. Do not put the interests of hostile aliens above the interests of the humans that you should actually care about. Under the double persuasion of two Larkinsons, the god pilot finally crumbled. Fine, Irene finally said, perhaps I will regret this decision one day, but this is the burden that I am willing to shoulder as long as my actions can contribute to the survival of red humanity. The premise to this is that your proposed solution is effective. If your strategy is not viable enough, then I would rather stay true to my principles and fight to the death with my honor and dignity intact. You do not have to be concerned about that. The Supreme Mother grinned like a Cheshire cat. I have already made good use of this time to compose a preliminary blueprint that should fulfill your essential needs. We shall make an excellent demonic cultivator out of you, Irene. Demonic cultivator. Chapter 5588 How to Maximize Yields. Even Vase had to pause when he heard the term, demonic cultivator. It did not evoke any pleasant associations in his mind. A lot of cultivators tended to be crazy and extreme due to practicing weird methods. The more outlandish and subversive the cultivation approach, the more they distorted its practitioners. Even cultivators had their limits. Anything that crossed the line and offended a lot of other beings probably got stuck with this undesirable label. What are demonic cultivators, exactly? Vase asked his mother. The definition of demonic cultivation is not absolute. Cynthia calmly responded. It has changed frequently over the ages as cultures and environmental circumstances undergo major shifts. It is often associated with evil, but I personally do not agree with this sentiment. Is it evil for wolves to prey after sheep? Does the cat bear any guilt when it catches a mouse? Meow. Naturally, Lucky strongly disagreed with that last sentiment. Irene crossed her arms. The examples you have mentioned are part of the natural cycle of life. I presume that demonic cultivation goes beyond that. You are talking about disrupting and destroying entire ecosystems for selfish gains. Such deeds will not go unpunished. So what, Irene? Cynthia sneered at the god pilot. You are aspiring to become the greater god king of destruction. It is impossible for an innocent soul to occupy this throne. You should know as well as I do that the best way to progress your cultivation is to give into your true nature. Your domain is centered around the concept of destruction. Even if you do not employ special cultivation techniques, I can promise you that you can speed up your growth and deepen your understanding of destruction by shattering a large amount of planets. The more lives you destroy, the more you will resonate with this universal rule. Vase found it rather perplexing that a destructive god pilot like Irene was so reluctant to employ her greatest power. Then again, all of the battles and scuffles that she fought in the past were relatively small in scale. Humanity during the age of mechs had paused the massive conquests of the past in order to rebuild and consolidate all of its gains. Now, red humans needed to go back to the more aggressive and ruthless approach that their predecessors had embraced in the past. The destroyer of worlds needed to adapt to a different set of rules. So if I want to save red humanity, I must accept the identity of a demon. Is that what you are trying to convey? Cynthia nodded. People shall fear you. The aliens will hate you beyond measure. Perhaps one day, much of red humanity shall turn against you, fearing that you have become so corrupted that you may eventually turn your god mech's powerful weapons against your own people. No matter how much you try to defend yourself, your frightening record will render any persuasion ineffective. This is the fate of a true demonic cultivator. Are you willing to bear this injustice in order to fulfill your ultimate goal? At this point, it would be stupid for Irene to remain obstinate. The mission comes first. I am capable of setting aside my personal concerns in order to advance the greater good. Tell me what I must do in order to gain the strength to dominate the Red Ocean. That was exactly what Cynthia was waiting for. She gestured towards the image of the dwarf galaxy past the illusionary window of the starship compartment. A view shifted as the large proportion of space occupied by the native alien races lit up. This was the base of faith that the destroyer of worlds must target. Faith is the power that separates true gods from foundation builders and domain shapers. Any true god that aspires to become a god king must practice a form of cultivation that maximizes their intake of faith energy. You can make a good start by destroying planets occupied by millions if not billions of nunsers, orvans and other intelligent aliens. Many of these beings are weak. Killing trillions of them is far from enough. You need to keep destroying more and more planets to the point where you have depopulated entire zones. The alien territories started to darken and dim. The amount of stars that had lost all life grew to such a frightening scale that Vase could not imagine how many souls would have perished at Irene's hands. We cannot engage in total annihilation. The other leaders of Red humanity will not tolerate this scale of destruction. Irene remarked with a frown. All of the major human groups desire to expand their territories and increase their living space in order to support a larger population base. It is acceptable for me to destroy a modest number of highly fortified alien strongholds, but once I go too far, I will interfere with too many plans. Cynthia did not look too surprised. Then you must go deeper and be more selective with your targets. The risks are greater, but you will be able to make every alien fear for their lives. The image of the Red Ocean changed. Entire territories no longer descended into total darkness. Instead, they only dimmed to a modest degree, showing that they still preserved enough pockets of life. The difference now was that the spread of darkness became more pervasive. The destroyer of worlds needed to destroy the key planets and population centers across the entire Red Ocean in order to harvest the immense quantity of faith needed to fuel her cultivation. This is more acceptable, but is it truly enough to elevate me to a god king? No, Cynthia admitted. You need to warm up your subjects before you harvest their lives. It is best not to blow up the planets in an instant without warning. You need to put on a performance. The more your impending victims become aware of you and your threat towards them, the more they shall pray for your mercy and forgiveness. Denying their requests will evoke such strong emotions that their faith will be more intense and rewarding to you. The greater the suffering, the sweeter the rewards. Vase couldn't help but shudder when he heard that. How come he had the feeling that his mother was speaking from personal experience when she explained her plan? Cynthia grew confident enough to create a small image of a generic alien planet. It looked like a typical military and industrial hub of the Orvan race. Let us say that this planet can produce 2 units of faith energy if you blow it up right away. The planet promptly got struck by an explosive shell blessed by Emma before blowing up in a ruinous fashion. This is an enormous waste. The more traditional true god said in clear disapproval. You have not only given the aliens too little time to say their prayers, but also prevented them from directing their faith to you. If you want to increase your yield, you must let them know who is responsible for dooming their lives. The image changed to depict an Orvan city that had become gripped by despair. The tall humanoid aliens somehow learned of what was coming. Many of them panicked and lashed out against their own kind. Others went back to their homes and embraced their family for a final time before they met their end. The complete and total helplessness of the Orvans produced remarkably strong reactions, all of which caused the planet's output of faith energy to spike. Do you see, Irene? How many planets have you blown up where the alien residents knew what was coming? Even if you did not take the initiative to absorb their faith, you should be able to tell the difference. If the base income is 2 units of faith energy, then announcing your arrival and letting the aliens stew for an hour may increase your yield by as much as 500 or 1000 units of faith energy. Irene found the sight of all of this chaos and suffering to be distasteful. I understand. I do not like it, but I shall adopt this strategy if I can satisfy my goal with fewer planets destroyed at my hand. Lamb not finished yet, Irene. If you truly want to amplify the gains you can obtain from a single planet, then you must be more proactive in spreading your faith. It is best to form a new church based on a religion of destruction. Cultivate alien priests through whatever means necessary and dispatch them to all of the densely populated planets that you deem as eligible targets. The more your church captures the population, the more faith you will gain from harvesting their lives. You can claim the sweetest rewards when they willingly devote all of their faith to you at the moment your power deprived them of their lives. The image changed to show an example of this shocking layout. It showed snapshots of captured aliens getting brainwashed and indoctrinated by the subordinates of the destroyer of worlds. Once these Orvans and Nuncers had completed their training, they secretly got shipped back to alien space where they promptly returned to their native societies. Once they took root on different planets, the returnees began to form various local cults. Through the well-established manipulation methods taught by the human race, many of these cult leaders started to build up a larger and larger following. No matter if the alien rulers attempted to suppress the subversive religion that claimed that their doomsday was coming, the beliefs could never be entirely eradicated. It did not matter if the alien believers were sincere about their faith or not. They just needed to be familiar enough with the supposed goddess of destruction that would ostensibly come and annihilate them all one day. All of this was preparation work for the real deal. Once the alien heralds had done their jobs, all the destroyer of worlds needed to do was come and reap an extremely ripe and abundant harvest. The image showed how that would look. The skies darkened as the Ragnarok arrived in high orbit of the planet. Irene's god kingdom spread out to such a powerful extent that it blocked out the light of the local star and engulfed the lit side of the planet in an eclipse. This was the signal that the cult of destruction had warned about. When all of the weak and defenseless aliens realized that the doomsday prophecy spread by the new cult was coming true, all of them would go completely mad. Millions of Orvans destroyed the idols that represented their own native gods and fell to their knees in order to beg for forgiveness from the cruel foreign goddess. Cultists who had prayed to the goddess of destruction for months and years would celebrate her arrival by egging on the masses and spreading their self-destructive gospel even further. Once the Ragnarok fired the ultimate shell that destroyed the planet and every alien that resided on the surface, the cultists as well as the other aliens that had become influenced by the new beliefs all dedicated an enormous amount of faith to the true God that had reaped their lives. How much faith energy can Irene harvest in this scenario? Vase asked. His mother smirked back at him. The upper limit is high. There is a large amount of room for expansion depending on how extensively the cult has penetrated the planet and how many converts have turned into fanatical believers. A good operation should easily increase the expected yield by as much as 100,000 units of faith energy. Both Vase and Irene looked shocked when they heard this response. That was a massive increase compared to a base income of just 100 faith energy. Vase never knew that prepping the target by causing them to convert to a religion that foretold their own doom could make such a massive difference. His mother was a genius. Chapter 5589 Corrupting Influence Demonic cultivation was not an empty term. Once Cynthia Larkinson explained the broad strokes of the cultivation method that she had designed for the destroyer of worlds, the god pilot became completely speechless. This method was positively diabolical. There was nothing benign about this method. It perverted the meaning of religion and hijacked its form to fatten up the sheep intended for slaughter. Although the layout sounded like it could work brilliantly for the destroyer of worlds, the mode of operation was so outrageously excessive that it should be forbidden. Vase looked back out of the window and gazed at the image of the red ocean that became subjected to a reign of terror unlike anything the native aliens ever experienced. The spread of darkness was unstoppable. Territory after territory grew darker and darker as the destroyer of worlds blew up more planets and evoked even greater terror among all of the aliens that had escaped total doom. Once the entire dwarf galaxy became engulfed in a cloud of darkness, the dominion of the destroyer of worlds became a lot more substantial than before. So long as Irene made up for the remaining shortfall, she could complete her march towards the fourth major rank and become the deadliest and most destructive god king of the Red Ocean. Cynthia sounded remarkably proud of her layout. She continued to explain the principles and the finer points of her scheme. What separates true gods from domain shapers is the fact that our domains have already reached a stage of maturity. His mother spoke. The time for shaping it is over. We must make active use of it and exercise our responsibilities as deities. Our scope should no longer be limited by mortal rules and limitations. Aspiring god kings such as yourself must be even more willing to break the rules that have held you back in the past. You cannot make yourself worthy of this rank and title if you are not willing to dominate the entire dwarf galaxy. Let the humans and the aliens fear your existence. Irene listened quietly to Cynthia for a time, but she couldn't hold back her silence any longer. Must I truly spread fear and desolation in my name? You must if you wish to become a god king pilot in record time. What I have described is only part of my proposed operation. The cult of destruction shall be your greatest help. The faith you can harvest from killing a planet that is swayed by your cult is great, but it is nothing compared to the faith that you can obtain from the millions of other populated planets that has also become affected by the belief in the goddess of destruction. Vase widened his eyes. His mother introduced another layer of her dastardly scheme. That is a fantastic idea. He gasped. It doesn't matter if the native aliens are initially unwilling to abandon their existing beliefs. As long as Irene keeps destroying planets, news of her massacres will spread among the alien community. The more she is allowed to destroy entire population centers with impunity, the less all of the aliens are able to sustain their old beliefs. After all, if a god pilot is able to circumvent or defeat the phase whales over and over in the process of destroying critical alien planets, the old defenders will slowly lose much of their credibility. God pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds were so individually strong, yet so small and mobile that they could all engage in effective guerrilla warfare. It didn't matter if the Ragnarok was unable to defeat several ancient phase whales in a head-on confrontation. God pilots could easily rely on the intelligence gathered by human agents as well as their powerful intuition to avoid dangerous ambushes. It was best for Irene to target densely populated but relatively poor defended planets. There were plenty of them in the vastness of the Red Ocean. The hinterland of alien space had especially become more vulnerable now that all of the alien civilizations had transferred more and more warfleets to the front lines of the Red War. So long as the Destroyer of Worlds was able to sustain her solo reign of terror for an extended period of time, there was no way for the aliens to ignore her existence no matter how much they resisted the rise of foreign gods. Didn't this sound like an effective way to turn enormous quantities of fearful aliens into desperate worshippers of the goddess of destruction? Irene didn't even have to destroy a lot of planets to effectively cement her reign of terror over the Red Ocean. Cynthia grinned as she affirmed her son's analysis. You can think of it as a protection racket on a divine level. So-called evil gods can also be gods as long as they are able to harvest faith. If you want to harvest as much faith as the aliens are capable of passing on to a human god, then you must coerce them into worshipping you by using violence. Destroying planets while demonstrating that their alien gods are completely incapable of restraining you is an effective means of conquering the souls of the native alien population. That is not all, Vase enthusiastically said as his imagination went wild. You can derive a lot of value from the cult of destruction. Each local cult that takes root on alien planets can transmit a lot of useful intelligence. This can help you pick the right targets or understand the movements of the native aliens a lot better. The most fanatical cultists can even be employed as assassins or saboteurs. They can take action to soften up the defenses of a planet while simultaneously priming the population for harvest. A more advanced use of the cult of destruction is to reward and punish the aliens by measuring their level of piety. Cynthia supplied another useful idea. The cults should measure the conversion rate of the local populations. Make it clear that planets where the belief in the goddess of destruction has become widespread has received her favor and is able to forestall her arrival. Do the opposite for planets where her cult has become suppressed. Punish the unbelievers who initially denied your existence by teaching them that they have made the wrong decision. The yield that you can harvest from an unsaturated planet may be much less, but the fear and spread of faith in many other planets can compensate for this inadequacy. Enough. Irene spoke with a bit more force in her emotions. I understand the gist of your ideas. We can explore these details later. What I need to know is what I must personally do in order to make it possible to harvest these gains, no matter whether the aliens are willing or not. It is also unclear how this strategy relates to my god Mech. There was only so much that she was willing to hear. The upheaval generated by her god kingdom clearly signified that she was anything but comfortable with all of these helpful suggestions. I will need time to compose a suitable method based on demonic cultivation techniques. Cynthia said, it shall be difficult to adapt it to a powerful god pilot such as yourself, but I am confident that I can produce a cultivation method that will serve your needs. This will be an interesting exercise for me. The only issue that we must determine in advance is who shall bear the resentment and the negative karma that comes with harvesting the faith of your unwilling victims by force. Excessive killing and exploitation of intelligent lives will lead to progressively greater consequences. At a certain scale, not even your fabled willpower will be able to remain unaffected. How can I resist this corruption? Irene frowned. You cannot. What shall come will come. However, you can contain the corrosive influences of resentment by isolating it in one of your three selves. This is your greatest gift. If you want to preserve your rationality and prevent all of the negative repercussions from clouding your judgment, you can designate your god pilot, your god Mech or your companion spirit as the sacrificial vessel. As long as the other two sides of yourself remain pure, you should be able to maintain control over yourself. Vase had been wondering about how his mother proposed to deal with all of the negative karma. This was another brilliant solution. If done the right way, then it should truly prevent the Destroyer of Worlds from paying the heaviest price for all of the excessive killing. However, in order for Irene to make this work, she needed to make an extremely difficult choice. Which aspect of herself should she designate as the dumping ground of all of the corrosive resentment from her victims? I will not allow my god pilot side to become corrupted. Irene quickly decided. My willpower must remain strong and pure in order to maintain control. It is the foundation of my god kingdom and my most original source of strength. Compromising it will lead to devastating consequences. Neither Vase nor Cynthia objected to this argument. Vase gazed at the large and powerful companion spirit resting on his lap. I cannot bear the thought of corrupting a cute and lovely cat, but if you have to make a choice. Irene looked pained as she seriously contemplated this objection. However, Cynthia had a different suggestion in mind. No, that is not a good idea, Vase. The authoritative true God said. Both Irene and Emma possess the strongest ego and personality among the three. Emma can serve as a good template for an evil goddess, but it will be difficult to prevent any negative influence from spilling over into Irene. The best possible candidate is the Ragnarok. The god Mech. Vase initially did not even consider it as a valid choice. It was the least lively and personable of the three components that made up divine Irene Mox. The mother knew what her son was thinking. The Ragnarok is the most inhuman and mechanical side of Irene. It possesses the least ability to think human thoughts and experience human feelings. Its sensitivity toward the negative impact of resentment is much lower. Its nature as a machine also makes it much easier for it to isolate the corrosive influences. At most, the god Mech will look and feel much more evil than before. Vase blinked as he tried to imagine such an evolution. The Ragnarok would probably gain a more ominous air. Clouds of darkness and the wailing of unwilling souls might start to surround the Mech frame. Sharp and malice-filled spikes might spontaneously grow out of the god Mech as its overall shape and contours gradually shifted into an edgier and more aggressive design. As a Mech designer, Vase considered such a transformation to be sacrilegious. The Ragnarok in its current form was a grand work and one of the most impressive mechs created by the mech industry. For such an exquisite mech to become subjected to so much corruption was like ruining a cultural treasure by splashing the contents of a septic tank onto the masterpiece. However, Vase could reluctantly accept this choice if the alternatives were worse. He looked down at Emma and could not bear the thought of the companion spirit growing dark and evil. Don't change, okay. Vase hugged the large spiritual cat. You are too precious for us to lose. Irene meanwhile tried to understand the repercussions of letting the Ragnarok bear all of the resentment of killing so many weak and helpless aliens. How will this choice hinder my god Mech, Cynthia? The form and function of your god Mech must match the expectations of your worshippers, no matter whether they are willing to believe in you or not. Cynthia replied, under normal circumstances, resentment and other negative influences will induce changes that will allow you to adapt to the new status quo. This process is not as efficient when it acts on a powerful material object such as a god Mech. You will need to actively instruct and guide the star designers to apply the physical changes to your machine in order to control and optimize changes. Neglecting to do this will result in severe consequences. What will happen if you leave the god Mech alone? Vase couldn't help but ask. You do not want to know the answer. Chapter 5590 Last-minute request. An important decision had been made. After Cynthia Larkinson proposed a radical new demonic cultivation approach, the destroyer of worlds became swayed by the promise of gaining a massive amount of power in a relatively short time frame. Vase became incredibly impressed by his mother's proposal. Even though he had become a little more familiar with cultivation science, he knew he was still far from reaching her level of knowledge and wisdom. He would have never been able to come up with such a brilliant and effective cultivation approach if he had to work by himself. Just the requirement of having to work with faith energy already stumped him, as its properties were in a different league. From what he could surmise so far, the new cultivation method was primarily made up of three components. The deity cultivation component sought to convert all of the native aliens in the Red Ocean into worshippers of the so-called goddess of destruction. No matter whether they were willing or not, Irene's capacity for widespread destruction was so great that she could easily intimidate the entire dwarf galaxy. The demonic cultivation component was a new mode of harvesting energy that his mother had never explicitly explained to him in the past. It utilized special means to forcibly take energy from large amounts of subjects that may or may not be entirely willing to agree to these transactions. There was a fuzzy line between normal predation, which was part of the natural cycle, and demonic cultivation, which did not conform to the established rules. Only the latter would cause people to incur negative repercussions. Who exactly decides what falls into the category of demonic cultivation? Vase asked his mother. The heavenly authorities, Cynthia responded. Each of them are different, and the rules they set can always change over time. However, a general rule of thumb is that the pattern set by the most powerful cultivators under the heavenly authorities generally sets the standard. Here in the Red Ocean, the ancient phase whales that have lurked in the dwarf galaxy for many ages are relatively passive and docile. While they cannot be regarded as benign, they disapprove of widespread slaughter and destruction, if only because that makes it harder to generate more phase water. This did not bode well for the destroyer of worlds. The dwarf galaxy itself would work against her every step of the way. There's always a price to be paid for defying the heavens. Cynthia seriously warned Irene, once you start to take serious action, the Red Ocean will work against you, or more specifically the Ragnarok, which will become a machine that will become an icon of death and calamity. You will encounter unstable space pockets and other hazards during space travel. Your luck will drop. Powerful native aliens will develop increasingly effective ways to threaten you. These are the means that a galaxy can use to defend itself against any dangerous existence that endangers its overall health. Destroying a few planets here and there was nothing to a heavenly authority. Destroying 100 or so planets started to become worrisome. Destroying more than 1,000 planets, especially life-bearing ones, would definitely affect the balance of the Red Ocean. Nobody knew where the local heavenly authority crossed the line, but sooner or later the destroyer of worlds would become a hated true god if she chose to commit to this strategy. Yet out of all of the aspects of Irene's new cultivation method, there was one component in particular that attracted the most attention from Vase. It was the artifact cultivation component. In order for Irene to preserve her full strength and advantages as a god pilot, her god mech needed to be worked on by mech designers, just like before. Vase felt incredibly tempted by the prospect of being able to work on one of the most powerful mechs created by man. The Ragnarok was definitely among the god mechs that possessed the greatest capacity to inflict area damage among its own kind. Even though he knew the chance was slim, he still had to issue his request. Can I assist in applying upgrades and modifications to the Ragnarok? Both Cynthia and Irene immediately shook their heads in disapproval. You are not qualified, Vase. Irene declared. I look forward to seeing your work when you have become older, but your current state is too weak. She is right, son. You will need to reach the second major cultivation rank and develop your strength before you can reluctantly work on the peripheral aspects of her god mech. It is better to wait until you have become a star designer before you can wholeheartedly work on the Ragnarok, especially once it has accrued a large amount of resentment. Vase looked disappointed when he heard that. It could take decades if not centuries before he could reach the third major cultivation rank. That was far too late for him to intervene in the more immediate crisis that would unfold roughly half a century later. It sounded as if Vase had no chance to work on the Ragnarok in the foreseeable future. It would be up to the existing star designers to ensure that the god mech properly adapted to its new role and circumstances. I think your living mech concept can help the Ragnarok in ways that could not be done before. Irene spoke through her artificial voice generator. The best way you can contribute to the strengthening of my god mech is to work hard as a senior mech designer. The sooner you realize your design philosophy, the sooner your innovative design solutions become available to the mech industry as a whole. Star designers will gain the ability to learn and employ your design philosophy through the Red Kingdom by that time. That was certainly a way for Vase to apply his design solutions to the powerful Ragnarok. Vase felt regretful that he still wouldn't be able to lay his hands on the god mech and tinker with its design in person, but he knew in his heart that a newly advanced master mech designer still wasn't qualified to work a grand work of this caliber. It was better if he entrusted this important duty to the much more capable star designers. I understand. I have always been working hard to advance to the rank of master mech designer. I can't make any promises, but I am reasonably sure I can realize my design philosophy within the next half-century. The polymath managed to reach the rank of master mech designer a lot sooner than that, but Vase did not want to blindly pursue speed. This was why he could not guarantee he could realize his design philosophy in time to upgrade the Ragnarok. He believed it would be fine, though. The Ragnarok was already alive, so it was not as if his contributions could revolutionize the powerful god mech. The star designers who had overcome a lot of difficult challenges were no slouches either. There's one area where you can help Irene, but it does not directly relate to mech design. Cynthia spoke to her son. Vase already had a bad feeling about this. What is it, mother? You should help the cult of destruction spread its faith among the alien population groups. You have a special talent for converting believers and increasing their piety. This is helpful to both pre-divinity and post-divinity entities. The best way for you to facilitate the operations of the cult is to produce a large amount of totems that are related to Irene. If these totems can radiate a small proportion of her powerful aura, then that can multiply the spread of belief in the goddess of destruction by as much as 10 times. He knew it. Vase had already demonstrated similar capabilities in the past. While he found this entire business distasteful, he knew it was necessary for the cult of destruction to take root in native alien society as extensively as possible. Okay, I will do it, he said. I can't make a totem based on a god pilot or a god mech though. I need to access Irene's power in order to produce a valid totem, but her power is far too strong for me to control. However, Vase squeezed Emma that had been laying her half-substantial body on his lap. The big cat softly purred as she comfortably rested her head onto his chest. Both Cynthia and Irene understood his intention. It should work, his mother thoughtfully said. Irene, the Ragnarok and Emma are both separate and the same. Perhaps I should refine the demonic cultivation method further in order to produce a duality between the god Mech and the companion spirit. The former will become a vessel of negativity while the latter can act as a beacon of salvation. She would have to study Irene in depth and perform a lot of mystical calculations in order to determine whether this idea was viable. No matter what, Vase should have a much easier chance of creating a suitable totem by working through Emma. After the Destroyer of Worlds advanced to God Pilot, her main self had become the sole wellspring of all of her godlike willpower. Emma had reverted to a pure living spiritual construct. The absence of strong willpower in her being meant that she no longer possessed a quality that was strongly exclusionary towards outside influences. Vase should be able to borrow her spiritual energy and use it for all kinds of purposes without incurring any obstruction or backlash. Can I receive another spiritual fragment from Emma? He asked Irene. I used to harvest one from her during our first meeting. That has enabled you to come to my rescue during the survivalist conference. It is a pity that I have used it up, so I need a new one to do my work. You shall have it. You have my permission to use my power to defend yourself in my absence. Though the Destroyer of Worlds wanted to protect Vase, it was unreasonable for a key figure such as herself to remain away from her duties. She needed to return to the Rubarthan Pact and the front lines of the Red Wars as quickly as possible in order to keep the aggressive aliens at bay. Mew. Emma looked visibly pained as Irene utilized her willpower to carve out a large and potent spiritual fragment from her flank. The willpower fluctuations had become so strong during this interval that Vase winced from the pain. The Superior Mother's energy manifestation almost disappeared as well, showing how difficult it was for the Destroyer of Worlds to hold back her destructive power for so long. When Irene presented the large and almost burning spiritual fragment to Vase, he became astonished by how much larger and powerful it was compared to any other fragment that he obtained in the past. This was by far the most powerful spiritual fragment that he had come across in his life so far. As the spiritual fragment of an actual true god, the quality and quantity of this exceedingly valuable ingredient were indescribable. Vase spontaneously had a thought when he came across this fragment. He thought about a couple of mech designs that he had recently completed. He just needed to process them before they were ready to enter production. That still left a bit of room for him to make a couple of last-minute changes. Irene, can I ask you a favor? Can I use Emma as a design spirit for a handful of my heavy artillery mech designs? There was no need for Vase to provide additional clarification as Irene already studied his work well enough to know what a design spirit represented. The Superior Mother was a powerful example of one such entity. I do not mind, Irene said after a few seconds. I have no objections to borrowing Emma's power, but I do not know how this will affect your mechs and the pilots who make use of them once I begin to engage in demonic cultivation. You should be careful not to let the repercussions of my actions bleed into your products. Thank you, Irene. I have always wanted to do this, but I never dared to make this request to you before we met in person. This was fantastic news. The Fey Fianna was already shaping up to be a commercial bestseller, but once Vase employed Emma as the design spirits of his next two completed mech designs, the Transcendent Punisher Mark III and the Supremo project may be able to surpass his drone mech line. Chapter 5591 Explosive Deterrence. Vase's lengthy meeting with his latest Mastery Experience host finally came to an end. As much as Vase and Irene still had a lot more topics to talk about, the busy god pilot had a lot of priorities on her plate. It was unreasonable for her to set aside her immense responsibilities to keep him company for an extended period of time. Irene still had a few more topics to talk about with Cynthia. The true gods undoubtedly wanted to discuss more serious matters out of earshot of a mere senior mech designer. As Vase stood up and reluctantly let go of Emma, he bowed to Irene in respect and gratitude. He also made an additional request. I need a storage medium for this powerful spiritual fragment. It is too conspicuous and dangerous to keep it in an exposed state. I am also doubtful whether any of the hyper-materials I have back home is up to the task of containing its power. This was a legitimate question. The first spiritual fragment that Vase harvested from Emma was back when he had just created her during the time when Irene was still an expert pilot. Now that both Irene and Emma had become true gods, the power locked inside the spiritual fragment had reached a whole new level. Vase already started to entertain dangerous ideas on how he could make use of this amazingly potent spiritual ingredient. However, it was best if he maintained restraint and kept it as untouched as possible. He knew from past experience that he could use it to summon an energy manifestation of Emma. This could be a powerful lifesaver, especially now that the improved fragment was able to support a much greater extent of her presence than during the survivalist conference. In any case, Irene acted on his latest request and made sure to provide Vase with a suitable container for the spiritual fragment. She raised her arm and began to concentrate for a moment. Her god kingdom began to weaken its restraint just enough for Irene to break the laws of reality once again. Vase grew amazed as he saw the god pilot employ one of the characteristic powers that was only accessible to true gods and higher. A small statue of a cat slowly came into being. The object closely resembled a static image of Emma and appeared to be made of an unknown variety of orange-colored hypermetal that was completely compatible with the destruction attribute. It took less than a minute for Irene to create the orange cat statue out of thin air. Vase grew incredibly envious of Irene's ability to conjure up high-quality materials out of nothing. He could employ this power in so many useful ways. Thank you, Irene," he said as he carefully took hold of the floating cat statue. It felt warm to his touch. "I will treat it with great respect. Do not squander this gift." With that, his mother and the god pilot unceremoniously ushered him out of the secure chamber. His vision blurred for a moment before he ended up in front of a security gate that was manned by the Mechers. Meow. Lucky appeared next to Vase just as the Mechers immediately became alarmed at their unexpected appearance. Fortunately, the Mechers soon confirmed their identities and sent them to a command room where a number of staffers and officers oversaw a part of the cleanup operations. Vase met a familiar friend when he entered the room. "Jovi, Vase, I think we need to talk." The Ross senior nodded and gestured to the side. "I have already prepared a more secure location where we can have a chat." They moved to a meeting room that promptly activated a jamming field along with other security precautions. The level of security was not as high as before, but it was fine so long as they didn't talk about anything too important. "Meow meow meow," Lucky resentfully hissed as Jovi. "My cat is pretty upset about the lack of warning," Vase said as he sat down at the closest seat. "He has incurred a lot of damage. If Master Exilic Quan's unexpected electrical blast was any more powerful, then Lucky might not be able to remain in one piece." Jovi responded with an apologetic smile. "I am not in control here. Others made the decision that it was best to keep you in the dark, so we could not give you any forewarning. If there is anything that we regret, it is that we relied too much on the transphasic energy shields of Foca Arena for protection. High-tech attack methods that can bypass energy shields entirely are rare, but not unheard of. We mostly assumed that they are only employed in known first-class weapon systems. We sincerely did not expect that the Dustweaver had the ability to launch such an attack a single time." All of this sounded too easy to Vase. The Mechers probably did not feel any remorse at all for using Vase as bait. "Did you know or suspect that Master Quan was a human traitor?" "No, absolutely not. We are not that good, Vase. The Cosmopolitans have perfected the art of infiltrating our ranks and hiding their true allegiances from our most effective means of detection. Master Quan is one of the highest-ranking leaders of his cell and most certainly upgraded his countermeasures to an excessive degree. Not even the Destroyer of Worlds should have been able to detect any malice from him until he took action. That is how challenging it is to root these hidden Cosmopolitan leaders or sympathizers from our ranks. It was not entirely the Red Association's fault that Master Quan had been able to threaten Vase to this extent. Even if a more secure accident threatened to occur, the Mechers still weren't completely worried. From the moment the Destroyer of Worlds arrived from afar and volunteered her services for this secret operation, its success rate had increased to 99%. Not even the arrival of an ancient phase whale could threaten Vase anymore. This was also the reason why Vase did not feel so upset. Everything ultimately ended well. The various benefits that he received from his latest friend also did much to improve his mood. He did not miss the instances where Jovi directed wary and curious glances at the new orange cat statue. It was too bad that Vase was not in the mood to explain. There was no reason for him to inform the Mechers what he intended to do with Emma's spiritual fragment. This was strictly private business. As both Mech designers sat at the table, Jovi briefly summarized what happened after Master Quan had been taken into custody. Your final challenger may have been the only assassin who took action against your life today, but he is not the only person with hostile intentions. We have been monitoring the entire city and detected hundreds of suspicious individuals, though only a minority of them had designs for your life. The Destroyer of Worlds briefly utilized her God Kingdom to conduct her own sweep. Together, we managed to identify dozens of people who looked for opportunities to make their moves or provide support to facilitate the operations. That sounded incredibly concerning. Even if their chances of taking action were minimal due to the heavy security measures, the fact that they had been lurking in the neighborhood did not reassure Vase. Aside from that, how many more people with ill intent managed to escape detection? Vase was not naive to think that the Ra and the Destroyer of Worlds managed to catch every single threat. Did you manage to find any additional cosmopolitans among the captives? Vase asked. Not initially, Jovi admitted. As long as the cosmopolitans do not make any mistakes, it is fiendishly difficult to distinguish them from the crowd. The good news is that we have temporarily locked the city down. We have shut down all outbound traffic for half a day in order to buy time to root out any backup and support personnel. Our interrogators are working to obtain the names of his accomplices in his cell with the help of the Destroyer of Worlds God Kingdom. Vase narrowed his eyes. Before Master Quan tried to take my life, he briefly talked with me about the cosmopolitan movement. He claimed that he was a part of the Indigo Cell and actually tried to invite me to become a part of his crazy group. Jovi chuckled at that. He knew his friend well enough that such an invitation was doomed to fail. It is uncommon for cosmopolitans to invite outsiders to join their cells. Every new recruit introduces another security risk. It is much more common for the cosmopolitans to deliver fresh blood to their cells by raising them young. By indoctrinating the minds of children when they are still young, they can instill strong loyalty and prevent them from accepting the lessons taught by our association. This is one of the many means the cosmopolitans use to maintain their secrecy over the ages. That sounds really tricky, Vase remarked. How much of a problem are the cosmopolitans, exactly? From what it sounds like, many cells are embedded in our society. It is even possible that they had infiltrated the ranks of your association. We employ many invasive detection and monitoring methods to minimize that risk. We are not too worried that the cosmopolitans will be able to abuse their positions within our organization. Their capacity to do damage in other states and organizations is admittedly greater, but as far as we know, the vast majority of the cosmopolitans who are living among us never undertake radical actions. The cosmopolitans are not terrorists. They are activists. They seem extreme in the only times where it is known that they have taken action, but they are outliers rather than the majority. Most cosmopolitans contribute to their cause by using their positions in society to steal valuable intelligence and technological secrets. That actually made a lot of sense. Vase was not sure how much of that was true, but he grew a bit relieved after he learned that most cosmopolitans were content to stick to their roles as informers. Vase turned his thoughts to the future. Now that we have thwarted Master Quan's attempt at my life, what is the chance that I will suffer another attack? Much less than before, Jovi confidently replied. The Destroyer of Worlds has personally taken action to save your life. The Ragnarok even made a brief public appearance. That sends a strong message to the public. Her divinity has essentially signaled her support to you. Anyone who touches you will risk the chance that a god pilot will personally take action to track down the culprits and demolish them in person. Nobody wants to provoke an unreasonably powerful personality. High-ranking mech pilots were incredibly willful. They placed great value on their promises and friendships. Anyone who tried to test these bonds would definitely make these god pilots furious. Even the cosmopolitans did not have the strength to confront a god pilot head-on. Nothing good would happen if they provoked a god pilot to the point where the powerhouse went on a personal crusade against the cosmopolitan movement. Vase felt relieved. I see. I can make use of that. Hopefully, no one will be stupid enough to take action in the coming years. I don't want to get dragged into any trouble. I just want to design my mechs and complete my promotion to a first-class mech designer. We would like to see that happen as well. Will the Blue Jay fleet receive any reinforcements? I think it is more than reasonable to give me protection that is normally afforded to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. After all, the bounty on my head has already reached this level. That is a difficult request to meet. Jovi frowned. Our core forces are stretched on too many fronts. One of the standards that we must meet in order to satisfy your request is to permanently assign an ace pilot as your principal bodyguard. That alone is problematic, as each and every ace pilot is a critical asset in the war. Vase sighed. I understand. I will have to raise my own ace pilots. Chapter 5592 Isthmus Manufacturing. Welcome back, boss. MMHMM. Vase had reached his mental limit by the time that he returned to his suite at the local branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan. Exhaustion radiated from his body as he sat down on a couch like an old man who had returned from a long day of work. Meow meow meow. Lucky meanwhile dug into the bowl of high-grade exotics that Gavin had especially prepared as an evening snack. The cat had already eaten several meals before, but his hunger remained unabated as it took a surprising amount of energy and resources to repair his damaged archimetal body. That, or the cat simply took advantage of this opportunity to scam more food out of Vase. Before Vase addressed his assistant, he activated the room projector and tuned in on a random news broadcast. Opening square bracket ... The Destroyer of Worlds has made an unexpected appearance in Bortle 3. She took action to save one of the latest and most unusual Tier 3 galactic citizens of the Red Ocean Union. It still remains unclear why the Rubarthan God pilot personally saw fit to foil an assassination attempt on Professor Vase Larkinson. Her spokespeople have yet to publish a statement nor respond to any of our inquiries. In lieu of further information, our panel of experts stand ready to speculate on whether there is an undisclosed connection between the God pilot and the senior mech designer. Opening square bracket ... Sales of LMC products have spiked yet again as a much greater body of consumers became exposed to them. The involvement of the Destroyer of Worlds has placed a much stronger spotlight on the mech designer that earned her protection. Opening square bracket ... Cats are taking over our civilization. I told you that a secret cabal of cats have been attempting to uplift themselves. Now, their plan has finally reached a new phase. Once these known cat lovers join forces, they shall unleash a force unlike anything we have seen before. By the time their rampage comes to an end, the cats will come and subjugate us under tyrannical reign. Vase continued to switch channels over the next few minutes. Though the reporting and the opinions espoused by the journalists did not fully reflect everyone's opinion, he was able to gain a broad understanding of what the public thought about the events that happened today. It looks like the failed assassination attempt has crowded out every other newsworthy event. He concluded, it's a shame that none of the news portals place any special emphasis on the process and the outcome of the challenge matches. The 4 matches were truly exciting and worthwhile to watch. Gavin chuckled for a bit. We have tried to use our channels in the media to shift as much attention to our products as possible, but all everyone wants to talk about is the Destroyer of Worlds saving the day once again. It is fine, though. You cannot imagine how much she has helped our business. Any association with a God pilot is a dream come true for a mech company. More people have become exposed to the xianxia than ever. We have already received a lot of orders, and we expect this temporary boost to last for the remainder of the week. That is not the greatest change, however. Oh, Vase raised his eyebrow. What is making you so excited? Don't you realize it, boss? We have gained a huge amount of legitimacy. It is not every day that a God pilot diverts her precious time to foil an attempt on your life. Few people think that it is just a coincidence that she was in the neighborhood and just happened to be in a place to act as your secret guard. No matter whether she has said anything or not, it is clear that she is supportive of you. This is the most direct form of endorsement that you have received from a Tier 1 galactic citizen yet. Your ties to other God pilots and star designers are much less clear, so we never managed to profit from them as much as we wished. This is different. What difference does that make? People are much more inclined to believe in the claims and promises related to the xianxia. You have to be aware that there are many people who do not have the time or interest to watch your presentation and the subsequent challenge matches. All they know about the xianxia are boasts that sound wildly exaggerated. Those descriptions have become a lot more legit now that a God pilot is indirectly backing you up. That alone will help us sustain our sales momentum over months or maybe years. That certainly sounded like a powerful effect. Unfortunately, Vase was not entirely sure whether the LMC could take proper advantage of this boost. All of the increased orders won't mean anything for our bottom line if our production has already reached its limit. From what I have heard, all of our mech factories are working at full capacity. He sighed. Gavin had a surprise for Vase. You are underestimating the effect of receiving the implicit endorsement of a god pilot. One of the biggest reasons why we have been slow to expand our production capacity and contract more third-party mech manufacturers is because we have played out our reputation. This has changed now that the Destroyer of Worlds has bestowed us with her vote of confidence. A whole new group of large and powerful organizations has initiated contact with us, particularly ones based in the Rubarthan Pact. Many of these parties are eager to cooperate with us. Few of them have maintained their condescending attitude towards a smaller player such as us. After all, who knows whether you will badmouth them in front of the god pilot one day. As long as we carefully manage our new relationships, we can quickly shorten the waiting list for our latest product. The xianxia had proven its strength and capabilities enough times to win over a lot of people. The popularity of the LMC's first proper product line of the Hyper generation had become so high that demand vastly exceeded supply. Anything that could help the LMC increase the ability to fulfill orders was necessary as far as Vase was concerned. The longer his customers had to wait, the longer they spent time without the powerful living mechs that could save their lives and grow alongside their mech pilots. What Vase feared the most was that the excessive delays would cause customers to become frustrated and cancel their orders. There were many other hyper mechs for sale that did not require a year of waiting before it could be delivered to people's doorsteps. Gavin presented an offer that stood out from all of the rest. There's one company that has made many of the executives in the company excited. The offer that we have received from this party is not the most lucrative, nor the largest in scale, but it scores high enough in both areas that it would be a dereliction of our duty to put it aside. What is also important is that the offer is highly credible and has a high likelihood of relieving our production bottlenecks in both the short and medium term. That certainly aroused Ves's attention. Tell me more about this company. Isthmus Manufacturing is a serious player in the galactic mech market. It is based in the Rubarthan Pact and is a middle-sized player in the mech market over there. That is already impressive in itself considering that it has to compete against many other powerful Rubarthan mech manufacturers. Vase briefly furrowed his brows. Does the company have any prominent mech designers? Surprisingly, no. While the company definitely employs a large amount of mech designers, Isthmus Manufacturing is not a strong brand name in itself. Its first-party products are relatively unremarkable. The real focus is on the production of products developed by other mech designers. The company takes advantage of its excellent connections with suppliers and shipping companies to produce a relatively limited selection of high-volume, high-margin mech models at a lower overall cost. Vase grew more attentive. A mech manufacturer that could produce large quantities of mechs while keeping its costs under control was exactly what the LMC sought. I see. Are the mechs produced and sold by Isthmus cheaper than the competition? That is not necessarily the case. The reason why Isthmus only agrees to produce highly popular bestsellers is because it wants to keep milking its cash cows for years to come without engaging in a price to the bottom. The value in partnering up with this Rubarthan mech manufacturing company is in its ability to consistently maintain large production volumes. Not only does it have a large amount of highly efficient and reliable first-class and second-class product lines at its disposal, but it has secured long-term contracts with enough material suppliers to keep them running. This meant that if the LMC agreed to work with Isthmus, the latter company won't necessarily be cheap, but it would definitely be able to fulfill many orders that would otherwise be languishing on the increasingly more excessive waiting list. Vase was not greedy. He did not mind if Isthmus Manufacturing wanted to receive a large cut of the profits. That was its right as a third-party producer. What truly mattered was how much production it was willing to devote to the xianxia line. How much production can Isthmus Manufacturing handle? Gavin grinned wider. Let me put it this way. If we sign a contract by the end of the week, the representatives of Isthmus have promised that they can muster up enough production capacity to fulfill half of all standard xianxia orders on our waiting list by the end of the month. Half of all of the orders of the new standard edition of the xianxia. That was hundreds of thousands of copies of the new second-class hyper-drone mech design. I take it that is not the limit. Vase guessed. This cooperation offer has come at the right time. We are still in the early stage of the hyper generation. Isthmus Manufacturing has already agreed to produce large quantities of second-class hyper mechs for other clients, but none of these models are expected to last very long. The application of hyper technology is too crude in comparison to your latest work. If the demand for the xianxia continues to rise, Isthmus is more than willing to drop the production of outdated third-party hyper-mechs and dedicate the newly available capacity to serving our needs. Did you remind Isthmus that our living mechs must be fabricated according to a more demanding linear process? The Rubarthan mech manufacturer is already aware of our requirements. It is not a secret. It is clear that Isthmus has done its due diligence before it has made contact with us. The company believes so much in your design ability that it has even made another promise. As long as your subsequent second-class mech designs are able to match or exceed the sales potential of the xianxia, Isthmus is more than willing to free up additional production capacity to meet the spike in demand. The Rubarthans in charge of the mech manufacturer love nothing more than to keep as many of its production lines running in a stable manner for years on end. This is the foundation of their business model. Interesting. Everything he heard about Isthmus was positive. Vase saw little reason why he should deny this offer. Cooperating with Isthmus sounded a lot easier than trying to negotiate individual production agreements with dozens of smaller mech manufacturers. Of course, he still needed to do more research before he was willing to get in bed with this larger player. I can schedule a virtual meeting with the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing if you wish. Do so. By the way, where is Isthmus Manufacturing based in the Rubarthan Pact? Its headquarters is located in the Impresario Principality. Don't worry. The Impresario Prince has not taken side in the political struggle for the throne. He has been trying to maintain his neutrality. That name sounds familiar. Chapter 5593 Novastella. The product reveal had come to an end, but Vase was not ready to depart from Bortle 3. As a major military and industrial hub, the Bortle system attracted a lot of people, goods, groups, companies and more. Lots of salvage from many different battlefields constantly trickled in from time to time. Even the latest incident related to Vase could not stop the local economy from booming. Vase could get a lot of stuff done on this planet. It would be a waste for him to depart too early. Alexa Strian had already begun the process of headhunting another batch of second-class journeyman mech designers. Now that Vase received several reminders why it was important for him to remain active in the second-class mech industry, he did not want to neglect this business at all. The profit levels might not be as great compared to running a successful first-class mech business, but the quantity of units sold was much greater. Volume was quite important to many mech designers. One of the reasons why first-class mech designers occasionally designed second-class mechs that were ordinarily beneath them was because it was a lot easier to sell millions of copies. The first-class mech market was a lot smaller. Not only that, but the level of competition was a lot higher, making it so that the bigger players left much less room for independent businesses to thrive. Vase knew that he could not rely on the various reputation boosts to forcibly carve out a place in the first-class mech market. The customers over there were much more demanding and discerning. No amount of hype could compensate for inferior performance. Seeing that it was way more challenging for a mech designer to get started in the first-class mech market, Vase needed to ensure that his LMC remained active and healthy in the second-class mech market. This was rather challenging when many of the lead designers of the design department had gone off to undergo ED-net training. Several years must have passed from their perspective. Vase mused as his hands idly played with Emma's metal container. By the time they come out a few years later, they have already mentally aged by 20 years. The changes would be massive. Relatively young and vigorous journeymen such as Sarah Voikin and Cormont Hempkamp would lose a lot of the restlessness and spontaneity that characterized their age. In return, they would come out with all of the knowledge in advanced science and engineering that they managed to cram in their heads for 20 straight years. This was definitely a great trade-off to most second-class mech designers. It was a surefire way for them to quickly gain the qualifications to design first-class mech designs. It would have been unlikely for them to gain this precious opportunity through other means. Yet, Vase still did not forward to the prospect of using an ED-net quota himself. The main reason why he rejected it was because he did not want to isolate himself from reality during an important moment in history. However, Vase had to admit that he also feared the loss of the traits that would only stay with him for so long. The older he became, the harder it became for him to just set aside his rationality and give in to his emotional desires. Many people usually saw this as a character flaw, but Vase did not share the same opinion. He designed many of his best works during moments of intense passion. While Vase did not think he would ever lose the ability to get inspired, he suspected that it might not happen as frequently in the future. The longer he lived, the more he became burdened by knowledge and concerns. How long would it take for him to transition into an old fogey who spent most of his time thinking about problems relating to the survival and prosperity of red humanity? Ignorance is bliss, he sighed. Vase looked down at the metal cat statue that the destroyer of worlds had gifted to him. The object radiated a clear sense of warmth and threat. The large spiritual fragment donated by Emma was so powerful that if he could blow it up somehow, the resulting spiritual blast would be powerful enough to kill his weaker designed spirits. It was literally a weapon of mass destruction packaged in a small metal ornament. He couldn't allow this fragment to fall into the wrong hands. At least I don't have to worry about using it up too quickly. He smirked. Perhaps Irene had become annoyed at the fact that Vase used up the initial spiritual fragment of Emma too quickly. If Vase no longer had a fragment at his side, then there was no way for the destroyer of worlds to pull him out of danger. The large spiritual fragment that contained a fraction of the essence of a true god neatly addressed this shortcoming. Compared to the more ordinary spiritual fragments that Vase handled in the past, he noticed that his latest one had many more useful traits that he appreciated. He also managed to figure out several powerful new uses for this remarkably valuable gift. You're actually replenishing your energy level over time, he observed. Blinky could clearly observe the small energy vortex surrounding the container. It sucked in the destruction-attributed energy from the environment and gradually strengthened the fragment further. If this process took place long enough, then the large spiritual fragment might one day reach the stage where Emma could be reborn after death. Of course, the resurrection of a true God-level entity was anything but simple. The energy requirements were so large that the fragment would have to keep absorbing energy for millions of years. The absorption rate is too low. Vase frowned. That meant that if he used up the energy contained in the fragment for various purposes, he would have to wait a long time for it to replenish its reserves. The main reason why its efficiency was so low was because there was not that much destruction energy floating around in the background. Perhaps that might change once the destroyer of worlds started to act like a demonic cultivator and left a trail of shattered planets in her wake, but for now the local galactic environment was in a state of relative prosperity. In any case, as long as Vase made sparing use of the spiritual fragment, he did not have to worry about causing it to disappear. He just had to wait a few months or years to recharge and return to its former state. How can I improve the replenishment rate? A stronger attraction force and a higher concentration of destruction energy should do the job. The best way to make that happen was if he placed the fragment in an environment that was surrounded by high-grade hyper-materials of the right attribute. Vase developed a greater interest in the metal material that Irene had casually brought into existence by utilizing her powers as a true god. He did not recognize the material at all, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. He whipped out his handheld multiscanner and proceeded to examine its properties. Once he collected a lot of measurements, he accessed the Red Association's internal database and used the parameters to find if there were any matches. Novastella, high-grade metallic hyper-material. Attributes: destruction, disaster, stars, energy, death. Origin: remnant planetary matter ejected out of a star system by a supernova. Very rare, as most novastella in existence is flung through interstellar space. Only small amounts of novastella are captured by adjacent star systems and deposited into asteroid belts and natural satellites. Interesting. The origin of novastella was absolutely remarkable. Supernovae were not too uncommon on a galactic scale, but it was difficult to harvest all of the matter that got flung in every direction, especially if they were small and scarce in number. Yet it was exactly because of the remarkable history and formation of novastella that made it so valuable and powerful. The destroyer of worlds selected this material to create a container for Emma's spiritual fragment for good reason. It matched her domain and inclinations far too well. Vase even came up with the idea of turning this cat statue into the basis of an extraordinarily powerful warhead. If he ever found himself in a desperate situation and needed to rely on overwhelming powerful to defeat an implacable foe, then he could always convert the novastella cat statue and the remarkably powerful spiritual fragment into a small superweapon that should be exceptionally dangerous against all manner of extraordinary foes. This is an enormous waste, though. Irene may be able to utilize her god kingdom to freely convert energy into novastella whenever needed, but others had to harvest this rare material the old-fashioned way. It was impossible for people like Vase to obtain a large and consistent supply of novastella due to its troublesome formation conditions. How troublesome. His clan should be on the lookout for rich deposits of novastella. Even though it was rare and not that prevalent, perhaps there might be planets where a large chunk of novastella had fallen in the past. Vase set the matter of the hypermaterial aside and summarized the remaining possible uses of this powerful fragment. He could call upon an energy manifestation of Emma just like before. The power she was able to channel this time was much greater for obvious reasons. He just needed to pay attention to the much greater consumption of the precious spiritual fragment. Even without calling Emma over, he was still able to borrow a tiny fraction of her powerful domain by stimulating it with spiritual energy. Blinky, go do your stuff. Muro. His companion spirit came out and fed the fragment with a modest amount of destruction energy stored in the Blinky verse. The fragment grew more excited and started to produce a stronger energy field in a small radius around its location. Vase curiously examined the properties of this strengthened energy field and found that it worked much like a prickly disruption field. Though Vase felt as if he was getting stung by needles from every direction, he was resilient enough to shrug off this irritating effect. What he cared about was the fact that this mildly destructive field scrambled every electronic signal and messed up the flow of E-energy radiation. This not only made it great for jamming purposes, but could also disrupt all kinds of spiritual sorcery, especially ones that targeted him in particular. The effect of Emma's domain was not as strong and absolute as Irene's God Kingdom, but it was already strong enough to satisfy his demands. Stop. Reverse. Blinky no longer spat out destruction energy, but instead started to devour it from the environment. The spiritual fragment slowly started to get drained as Blinky specifically tried to draw from its reserves. This was a modest way for Blinky to increase the concentration of destruction energy in his Blinky verse. While the quantity of destruction energy was limited, the quality was exceedingly high. Stop. Vase did not dare to absorb too much of Emma's energy. Her imprint on them was so strong that she might actually be able to invade the Blinky verse as long as enough of her spiritual energy managed to slip inside. It's best to be careful. There were several other ways he could make use of the spiritual fragment. For one, he could use it to directly communicate with Irene if he wanted. This was much more secure and convenient than speaking with her over the galactic net. He resisted the temptation to test it out. He had just talked to Irene yesterday. He would just be annoying her if he contacted her for no good reason. Vase at least needed to wait until he managed to produce a large batch of Emma totems that could serve as excellent conversion tools for Irene's future cult. I will have to do an excellent job with that if I want to impress her. It will be difficult for her cult to get off the ground otherwise. After all, what the Destroyer of Worlds needed to do was nothing less than force the alien masses to worship a hostile human god. Chapter 5594 Public Company. When Vase was done with playing with Emma's spiritual fragment, he tossed it into the Vault of Eternity. He would have preferred to keep it close on hand, but it was a little too big and unwieldy to carry by himself. Once Nida returned from ED-Net training, Vase would develop a custom suit of armor for her that would allow her to carry the Novastella relic in a dignified manner. While it was fine for Vase to treat the cat statue like a toy in private, he needed to be much more careful about its treatment once he appeared in public. Many people literally treated god pilots like deities. They were worshipful towards god pilots that they would take any perceived insult as a personal affront. Vase turned his attention to other priorities after dealing with this little matter. Are you sure you want to cancel your trip to Port Salience? Gavin asked in confirmation. I am sure. Vase confirmed as he entered the penthouse office on the top floor of the branch headquarters. Master Quan's assassination attempt may have failed, but I am pretty sure that there are many opportunists lurking in the background. The Red Association already managed to capture dozens of other suspicious characters. This tells me that there are multiple ambitious people and organizations who are looking forward to claiming my bounty. I will just be tempted fate if I visit a rowdy place where the security arrangements are much weaker than on this planet. The Bortle system had become heavily affected by the increased investment from the Red 2. No one was able to come and go without undergoing strict inspections. The use of mechs and the possession of weapons also became subject to increasingly stringent regulations. All of this was deemed necessary due to the large intermingling of mech forces looking to earn war merits at the front. Port Salience was much less trafficked but also much less regulated. It attracted an even less discipled crowd of people, so the rate of incidents was considerably higher. Vase would just be asking for trouble if he stepped foot on Port Salience during this sensitive period. He at least needed to comprehensively upgrade his security arrangements before he dared to show up in public in less secure spaces again. Gavin Newman did not object to his direct superior's decision. He quietly felt relieved as well, though he felt it was a pity that he would have to cancel all of the planned meetings and events. How are the negotiations with the Eternal Vulcan Empire proceeding? I would like to conclude this deal before I am scheduled to depart from the Bortle system. Don't worry, talks are happening quickly now that the Iron Emperor has given his approval. We are just haggling over the details. At this moment, as long as you agree to allow a batch of 10 novice mech designers to learn from you and intern in the design department for a period of 3 years, the Eternal Vulcan Empire is willing to transfer ownership of a relatively modern first-class fleet carrier. The caveat is that she is one of the smaller ones in the Dwarven armed forces. The hull is only 1.9 kilometers long and she can only fit 320 mechs. Vase frowned for a moment. The Vulcan fleet carrier did not fit as much as a typical second-class fleet carrier, but he knew that it was simply a lot more expensive to construct and maintain larger vessels. First-class combat was all about quality over quantity. Bringing in a large quantity of cheap mechs and cheap starships was a good way to get stomped by superior opponents. Mech capacity was not the only factor that made fleet carriers so valuable. As long as their hull plating, their power generators, their Azure Shield generators and so on were good enough, then he was willing to accept this deal. In any case, it hardly took any effort for him to teach the basics of living mech design to a bunch of Vulcanite mech designers. After Vase gave his assistant a few instructions regarding this upcoming deal, he soon addressed the next item on the agenda. How much progress has Alexa made in her attempt to recruit a batch of journeyman mech designers for our design department? Her progress was adequate before, but now that everyone believes that you have formed a connection with the Destroyer of Worlds, the amount of applications has skyrocketed. It has become much easier for her to sway the minds of freelancers who previously played hard to get. There is a definite sense that if they do not take this opportunity to get aboard our pirate ship, they might never be able to join us in the future based on their qualifications. Interesting. That sounds great. No matter what their motivations may be, as long as they pass all of our tests, their commitment to our clan shouldn't be too bad. It would take at least a few days for Alexa to sort out all of the applicants and get to know the candidates well enough to make a final selection. Vase did not want to rush this process. The design department would definitely depend a lot on their work in the foreseeable future. The LMC needed to refresh plenty of outdated product lines, and it could not afford to tarnish its reputation by releasing a mech that fell far below the standards set by the Fianna. Hopefully, Alexa would be able to recruit a bunch of ranged weapon specialists this time. Vase was tired of shouldering most of the responsibility for designing a set of decent weapon systems for his ranged mechs. Master Exilic Quan may be a bastard and a human traitor, but that did not detract from his amazing technological applications. The power of his molecular disintegrators was amazing. Such weapons could be devastating in the right situations, and made Vase look forward to what else mech designers were able to develop. When will I meet with the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing? If nothing changes, you can initiate a virtual call in a couple of hours. It is still night at the planet where the mech manufacturer's headquarters are based. Do you have an updated intelligence packet on Isthmus Manufacturing? Here you go, boss. We do not have the ability to collect first-hand information in the Rubarthan Pact, but there are numerous investigation and market research bureaus that specialize in this kind of stuff. We have managed to develop a much greater understanding of the company. Vase already started to skim through all of the information. The ownership structure of the company was interesting. It turns out that Isthmus is a public company. That was not too unusual, but most mech-related businesses tended to be privately owned due to being founded by high-ranking mech designers. Many serious mech companies had to offer increasingly larger proportions of stock to leading mech designers in order to retain their services. Isthmus Manufacturing did not bother with this kind of business as it never put a lot of emphasis on developing in-house mechs. It was more than happy with catering to the large-scale production needs of other successful mech designers. The strongest advantage of Isthmus is its extensive networks of contacts and business partners. Gavin spoke in an admiring tone. Ever since it started business over 300 years ago, it persistently scaled up its business activities while winning over increasingly larger and more capable business partners. It is a much bigger player in the old galaxy, but the branch in the Red Ocean has inherited the same business model as well as many long-standing contracts and business relationships. It enjoys a stellar reputation in the supply side of the mech community. It is never short on raw materials and its many friendships with Rubarthan government institutions allows it to gain exemptions and receive better treatment. These were all key advantages. Isthmus Manufacturing was able to rely on its 300-year-old heritage and its enduring reputation to easily open doors that would be closed to other companies such as the Living Mech Corporation. Although Isthmus Manufacturing only focused on developing its networks in Rubarthan space, that was already a massive advantage. Not only was Isthmus able to leverage the large amount of resources and services in territories where the LMC did not have a strong presence, but it was also able to open up a lot of new sales channels throughout Rubarthan space. Of course, it went without saying that Isthmus had no ties with the Terran Alliance. Vase would not be able to make use of the company to expand the LMC's reach inside Terran space. While Isthmus was in the process of strengthening its business networks in the Red Ocean Union, the LMC already built a decent foundation within this broad alliance. One of the reasons why Isthmus Manufacturing was able to get along with many parties while still remaining publicly owned was because of its largest shareholder. The Impresario Principality owns the largest proportion of shares in the company. Gavin explained. Much of the remaining shares are owned by half a dozen investment groups. It looks as if each of their voices are roughly equal, but the reality is that those institutional investments generally do not bother to manage their investments too actively. They are happy to sit back and take their money as long as business is doing well. This effectively means that the Impresario Principality is de facto in control of the company. It has appointed much of the board of directors and it is primarily interested in using Isthmus for non-monetary purposes. To a Rubarthan principality, owning a large and influential company was about controlling a part of the economy and forming lots of strategically valuable relationships. For example, the current situation could be regarded as an attempt to form a friendship with a mech designer who earned the favor of a powerful Rubarthan god pilot. However, Isthmus was not a loss-making institution. Profits were vitally important to keep the remaining shareholders happy. Not even the Impresario Prince could upset these big investment companies if he wanted to maintain his reputation in the business community. Gavin pointed out the strict standards set by the mech manufacturer. As I have explained the day before, the business model of Isthmus Manufacturing is centered around mass-producing large volumes of mechs in the most cost-effective manner. It relies heavily on economies of scale to lower overall costs and increase its profit margins. This is why it only focuses on a small selection of wildly popular mech models. In fact, much of its production is dedicated to producing mainstream mech models that have proven to be so popular that their original mech companies lack the ability to meet all of the rising demand. Such phenomena happen every once in a while. We are but the latest in a long list of mech companies that have managed to strike it big. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. All of that sounds nice, but that is only when business is doing well. What if a mech model starts to fade in popularity? Is Isthmus willing to accommodate a business partner that has entered into a slump? Nope. Gavin immediately replied. Isthmus is all business when it comes to profitability. The moment a mech model starts to lose momentum in the mech market is the moment where the mech manufacturer is ready to retool its production lines. Success is the main criteria that determines whether Isthmus is willing to fulfill our production needs. Anything that causes its production to fall below full capacity is wasted money as far as the Rubarthans are concerned. Unless you happen to be the destroyer of world's secret great-great-grandson, the executives of the mech manufacturer won't wait long before they replace the LMC with more successful competitors. I see. Getting in bed with Isthmus was a commitment as well as an opportunity. The large mech manufacturer could handle a lot of cumbersome but lucrative affairs in the Rubarthan Pact, but once the LMC started to falter, it would lose all of the borrowed production capacity and other business activities in an instant. Chapter 5595 Big Proposal. After several hours of handling numerous different affairs, the time had come for Vase to attend his first meeting with the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing. This was a crucial event and could directly determine whether the LMC could solve its immediate shortcomings related to production and market access. Meow. Lucky yawned as he rested on the desk. The gem cat had just devoured another meal of high-grade exotics that was worth as much as 50,000 MTA credits. Vase would have balked at feeding his cat so much excessively overpriced materials in the past, but recent events had vastly improved the financial position of the Larkinson clan. Just the instant cash infusions from selling all of the licenses of the Fei Fianna models was enough to resolve all of his immediate money concerns. How are you doing, Lucky? How long will it take for you to repair all of your damage now that your stomach is a lot fuller than before? Meow meow meow. Lucky eloquently explained as he lazily rolled onto his back. That's not much of an improvement. Meow. Tail flip. Vase shook his head and ignored his cat. He examined his appearance one more time. Though he did not want to put any special effort into dressing himself up, he did not want to present a sloppy appearance either. His assistant meanwhile had just completed a final briefing on all of the points that Vase needed to pay attention to if the talk started to turn to more substantive matters. Vase roughly understood what the LMC needed the most in the short and medium term. Increasing production was the main priority. Quickly opening up the Rhubarthan market was a nice benefit, but not an essential one. At most, the Larkinsons would do the hard work of setting up retail channels themselves. The Larkinson clan should extend its tentacles in the Rhubarthan Pact sooner or later. Gavin reminded his superior. The issue is that we are short on time. Our clan and our subsidiaries already have their hands full with setting up branches throughout the Red Ocean Union. Our presence in the Krakatoa Middle Zone is particularly strong, but our footprint in the Magare Middle Zone is rapidly catching up. It will take at least a decade before we have established enough branches in the remaining middle zones of the Red Ocean Union. Although the Larkinson clan could already set up a few branches in the Terran Alliance and the Rhubarthan Pact, it was impossible to maintain control over all of the branches if too many of them popped up in far-flung territories. This meant that relying on a third party to handle the Larkinson clan's business in Terran and Rhubarthan space was a viable choice. The biggest issue was how many concessions the Larkinsons needed to make to get a foreign company to do business in its home turf. Gavin gave Vase a confident grin. Our potential is high. Ever since you managed to get promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen, you have started to form a high-level network with several notable human leaders. Hooking up with the Devas Ancient Clan and the Destroyer of Worlds has turned you into a leading figure that is worth befriending. Don't forget that, if the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing starts to sound greedy, then do not hesitate to reject his proposals. As long as you continue to do well, we can just wait and increase our value. By that time, it will be Isthmus that will have to make concessions in order to gain our cooperation. That took valuable time. Red humanity had entered a time of rapid change and upheaval. The faster Vase expanded his business operations, the more he was able to increase his influence in high society. After all, once his best-selling products such as the Fey Fianna started to become ubiquitous throughout human space, it became a lot easier for Vase to gain a voice in how Red humanity should be run. Even if Vase was not interested in enacting policies himself, he at least wanted to stay in the loop. He had learned a lot of secrets as of late that made it clear that the upper echelon were holding back way more information than they disclosed to the public. Vase despised it whenever people kept him in the dark. He hadn't even known about the possible approach of a God King level threat from Messier 87. The time has come, Gavin announced. Good luck with your talk. I will be standing out of projection range so that I can pass on all of the information that you need. A secure communication channel started to form between two distant locations. The Redcom consortium that managed the galactic net had recently upgraded the speed, bandwidth and privacy of its elaborate network of quantum communication nodes. The Red Ocean was much smaller than the Milky Way, and Red humanity only occupied a part of the dwarf galaxy. This made it much cheaper and more convenient to implement large-scale improvements to the communications infrastructure. Any significant improvement made it easier to conduct business across interstellar distances. This was one of several ways the Red 2 sought to stimulate the economy. While Vase had certainly noticed the increase in bandwidth of any other useful services, he did not believe in the claims that the privacy and security of all remote connections had improved. This was why he preferred to meet with important leaders in person. It was a lot harder for the Mechers and other parties to eavesdrop on his conversations. It was too bad that his schedule did not make it possible this time. If Isthmus Manufacturing anticipated a possible business deal with Vase in advance, the company would have dispatched an envoy to Bortle 3 months in advance. This meeting was clearly arranged on short notice, but that was not a big deal to Vase and his Rhubarthan counterpart. Neither of them cared too much about ceremony and tradition. The office suddenly changed. The physical projectors created a new illusionary environment that resembled a well-lit reception hall. The entire place was empty, giving Vase an opportunity to admire the tall ceilings, the beautiful company banners hanging from the walls and the hand-carved statues of the most successful mech models produced by Isthmus Manufacturing. The entire space was so large and spacious that Vase gained a strong sense of grandeur from the decor. Isthmus Manufacturing had steadily built up its scale of business with each passing generation. The Great Severing may have cut its Red Ocean operations off from its parent organization in the Milky Way, but the foundation of the former was healthy enough to continue its business without any significant disruptions. Magnificent, is it not? A new voice sounded from afar. A man dressed in a purple pin-striped suit with the stripes flashing in staccato frequencies had passed through the main entrance. It is. Much of it appears to be new but handmade. That is a nice touch. We try. It never fails to impress mech designers such as yourself. Mickey Tarukin, I am in charge of the operations of Isthmus Manufacturing. It is an honor to meet with the favored of the Destroyer of Worlds. Vase smiled back as he shook hands with the physical projection. It is a pleasure to meet with you as well, but I have to warn you that I cannot comment on my relationship with the god pilot of your superstate. Please do not make assumptions about the nature of my ties to the Destroyer of Worlds. We understand. We shall not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of it any further. Both of them knew that the only reason this meeting came about was because Vase had gotten in touch with the Destroyer of Worlds. It was not realistic to ignore this major factor. Now that the two had opened up a dialogue, they started to get to know each other a little more. Under my leadership, Isthmus has successfully overcome the crisis sparked by the Great Severing. Many of our existing product lines needed to be refreshed and replaced in the short term in order to maintain our profitability. We also had to work together with our extensive network of suppliers to ensure an abundant supply of hyper materials, particularly ones that are based on the most popular elements. Our success in solving all of these unanticipated problems has strengthened the cohesion of our company more than ever. We are also much better equipped to produce large quantities of hyper mechs no matter their material requirements. Vase politely nodded as he listened to the 170-year-old CEO. He already researched the recent history of Isthmus Manufacturing, but it was always helpful to gain a better understanding of its leadership. So far, Mickey Tarukin had been remarkably approachable. This was a man who knew how to handle people like Vase. He had to be in order to be able to climb his way up to a chief executive position after starting from the bottom. Back in Terran space, it was unimaginable for a relatively unremarkable Rubarthan businessman with a middle-class background to eventually be in charge of running a multi-billion MTA credit business. I have taken a look at the hyper-mech models that your company is currently producing. Vase spoke as he studied one of the sculptures of a best-selling mech. Many of the second-class models are quite decent, if limited by the timing of their development. You could have replaced them with more modern and updated hyper-mech models. Aside from the obvious reason, why did you take the initiative to approach the LMC all of a sudden? This question was a test. Vase wanted to know what Isthmus Manufacturing truly wanted out of cooperating with him and his mech company. Mr. Tarukin clearly anticipated this sort of question. He chose to be frank and direct. There are two reasons. My patron, the impresario Prince, has taken a personal interest in you. He has nudged our company into investigating whether there is an opportunity to do business with your living mech corporation. Let me assure you that we are not being forced or ordered to explore business opportunities with you. After we have conducted an analysis of your business prospects, we discovered that a partnership with your mech company can be highly lucrative. You supply the designs, we will handle production and all other downstream business activities. You are not our only choice. Vase said, that is true, but Isthmus is one of the few mech companies that not only has the capacity to mass produce hundreds of thousands of mechs, but is also willing to devote the majority of its production to third-party mechs. Many other mech manufacturers have locked in production for the mechs that they have developed in-house. That also makes it easier to collaborate with their mech designers. Vase retorted, this will be especially helpful once I am ready to design first-class mechs. I advise you against cooperating with small and unreliable companies. They are not as experienced in catering to the needs of partners such as you. Their average production costs are also significantly higher. Tarukin shook his head. We are willing to fabricate and sell as many mechs as we can if you choose to partner with us. If you agree to sign a long-term contract with us, we are even willing to reduce our fees by a small extent. We are also prepared to raise your priority in our business relationships. That means that if there is any available production capacity, the available production lines will be allocated to the production of your characteristic living mechs first as long as demand is sufficient. That sounded incredibly attractive to Vase, but he tried his best to suppress his enthusiasm. That is a remarkably generous proposal. However, I expect that your company wants something in return. The CEO's expression turned serious. If you wish to obtain the highest level of treatment from our company, we would like to obtain exclusivity in this business. Allow us to be your sole authorized producer and seller of your products within the borders of the Rubarthan Pact. We have the contacts and the infrastructure to do this cheaper and on a larger scale than any other party. As long as your mech company agrees to do business with us on a permanent basis, we will always have your back whenever you require anything within Rubarthan space. This was definitely a big proposal. Chapter 5596. The 7-Star Emperor's Vase continued to chat with Mickey Tarukin about various related topics as he mulled over the enormous offer he received. The only taste of a first-rate superstate that you have experienced in person is the Terran Alliance. The Riston territory governed by the Devos ancient clan may look rich and impressive to a foreigner such as yourself, but you do not understand the dark side that sustains Terran society. Naturally, the Rubarthan CEO couldn't help but badmouth the Rubarthans. Vase had heard plenty of criticism about the Rubarthans in the past when he lived and worked in New Constantinople 8. As an outsider, Vase had no horse in this race. Back when he grew up in the Bright Republic, both the Terrans and the Rubarthans pretty much appeared like distant superhumans to him and his family. They were smarter, stronger and better than third-raters in so many ways that it was difficult to maintain the idea that they belonged to the same species as space peasants. When Vase started going up in society, the distance between himself and the first-raters diminished at a rapid rate. Now that he had reached a stage where his galactic citizenship actually overpowered the vast majority of Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans and Rubarthans, it should be all of these ordinary first-raters who should look up to him these days. Yet, far too little time had passed for Vase to adjust his mentality and get accustomed to his current reality. A part of him still retained the simple mindset of an ordinary citizen of the Bright Republic. Whenever he thought about the first-raters, he did not distinguish them by their individual differences, but tended to generalize them according to their many commonalities. This was why Vase never really put much emphasis on the differences between the Terrans and the Rubarthans. He never really cared all that much about their many divisions and conflicts, which put him out of lockstep with many other members of upper society. A man as clever and successful as Mr. Tarukin should have been able to deduce this laid-back attitude, but that did not stop him from propagandizing the superiority of the Rubarthans over the Terrans. After all, Vase had never actually lived long enough in Terran and Rubarthan space to truly appreciate the cultural differences between the two major groups. The new Rubarth Empire which we stem from has a strong tradition of leadership and competence. The vigorous man touted, "We have adopted these tenets from the very beginning when the man who became the first Star Emperor successfully led a rebellion against the tyrannical Terran Empire and founded a new star nation during the early years of the Age of Conquest. Our founding leader and the heroes he managed to gather around him all worked together to ensure that the rot and abuses of the Terrans would never taint our great Rubarthan society. The fact that all 6 rulers that came after him managed to preserve these original values is a testament to our greatness." Vese's expression turned skeptical. No offense, but not all of the Star Emperors could equal the greatness of the Rebel Star. I'm pretty sure that the Restrained Star and the Disaster Star, we do not deny the failings and the shortcomings of the 5th Star Empress and the 6th Star Emperor. Mr. Tarukin replied in a more subdued tone. Criticism and reflection are key components of a functioning meritocracy. Not even our highest princes and Star Emperors can escape fault. Yet you Rubarthans still revere the 5th and 6th in the same way as the rest. I do not agree that the 2 aforementioned rulers have failed in their duties. They came into power during a time where the Age of Conquest had begun to show their cracks. They endeavored to keep the new Rubarth Empire together when internal and external sources of pressure threatened to tear apart our great nation. I do not think that anyone could have done better in their place. In fact, anyone else would have certainly done worse. The Disaster Star may not have been able to avoid the inevitability of being remembered for the great humiliation of our Star Empire, but it was not his fault. Every Star Emperor that managed to rule the new Rubarth Empire received a posthumous title that broadly described his accomplishments and policy focus. The first Star Emperor was known as the Rebel Star for obvious reasons. He was often regarded as the greatest of them all. None of his descendants had managed to surpass his prestige and renown, though a few had come close. He had fathered 37 descendants over his relatively long life, which was considered a lot over the time. The large number of descendants and the many disputes surrounding the question of who should take over after their old man sparked an unexpectedly large and violent succession battle that ultimately set a new tradition for the new Rubarth Empire. The 2nd Star Emperor was known as the Constructor Star. He had taken the early foundation of the new Rubarth Empire and deepened it so that it would no longer be as shaky as before. When it came to parenting, he did not show as much restraint as his great father. Due to the relative stability at the time, the constructor star had plenty of time on his hands, which he used to father over 133 descendants, thereby contributing to an even greater and bloodier succession battle than before. The third star empress was known as the Conqueror Star. She also happened to be the first female member of the Rubarthan imperial household to ascend to the legendary Coldstone throne. She had taken advantage of the vast military buildup of her predecessor and led great warfleets to conquer vast amounts of territories from the alien races of the Milky Way. More star systems fell into the hands of the Empire during her reign than any other. She was purportedly so eager to conquer new territories for her rapidly expanding empire that she, only, managed to produce just 48 descendants. The fourth star emperor was known as the Proud Star. The conquest slowed down as the navies and the infrastructure of the new Rubarth Empire increasingly reached their limits. This caused the fourth to put more emphasis on consolidation and building up all of the conquered planets. In order to set himself apart from the constructor star, the fourth decided to invest in the arts as well as strengthening the national identity of the Rubarthan people. Many people argued that the empire had reached its peak on a societal level. He had been so successful during his reign that he also managed to father 420 princes and princesses. The fifth star empress was known as the Restrained Star. She was the first ruler to gain a posthumous title that arguably held a negative connotation. The age of conquest was losing steam by that time, and the many flaws of unbridled conquest and reckless expansion of power became evident. She attempted to make her own mark by restarting a lot of conquests, but many of these invasions often experienced various setbacks and delays. It ultimately became too difficult for the increasingly bloated and decentralized fleets to meet their ambitious targets. Maybe all of the stress that she endured over her life caused her to produce just 19 descendants before she decided to call it quits. This was regarded as an especially pathetic effort at the time. Many Rubarthans even believed that the low number of descendants contributed to the calamity that happened afterwards. The sixth star emperor happened to be so controversial that he became known as the Disaster Star. It was during his reign that the new Rubarth Empire had reached its greatest size, but also began to show so many cracks that they all broke in quick succession. The dark days of the Age of Conquest had arrived. Economies crashed, violent incidents took place at unprecedented levels. Entire military units went rogue or mad with power. The disruptions and breakdowns took place across all of human civilization, so the new Rubarth Empire was not exempt from the prevailing trend. Yet despite the best efforts of the sixth and many other Rubarthans, they ultimately failed to stop all of the disasters. Their failings created an opening for other powers to fill the void. This directly contributed to the rise of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The Big Two seemingly came out of nowhere, but they rapidly gained so much power that they succeeded in subjugating the two dominant star empires at the time. Weakened by all of the disasters, genocides and defections, both the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire had little choice but to admit defeat and agree to an incredibly devastating and humiliating treaty. This was the greatest shame of the Rubarthans to this day. The Big Two forced them to give up all of their warships, their weapons of mass destruction, their rights as an independent star empire, their dignity and so much more. While it could be argued that the Disaster Star unfairly ended up becoming the scapegoat for all of the calamities that took place during his turbulent reign, the new Rubarth Empire still managed to live on during the Age of Mechs, if much more diminished than before. Perhaps his only clear success was that he managed to produce 699 descendants. This had resulted in the outbreak of a much larger and livelier succession battle that oddly excited the Rubarthans so much that they had managed to pull themselves out of their collective slump. The seventh star emperor came into power as the Age of Mechs produced a new wave of optimism. Under the order imposed by the Big Two, humanity began to rebuild and reform its broken societies. The astronomical rise of mechs led to much more, healthier, wars that were not only a lot more restrained, but also more entertaining. Although the seventh had not been responsible for initiating any great conquests, he had done much to promote initiatives that significantly increased the level of stability, investment and happiness of his subjects. He undertook a lot of actions that reminded the Rubarthans of the Constructor Star and the Proud Star. One of the critical reasons why he managed to succeed was because he had fathered so many descendants that few people had an accurate count. With an estimated number of 8,000 direct descendants, the seventh produced more offspring than all of the other star emperors put together. Although the amount of princes and princesses brought to life sounded excessive on every level, the seventh made good use of all of his sons and daughters. Each of them enjoyed the highest level of education as well as lots of unique opportunities that other people could only dream about. Due to their bloodline in relation to the current ruler, these imperial scions also happened to be a lot more loyal and aligned to the sovereign. The seventh either appointed these princes and princesses to high positions, or allowed them to make their own mark after receiving a hefty amount of starting capital. After thousands of direct descendants started to flood Rubarthan society, a huge quantity of private and public institutions of the first-rate superstate ultimately got caught in the grip of the currently reigning Star Emperor. By controlling the princes and princesses that took charge of all of so many large corporations and government institutions, the seventh had reached an unprecedented degree of control and centralization over his vast empire, thereby allowing him to improve the efficiency and governance of his own superstate. It was a rather unorthodox ruling strategy that happened to produce the right results, for the time being. No one really knew what would happen after the seventh retired from the Coldstone throne. The succession battle that was bound to erupt at that time would probably produce an unprecedented degree of violence and upheaval. In fact, a small preview of that was already taking place in the Rubarthan Pact in the present day. Even though the succession battle in the new frontier was a lot smaller in scale, none of the Rubarthans quite knew what to do during this time of uncertainty. Chapter 5597 The Origin of the Larkinson Ancestor. Your Larkinson family has a Rubarthan heritage, which I am sure you are already aware of. Mickey Tarukan stated, "We are not certain how much information your family or clan has retained about your ancestor." Vase shrugged, "Our records are rather spotty about this. The colonization of the Komodo Star sector resulted in a lot of chaotic battles and setbacks that caused many of the immigrants who came from afar to lose a lot of stuff. Whether deliberate or not, our founding ancestor never really bothered to leave much information behind about his old life. I don't blame him. The new Rubarth Empire had just managed to limp out of the dark days of the Age of Conquest." The virtual call continued as Vase and Mickey Tarukan began to talk more in depth about the distinctive traits of Rubarthan society. It became clear that Tarukan not only wanted to partner up with Vase and the LMC, but also sought to pull the Larkinsons into the orbit of the Rubarthan Pact. What better way to do so than to appeal to their shared heritage? Even though the past held little relevance to Vase, he couldn't help but grow curious at what the Rubarthans managed to dig up about the Larkinson ancestor. "What do you know about his background and early life back when he lived in our superstate?" "There are multiple accounts," Vase replied as he dug up what he learned from various sources in the Larkinson family. The record written by his wife states that our ancestor grew up as an ordinary Rubarthan citizen who grew up in a peripheral territory of the empire. Due to all of the chaos and disasters that happened at the time, our ancestor could not escape the fate of being forcibly drafted into military service, especially when it became clear that he possessed a genetic aptitude of A, which was much rarer at the time. Mr. Tarukan smiled and made an encouraging gesture. "Does this record tell of what he has done after he has completed his military training?" "Not much. It is likely that the Larkinson ancestor did not take much pride in his service, so he simply said that he served as a mech pilot for a time before he got caught in unpleasant business that forced him to drop everything and flee in haste. By the time he reached the galactic rim, he had spent all of his savings and urgently needed to find work, which was why he went on to fight for the former Rubarthan pacifists that ultimately founded the Bright Republic. This record is notably short on details." Vase shrugged. "Many Larkinsons speculate that the Larkinson ancestor did not want to overwhelm his wife by telling her about the fading glories of the new Rubarth Empire. He married a woman who had nothing to do with the superstate and had no connection to the galactic center. That is understandable. Your ancestor likely sought to start a new life, not to relive his old one." "What do other records say?" "Another retelling paints a much more glorious picture of our ancestor. It says that he is a descendant of an old and powerful military family. Despite growing up in a rich and privileged environment, the family demands a lot from all of its descendants, so our ancestor was forced to excel in his training and studies. All of that paid off when he went on to have a distinguished career as one of the growing number of successful mech pilots during his time. If he was so successful, then why did he leave his family and state? The story claims that the military family that our ancestor belonged to has lost a political struggle. Since he was no longer welcome in Rubarthan space, he got exiled and sent away to the furthest reaches of the galactic rim, both for protection and a form of punishment. It is said that as long as his descendants are successful enough, he may one day return to Rubarthan space and rejoin the family that he hailed from, assuming that any of its branches still manage to survive within the Empire to this day. That is an interesting version of his history. Tarokon remarked with notable interest. It is remarkably more glorious than the previous retelling. That is probably because it came from his son. Vase replied, many Larkinsons born after cared a lot more about our ancestors' background and direct connection to the new Rubarth Empire. They never had the opportunity to live in the superstate, so they did not really live through whatever trouble and turmoil that took place over there at the time. Personally, I suspect that his son intensely regrets that he was born when his father had left one of the most powerful states. This is why he became obsessed with hyping up the amazing origin of his father. The physical projection CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing turned and stared up at the large and tall banners hanging from the walls. Pride is a powerful force. It can instill confidence and it can make us more connected to each other. I sympathize with the son. It is truly a shame for children to suffer the consequences of the missteps and accidents that have befallen their Rubarthan parents. Our superstate is not very tolerant of mistakes. It is necessary to hold this attitude in order to ensure that the best and most qualified Rubarthans have a chance to occupy the right positions in our society. There was not much Vase could say to that. He agreed with the principle, but he was not quite certain whether the Rubarthan approach was the best possible outcome. A low tolerance towards failure brought its own fair share of troubles. Vase shrugged. There are more records within my family that present other versions of our ancestors' background. They are mostly variations of the first two stories, but they are also written by people who are even less directly related to him. Their reliability is a lot more suspect. In the end, none of the Larkinsons that came afterwards cared enough anymore. They were all born and raised in the Bright Republic and already considered it to be their true home. There was no point in retracing their history to the new Rubarth Empire because it is not only prohibitively expensive to journey back to the Galactic Center, but they don't have the necessary skills or value to earn a living in the superstate. The Rubarthan CEO sighed. Exile is never honorable. We Rubarthans take great pride in any of our successes, but we also hold great scorn to those who have failed or proven themselves to be incompetent. Each of us fear the possibility that this punishment will fall on us as well one day. The threat of it forces us to keep working hard and remain relatively honest in our positions. The greater the responsibility, the greater the punishment for doing poorly. That was a much harsher social dynamic than in Terran space. Of course, that was mostly because many important positions had already been taken up by the wealthy and powerful descendants of the old clans. They were much harder to dismiss due to their notable backing. Whatever the Larkinson ancestor has done in the new Rubarth Empire is ultimately irrelevant. Vase summed up his own feelings. The Larkinsons have already moved on from the past. My clan has managed to build itself up by relying on their own efforts. Whatever illusionary ties to the new Rubarth Empire that we may have has played no role at all. I am fine with letting the history of the Larkinson ancestor fade into obscurity. Tarokon nodded in acknowledgement. You have indeed done remarkably well by relying on your own merits. It is difficult to imagine that anyone else could have done nearly as well if they had taken your place. However, the records of your ancestor are not as obscure and difficult to recover as you may think. We have managed to dig up a number of records that have survived to this day. They also include documents that used to be classified but are now languishing in our many enormous data archives. Would you like to hear our version of the early history of your Larkinson ancestor? That was a big revelation. Even though Vase did not think that his ancestor had any bearing on his life, he could not hold his curiosity back. It would be nice if he could solve this particular mystery. I do wish to hear it so long as I do not have to pay anything. Have no fear. This is completely free, Professor Larkinson. We only wish to remind you that you are truly a descendant who can trade his lineage back to our great superstate. According to multiple sources, your ancestor was indeed born as a common citizen. He originated from a fairly rural planet that has managed to escape much of the damage and tragedies that have befallen more important planets. When he became 10 years old, his genetic aptitude created a small sensation. He did not get absorbed by one of our public institutions, but instead entered an elite mech pilot training program organized by one of our long-standing military families. That sounded rather odd. Vase had a feeling that he knew now why the stories of the Larkinson ancestor's wife and son diverged so much from each other. So instead of serving one of the regular military branches of the Rubarthan state, he turned into a private soldier of a specific Rubarthan faction. Vase surmised. An elite soldier. Tarokon emphasized. He even managed to break through and demonstrate great strength during his time in service, though we do not fully understand his strength level as the Lavere scale and the precisely defined distinction between mech pilot ranks had not spread throughout our empire at the time. What we do know is that his talent and combat prowess became recognized by the head of the military family. Your ancestor became a retainer and earned a considerable amount of favor from the family leader, who also served as a general in one of our new mech armies during this period. Vase couldn't help but feel proud that his distant ancestor excelled so much in mech piloting. It was no wonder that piloting mechs had always been one of the strong points of the Larkinson lineage. What happened next? Tarukan sighed again. The transition to the age of mechs is a period of great upheaval and struggle. Many long-standing groups fell while many successful visionaries rose to take their place in our changing empire. Not even the disaster star could stop these changes because the old order had to break in order to make way for a replacement. The military family lost a power struggle. The general was executed for his failures. As one of his trusted retainers, your ancestor became a victim of circumstances and risked punishment as well. There was talk of putting him on trial in order to judge him on his alleged misdeeds. How credible were these charges? Vase furrowed his brows. That is a difficult question to answer. The records are not quite clear, and it is obvious that the people who have written them are biased one way or another. The Rubarthan frankly replied, "You have to understand that law and order at that time had reached a low point. Humanity during the Age of Conquest did not uphold nearly as many taboos as today. Let me say that it is generally understood that few soldiers were able to keep their hands clean during this difficult and chaotic period of human history." Vase snorted. It is no wonder that the reigning Star Emperor at the time eventually became known as the Disaster Star. Whether the charges are legitimate or not, your ancestor likely feared persecution, so he resolutely deserted from service and used up all of the remaining favors that he had left to smuggle himself to the galactic rim. It may be possible that he has been excessively paranoid when he decided to flee all the way to the furthest reaches of human space. It is highly doubtful that the victorious faction would have bothered to invest resources to track him down once he put sufficient distance between himself and the galactic center. I don't agree with that. Vase shook his head. It's better to be safe than sorry. All has ended up well for him. I think he became happy again once he picked up his life in the Komodo Star sector. Chapter 5598 Vase the Big Mouth. Even though Vase knew that Mickey Tarukan deliberately sought to manipulate him by exposing the true origins of the Larkinson ancestor, it worked. Vase inexplicably developed a stronger connection with the Rubarthans. There was little rational basis for this connection. The new Rubarth Empire had produced a huge amount of exiles over the ages. Few if any of them ever managed to return to where they came from, so it was generally understood that they could no longer call themselves Rubarthans from the moment they crossed the border. To Vase, whatever drama and controversy his distant ancestor got caught up in was completely irrelevant to the Larkinsons who lived in the present day. However, just knowing that his ancestor used to be a rather prominent and powerful mech pilot in the new Rubarth Empire caused him to be filled with a bit of pride. The Larkinsons came from good stock. Vase couldn't wonder what would have happened if the Larkinson ancestor did not become implicated in the power struggle that caused the death of his patron. Would the Larkinson family be able to thrive in the new Rubarth Empire? Would the Larkinsons find a way to excel in a much more competitive environment and rise up the ranks? Would the family produce an oddball mech designer like Vase one day? No one could say for sure. History took a very different turn at the time that completely closed off all of these possibilities. Though Vase was ready to move on from this topic, he still wanted to obtain one more answer. What is the name of the military family that my father served? The chief executive smiled. He already anticipated that Vase would ask this question. Your father used to be a proud retainer of the old and long-established Moses Sinclair family. It has a long tradition of serving in our navy, but after the Big Two came to power and deprived our empire of the right to field starships, the military family hastily embraced mechs. With that comes a need to find mech pilots who possess the right qualifications and training to pilot all of the newfangled machines. Fielding automated battle bots in Rubarthan space is an exceptionally poor idea, as we have many technologies that can subvert them in seconds. So that is why the Larkinson ancestor couldn't escape the fate of getting drafted. Correct, Professor. The scarcity of potentates with high genetic aptitudes has caused the Moses Sinclairs to cast a wide net and conscript large quantities of young talents of civilian origins. Many different Rubarthan parties have done the same. Mech pilots used to be especially scarce in a time where many disarmed groups urgently needed to rebuild their armed forces in order to defend their interests during a time of transition. In my opinion, the Moses Sinclair family treated your father much better than many other employers at the time. I believe that it would have only been a matter of time before he married into their ranks due to his talent and contributions. You mean they are greedy to integrate his genes in the family bloodline? Vase made a clever guess. Our understanding of genetic aptitude was much more superficial during the early years of the age of mechs. The people who became introduced to mechs assumed that the ability to pilot mechs was much more dependent on good genetics than hard work. The reality has proved that the opposite is the case, but it has taken several generations before that has become clear. Vase knew his history well enough to know that this was the case. He felt a bit more mixed about the Rubarthans when he thought that his distant ancestor had come close to integrating himself in a long-established Rubarthan military lineage. Thinking about all of these what-ifs was fun and all, but that did not mean that Vase had suddenly reinvigorated his Rubarthan heritage. He could play the same game with the Terrans. If he looked far enough back in history, the Larkinsons used to be citizens of the Great Terran Empire. Every human could ultimately trace their heritage back to Old Earth. No matter whether he traced his heritage back a few hundred years or a few thousand years, he no longer saw any meaningful distinction between the two. The Rubarthans should be just as foreign to him as the Terrans. Let's get back to business. Vase spoke as he just received a quiet transmission from Gavin. My advisors have just mulled over the exclusivity deal that you have proposed. We are intrigued by the offer to take care of all of the Larkinson clan's business in the Rubarthan Pact under the condition of exclusivity, but this is too heavy of a commitment for us to embrace right away. Deals like these are usually struck among parties that have already cooperated with each other for years. Tarukan did not look too surprised at this response. That is normally the case, but we are living under exceptional circumstances. The Age of Dawn has just begun and the introduction of the Hyper generation has phased out many old mech models. Change has become a necessity and only those who can keep up with the rapid pace of progress can stand in the end. Isthmus manufacturing has survived many generational shifts and understands best that the stars of yesterday may not shine as brightly the next day. We are constantly paying attention to the rise of the next stars, and you are particularly promising for multiple reasons. It is entirely plausible for us to skip all of the unnecessary steps and cooperate earnestly as soon as possible. Both of us enjoy a high reputation in the business community, so there is little reason to mistrust each other. That was true. Vase constantly insisted on maintaining a squeaky clean reputation, and that had often allowed the Larkinson clan to receive special business opportunities. Nonetheless, that did not mean that Vase was willing to extend a lot of trust to Isthmus manufacturing. Reputation does not determine everything. Vase shook his head. While I am willing to believe that you hold a lot of goodwill towards us, the same cannot be said for everyone else in your company. Even if that is not the case, this can always change in the future. You should know as well as I do that there is an enormous potential for abuse once you have struck an exclusivity deal with the LMC. The absence of competition within the territories of the Rubarthan Pact means that there is little pressure for Isthmus manufacturing to correct its actions. The Rubarthan business leader turned around and gave Vase a reassuring smile. If trust is not enough to believe in our sincerity, then we can negotiate on adding additional clauses to the contract. We are not requesting an exclusivity agreement because we want to limit your options and lock you in. On the contrary, we want to support you to the greatest extent because we believe that your work has unlimited potential. Letting us be your exclusive agent within Rubarthan space will give us the confidence as well as the proof that you shall entrust us to produce and sell your products across the mech markets of our colonial superstate. We are more ready to start expanding our production capacity once your next mech models have proven to be just as successful as your Fianna. It became clear that Isthmus did not want Vase to switch to working with other large Rubarthan mech manufacturing companies. To the former, Vase was the equivalent of a cash cow. Even if the odds were still fairly low, Vase had already begun to show traits that corresponded to star designers. If there was even a 5% chance that Vase had the potential to advance to star designer one day, then it would have been more than worth it for Isthmus to make a lot of concessions just to partner up with such a powerful mech designer. Of course, once Vase reached this exalted rank, he would gain more than enough clout and influence to break or renegotiate the original agreement, but why should he have to wait that long to change the terms of the contract? If Isthmus thought that Vase already held a lot of promise, then the company needed to show that through concrete actions. Gavin and the other advisors behind the scenes already told Vase that he could drive a far harder bargain in this situation. He just needed to be more assertive and stop Mickey Tarukin from controlling the rhythm of this virtual dialogue. "Let me give you a counteroffer," Vase bluntly said as he adopted a more aggressive demeanor. "From what I can see, there should be many Rubarthan business groups that would be more than happy to cooperate with the Living Mech Corporation. You are just the fastest of the bunch. While I appreciate your sincerity and your willingness to make a large bet on me, there is still a shortage of trust seeing as how we are both strangers with existing ties between each other. In order to ensure that your company handles our Mech business properly in the Rubarthan Pact, my clan demands a minority stake in Isthmus Manufacturing. 20% and the right to appoint a director on your board should be enough to satisfy our needs." Tarukin had too much control over himself to produce an outburst, but it was still very clear that he heavily disapproved of this counteroffer. "What you are asking for is too much, Professor. Isthmus Manufacturing is a publicly traded company, so there is nothing stopping you from buying stock from other traders. However, our company is so highly valued that you will have to raise at least trillions of MTA credits in capital to become a top 10 shareholder in our company. As promising as you may be, we have great doubts whether you are able to acquire so much capital. We can issue a more modest amount of stock to you pending the approval of our shareholders, but they should only be willing to give you a fraction of your previous quote." That was peanuts. Vase was not interested in holding 1 or 2% of an important Rubarthan mech manufacturing company. He would only be able to passively earn dividends with such a tiny stake. Vase shook his head. "I will never enter into an exclusivity deal with a company if I cannot exercise enough control. I would rather wait for the LMC to enter the Rubarthan Pact the old-fashioned way. Look, a 20% ownership stake may sound disproportionate to you if you take my present circumstances into account, but it will be regarded as a bargain a few decades later. My potential is so great that I have already received the recognition of multiple god pilots and star designers. I am probably the only Tier 3 galactic citizen that is willing to do so much business with Isthmus. It is only fair to give me enough ownership for me to get invested in your fine company." Vase tried his best to make it clear that he was more than willing to walk away from this opportunity if Isthmus did not oblige his requests. So long as that was the case, Isthmus should have little choice but to make heavy concessions. Tarukin responded with a strained smile. "You can name-drop all of the Tier 1 galactic citizens you want, but our proposal does not encompass them at all. There are many talented mech designers who possess unlimited potential. I can easily contact hundreds of them in the Rubarthan Pact. I admit that your prospects are brighter, but potential must still be realized in order to hold value. This is anything but guaranteed in a time of great change and upheaval. Just as the ancestors of your Larkinson family experienced a rapid turn in fortune, your bright future might darken in an instant due to unforeseen circumstances." That was a sharp blow. Vase grew a bit annoyed at the attempt to equate his own circumstances with that of the Larkinson ancestor. To hell with it. Vase initially wanted to act with restraint, but now he just wanted to beat Isthmus Manufacturing into submission. Before he could put more thought into the idea, he quickly recalled the Novastella cat statue from his system space. Emma's glow immediately started to spread around the projected hall. Noise and other artifacts increasingly became more visible as the spread of destruction energy had begun to degrade the communication link. Vase even injected a bit of destruction energy into Emma's spiritual fragment. This caused the cat statue to glow even brighter while exuding a greater sense of threat. "You might not recognize my value as a mech designer who is destined to do great things, so how about this? Let me own a part of your company, and you shall have a new stakeholder who has befriended one of the great god pilots of your colonial superstate. I am not afraid to tell you that I am on speaking terms with the destroyer of worlds. Is that enough to convince you to give me a 20% stake in Isthmus Manufacturing?" Chapter 5599 Rhinoceros Beetle. Once Vase had opened his big mouth, he immediately shifted the entire dynamic of this negotiation. Vase did not want to scare Mickey Tarukin away. The Rubarthan CEO displayed a decent amount of sincerity and truly sought to cooperate with the Larkinsons. However, accepting the initial deal was an insult to Vase. It was only equitable if it applied to Vase in his current form. What about the future? What if he advanced to the rank of master mech designer? What if his products became even more popular? Though the deal still remained lucrative to Vase if his mech models gained more popularity, he wasn't satisfied with getting a cut of all of the profits. Through his years of operating in the frontier, he had gradually learned that control and ownership was just as important as money. A profitable venture that Vase did not control in one fashion or another was not a reliable source of income. So long as every aspect of Isthmus manufacturing remained under the control of other shareholders, then the company would always work towards satisfying the interests of other parties. This looked like an exploitative relationship to Vase. He had no objections to such arrangements when he was still a small fry, but his status had changed a lot since his apprentice and journeyman days. As far as he was concerned, Isthmus Manufacturing should feel lucky and honored to get in business with the LMC. Vase refused to believe that the large and reputable Rubarthan company failed to make a proper calculus on his future value. It was entirely reasonable for Vase to ask for a handful of shares in this situation. Yet he did not want to obtain a token amount of shares. Owning 0.01, 0.1 or even 1% of the Mech manufacturer mostly held a symbolic meaning. If he wanted to enact any real change, then he had to work hard to persuade the other institutional investors to side with his plan, and that was an exponentially difficult ordeal that he would have to repeat all over again if he wanted to implement another measure. Everything would change once the Larkinsons started to gain a 10%, 15% or 20% stake in the company. Though it still fell far short of gaining a voting majority in the company, becoming a top 10 shareholder meant that the board of directors could no longer ignore the interests of the Larkinson clan. Vase would definitely face a lot less resistance if he wanted Isthmus to follow a new plan, as the other big shareholders could not dismiss him as easily as before. In short, there were many obvious reasons for Vase to be more assertive, but he had just taken an especially risky step. He originally did not want to pull out the cat statue and boast about his ties to the Destroyer of Worlds. While he could certainly see that his display had taken Tarukan aback, powerful leaders rarely responded well to intimidation. Even if Vase was able to coerce a much more lopsided agreement out of the chief executive, what would other people think? Mickey Tarukan may be in charge of all of the operations of the large Mech manufacturer, but he was ultimately just a lackey of the true owners and controllers of the company. The people that Vase actually needed to win over were all of the parties that stood behind Isthmus Manufacturing. He did not think that he could make this happen by showing off his totem. It was just a dormant object that only stored a lot of spiritual energy donated by Emma. That was hardly equivalent to a direct endorsement from the Destroyer of Worlds. Even if the God Pilot made a personal appearance and vouched for Vase, that did not necessarily mean that the shareholders would be willing to dilute their shares and reduce their ownership in a highly profitable company. The new Rubarth Empire did not work like the Garland Empire. The Rubarthan Pact might transition into a superstate run by warlords one day, but it had a strong tradition of imposing strict limits on God Pilots. It was unthinkable for a Rubarthan God Pilot to swoop in and demand a company to issue trillions of MTA credits worth of stock only to pass them over for free. Even if no one tried to stop such a massive transaction, Vase knew that as long as he resorted to this extreme measure, he would ruin most if not all of his good reputation and credibility in the business sector. From that point onwards, he would incur losses and opportunity costs that eventually exceeded the relatively small gains he made in an earlier period. If Vase wanted to make the deal more equitable and easier to stomach, he needed to offer Isthmus and its current shareholders a massive contribution that approximated the value of 20% ownership. He just came up with the right idea. He first stuffed the Novastella statue back into his system space as if he just wanted to show off a silly toy. "Giving me a stake in your company will benefit us both," he said as he dialed back his aggressive tone. "This is because I am the best and only Mech designer that can bring my customers, and by extension yours, a lot closer to one of your two most powerful guardians. Let me show you what I mean by that. I happen to have a completed Mech design on hand that I was just using to fulfill a commission for another state. If you are able to buy out this commission, then I can easily adapt it to the extensive amount of second-class customers in your colonial alliance." Vase proceeded to call up the latest iteration of the design of the Supremo project. In the hours after he concluded his impactful face-to-face meeting with the Destroyer of Worlds, he had already applied a relatively quick and simple upgrade and addition to his heavy artillery mech. Since Vase only had to affix a new design spirit while making sure that her glow was put to good use in his commissioned mech design, he did not have to make any complicated technical changes. He just had to refine the spiritual design a bit more while also adding new round types to the standard loadout. Compared to the previous set of kinetic and explosive projectiles, the updated ones contained a significant proportion of destruction hyper materials. Though Vase had not tested or simulated the effects of all of these changes, he was convinced that the Supremo project had become a lot more powerful and destructive than before. The heavy artillery mech had been designed with ultimate firepower and devastation in mind. Vase just lacked an offensive design spirit to enhance its firepower further. That no longer became an issue now that he dragged Emma into the mix. Of course, Vase did not ditch its original design spirit. The fundamental premise of the Supremo project still centered around its key gimmick, which happened to be especially useful in landbound combat. As the large projection of the proud six-legged, beetle-shaped heavy artillery mech filled up the enormous entrance hall, the CEO fell silent as he examined the latest sight. Mickey Tarukin was a businessman by nature, but he studied enough technical subjects as well as the basics of mech design in order to earn the qualifications to run a major mech manufacturing company. His eyesight was pretty good. He immediately estimated the size, mass, cost, performance, material composition and market appeal of the new machine. This is a landbound heavy artillery mech that is primarily designed for field operations. Tarukin expertly noted with a discerning expression. The original commission that resulted in its development must have predated the Great Severing, as it is most suitable for shelling hostile units and positions on land. After the Age of Dawn has begun, you have made adaptations that allow it to become more effective when employed against alien forces. It can serve as a bunker mech, but its all-heavy armament is optimized for sieges. Its interception ability is poor due to the lack of energy or rapid-fire armaments. Mickey Tarukin did not dismiss the new mech design just because it started out as a product of the previous generation. He started to circle around the design and stopped a small distance away from the front of the machine. Due to the large and imposing rhinoceros beetle-inspired design, the Supremo project boasted a large and heavy cannon that extended straight from the front of the mech frame. It looked as if the entire heavy artillery mech was built around an exaggeratingly large and powerful Gauss cannon. The machine had to be supported by 6 heavy legs that extended quite far from the torso in order to produce a stable firing platform. The 4 heavy artillery cannons that extended from the shell-like back of the Supremo project looked like afterthoughts in comparison. It was not because they were weak. They packed quite a punch and would have appeared a lot more dangerous on a more reasonable heavy artillery mech design. Depending on the shells they loaded, the 4 heavy artillery cannons could demolish entire city blocks. They just did not have any extreme properties that allowed them to catch up to the lethality of the main cannon. The 4 explosive cannons were the Supremo project's equivalent of secondary armament. Wait, Tarukin began to pick up other clues. Your heavy artillery mech design is clearly your work. Your design style is too distinctive for me to miss. However, the selection and application of components and modules is much different than your clan's usual approach. It is much cleaner and more standardized. The degree of optimization of this mech design is noticeably greater than what I have observed from your Fei Fianna. You collaborated with a master mech designer on this project. Combined with the information that you have supplied before, Master Decimus Horst of Davut must be the second lead designer of this mech design project. Vase looked mildly impressed. It was not exactly difficult for other mech designers to figure this out, but the fact that a business executive managed to piece this together so quickly was quite remarkable. You are correct. The Supremo project is originally a commissioned work that I was about ready to submit to the original client. I recently updated it after I had a meeting with the Destroyer of Worlds. I requested and received explicit permission from her divinity to apply an aspect of her great power onto any suitable mech designs. The Supremo project is the first but certainly not the last that will benefit from her generosity. The chief executive clearly gained a lot more interest in the Supremo project after hearing this revelation. This mech design, Vase manipulated the projection to create a better view on its imposing cannons. I can promise you that whenever the Supremo project opens fire with its armament, the mech will unleash an attack that is magnified by a minute amount of power bestowed by the Destroyer of Worlds. Do not underestimate this minor contribution. Her involvement can substantially amplify the firepower of any attack, most particularly the explosive shells. Even though the mech only had 4 heavy artillery cannons, they should easily be able to inflict as much damage as 6 cannons or more with the help of Emma. For what purpose did you present this mech design to me? Tarukin asked. This is a private commission. You are likely breaching your contract by revealing it to an uninvolved party. Vase smirked as he did not take this warning seriously in the slightest. Who says you will remain uninvolved? If I am being honest, the original set of commissions that I have agreed to fulfill with a certain state has become outdated. Too much has changed since I signed the original agreement. I have long been thinking about renegotiating this annoying contract, but now that you are here, I have a better idea. I want you to make a deal with Davut related to my commissions. If you can persuade Davut to transfer them to Isthmus Manufacturing with my permission, you will gain the right to fabricate and sell the Supremo project to many eager citizens of the Rubarthan Pact. Are you interested, Mr. Tarukan? Chapter 5600 Private Product Reveal. The Supremo project was unlike any other second-class heavy artillery mech design that Mickey Tarukan had seen before. In fact, no Rubarthan had ever seen such a mech before. On the surface, the Supremo project looked like a typical heavy artillery mech that was based around the one huge gun mech concept. These were mech designs that attempted to skirt the line of the MTA-imposed rule that restricted the caliber of ranged weapons. The general rule of thumb was that weapon systems were only allowed to be as big and powerful so long as they could still be independently carried by a single mech. This restriction chafed people a lot during the early years of the age of mechs. Many of the people who were alive at the time still recalled the awesome firepower of warships. A standard mech could never come close to matching the firepower of the main cannon of a battleship, but that did not stop mech designers from attempting to close the gap as much as possible. All sorts of silly mech designs emerged as a consequence that amounted to little more than a big cannon with a mech body vaguely attached to them. From mounting the oversized cannons on their backs to literally turning them into spines, the ultra-heavy cannon mechs did manage to live up to their promise and bestow immensely strong firepower to the mech forces that fielded them in battle. Unfortunately, restricted mech combat abided by a completely different set of rules than traditional unrestricted warship combat. Big guns did not deliver the overwhelming suppression and the easy victories as their promoters envisioned. The mechs that carried them were too undersized relative to their enormous cannons. This caused them to lose a huge degree of flexibility. Their ultra-heavy cannons possessed an exceedingly slow firing rate. Their massive frames moved too slowly on the battlefield. They were easily damaged. Their main weapon systems became prone to malfunctions. The most stressed components wore down far too quickly. While the ultra-heavy cannon mechs barely functioned adequately when employed as a semi-fixed defensive installation, they were terrible when used in attack maneuvers. Any adversary could easily work around their many obvious weaknesses and take advantage of their complete lack of flexibility and adaptability to target their vulnerabilities. They were especially vulnerable to light mechs. Any light skirmisher could easily advance while evading the slow-firing attacks from the unwieldy ultra-heavy cannons. Once the light skirmishers came close, then they could easily avoid the firing arc of the single big weapon and dismantle the vulnerable heavy mechs from the rear or any other unprotected sides. Of course, the forces that employed the ultra-heavy cannon mechs always made sure to provide their expensive babies with adequate escorts, but that brought its own host of issues. When a hostile force fielded a more reasonable and flexible roster of heavy artillery mechs, it became easy to eliminate the ultra-heavy cannon mechs by relying on quantity as opposed to quantity. It was impossible for a small number of ultra-heavy cannon mechs to eliminate a much larger quantity of regular heavy artillery mechs. The latter had a lot more depth and redundancy. They could also reposition themselves much easier after they fired a salvo, allowing them to avoid counter-battery fire a lot easier. In short, there were many reasons why the prevailing pattern of heavy artillery mechs ultimately ended up as a relatively balanced configuration with multiple reasonably sized integrated cannon weapons. Any mech designer that deliberately deviated from the market standard better had a good reason behind this risky decision. The demand for heavier siege weapons has increased by a large extent after the start of the Age of Dawn. Mickey Tarukan remarked. Isthmus Manufacturing along with many of our competitors have observed that mechs armed with weaker and lighter weapons are selling in much less quantities than before. The demand for heavier mechs that are armed with larger weapons has increased, but the market has yet to demand mechs as unbalanced as your Supremo project. Having designed the heavy artillery mech in cooperation with Master Decimus Horst for many months, Vase had gained a much more comprehensive understanding of this mech type. That is because the customer base is lagging behind the rapid changes in circumstances. They are still stuck in their own mindsets. There is nothing wrong with more traditional heavy artillery mechs. The latest iteration to my famous Transcendent Punisher model still adheres to this pattern. However, I think that there is a legitimate place for ultra-heavy cannon mechs in many mech forces, particularly the less well-equipped ones that cannot afford to employ transphasic mechs on a wider scale. Is the Supremo project a transphasic mech? The Rubarthan chief executive asked. Vase shook his head. Strictly speaking, it is not. I designed this machine with the economic conditions and resource endowments of the Colonial Federation of Davut in mind. The second-rate state used to enjoy the backing of a consortium of first-rate powers, but that relationship ended with the Great Severing. Master Horst and I took great effort to make it as affordable as possible while still preserving much of its key strengths. The estimated production cost comes at just 4 MTA credits. I have no idea how much Davut intends to charge for this product, but I imagine that it should hover between 4.7 to 6 MTA credits depending on how much it wants to subsidize its own domestic mech forces. The Supremo project was a bit more expensive than the standard Fianna, but the new drone mech was already expensive when compared to other medium mechs. As far as heavy artillery mechs were concerned, it was not unusual for them to be priced at 5 or even 6 MTA credits. They were more expensive because they used up a lot more materials and because it was worth it to obtain so much firepower. When Mickey Tarukin reminded himself of the unverified but highly consequential claim that the Supremo project was able to unleash greater destruction with the support, however slight, of the Destroyer of Worlds, then the heavy artillery mech was definitely a bargain at this price range. Every second-class customer would instantly flock to every available retail channel and purchase at least a few units in order to experience the mighty god pilot's power for themselves. Tarukin feared that a lot of Rubarthan's consumers would especially go mad once this product finally entered the market. It did not matter if smaller or more restricted mech forces could not accommodate such a large, heavy and expensive artillery mech. Just their ostensible connection to one of their most powerful guardians was enough to justify their purchases. As the head of Isthmus Manufacturing continued to examine the projected mech design from every angle, he tried to pick out every detail that could increase or decrease the sales potential of this new mech product. Many of the old objections still existed, but there were even more compelling reasons to buy this mech. Tarukin took another look at the main cannon that was so large that nobody could possibly mistake the silhouette of the Supremo project from a distance. The dark brown coating and the absence of any clear markings caused the heavy artillery mech to look a lot more frightening than it should. Its shapes and contours already conveyed so much threat that there was no need to dress it up with any further artistry. Such a mech was exactly what Red humanity sought in their fight against the native aliens. The Supremo project was not suitable to be deployed by itself, but it would work wonders in a proper combined arms force where it could pummel enemy warships under the protection of many supporting mech units. How is its estimated performance against alien warships? Tarukin asked directly. I can transfer you a bunch of reports that contain a lot of calculations and estimates, but they are already outdated due to my most recent changes. Vase responded. At longer ranges, the Supremo project's 4 heavy artillery cannons are unable to hit anything unless the target is big and stationary. However, that is not a big problem because the super heavy high-velocity hyper-Gauss cannon is more than powerful enough to make up for this shortcoming. Its firing rate is slow, but each super heavy round is accelerated to a blazing speed with the help of the exceptionally long barrel. That makes every shot both fast and powerful, so much so that a direct hit on any typical mech can literally cause the poor machine to explode into pieces. Mickey Tarukin could believe in this claim. The huge size and other obvious characteristics of the main cannon better be able to one-shot a mech, or else it wasn't worth the trouble. The main cannon is clearly more suited for direct or low-angle fire in landbound combat. It can function as a suitable long-range siege weapon in spaceborne combat. The heavy artillery cannons that can launch explosive shells should have much lower muzzle velocities. That should only make them suitable for mid-range combat in space battles. Vase nodded. That is true. The heavy artillery cannons can load all sorts of standard shells for its caliber, so every mech force has a lot of choice on how to employ them. My favorite is to load them with spaceburst shells that can produce wide-area explosions at set distances. That should be reasonably effective in destroying dense formations of small craft or hitting fast-moving targets. That sounded useful, but the premise was that the enemy small craft and warships moved close enough to the human starships that carried the Supremo project in their bunkers. As long as the range extended past a certain point, the horribly slow muzzle velocities of the traditional artillery cannons would make it so that they could never hit any reasonably moving target in space. Even so, this was an acceptable trade-off. The Supremo project was really all about the big fat gun that was mounted on its front. The more Mickey Tarukin looked at it, the more he became attracted by its possibilities. How much damage could a mech company comprised entirely of this exaggerated heavy artillery mech inflict? Such a force might not excel at inflicting wide-area destruction, but it could accurately strike heavily fortified targets with the force of a hammer of God. Another idea came to mind. This cannon, is it capable of firing at orbital targets from the ground? Vase grinned. Yes, that is one of the new objectives that Master Horst and I tried to fulfill. All of the calculations bear this out. The early prototypes have also confirmed this capability. The best way for the Supremo project to threaten enemy warships in orbit is to load its main cannon with transphasic rounds. This allows the solid projectiles to partially phase through the air, effectively negating a lot of air resistance that ordinarily saps a lot of speed and force. It may be an expensive choice, but with the targeting guidance from Ilvain, the Supremo project is capable of making every shot count. This made the Supremo project even more attractive than before. It could function as a legitimate planetary defense unit that could safely bombard enemy warships that had managed to approach a human-occupied planet. In many cases, enemy warships could easily ignore the threat from the surface so long as the humans kept sticking to their own version of small craft. Mechs simply did not possess the punch needed to inflict significant damage onto shielded warships that leisurely hovered in orbit. That could change once a heavy artillery mech like the Supremo project started to get stationed across many different planets. The expense would be great, but the resources needed to field 100 copies of this radical heavy artillery mech were far lower than the resources that the aliens invested in their own warships. So long as the Supremo project could down one enemy warship, then they had already paid for themselves. The deterrence value alone was already precious enough. If the aliens decided to postpone or slow down their planetary assaults upon detecting large quantities of Supremo project mechs, then that granted the latter an even greater strategic significance. Mickey Tarukin made a decision. Isthmus Manufacturing could not let this powerful new mech design slip past its fingers. Chapter 5601 Ida S. That time again. Chapter 5601 Ida S. That time again. The worth of a single product could sway an entire company. That was the power of a good mech design. Vase inwardly grinned as he saw that his gambit had made a lot of progress. It was not without reason why Vase and Master Decimus Horst had taken their time to design the Supremo project. The mech design went through multiple ups and downs as the abrupt transition from the age of mechs to the age of dawn forced both mech designers to reimagine their original mech concept. After a lot of hard work, they finally managed to design an excellent second-class heavy artillery mech that was largely made out of Davutan technology and materials. It was expressly developed to serve the offensive and defensive needs of the Colonial Federation of Davut, but it could easily be just as useful for any other second-rate state. The Davutan adaptations clearly did not bother the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing that much. At worst, their own in-house design teams could easily swap the Davutan components for alternatives that were much easier to deal with in the Rubarthan Pact. To be honest, the overarching reason why Mickey Tarukin valued the Supremo project so highly was because the Destroyer of Worlds was actually involved in the design process. Even if her involvement was only minimal, that was already enough to make a lot of Rubarthans crazy with desire. If there was actual concrete proof that she improved the Supremo project somehow, then that would likely turn it into one of the most popular second-class heavy artillery mechs in the Rubarthan Pact. No, that should hardly be the limit for this mech model. The Supremo project would likely catch on in the Red Ocean Union as well. After all, how many mech designs could boast of having the capacity to channel a minute fraction of a god pilot's awesome power? As long as the performance of the Supremo project was high enough to back up everyone's expectation, it was bound to capture a large share of the market for heavy artillery mechs. The only market where the Supremo project would fail to gain traction was in the Terran Alliance. There was no way the Terrans would permit the widespread use and proliferation of a mech that was empowered by a Rubarthan god pilot. It didn't matter if the Terrans themselves did not make use of the Supremo project. They probably wouldn't be able to stand it if their vessels would rather resort to a Rubarthan mech as opposed to one of the many second-class mechs designed by Terran or Terran-aligned parties. Tarukin held no expectations towards the Terran Alliance's mech market. Both the Terrans and the Rubarthans had pretty much kept their mechs within their own spheres of influence. As Tarukin finalized his expansive analysis of the Supremo project based on the limited amount of information supplied by Vase, he made note of one more important factor. If Vase could design one mech that slightly borrowed the power of the Destroyer of Worlds, he should easily be able to do so again. There were all sorts of useful mech types that could gain a lot of wind in their sails if they could harness even the slightest amount of power of an actual god pilot. The help bestowed by the Destroyer of Worlds was especially easy to work with because she could make every attack hit harder. The destruction properties of her god kingdom were well known to the Rubarthans. As long as she could amplify the firepower of every ranged mech, then that would grant a mech company like Isthmus Manufacturing a huge amount of irreplaceable cash cows. The insane potential for subsequent business opportunities made it even more important for Isthmus to secure Vess's cooperation. Mickey Tarukan completely forgot about his initial reaction after the senior mech designer made an excessively greedy demand. Compared to the value of his mech designs, his demands became a lot more reasonable. The terms and scope of this potential agreement has vastly exceeded my expectations. The CEO hastily told Vase. We must deliberate on your counter-offer. The Supremo project is a particularly compelling mech design. It should do well in Rubarthan space. It is a waste to turn it into an exclusive product for a single ordinary second-rate colonial state. That told Vase that Mickey Tarukan would definitely go back and report to the board of directors. No, that was too slow. A decision as big as this could only be made by the ultimate controller and decision-maker of Isthmus Manufacturing. Vase needed to wait until this bigshot issued a response before they could talk more substantively about cooperation. Very well, please do not take too long. I originally intended to hand the Supremo project over to the Colonial Federation of Davut. If you do not issue a response quickly enough, then unforeseen complications may arise. Please give us a week. That should be long enough to explore the possibilities of partnering up with each other. You have 3 days. I am not sticking around in Bordel 3 much longer. I intend to wrap up all of the major business decisions that require my intervention while I am here. After that, I will turn my attention back to my design projects. Understood. We shall return quickly now that I have raised the priority on this matter. The chief executive did not linger much longer. Time was of the essence as a lot of stakeholders needed to be informed. The expansive projection of the reception hall disappeared as the communication channel shut down on the other end. Good job, boss, Gavin cheered as he approached from the side. We were initially scared when you veered from the script, but you applied the right kind of pressure. Asking for 20% ownership in a company as massive as Isthmus Manufacturing may still be excessive, but the number shouldn't be large enough to shut down the negotiations outright. We should already be happy if we can obtain 15%. Especially if you can continue to design mechs such as the Supremo project. It is just like with the Hex Federation but on a much larger scale. You can conquer an entire population as long as you design the right mechs. The comparison sounded inappropriate at first, but Vase quickly realized that their situations were quite similar. The Superior Mother was one of the deities that the Hexers already worshipped and revered. The chance of experiencing her power and gaining the opportunity to come into contact with her was high. A lot of Hexers flocked to mechs such as the Valkyrie Redeemer precisely because they thought the mech could bring them closer to their supreme. The Destroyer of Worlds might not be a classical god, but she may as well be one given how much the Rubarthans adored her like one. Even non-Rubarthans looked up to her due to her awesome firepower and her ability to shatter entire planets. Gavin did not exaggerate when he made that remark. Vase raised his hand and placed it on his assistant's shoulder. Please pay attention to this matter. I am counting on you to explore the ramification of this possible deal and how our relationship with the Rubarthan Pact and other major groups will change as a result. You are right to be concerned. Gavin grew a little more serious. From the moment we start to establish roots within the Rubarthan Pact, we will enter a colonial alliance that is beset by a leadership crisis. Many princes are openly or covertly jockeying for power. The temptation to become the Red Ocean's version of the Star Emperor is simply too great for them to resist. Once we wade into this mud pool, we are bound to get dirty. Vase casually shrugged when he heard that. We can handle it. With the Destroyer of Worlds backing me up, the princes won't dare to cross the line. Besides, it is not as if I have any actual horse in this silly race. Oh, shouldn't we be favoring the Inferno Spear Prince? He is close to the Destroyer of Worlds. Once he is able to ascend the new throne, it will become much easier for us to lobby him. We can build a real base of power in Rubarthan space. Vase shook his head. It is not my intention to allow us to get assimilated by the Rubarthans. We need to maintain a certain degree of detachment in order to maintain our independence and neutrality. Cozying up too much to the Rubarthans will just cause us to get alienated from the Terrans. We should keep everything strictly business. Owning stock in a large mech company and designing a few exclusive mechs for them still falls within the business scope of a mech designer. Besides, the Destroyer of Worlds actually doesn't care about the Inferno Spear Prince all that much. It's complicated. I have already said too much. Anyway, please follow up on this issue. I think it won't take long for the Impresario Prince to make up his mind and contact me directly. Gavin nodded in agreement. That is a likely possibility. If the 5733rd prince truly takes the initiative to contact you in a hurry, then we have already won this bet. There is no way a big shot like him wants to talk to you more directly just to refuse your counteroffer. Vase really looked forward to seeing that happen. The repercussions of forging a successful deal would be great, but he was confident that he could deal with them. This was a time where the Larkinson clan must continue to sustain its rapid expansion in order to keep up with his rapidly growing demands. Mayoo. Both Vase and Gavin interrupted their conversation and glanced at the gem cat that was moaning and squirming on the desk. The injured but healing cat had come under increasing strain all of a sudden. What is wrong with your cat? I think it is finally time for him to use the kitty litter box once more. It was gem time again. Vase had been waiting for so long to get his hands on the next batch of gems. Mio, Mayoo, Mio. Given recent events, Lucky's upcoming batch of gems were bound to possess particularly exotic and remarkable properties this time. You can go now. Vase hastily dismissed his assistant. Lucky needs a bit of personal attention. Make sure to block any appointments in the next hours, including the urgent ones. Mio. Lucky appeared to be in even more pain as his archimetal body had yet to heal from the damage inflicted by Master Quan. Hopefully, his self-evolving cat managed to make the right adaptations that enabled him to cope a lot better against this kind of attack next time. Vase didn't care too much about this, though. The only topic that remained on his mind was gems. Come on, buddy, your digestion system has held onto the gems long enough. Let it all out. I hope that you have been saving up for something this time. Vase may have reduced his reliance on gems as of late, but that was not that big of a deal. If it was no longer cost-effective to apply the valuable gems to individual mechs, then he would just find another use for them. He just needed to figure out a way to safely extract and make use of what they contained inside their crystalline structures. As the minutes passed by, Lucky's metallic body convulsed increasingly more. At a certain point, the cat had finally reached his limit. Mio. 3 large and brightly glowing gems ejected from the exit port and slammed against the wall like bullets. Vase immediately ditched his cat and ran off to pick up the hot and steaming gems that had fallen on the office room floor. Just 3. They better be good. He already had a feeling that he had obtained a big prize this time.